001 Infinite Surprise Blind Box. Player, Molek. Age, 16. Nen, Infinite Surprise Blind Box. Class, Trait Class / Manipulator. Skills, Basic 4 Elements, Entanglement, Absolute, Refining, and Release. Advertisement. Items, none. Strength Assessment, 5 points. In the silent wilderness, Molek nodded his head while looking at the light screen panel that only he could see. Not bad, I'm finally in Nen. He looked up at the sky. In the bloody dusk, stars appeared in the gradually darkening night. With one thought, he put away the luminous panel that no one could see. Even if others could see it, they couldn't understand the words on the panel. Just because in this world, Hunter language is the official common language. Molek is a traveler from the Blue Star, and the world he is in now is the Hunter x Hunter world that was called an absolutely high-risk world on the previous planet. In this place, there are intrigues and murderous intentions. If you are not careful, you may die in an unclear and strange way. Especially the current location of Molek. Meteor Street. A place abandoned by the whole world, it is also a landfill full of waste and garbage. According to the official introduction to the outside world, this is a no man's land. Therefore, even if a baby is abandoned here, there is no need to register the national number and physical data. No one knows how the residents here live, what education they receive, and what they believe in. This also leads to Molek coming to this world without worrying about someone checking his household registration and origin in the future. And it is precisely living in this special environment that naturally produces a lot of masters. Fortunately, I have awakened now, and I have a certain degree of self-protection power. Molek took another look at his infinite surprise blind box and couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect it to be a blind box. Before he crossed over, he was playing a small game of opening blind boxes, and he came to this world without paying attention. Advertisement. He also brought this mini-game with him, and it became his Nen, Infinite Surprise Blind Box. Introduction, you can get items and skills from various infinite worlds from the blind boxes you find. Well, it is not limited to the world of Hunter x Hunter, but also things from other worlds. It is worthy of the name of Infinite and Surprise. As for being able to obtain things from all the heavens and myriad worlds, such a powerful Nen naturally follows the fair principle of equal exchange. It also has a limitation, that is. It's just that the blind boxes are a little hard to find. Molek's thoughts can't help but review the two specific conditions of his Nen Infinite Surprise Blind Box. 1. Blind boxes mainly appear near special characters and places. 2. The more special the characters and places are, the higher the level of the blind boxes that appear, and the easier it is to get high-quality items and skills. Molek studied these two sentences carefully after just getting this Nen. Then I came to the conclusion. Isn't it that the closer you get to the main characters of this world and the more you participate in the main plot, the better blind boxes you will encounter? The better and higher the level of the blind box you encounter, the easier it is to get high-quality items. This is also easy to understand. In other words, you have to know the main storyline of this world to find more and better blind boxes more easily. Molek smiled, so, this is actually a great advantage for me. If it were someone else who got this Nen, they would definitely be confused. They don't know who the so-called special people and places are, and where they are. They can only search around the world like a headless fly, but they can't get them. But for Molek, who is familiar with the plot, these are not a problem at all. I still have to participate in the plot, meet the famous main characters in this world, and experience the classic scenes. Molek's mind gradually became clear about the ability and the next action. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the two words blind box in the name of the ability. Rather than opening a blind box, it's better to say it's opening a treasure chest. Such an ability reminds him of the treasure chest novels he had read on Blue Star in his previous life. Advertisement. Just now, he opened a treasure chest. No, it was a blind box. It's a blind box from a cute girl who just walked out of here and doesn't care about anything. Molek took a deep look at the simple but clean little house in the wilderness not far away. It was here that Molek just got an ordinary white blind box. Get an ordinary blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, basic 4 elements, entanglement, absolute, refining, and development, practice methods and applications. The levels of blind boxes are divided into, ordinary, medium, advanced, and special. Molek got an ordinary blind box, from which he got the practice methods and applications of the basic 4 elements of Nen. Nen is the basic power of this world, just like domineering to One Piece and chakra to Naruto. The energy emitted by humans is called Nen, and the ability to freely control and increase Nen is called Nen. And Nen mainly relies on human life force, that is, the chi in the body. There is chi in everyone's body, but the amount of each person is different. People who can discover and use it are called Nen. There are almost no people who can use Nen without any practice. Molek has the practice foundation of these Nen, and is basically a barely qualified nun. It's a pity that she is gone. If she were still here, maybe I could get a blind box above the medium level. Molek shook his head with some regret. Brothers, I'm back again. It has been more than 2 years since the last Hunter was completed. Now, in the midsummer of July and August, the new Hunter novel is set sail again. To be honest, I haven't written Hunter for 2 years, and I don't know if I can still hold it. This novel is a test of returning to Hunter, and I will slowly get back to the state. I just don't know how Philo has changed recently. I heard that it seems not very good. So, I beg all the big guys to vote for me if you have money. If you have evaluation tickets and monthly tickets, please vote for me. Let me see how many Hunter fans still remember me and support me. Let me know that I am not alone. Xiao Chenglong kneels down to all the big guys here. 002 It's time to leave here. The level of blind boxes is not fixed. The main factors affecting the level of blind boxes are characters and places. At different times and under different circumstances, the level of blind boxes you get when you arrive at the same place may be very different. Let's take a very simple example. Whale Island is the birthplace of J-Freaks, the protagonist of this world, and the starting point of everything. There will be blind boxes on it 1,000,000%. Advertisement. But the level of blind boxes that appear on Whale Island with Gon and when Gon is not on Whale Island will definitely be different. Just like the Zaldik family in Kukuru Mountain, the level of blind boxes that appear on Kukuru Mountain with another protagonist Killua and Kukuru Mountain without Killua will definitely not be the same. And the NGL Autonomous Country, before the Chimera Ant landed, and after the Chimera Ant landed, the level of blind boxes that appeared was definitely not the same level. This is the main impact of characters and places. The main characters in the simple and clean house in front of Molek have already left, so he was left with only a small blind box of ordinary grade. The original owner of this simple and clean house was a beautiful girl with cute big eyes. Her name is Shizuku. Full name, Shizuku Murasaki, polite, but forgetful by nature, and looks like an ordinary girl in the crowd. She looks cute, but her actual personality is unexpectedly calm and ruthless, and she can be called an emotionless killer. Not long ago, she accepted the invitation of a big guy who looked like Frankenstein, killed people without blood, and joined a certain organization. That is also the most famous in the entire Meteor Street, and it is also from this Meteor Street. A world-famous theft gang, which has committed vicious crimes many times around the world and is designated as a high-risk A-level criminal in the blacklist. Even professional hunters find it difficult to arrest them. 13 Spiders, Phantom Troop. Led by the team leader Krollo, they have walked out of Meteor Street and done many great things in the world. Advertisement. Including but not limited to robbery, murder, theft, genocide, charity. If Shizuku herself is still here, with her as a more important plot character, the level of the blind box may be higher. Molek walked on the empty street, thinking divergently. But if she is really here, this blind box is really hard to get. After all, in this Meteor Street with many talented people, it is easy to be suspected of ulterior motives and malicious intent if you suddenly approach someone's residence without reason. And such malicious intent often happens all the time, and people here are already accustomed to it. With Shizuku's personality and strength, she won't give me any chance to get close at that time. If I approach secretly, I can't avoid her perception at all. At that time, I won't even have a chance to explain. She will just swing the bullseye fish and vacuum me. So, it's a good thing that she left. At least this blind box is opened without any safety risks. Molek reviewed the current situation in his mind and once again made up his mind to act with safety as the top priority. I remember that Shizuku joined Phantom Troop because in July 1996 in the Hunter timeline, member number 8 was assassinated by Silva Zaldik of the Zaldik family. After that, he was invited by Franklin to join Phantom Troop and became the new No. 8. After Silva Zaldik finished that job, he complained rarely after returning home, and told his family that assassinating Phantom Troop members was a very unprofitable business. It was also taking this opportunity that the original Phantom Troop number 4 member, Face Shadow, faked his death and withdrew, and was replaced by Toilet God of War and Fruit Farmer Hisoka. And Shizuku joined Phantom Troop the second year after Silva finished that job, that is, in 1997. Gon caught the Swamp King and left Whale Island on January 4, 1999. That is to say, from now on, there are less than 2 years before the main plot begins. Molek silently pondered the current time node, considering how to maximize the benefits of the blind box. To take advantage of the right time and the right place, in the presence of important people, to get the best level of blind box. Really, can't I have a more relaxed and convenient ability? Molek was a little helpless. For example, the 4-dimensional treasure bag that comes with Doraemon, the props in it are enough to make me a prop master, and all kinds of props are directly invincible. Or, Golden Lieutenant is not bad, you can get various abilities and powers from the dead, and you can become stronger by touching the corpse. It is the best start in this meteor street where there is no shortage of dead people. Advertisement. Even the ability to draw comics is fine, and you can get power from your own comics. Well, although I don't have the drawing skills, I don't know if I can draw well. All kinds of complicated thoughts flashed through Molek's mind, and in the end he could only face the reality. Forget it, use whatever ability you have. Of course, the most important thing now. Molek looked up at the dim sky, realized that it was a little late, and couldn't help but quicken his pace. We need to leave this damn place now. The people in Meteor Street are outstanding and the words they say are super nice. But the people here are also very bad, and they may face ill intentions from all sides at any time. Adhering to the idea of leaving earlier and being safer, Molek chose to walk out of here without hesitation. Although, there are still many valuable places worth exploring in Meteor Street. For example, the original hometowns of the former Phantom Troop members, Krollo, Maki, Uvajan, and the residences of the Elders Council, etc. But first of all, who knows what kind of dangers will be faced in those places, and secondly, it is better to go out to a safe place outside first, and open a lot of blind boxes to improve your strength steadily. When you have strength at that time, you can go to various places calmly. As for how to get out, there are generally two ways. One is to be like Phantom Troop and rely on their own strong strength to break through the encirclement of other countries around them. Even after they walked out of Meteor Street, their connection with Meteor Street has not been interrupted, and they are the main financial provider of Meteor Street's military forces. In addition to them, there are many forces in the outside world that cooperate with Meteor Street. This is the second way to get out. For many gangs, Meteor Street, a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery, is a good place to recruit subordinates. 3. The Mafia and the Fortune Teller. Under the moonlight, Molek paused. The bright moonlight, accompanied by the stars, fell on the open space in front. There, the faint black convoys lined up in a row. In front of many convoys, there were guys wearing black suits, who looked bad at first glance, and looked even harder to mess with than the people in Meteor Street. Meteor Street cooperates with many forces from the outside world. Advertisement. Not to mention Phantom Troop, who walked out of here. The Zaldik family of Kukolo Mountain, the current butler Wutong, the former butler Ziponian, and the intern Canaria, all came from Meteor Street. Even the wife of the current head of the family, Silva Zaldik, Kikyo, was born in Meteor Street. Perhaps, only the unusual people in Meteor Street can make killer families like the Zaldik family feel at ease. In addition to these, many gangs currently active in the 10 regions of the 6 continents also have more or less cooperation with Meteor Street. They absorb gang members from Meteor Street and give those who want to leave Meteor Street what they want. Identity, proof, work, money, a far more comfortable environment than here, the outside world they long to see. This has almost become an industrial chain. The gangs have been using the residents of Meteor Street to do illegal things, and the elders are willing to send people here out in order to gain benefits from the gangs outside and maintain their rule in Meteor Street. However, not everyone has such qualifications. Those who can reach cooperation with the Meteor Street elders are all top gangs in the 6 continents. Only some middle and lower level gang families will choose to come to this kind of wilderness similar to the free market to try their luck. See if you can meet the middle and lower level ordinary people of Meteor Street who are also trying their luck and can find a suitable boss to take them out. This is a process of mutual selection. Advertisement. Molek has just come to Meteor Street. He has no contact with the 5 elders and does not want to have any contact at all. He plans to find a suitable boss here as a springboard to leave here. Then after getting his identity certificate, he will find an opportunity to venture into the outside world and look for higher level blind boxes. This was Molek's original idea, and he also thought about doing so. But it seems that I can change my mind a little. Looking at a familiar face in the gangster crowd not far away, Molek couldn't help rubbing his chin. At the same time, within Molek's sight, are there really special talents here who can help me? Right. Nasra lit a cigar for himself, and through the curling smoke, he looked at the group of Meteor Street hooligans in front of him with a little annoyance. If it weren't for Nian's prophetic poems that have always been very accurate, I wouldn't have come to this ghost place based on the content of the divination. He was calm on the surface, but in his heart he was quite disgusted and avoided the swaying figures in front of him. When he thought that someone who could be useful to him would appear among these guys, Light Nasra even had the urge to run away immediately. But the desire for money and power made him suppress these thoughts. Nian's predictions and divinations have never been wrong. Every time she provided me with information, it was absolutely correct, and this time was no exception. As long as I can make good use of this future intelligence, I will definitely become a superior person and climb to a position that everyone looks up to. Don't even mention the Leeds family where I am now, even the 10 old men have to look at me differently, and even replace them. When he thought of the beautiful vision that he could achieve with the help of his daughter's magical predictive ability, Light Nasra's eyes could not help but show a fiery flame of ambition. Advertisement. He is currently just a small leader in the Leeds family of the underworld family, and has not had time to establish his own Nisra family. However, God has eyes and let him have a good daughter. His daughter, Nian Nisra, has the ability to predict the future. It was with this ability that Light Nisra gradually accumulated a lot of wealth after multiple verifications and confirmations. His ambitions and desires also grew. He was ambitious and ready to show his strength and establish his own underworld family. But if you want to develop your own power, you naturally need a certain amount of manpower. Even under the command of the 10 old men, there are many underworld families as thugs. They themselves have the legendary 10 yin beasts, the highest power force that they are proud of. The 10 old men have many talented people under their command. Since they want to become a top gangster and even have the ambition to replace them, they naturally have to gather a lot of talents. What's more, my precious daughter, who can help me get everything, also needs reliable people to protect her. And this time, it was I who asked Nian and coaxed her for a long time before she wrote a prophecy poem about the location of suitable high-level personnel. Then, I came here. A clean, polite, generous man who can be noticed at a glance. Are these the characteristics mentioned in the prophecy? Light Nisra squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the group of Meteor Street hooligans. These guys, no matter how you look at them, have nothing to do with cleanliness, let alone being generous. Light Nisra did not think that the prophecy was wrong. Instead, he once suspected that he had found the wrong place or misread the content of the prophecy. Just when he was hesitating whether to stay any longer. Excuse me, are you hiring here? A young, polite voice sounded in Light Nisra's ears. 04 He is the only one who can open blind boxes. Clean, polite, generous, and noticeable at first glance. This is the first impression Light Nisra had of the man in front of him. Mainly because he was in stark contrast to the other Meteor Street thugs who were looking around, thinking of something bad, or talking dirty and rude. That allowed him to make his own judgment and evaluation so intuitively and quickly. And it just happened to be exactly the same as the judgment he made in the prophecy poem he had seen before. Advertisement. The prophecy poem does not give a direct and exact explanation, but is a prophetic poem. He needs to get the answer he wants from the poem. Light Nisra has read a lot of prophecy poems and knows the meanings of some words. For example, sleeping basically means death, etc. So he had doubted before whether he had misunderstood the prophecy poem and came to such a broken place. But obviously, when the young man in front of him took the initiative to come to him, Light Nisra knew about Nian's prophecy poem and made an accurate judgment again. It is indeed a powerful ability to predict the future. Such an ability must be firmly grasped. In his heart, he was once again amazed and delighted at the power of the prophecy poem, and Light Nisra's face also showed a little friendly expression appropriately. Ahem, that's right. He coughed lightly and said in a soothing tone, our Nisra family is a potential stock among the current underworld gangs. In order to develop better, we are going to recruit many capable people. Of course, our family requirements are very strict, and there are very strict requirements for the recruited personnel. Light Nisra used his eloquence and babble about those exaggerated and empty clichés. Molek nodded from time to time. Well, it's just as he imagined. Advertisement. The person in front of him is none other than the head of the Nisra family, Light Nisra, who later had a strong presence in the plot of the Yukiksan City chapter. He is also the boss of the gangster family that Kurapika specially selected to join in order to pursue the Phantom Troop. Light Nisra was originally a small leader of a local gang, the Leeds family. Later, relying on his daughter Nian Nisra's innate awakening of the Foresight Nen, including helping himself and other gang leaders to predict, he climbed to a high-level position second only to the 10 old men. He is often looked down upon by other gang members because of this. But he doesn't care at all, instead he thinks that the key to success is to master the intelligence of the future. Therefore, he is particularly disdainful of the provocations of other gangs, and regards them as the jealous face of a man is really ugly. He seems to be very wise and full of grace. At the same time, this Light Nisra is also a very enterprising and ambitious man, and he will not miss any opportunity to climb up. In the Yukiksan City chapter, when he learned that the legendary army of the 10 old men, the Yin Beasts, was annihilated, and that the 10 old men were planning to hire and form a professional killer army, he realized that his chance had come. Light Nisra asked Kurapika, who had captured Yuvajan, a member of the brigade, to join the group in order to make a name for himself in the underworld. He is a man who looks kind and wise, but is ambitious and extremely fragile. Light Nisra's doting on his daughter Nian comes from his desire to use her abilities to madly grab money, status, and power. He believes that as long as he can freely use accurate predictive abilities, he can even control the entire world. Even reaching the status of the 10 old men is no longer a dream. Therefore, when Nian's Nen was stolen by Krollo and she lost her predictive ability, she fell into deep despair. His eyes were filled with bloodshot and tears, he screamed hysterically, and he was on the verge of collapse. Everything he had, everything based on predictive abilities, would disappear. Later, after Karapika took over the Nisra family, Miss Nian lived a happy life. She also went to the Sky Arena to watch the annual fighting competition. Perhaps there may be accidents due to various reasons, which led to the disappearance of Nan stolen by Krollo. Advertisement. But it is much better than Light Nisra who never appeared again. Many people and evaluations about Light Nisra emerged in his mind, and Molek also made a brief summary of him. Strong outside but weak inside, lack of cognition and vision, lack of ability and pattern, easy to control. He himself only has the ability to become a local leader, which is based on Nian's predictive ability. Without Nian, he is nothing, and there is not much to care about. Molek thought so. This is why he came to Light Nisra and changed his subsequent ideas. The Nisra family has not yet gained momentum, although I don't know why Light Nisra ran to this place. But joining in is indeed a very good place to go. Not to mention that he will play a big role in the subsequent Yukixan City chapter. There will be many blind boxes at that time. And as a mafia family that is about to take off, money, intelligence, power, etc. will also be available. After walking out of Meteor Street, there will be a lot of things to do and a lot of troubles. And many troubles, once you have your own power, especially after the power in the underworld, you can easily solve them. Sometimes, the lone family fighting alone is really different from the power of an organization. Molek still understands the truth that it is better to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. Especially what the future direction of the Nisra family will be, Molek is also very clear. He knows what to do is the most favorable choice for himself. Of course, there is another main point. He is the only one who has blind boxes to open. Molek looked at the blind box with white light that only existed beside Right Nisra, and his eyes became more determined in his choice. 05 It seems that my current job is to deal with things like this. Get a normal blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get 1 cubic meter of basic storage space, can be stacked. Portable storage space? That's not bad. Under Molek's perception, as long as he has a thought, he can see an illusory storage space. You can put in and take out various items according to your thoughts. Advertisement. This is good. After opening the blind box, you can put things directly into this storage space. And this time, 1 cubic meter was opened, which can be stacked. Maybe more space can be added when opening blind boxes in the future. There are blind boxes around Light Nisra, there is no reason why his daughter, Nian, who is a more critical figure, will not appear around him. As a character who appeared in the plot and promoted the development of the plot, Light Nisra naturally has blind boxes around him. It's a pity that it is of ordinary level, so that's it. And beside the more critical Nian, Molek is looking forward to getting a higher level blind box. If I'm right, the blind box will not appear only once. As the plot develops, when the character's importance and proportion in a certain chapter become greater, it will appear next to the character again, and the level will become higher. In this case, the Nisra family really has to go there. These thoughts flashed quickly in Molek's mind, and at this time, Right Nisra in front of him also said all those superficial clichés. That's the case now. Our Nisra family is definitely the most promising gangster family at the moment. He pursed his lips, which were dry from speaking, and finally concluded, in short, it is absolutely a very correct and wise choice for you to join in. Advertisement. Just as he finished speaking, Molek had not yet given a reply. Ha 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 ha, right, you really dare to say that? A harsh mocking voice sounded next to him. What about the Nozilla family? When will a guy like you be able to establish a family? Anyone can hear the ridicule and mockery in the words. Ken Porter. Right Nozilla's face suddenly darkened. When he heard the familiar accent, he knew which BD said it without looking. Are you here too? Right Nozilla looked particularly unhappy, looking at the two people who made the sound and walked towards him. Why, the fruit flies in your toilet can run out to find food, so it's reasonable for me to follow behind with a fly swatter, right? Ken Porter, who was walking in front, thin, with a hooked nose and sunken cheeks, said with a fake smile. If a wretch like you can come out to find trash, I can certainly come out to find a beast to assist me. After Ken Port finished speaking, the tall and strong man with huge muscular bulges on his body followed behind him and blew out a cloud of white air from his nostrils. The beast in Ken Port's mouth had dark skin and a shiny bald head, and he also cooperated by posing with his arms bent. Looking at Molek, who looked particularly skinny compared to him, his eyes showed obvious contempt. Humph, maybe he is just a useless wretch. Advertisement. Right Nisra snorted coldly. This guy named Ken Port is a small leader-level figure under the Leeds family, just like him. It can be said that he is on an equal footing with him, and because of this, the two parties who are enemies in the same industry dislike each other. They all thought about how to suppress the other party and step on the other party to get to the top, and they wished that they could completely crush the other party as soon as they had the chance. Looks good but is useless. Ken Porter's hooked nose trembled, and he said with a fake smile, You are talking about yourself, right? Your shabby family still boasts that you have potential. He said, looking at Molek on the side again, shaking his head. Sure enough, trash attracts trash. A trash family recruits trash people. You are really very appropriate and suitable, ha 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 ha. You guy. Rightnessra's face suddenly became very ugly. He wanted to open his mouth to curse back, but the beast behind Ken Porter, the dark bald man, stared at him intently, and forced him to hold back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Let's go, there's no point at all. Seeing that Rightnessla was still so cowardly and submissive, the other mafia members next to him looked at this side with attention. Enjoying this highlight moment that everyone was paying attention to, Ken Porter, who was in a very comfortable mood, turned around happily and waved to the dark-skinned man from Meteor Street that he had just recruited. Bullying trash will only dirty our hands. He was about to leave with a smile full of victory. But at this moment, boss, are you just going to let them go? A slightly bland voice sounded in the venue. Hey! Ken Porter stopped and turned around when he heard the voice. What do you mean? Even Rightnessla, who had a very gloomy face, turned his eyes and looked at Molek who was speaking. I mean. Molek pointed his finger at Ken Porter and asked calmly, these two pieces of shit came to disgust us, and we just let them leave like that. Don't you want to clean it up? Of course, if you are afraid of dirtying your hands, boss. Molek spread his hands slightly and smiled, you can also let me do it for you. After all, my current job seems to be to deal with such things, right? 06 solved 1-1 left. What bullshit are you talking about? Ken Porter's face changed for the first time, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Molek. Molek didn't even look at him, just waiting for Rightnessla's answer. Cleaning up the shit. Rightnessla was also startled when he heard this advertisement. But when he felt more and more mafia families around him paying attention to this side, and thought of Nian's magical prophecy poem, which never made mistakes. Indeed. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be calm on the surface, it's better to clean up this kind of dirty thing as soon as possible, so as not to pollute our eyes. Molek, who wanted to recruit, said so. If he, as the boss, didn't say anything, it would really be like what Ken Porter said. It's too useless, a piece of trash. What's more, so many gang members of the surrounding mafia families were looking here. No matter what, he couldn't lose face in such an occasion. You're looking for death. Hearing that Rightnessra, a piece of trash he didn't take seriously, dared to be so arrogant, Ken Port's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Twist their heads off for me. Ken Port's face was ferocious, full of murderous intent, and he said, just like you showed me before in Meteor Street. Hearing this, the dark bald man behind him immediately rushed out. The speed was so fast, like a black shadow shot out, which made the surrounding gangsters look stern. This Ken Port has recruited a good subordinate. Some members of other underworld families said in a low voice with a solemn face. Originally, they thought that this big guy was so strong, and his strength must be quite strong, belonging to the power type. But unexpectedly, his speed was so fast, and his agility attribute was also very high. Sure enough, Meteor Street is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are born. Just a big guy found casually can have such strength and speed. This is beyond most of their bodyguards. Advertisement. Well, what they consider as most people here refers to ordinary people. However, for Molek. I know. After getting a response from Rightnessra, Molek nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and looked at the dark man who was running towards him. So slow. Molek shook his head, and then... swish. Everyone felt that their eyes were blurred, and Molek's figure had disappeared from the spot. Only where he was standing, there was a circle of slightly splashed grey dust. Hey! The dark bald man's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this. Gone. There was no trace of Molek in his field of vision. This also made his footsteps of charging the formation pause subconsciously. And this pause was for a lifetime. Swoosh! It was as if a breeze blew past him. Before he could notice it, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Then, the pain entered his mind, directly cutting off all images and consciousness. The last scene in front of the dark bald man was only the world spinning in endless darkness. Plop! The tall and strong body shook twice, and then lost all support points and fell to the ground. The heavyweight body fell down, splashing layers of dust. Advertisement. At this time, the dust and smoke from the position where Molek was originally standing had not completely dissipated. All this happened as if in a flash, leaving people no time to react. Not only the person who fell, but also the members of other mafia families watching around, did not come back to their senses. The whole venue was silent. How could this be? Ken Porter, who was originally still ferocious, wished to see the scene of Rightnessla and the brazen kids' heads being twisted off in the next second. At this moment, the expression full of malice and pleasure suddenly froze on his face. Are you kidding me? His eyes gradually widened, still a little bit unbelievable, looking at the dark bald man lying motionless on the ground. Hey, you are a beast who twisted the heads of 5 people with your own hands, you are a monster. His hands were claw-shaped, bent in the air, and with an unacceptable tone. Don't joke, how could you be knocked down by a mere monkey, get up for me. He shouted at the top of his lungs, don't you want to go out and make money, go to spend money, find beautiful girls, and twist more people's heads. I promised you all these before, get up, BD. Seeing that the other party was still lying on the ground safely, Ken Port finally broke down a little and started to get hysterical there. Hit, knocked down. Not only Ken Port, but even Rightnessla couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that the dangerous guy who looked so fierce and difficult to deal with would just fall to the ground. He had no power to fight back and was knocked down in an instant. He subconsciously looked at Molek, who appeared again, waved his hands there, and looked casual and indifferent. It seemed that what he had just done was a trivial matter, as simple as driving away a fly. One is solved. Molek raised his head, and his eyes without any emotion looked at Ken Porter, who was still hysterical. There is one left. 07. The other party surrounded them all by himself. Please give me the data, everyone. Ken Port, who was still howling loudly and breaking his defense, suddenly shuddered at this moment. His hair stood up, as if he was stared at by some deadly danger. Don't come over here. When he raised his head and happened to meet Molek's eyes, he was frightened and kept backing away. Click. Advertisement. He quickly fumbled for a pistol from his waist, loaded it directly, and pointed the dark muzzle at the seemingly harmless guy in front of him. What did you just do? As if the gun in his hand gave Ken Port great courage, he asked loudly. Forget it, no matter what you did. The anger and viciousness in his eyes flashed, it doesn't matter, you die. Adhering to the principle of being ruthless and not talking too much, Ken Port decisively fired directly and pulled the trigger quickly. Bang bang bang. Flames flew, the black muzzle of the gun poured out firepower, and a series of bullets poured towards Molek. At such a distance, it would be difficult for any ordinary person to save himself in the face of such firepower. However, this is only for ordinary people. It's still too slow. Still leaving a sentence lightly, Molek's figure disappeared again in front of everyone. Even Killua at this age can easily dodge bullets. Not to mention that I have activated Nen now, although the strength score given is only 5 points. Strength assessment, 5 points. This is not a scum with only 5 combat power. Advertisement. The strength assessment score given by Nen with Infinite Surprise Blind Box is a bit close to the score given by Hisoka to many Hunter Association members in the selection of the new president of the Hunter Association. Hisoka scored and evaluated many hunters who came into contact with him, including the 12 earthly branches. Sheep Yinda scored the highest, 90 points, Tiger Kangza scored 85 points, and Rabbit Pion scored the lowest, 77 points. And this low score was judged by Hisoka himself. Some other hunters scored 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, 45 points, 50 points, and even 2 points. So much so that Hisoka couldn't help but sigh. Although it is a professional hunter, is it only this level? A guy with 2 points of strength can pass the extremely difficult hunter test, learn Nen, and become a professional hunter. Then relatively speaking, with Molek's current strength of 5 points, it is always stronger than most people. At least, it is a little stronger than some professional hunters in the Hunter Association. Where did he go? Where did that BD go again? The gun that had spewed out flames froze in midair. Ken Port still didn't care and continued to pull the trigger frantically. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at the empty space hit by the bullets and screamed crazily. It's the same as before. Coward, trash, coward. Come out if you have the guts, come out. Click. The roaring voice stopped abruptly. With a crisp sound, Ken Port saw the scene behind his head. As you wish. Advertisement. Molek wiped his hands and said calmly. Ken Port, whose neck was twisted 180 degrees, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything after all. Plop. He also fell to the ground like the beast he recruited and followed in his footsteps. It was just right, at least in this way, they could have a companion on the road to the underworld. It fulfilled your master-servant relationship. Molek looked at the 2 people lying on the ground, neatly, and nodded. Compared to breaking the throat, turning a person's head is still a little inconvenient. Molek reflected on the action just now, 1 hand is enough to break the throat, but 2 hands are needed to turn the head. Of course, 1 hand is not impossible if the force is stronger. But even Finks likes to use 2 hands to break the neck, there is still a reason for this. While Molek was reviewing the game, as the Dark Man and Ken Porter fell to the ground one after another, the gangsters next to them finally came to their senses. Crash! They all stepped back at the same time, leaving a larger space in the field. This guy. Everyone understood that the young man in front of them, who seemed harmless and had no danger or deterrence on the surface, was the most terrifying guy. Are they all solved? Right Nisra stared at the scene in front of him, a little dazed. He really couldn't have thought that just now, his current mortal enemy, the guy who was so lively and mocking and despising him before, actually lay on the ground like a dead dog. And it was completely, and he could never stand up again. That's right, boss, it's all solved. After reviewing the situation, Molek, who felt that it would be more suitable for his concise and sharp style to break his throat in the future, came over. Any other questions? Or, is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? As he said this, he looked around casually. Other things that need to be dealt with. Right North instantly noticed the vigilant eyes of the other gangs next to him. All of them were like facing a great enemy, nervously putting their hands on their bulging waists, staring at the two people with extreme fear. Fearing that one of them would give an order and the other would take action. According to the skills of this young man just now, it seems that their current situation is very dangerous. The other party surrounded them all by himself, kneeling to all the big guys to give some data. Let me know that there are still people watching, flowers, tickets, whatever, just give me a knockout punch. 08 This is my unconditional trust in you as a boss. No, no. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, Light Nisra, who was nervous again, waved his hands quickly. He was not arrogant enough to do whatever he wanted and make enemies with all other mafia families. But when he saw his colleagues around him, they all breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that he would not take action. The tense bodies relaxed, and the fearful eyes before. Advertisement. Light Nisra felt a surge of infinite pleasure in his heart. The numb, comfortable, and wonderful feeling that made people feel like they were electrified, wasn't it what he dreamed of? Sure enough, I knew that Nian's prophecy poem would not be wrong, it was absolutely correct. Light Nisra raised his head, his eyes full of fiery fire, staring at Molek in front of him. This is the person I'm looking for. He extended his hand to Molek solemnly and formally introduced him, Right Nisra. Molek. After exchanging their names, the two men's hands were officially held together at this moment. Please take good care of me in the future. Molek chuckled, boss. We are all the same. Seeing this, Right Nisra could no longer hide the smile on his face. Although his Nisra family had just been established, it had Nian's magical prophetic poem to pave the way. And there were powerful talents like Molek to help it. No matter from which aspect, the rise of their Nisra family can be said to be just around the corner. Advertisement. Even Right Nisra felt that this was God helping him. One day, I will climb to the highest position and replace the 10 old men, I will definitely do it. Under Right Nisra's burning ambition and the fearful gaze of his fellow gangsters around him, the vehicle belonging to the Nisra family slowly drove away from here. As dusk fell, darkness once again enveloped this abandoned land. Molek took the car, away from the night, and drove towards a brighter and more hopeful future. After twists and turns, the place where Right Nisra is currently staying has not reached the luxurious super-large manor mansion that he later lived in. But as a small leader under the Leeds family, he still has a small villa. The environment is a little simple, but this is only temporary. Right Nisra walked in front and took Molek to visit his current home. It won't take much time for us to change to a better and new environment. He is full of confidence and ambition. He is full of expectations for everything in the future. Molek looked around, looking for a blind box suitable for opening. Are the other bodyguards not in place yet? Not finding any acquaintances, Molek took the wiped tissue from the old butler next to him and thanked him. This old butler was sacrificed by Daisy without caring about his life or death when he tested Karapika and other bodyguards. And since Molek came here first, there was no need for Daisy after that. Your identity certificate will be issued in the next 2 days, and some basic information about the outside world will be explained to you in detail by Cha Arba. Light Nisra pointed at the old butler, and you, Molek, my most trusted capable man now. Advertisement. He said very solemnly, from now on, you are my bodyguard captain. Although there are not many people in the bodyguard team now, everything is just starting. But I believe that with your ability, you can definitely build an excellent team. Regarding the recruitment of personnel for the bodyguard team, I will give you full authority to take care of it. He clenched his fist, patted his chest hard, and his eyes were firm, this is my unreserved trust in you as a boss. Well, it's also a big piece of cake for me. Although Molek had just come out of Meteor Street and had not had time to eat, the cakes drawn by Light Nisra were enough to make him feel full. But Light Nisra could do it. In the original version, he really let go and handed over the power of the bodyguard team to Daisy, and he didn't know how many people there were in the bodyguard team. He had always been in contact with Daisy. It was not until Daisy died that he knew there was such a person as Karapika. Then through contact and chat with him, he recognized Karapika and made him the new bodyguard captain. In this way, after getting this great autonomy, Molek also modestly said some polite words, expressing some meaning of never disappointing the boss. Then Molek, led by the old butler, went to wash up first, and then enjoyed a hearty dinner. By the way, why don't we see any maids? Don't we have any maids here? On the dining table, Molek peeled the crab shell of the green leaf crab and ate the green crab meat inside, while casually asking. This is a unique high-end seafood delicacy in the hunter world, a delicacy discovered by the gourmet hunters. In the Lightnisra family, there are not many seafood delicacies of this level in stock. Today, they were specially taken out to welcome Molek. The maids are with the young lady. The old butler Cha-Araba said everything he knew, because the young lady's hobbies are a bit special, there have always been maids who couldn't accept it and resigned, resulting in not many maids at present. 09 The first medium blind box. Well, Nian Nisra's hobby and interest is human body collection, including organs and internal organs, and he has only collected dead things. It is indeed a bit strange for a cute little girl to like this kind of thing. It is easy for people to think that she is an unruly and perverted employer and leave for safety. Molek nodded and took the crab meat from the crab leg and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, the delicious taste jumped on the tip of his tongue, making him squint his eyes slightly. This kind of delicacy is really the first time he has tasted it. Advertisement. In fact, it is a good choice to become a food hunter in the future and taste all kinds of food. He clapped his hands and ate the last crab leg. Okay. After eating and drinking, he stretched and then slowly stood up. It's time to meet the main work protection target. Molek adjusted the tie on his chest, and his whole body was upright. After taking a shower and cleaning up, he had already changed into a black suit that was a standard style for gangsters. Although, I still think that the black windbreaker is more suitable for my style. Molek put his hands in his pockets and looked at the mirror next to him. But the suit thug. He looked at his figure in the mirror, straightened his body and couldn't help but smile. Actually, it's not bad. Molek became the bodyguard captain of the Nisra family. The main job is to protect the safety of the family members. And there are only two people in the Nisra family at present. One is Right Nisra, who needs to go out for business all year round. He only needs to wear some sunglasses and guns as his subordinates to strengthen his momentum. The other one is Molek's most important protection target. That is, his daughter, Nian Nisra, who can write magical prophetic poems. Right Nisra knows very well that the key to his success lies in his baby daughter. Protecting her is the highest priority besides himself. Advertisement. Nian Nisra is well protected and pampered by Right Nisra, even spoiled. The rooms specially decorated for her were all pink and luxurious princess style. The place where Nian lived was the largest, most central, and best room in the whole villa. Even Light Nisra himself only lived next door. Under the guidance of the old housekeeper Cha-Araba, Molek also came to the room, opened the door, walked in and saw the owner. Is there a new person? Lying on the bed with her legs bent and erect, Nian Nisra, who kept kicking on the bed, raised her head when she heard the noise. She thought it was a new maid found for her. The blue shawl long hair fell on her shoulders, and a cute hair bridle was tied on the top. The dark green-black pupils blinked, matched with the white skin and watery big eyes. She looked like a blue-haired little loli, with a simple and cute appearance. Sure enough, the real person is more three-dimensional and the image is more beautiful. Molek, who saw this key figure in the plot with his own eyes, sighed in his heart. However, meeting is meeting, and what attracts Molek the most is the blind box next to Nian Nisra, which emits a faint blue luster and is invisible to others. The blind box that emits white light is an ordinary level. And the one that emits blue light is it medium level? Molek chuckled in his heart. Sure enough, after coming here and meeting familiar people, there will definitely be gains. Get a medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open. Just when Molek opened the blind box, Nian Nisra was also paying attention to Molek. After seeing such a strange man walk in, she was stunned at first. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. Nene. Advertisement. She turned into Nene and greeted excitedly. Are you the bodyguard that Dad specially found to serve me? It's to protect your safety, not to serve. Molek responded casually. It's all the same, it's all the same. Nian Nisra immediately sat up from the bed, crossed her legs in an M shape, and looked at Molek with stars in her eyes. My father is very strict with me, and I rarely play with people of my age, especially men of my age. This year, Nian Nisra is only 15 years old, 1 year younger than Molek. Strictly speaking, the two are more of the same age. Miss, please understand that my job is to protect your safety, not to play. Molek said in a businesslike tone. The cute little loli in front of him looks innocent and cute on the surface, but she is actually quite spoiled inside. How could a normal girl like to collect human organs, especially those from corpses and specimens? Although she has not been spoiled by Light Nisra yet, as the eldest daughter of a gangster boss, she must be treated and loved. Especially after learning that she has the ability to predict, Light Nisra is even more doting and precious to her. I don't care, I don't care. Sure enough, after Molek refused, the corners of her mouth immediately shrank. My father hired you to be my bodyguard, just to protect me and listen to me. Protecting you is my job, but if you listen, you are a servant, and I am a bodyguard. Molek crossed his arms and explained calmly, and you also said that it was your father who hired me, so your father is my boss. Between his request and your order, I will definitely choose the former. Nian was unwilling. Then even if you, the lady, ask the boss to give me orders and let me listen to you, I will definitely give top priority to protecting you. Molek predicted her prediction and smiled. I think even the boss will agree with me. 10 Sky Arena. Advertisement. Ah. Hearing this, Molek raised his eyebrows. Miss, are you talking about the Sky Arena located in the Republic of Batokya? What else? Nian Nisra rolled his eyes weakly. Is there any other place in the world that can be called the Sky Arena and can hold a martial arts competition? There really is no place. Molek nodded gently. As a holy place in the minds of fighting fans and martial artists around the world, the Sky Arena enjoys great fame all over the world. In particular, the Olympia martial arts competition held there, which has an impact on the 6 continents, is a grand event in the world of fighting and martial arts. Many martial artists and fighters, as well as people from all walks of life who are keen on this, will come here to watch this game. Molek remembers that during the next Olympia martial arts competition, Nian Nisra came to the Sky Arena to watch the game under the protection of Karapika. He also opened a single room at a high place, an absolute VIP platform. She was quite interested in such grand events, or rather, she simply liked to join in the fun. But the next one will be really exciting. Jade brought a bunch of people to mess things up, but it made a lot of noise. Advertisement. Molek still remembered what happened in the subsequent theatrical version, but it was still early. He looked at Nian Nisra's listless appearance and couldn't help thinking. If the lady wants to visit the competition, it's not impossible. Hey! The hair that had been drooping down immediately stood up, and Nian Nisra raised her head suddenly. Are you serious? Of course, my mission is only to ensure your safety, not to restrict your personal freedom. Molek said calmly, as long as the boss agrees, I will naturally have no objection. Great! Nian Nisra cheered and jumped up from the bed. Of course, even if we can get there. Molek still said calmly, your safety is the first priority. If something uncontrollable happens at the competition site, I will make decisions and actions to protect you at any time. Hey, I know. Nian Nisra is already full of joy at this moment. She doesn't care what Molek says at all. I'm going to talk to my dad about this. After that, she jumped off the bed and ran to the door in small steps. Just as she opened the door and prepared to go out. Actually, I found. She turned her face and looked at Molek, blinking her eyes. You are pretty good. With a little crescent in her eyes, Nian Nisra nodded her little head. You are barely qualified as my bodyguard. Is that qualified? Looking at Nian's back, Molek smiled slightly. Although Nian Nisra is rather spoiled and willful, she is generally obedient and can tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. There is no need to say more about his father, Light Nisra. Later, when she was in Yokiksan City, she had to ask the bodyguard Captain Daisny before she could go shopping. Advertisement. Later, after Daisny died, Karapika asked her to call Light to introduce him first, and she did so. After all, her magical prophetic ability is the root of the Nisra family's rise. Although Light Nisra loves his daughter very much, how can it be impossible to protect and control her well when it comes to the foundation of everything he has obtained? At least, in the bloody and cruel underworld world comparable to hell, Nian Nisra lives a good life and is well controlled. It is easier to arrange such a young lady. Molek, who has already thought of many ways to arrange things in his mind, also followed without any pressure. The Sky Arena is also worth a visit. I won't say much about Wing, Zoisai and other people who are often active in the Sky Arena. There are also many other familiar faces who came to this martial arts competition. Every martial arts competition will attract attention from all parties, and countless martial artists will rush here. And as the world's top martial arts school and the world's largest and most well-known organization association, the Hunter Association will also send representatives here. Nothing is more representative than President Netero of the Hunter Association, who is used as a signboard. Molek looked at his storage space, which contained the things that he had just opened from the blue medium-level blind box. The medium blind box gave this good thing, so the blind box that appeared with Netero must be absolutely extraordinary, right? 11 Collector. Get a medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Firearms, Collector. Source World, League of Legends. What came out of this medium blind box is the equipment props from the game League of Legends. Sure enough, it is worthy of being called Infinite Surprise Blind Box. It really has things from all worlds, even equipment from the game world and Valorant continent. Molek flipped it casually, and an exquisite and dignified pistol appeared in his hand. Advertisement. The pistol was glowing with a faint golden light, and the gun body was wrapped with special runes. If you look closely, it spreads like a golden dragon bone. It exudes a slightly solemn and sacred visual sense. Compared with the appearance, Molek paid more attention to the characteristics of this equipment: death and tax and uniqueness. Death and tax: if the damage you cause will cause the health of an enemy member to drop below 5%, then he will be executed directly. Killing an enemy will provide you with an additional 25 gold coins. Uniqueness: indestructible, unlimited bullets. If the kill line is less than 5%, kill it directly, harvest one, and you can get 25 gold coins. It won't be damaged, the durability is directly maxed out, plus the unlimited firepower bullets. This gun is perfect for clearing soldiers and harvesting battlefields. Molek waited and played with it for a while, then turned the gun handsomely and put it on his waist. With the gun in hand, it looks more like the standard of a gangster in a suit. The blind box of the medium level has opened such good equipment, there is no reason why the blind box around Netero would be worse. As a key figure in the plot, the level of the blind boxes around this old man, even if he has not officially entered the plot, is at least the high-level blind box. The Sky Arena is still worth a visit. Such a martial arts event, even if Netero has no interest at all, he still has to go there in person due to a series of factors such as the official. Even if it's just to show up and hide in the room to drink tea, you have to come. And this is exactly Molek's opportunity. Maybe in this martial arts event, he might meet many interesting people. Advertisement. After leaving Meteor Street, Molek first learned about the time. As of today, it is April 1997. Molek remembers that in April 1997, an interesting thing happened at the Sky Arena. The Olympia Martial Arts Competition is the highest-level fighting festival that all martial artists pay the most attention to. Whenever it is held, it can attract widespread attention from all over the world. Almost all TV programs and entertainment programs in the 6 continents will be the foil of this fighting competition. This will be an unprecedented focus of the world. Molek has no interest in this fighting competition. The participants are all masters in the eyes of ordinary people on the surface, but in fact they are all a bunch of scum. The real masters are either in the top of V5 or in the Hunter Association. Or like the Zaldik family, they are openly engaged in the business of killing people. But they survive with their strong strength and no one dares to provoke them. In Molek's opinion, these so-called masters who were pulled up by the Sky Arena may not be as good as the yin beasts under the command of the 10 old men. Or maybe they are slightly stronger. After all, even Zoisai, who has studied for less than 2 years, has become a landlord and participated in the competition. Therefore, the fights are fierce and lively for laymen. But for real insiders, it is like children playing house and they are very disdainful. And Nia Nisla is very excited about this kind of competition. After begging her father, Light Nisla for a long time, Light Nisla finally had to agree. Originally, he didn't want Nian to go out so casually. At the critical moment when their Nisla family is about to take off, he doesn't want any accidents. Advertisement. But after Molek said that he would protect the young lady, Light Nisra thought for a long time before agreeing. Nian's safety is in your hands. He solemnly told Molek. Don't worry, boss. Molek nodded calmly, nothing will happen to the young lady before I fall. Having experienced things together, Light Nisra, who still trusts Molek's ability, said no more. Your ID and mobile phone, my number is already stored in it, you can contact me at any time. After preparing everything for Molek, Light Nisra left this sentence and went to recruit maids again. Nian still needs someone to take care of her when she goes out, and after all, she is a daughter, so she still needs some maids when she goes out. With Light Nisra's influence in the local area, it is not difficult to recruit some maids. Soon, after some review and screening, and Nian's own careful selection, 2 maids were chosen by her, one of whom had long burgundy hair and was called Arissa. It was less than 2 days after these 2 maids were hired. Are you still hiring here? A tall man who looked like an African Indian tribe rubbed his hands, a little nervous and cramped, facing the old housekeeper in the villa. At his feet, there were dogs of various breeds lying on the ground, wagging their tails and sticking out their tongues. Sorry, we don't need animal trainers here. The old housekeeper Cha Araba took a look at the dogs and politely refused. No, you may have misunderstood, that, I'm not here to apply for the job of animal trainer. The Indian waved his hand quickly, my name is Skawara, I heard that there is a need for bodyguards here, so I came here to apply for the job. Heard. Seeing that he didn't look like a good person, the old housekeeper Cha Araba narrowed his eyes, where did you hear it from? 12 the second bodyguard team member. Well, Skawara hesitated and couldn't speak. The more he did this, the more suspicious the old housekeeper thought he was. Just when he was thinking about driving away the sneaky man in front of him. Leave the bodyguard to me. Advertisement. Molek came out of the house and looked at the familiar man who raised a dog. I know. The old housekeeper bowed slightly, and then turned around and left without any hesitation. The boss has already explained the affairs of the bodyguard team, and the new captain is responsible for it. As long as he shows up, there is no need for him to say more. You want to join the bodyguard team, right? Molek looked up and down at Skavara, the most famous man who set a death flag and quit his job to get married after completing this job. Yes, yes. Skavara swallowed nervously. The person who was obviously the old housekeeper in the villa, after this young man showed up. Without saying anything extra, he left without asking any questions. This man was obviously a man with considerable power in this family. Even though the man in front of him was very young, Skavara did not dare to be careless. Even though he had awakened and mastered some special powers, he was still very nervous. This man is definitely not an ordinary person. Feeling the hidden danger coming from Molek, Skavara swallowed his saliva again. He now regretted being so impulsive. But when he thought about his girlfriend Arissa becoming a maid here, and he had so many dogs to raise. Such a big expense. Advertisement. He could only grit his teeth and hold his neck straight. I really want to apply here. Molek pointed behind him, you brought so many dogs. These are my family members, and they are also one of my guarding skills. When he mentioned these treasures, Skavara became excited and said quickly. They will assist me in guarding, and with such a large yard, raising these dogs to guard the house is the most suitable, isn't it? He used up his greatest eloquence in his life. As long as you hire me, I promise that I will bring them to guard the whole house like an iron barrel, and flies can't fly in. That's fine. Molek nodded immediately after hearing this. When the time comes, as long as there is a fly in the room, it will be considered that you have failed in your guarding duty. Skavara. Skavara obviously choked and was stunned there. This is different from what he imagined, whether it is rejection or agreement, it seems a little different. Sure enough, it is just an inn that was opened by accident, and its own physical fitness and psychological endurance have not kept up. When Skavara was stunned, Molek also made a judgment based on his appearance. Skavara should have opened his inn by accident. This situation is not uncommon in this world. In addition to systematic teaching and training by others, and being forced to open one's own aura nodes by a strong blow. There are other ways to awaken nin. Some are like Nian Nisra, who is naturally gifted and awakened by nature. Some are like some artists, whose works will have traces of thoughts. Most of Skavara was stimulated by something while getting along with dogs, and accidentally became a nin. So his subsequent nin are also related to dogs. Advertisement. And when facing Yuvajin killing the gangsters in the field, he also looked quite unbearable. He is just an ordinary person who got a little bit stronger by chance. Although his ability is insufficient, his character is still certain. Molek stroked his chin slightly. Skavara is still quite loyal. When facing the death questioning of the phantom troop, he did not say anything about Karapika. He also pays more attention to his companions, and cherishes his dogs and girlfriend Arissa even more. He took his dogs with him when he fled. And when facing the threat of Nobunaga, he also evacuated the dogs first. Then for his girlfriend, he shouted at Nobunaga regardless of the threat of death. Then his head was chopped off. Well, his death was very heroic and miserable, and it was not worth it. He is a bodyguard himself and has a very professional ethics. When he was chased, he did not forget to take the auction items taken by the eldest lady of the master's family. It can be said that he is a pretty good subordinate who can be used. That. Okay, I was just joking. You can make so many dogs follow you, and you take good care of them, which shows that you are a good person. Molek waved his hand and told him directly, if you want to come here as a bodyguard, go to the old butler to discuss the treatment. I agree here, and you can discuss the rest of the treatment yourself. But you have to think about it. Molek glanced at Skavara, whose face was obviously surprised. This line of work is not so easy. Especially the bodyguards of the mafia family, not to mention the danger, and the workload, it is usually very tiring. I have no problem. Skavara nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, I can do it. In this way, the second member of the bodyguard team officially joined. 13 Is it too late for me to quit now? The team was no longer empty, and Molek was no longer alone. With Molek's nod, Lightnessra naturally trusted him. With a wave of his hand, he not only hired Skavara, but also took in all the dogs he raised. Just when Skavara felt that the surprise came too suddenly. In the future, he would be able to bring his dogs to work and see his girlfriend every day. There was nothing better in life than this. Advertisement. He knew what it meant that accidents often come so suddenly. You are going to the Republic of Badoria. When Skavara was still dreaming about the beautiful dream of living under the same roof with his girlfriend, he suddenly encountered a bolt from the blue. Well, the young lady is going there to play for 2 days. Molek looked at Skavara who was stiff there, and arranged work for him. When the time comes, the young lady and her maid will go, and the boss will also go to the higher level to report on the work. You are the only one left here to guard, remember to bring your dogs and do a good job of guarding. Because when the boss brought me back before, we killed the leader of a mafia family, and we are not sure whether they will come here to retaliate, so. Molek said very sincerely, if that happens, you have to be careful. Skavara. Why do I feel that I joined at such a bad time and it is so dangerous? Is it too late for me to quit now? By the way, in order for you to better guard the house and survive the revenge and pursuit of the possible gangs, continue to work. Molek threw a notebook to Skavara, whose face was gradually turning pale and almost covered by his dark skin. The latter hurriedly stiffened and took it in a panic. It contains some basic knowledge and training techniques about Nen. You should read it carefully and practice more. Molek turned around and waved at him, the best way is to improve your strength as soon as possible. I don't want the little brother I have worked so hard to recruit to be gone when we come back next time. Advertisement. Nen. Skavara was confused. But he vaguely understood what Molek meant. Is it this strange power that I suddenly got? Skavara wanted to ask more, but Molek ignored him and walked away in a blink of an eye. Improve yourself. Skavara looked at the notebook in his hand, with a face full of tears. What is this? He originally joined here to raise a dog and meet his girlfriend, and just wanted to live a down-to-earth life. As a result, he was directly involved in the danger of gang fights and revenge. He also kept the string of life and death hanging over his head. Maybe in the next second, his life will be in danger. How can this happen? When he thought of the consequences, Skavara shuddered all over. I finally brought these cute people and lived under the same roof with Arissa, how could I destroy the beautiful life like this? Skavara gritted his teeth, could only make up his mind, and opened the notebook in his hand. On the other side, on the airship heading to the Republic of Batolia. Won't Dad go with us? Nian seemed a little disappointed that he didn't see his father going to the fighting meeting with him. The boss is busy with work, so he can't go with us this time. Molek explained. In Meteor Street, he killed Ken Porter, who belonged to the Leeds family together with Light Nisra. They are all the leaders of the Mafia family. It's not in vain to die like this. There must be an explanation. Light Nisra went to the Leeds family to explain the matter. Advertisement. Strictly speaking, this is also to clean up Molek's behavior. However, one less strong enemy is a good thing for the Nisla family. Molek, don't worry, we will be fine this time. Right, Nisla looked generous and righteous. No matter what happens, I will be there. These words were very beautiful, and people felt that he, as the boss, would take on everything. If it were a guy who didn't know about it, he might be touched by the words of Right Nisla and work for him. But Molek knew that before saying this, he went to Nian and asked Nian for a prophecy. Although Molek didn't know the specific content, he saw Right Nisla's smiling face. I think he knew that this trip might be very smooth. Really, it's always like this. Nian pouted again, they said they would play with me and go shopping together, but they left me behind for work. She said this with some disappointment, and then looked up at Molek. She found that the latter was concentrating on reading the book about the Sky Arena in his hand, and ignored her completely. She was immediately angry. Ah, I'm so sad. She could only lean on the maid Arissa beside her and complain. Arissa gently stroked Nian's hair and comforted her softly. Although she had just been hired and came to the side of this young lady. But the fate between people is wonderful, and the relationship between the two is very good. However, while Arissa was comforting Nian, she couldn't help but worry about Skavara. I don't know how he is now. Well, if Molek knew, she would definitely be relieved. With the threat of death hanging over his head, the kid will definitely study harder instead of just studying at a half-baked level like before. 14 Olympia Fighting Tournament. The notebook Molek gave to Skavara, which contained some basic concepts and common sense of Nen. For example, the meaning of Nen, how to control Qi, how to train Nen, how to judge one's own type, and the basic 4 elements, etc. I don't ask Skavara to learn much, but at least he should not be as unbearable as before and give up his life in vain. After all, he is his first younger brother, so he should be able to save face. It's just some basic knowledge of Nen, so let him learn it well. Advertisement. As for the advanced ones, let's not talk about whether Skavara can learn it or whether he has the talent. The key is that Molek himself is not very good at it. Even if he knows the many methods and theories of the training of the immortal goddess of King Kong Barbie Loli and Super Realgar Hair, and the muscle doll with full teaching ability. It's not of much use. Theory is just theory after all, far less than practice. The practice of Nen is not just a simple talk, it is a very delicate process. If there is any mistake in the middle, it is easy to go astray and split your training. You still need a dedicated person to guide you. No way, who let Molek now is just a poor fruit with a strength evaluation index of only 5, not even green in Hisoka's eyes? Boom! The airship broke through the clouds, and the roar shook the air. The vague outline of the Sky Arena, the fourth largest building in the world located in the Republic of Badoria, has appeared in front of us. The Sky Arena, a paradise for fighting fans. The whole building has 251 floors and is 991 meters high. The entire tower is almost entirely a fighting arena. Of course there are also a small part of the rest area, waiting area, consumption area, etc. And the most important thing is the rest room for players above the 100th floor, as well as the floor area of each floor owner. The entire Sky Arena is divided into 10 floors until the 200th floor, and only the winner can advance to the upper floor. According to official statistics, there are more than 1 billion spectators from all over the world every year, and more than 4,000 challengers line up to register at the registration office every day. The airship drove into the special reception parking area of the Sky Arena. Molek introduced while taking Nian down the airship. In the first 100 floors, especially when you just signed up, all contestants must test their strength on the first floor, so the first floor is full of competition arenas. The referee in charge of the ruling will decide which floor each contestant should be sent to based on their performance in the competition within 3 minutes. Naturally, the better the strength and the stronger the performance, the higher the floor you will be sent to. And when you pass the floor and reach the 100th floor, you can have a private room, but if you lose the battle and fall below the 100th floor, your room will be taken back. Advertisement. Nian Nisra nodded uncontrollably. A pair of dark green pupils turned back and forth, wishing to take in all the scenery in front of him. It was extremely lively, with fighters and martial artists from all over the world gathering here. In this airport, there are many people like them who come here from all over the 6 continents. They are ready to watch this year's Olympia fighting competition. Many people gathered together, making this parking area a lively scene. It's amazing. At this time, Nian Nisra was not disappointed that her father could not be there, but watched everything in front of her with great interest. I heard that there are other treatments after the 200th floor. Is this true? She asked excitedly like a curious baby. Well, martial artists who advance to the 200th floor will be assigned luxury rooms. Molek nodded. However, those who come to the 200th floor are undoubtedly all powerful, and it will become increasingly difficult to advance to the next floor. On this floor, you only need to win 10 games to win, but if you have lost 4 games before winning 10 games, you will lose the qualification to stay here. And if you can win 10 games and win this floor, you can challenge the floor owner of this floor. If you can win, you will monopolize this floor and become the new floor owner, enjoy fame and live a worry-free life. Molek flipped through the Sky Arena book in his hand. Now, each floor from 230 to 250 is owned by a building owner. And if the building owners want to compete and get the highest honor in the Sky Arena, then they must participate in the Sky Arena, which is also the world's top fighting feast Olympia fighting competition. If you win, you can move into the top floor 251 ST floor, which represents the symbol of honor. Advertisement. He snapped and closed the book in his hand. The detailed information of each building owner is available for sale in the Sky Arena. After all, this event also needs to be well promoted, otherwise the audience will not be interested if they don't understand it. Miss, do you want the information of these contestants? I can buy it back for you. That's not important. Nian Nisra interrupted Molek excitedly. I just want to know when the Olympia martial arts tournament will start. It may take 2 days. Molek looked at the explanation notice near the parking lot and read it to her. At present, the representatives of the Hunter Association have not arrived yet, and some spectators are on their way. There are still a few days before the official competition begins. A few days. Nian's originally excited face suddenly subsided. But she soon cheered up again. Then before the Olympia martial arts tournament begins, are there other fighting events? Let's go and see that. Well, there really is. Molek's eyes unconsciously stayed on a promotional poster for the event next to him. One of the protagonists on the poster was a man holding a poker card and dressed like a clown. A man with burgundy hair and a clown-like smile. 15 Hisoka and Hwashi Do-lang. The Olympia fighting competition is a grand event in the Sky Arena. In order to welcome the arrival of this grand event, the Sky Arena naturally needs to warm up and stir up the atmosphere. Nothing is more suitable for warming up than an exciting game that people look forward to and has something to watch. And today's fighting game is a battle on more than 200 floors. Both sides of the game are also 2 very popular players in this Sky Arena. Advertisement. One of them is a super dazzling newcomer who has won all the way from the bottom to the 200th floor and is determined to take the chairman's seat. The other one is crowned with the title of Magical Magician, and any opponent is played in his hands. Known for being unpredictable and weird, the old strongman on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. And the names of these 2 people are Hisoka and Hwashi Do-lang. In the hot audience seats, Molek looked at the 2 familiar figures standing on the stage under the spotlight. A man in a yellow training jacket, with silver white hair falling on his shoulders like a waterfall. He was full of vigor and spirit, looking at his opponent with burning eyes. Opposite him, a man with teardrop-shaped and star-shaped makeup on his face and burgundy hair standing up wantonly, squinted his eyes and looked at him casually. He looked charming and sexy, tall, muscular, thin waist and long legs, and looked like a handsome man who knew how to dress well. However, the clothes with playing card patterns on his body made him look a little mysterious and hard to figure out. The two sides of this battle were the newcomer Huashi Dolang who had just reached the 200th floor, and Hisoka who already had a great reputation in this sky arena. And this was also a more crucial battle. Hisoka won the match in the end, but Huashi Dolang also won Hisoka's appreciation with his talent and strength, and got Hisoka's initiation. After losing to Hisoka, he relied on his talent and exploration of Nen to win all the way, and practiced hard for 2 years with the goal of defeating Hisoka. But unfortunately, he still couldn't win when challenging Hisoka later. Molek looked at the two people on the field who entered the battle state after the referee announced the start, and thought silently. Advertisement. There is no doubt that Huashi Dolang has a talent, and he is definitely the strongest in the world. It can be clearly seen from the result of this battle. Let us congratulate Hisoka for another victory. The battle ended quickly. Huashi Dolang, who had not yet opened the aura nodes to learn Nen, was no match for Hisoka. In front of him, it was undoubtedly a complete defeat. But even though he was defeated, he still got 3 points from Hisoka thanks to the points system. And he hit and knocked him to the ground, with 1 clean hit and 1 down, for a total of 3 points. What kind of concept is this? You know, Gon, who had studied with Wing for a while and knew Hisoka better, also fought with all kinds of wits and courage. He only got 2 points from Hisoka. Don't say that Hisoka was appreciative of Gon and didn't take it seriously. Facing Huashi Dolang, Hisoka also didn't kill him, but gave him initiation. Huashi Dolang's talent can be seen to be noticed by someone like Hisoka. Later, he also relied on his talent and explored alone, and practiced wildly for 2 years. Killua, a top genius killer from a killer family, was unable to detect his trace. Even when Hisoka fought with him, his hands were cut off. If Huashi Dolang had not been careless and had aimed directly at Hisoka's head and neck, then maybe there would be a different result. Is it over? Is this a fight? When these thoughts emerged in Molek's mind, Nian Nisra next to him was still reluctant to leave. It's really good to watch. It's different from what I see on TV. Both of them are so handsome. Her eyes flickered. You are mainly looking at handsome guys, right? Advertisement. Molek complained in his heart, and then arranged for someone to send Nian to the hotel where she was staying to rest. Are you going to do something? Nian, who noticed something, asked in confusion before leaving. Well, there are things to do. Molek nodded and looked up at the center of the venue. I'll be back soon. When Hisoka and Huashi Dolang were fighting, the blind box emitting red light on the field had already flickered and firmly attracted Molek's attention. The advanced level blind box appeared here for the first time. Appeared in the place where Hisoka and Huashi Dolang fought for the first time, which played a very important role in promoting the development of the subsequent plot. On the ring. The slender white arm gently brushed the wound on the body, and the wound on the arm was brought to the mouth and licked gently by Hisoka. It's rare to see such a fruit with such potential. I hope your taste in the future will be worthy of my expectations for you. Looking at Huashi Dolang who was injured and fell to the ground, fell into a coma, and had a little aura on his body. Hisoka showed a seductive smile on his face. He stretched out his tongue and licked his lips gently, then twisted his enchanting figure and walked towards the player channel not far away. At the same time, on the field. Quick, contact the logistics team to clean up the damaged areas on the field. And the medical team, send Mr. Huashi Dolang to treatment. After a game, there will naturally be corresponding logistics personnel to sort out everything after the game. The Sky Arena already has a fairly complete system for dealing with this. Calculate the loss of the arena in this battle. Wait, what are you doing? The logistics personnel in charge of the command were giving orders, and then saw a strange face appear here. 16 high-end blind box. Family members. Molek, who suddenly broke in, stretched out his hand and pointed at Huashi Dolang lying on the ground, and said calmly. Family members? When Mr. Huashi Dolang registered, he did not fill in any family members in the contact column. The logistics staff was a little wary. He waved his hand, and many security personnel gathered around him. Advertisement. After the fighting player lost, he was in a state of injury. In the past, there have been cases where the enemies of the players chose this time to take revenge. Although they were severely sanctioned by the Sky Arena later, such things basically did not happen. But the necessary protective measures must be taken. I am a friend, he just met me these 2 days. Molek spread his hands. If you don't believe it, I can wait until you send him to a safe place before coming to him. After that, he deliberately took a step back to indicate that he had no ill intentions. The logistics staff saw that the state of the situation was relieved a lot, but they were still vigilant and sent someone to send Hua Shidolang out. Now Hua Shidolang wants to make sure that he doesn't have any accidents. But after he goes out for treatment, whatever happens next will have nothing to do with them. Molek also calmly looked at the backs of a group of people leaving. His main purpose of coming here has been achieved. Get a high-level blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get a bag of senzu beans. Source World, Dragon Ball. Is it from Dragon Ball this time? A whole bag of senzu beans. Molek shook his hand, and a grey, seemingly ordinary bag appeared in his hand. It was bulging and full of things. Even the bag is the style of Dragon Ball. After weighing the weight and roughly estimating the number of senzu beans in the grey bag, Molek couldn't help but smile. Advertisement. If nothing unexpected happens, these senzu beans will be enough for me to finish all the plots, right? Although, Togashi is still serializing, and the past of Phantom Troop is interspersed, and the chapter of Dark Continent is nowhere to be seen. Molek opened the bag, twisted out a full senzu bean, held it in his hand and observed it carefully. Senzu bean, just eat one and you will not be hungry within 10 days, and it has a strong recovery power. As long as the person is not dead, it can instantly restore physical strength and energy in extreme fatigue and adjust the body to the best state. The overall appearance of senzu beans is green and petal-shaped. No matter the size or shape, it is very similar to broad beans. In addition to the advantages of having a strong recovery power, there are two disadvantages. One is low yield, low annual output value, and extremely high time cost of cultivation. It is impossible to grow a few in a year. When senzu beans first appeared in Karin Tower, they were calculated by jars, a full jar. These are the accumulation of cat fairies for hundreds of years. However, due to Yajirobe's extravagance, it was difficult to collect a small bag even in the Dragon Ball era. The quantity was so scarce that it could only be calculated by grain. However, with the full bag in Molek's hand, there was no need to consider the quantity issue. It's a pity that it can only restore external injuries, but still can't work on diseases. Molek felt a little sorry for this second shortcoming. Senzu beans can restore physical strength and treat external and internal injuries, but cannot cure other diseases. In the artificial human chapter, Son Goku was tortured by viral heart disease, but senzu beans were powerless. As a result, Son Goku, a Super Saiyan, died of disease and died young. But it's enough to have these effects. Molek was more content. In this world, things that can instantly heal injuries and replenish physical strength are also rare treasures. I'm going to sell them for money, and I guess I can sell a lot. After a little joke in his heart, Molek put the senzu beans away. As soon as I arrived at the Sky Arena, I got this red advanced level blind box. I also got this life-saving item, which was a great harvest. Just for this senzu bean, this trip was not in vain. I got firearms in the underworld family, and I got life-saving items to treat injuries in this competitive fighting arena. The things given out by opening this blind box are still a bit of a story. Advertisement. With a good mood, Molek continued to walk out. What he wanted this time was not just this blind box. In the supporting hospital of the Sky Arena. Did I lose? Hua Shidolang lay on the hospital bed, staring at the white ceiling with his eyes blankly. After a short treatment, he woke up. But he would rather not wake up like this. I really lost completely. He said self-deprecatingly, his voice a little bitter. Hisoka really shattered his pride. His martial arts strength, which he was proud of, was not good enough in front of Hisoka. He was like a cat playing with a mouse, being easily played and manipulated by Hisoka. Even Hua Shidolang knew that he was able to survive, not because he was so strong and so lucky. But Hisoka deliberately showed mercy and saved his life as a winner. This, for him, is the biggest shame. This is my lifelong shame. Although there was a sharp pain in his arm from the poker card cutting, Hua Shidolang still clenched the bed sheet tightly. He had overcome all the obstacles and entered the 200th floor with high spirits. He was high-spirited to challenge those strong men. In the end, reality gave him a blow. Not only did he lose so badly, but he was also saved by someone as if he was being given alms, like a dog that lost its home. But I still have another chance. Feeling the new power surging out of his body, Hua Shidolang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. 17. Are you interested in seeing the wider world? After waking up, Hua Shidolang also realized that his body had a strange new power. This power was much stronger than the various martial arts he had learned before. Even though he was covered in injuries and severe pain, he still felt this surging amazing energy. It seemed to be the purest power from life itself. It was constantly healing his body and recovering from his injuries. Advertisement. Is it with this kind of power that Hisoka is so powerful and survived in this Sky Arena? Hua Shidolang looked at his hands and murmured. He seemed to have grasped the tip of the iceberg of this world. It may not be appropriate to use the word survival. This place is just a playground for Hisoka. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the side. Who is it? Hua Shidolang's body tensed instantly. He didn't realize that there was anyone here at all. Who are you? When he looked in the direction of the voice, he saw a man in a black suit standing there. Being in a dark shadow corner, wearing such a black outfit, it was really a bit creepy in the current environment. But Hua Shidolang didn't care about this, instead he looked at the person with burning eyes. In this person, he felt that there was a constantly surging power similar to his own body. My name is Molek, and I currently work for a gangster family. He pulled a chair and sat down casually. Are you from the gang? Advertisement. Hua Shidolang was not unfamiliar with the gangs active in the 6 continents, especially the legendary 10 old men among them. It turns out that even in the gangs, there are such masters. He felt that this world was not as simple and easy as he imagined. You have good talent and strength. It's amazing that you can fight Hisoka to this extent. Molek folded his hands. Are you interested in seeing a wider world? A wider world? Hua Shidolang raised his eyebrows. The kind of power you have. Well, you can call it, Nen. Molek nodded slightly. Anyone who hangs out above the 200th floor of this sky arena has mastered Nen. 200 floors. Hua Shidolang was a little surprised. No wonder there are floor owners above the 200th floor, is that right? Then those floor owners are all Nen too. Hua Shidolang knew how to draw inferences from one example, and tried to get more information. They are all very powerful masters, right? Masters? Maybe. Molek chuckled and didn't make any comments. But this attitude fell into Hua Shidolang's eyes, but he saw deep disdain. The disdain of those ops, who were too lazy to even comment. This made Hua Shidolang think deeply. It seems that in this Nen world, there are also corresponding differences in strength and weakness. And the man in front of him. Advertisement. If I want to see it. Hua Shidolang said in a deep voice, then what is the price? The new world view was slowly unfolding to him, and a more magical and powerful force was beckoning to him. He had no reason to refuse to enter such a world. It's very simple. I'm short of people at the moment. Sometimes I can't get away from work, so I need someone to take care of me. Molek folded his hands and chuckled, just help me for a few years. Don't worry, the workload won't be too intense, and I promise that you won't lose anything you want. Help me for a few years. After hearing this, Hua Shidolang frowned slightly, are you asking me to join the gang? It's not really joining the gang, it's just the kind of employment and being employed relationship. Molek made a vivid analogy. Just like the contracted hunters in the Hunter Association, they just complete the employer's requirements, and there is no specific force to join. After he said this, Hua Shidolang's brows were relieved a little, and he was able to accept a lot in his heart. After all, simple contract employment and directly joining the gang are two different concepts. Hua Shidolang's goal has always been to make a difference in this world of martial artists. Can you give me everything I want? Hua Shidolang still didn't quite believe it. There are so many opportunities in the sky arena, or I can completely rely on my own abilities to find them. Click. Before Hua Shidolang finished speaking, a notebook was thrown at him. He raised his hand to take it, and the words Basic 4 Banks on it flashed before his eyes. If there are so many opportunities in the sky arena, there won't be so many people like you who don't know how powerful you are. You don't even have any common sense or preparation, and you just go to the 200th floor to fight head-on. Molek said indifferently, as for you to find it yourself, I'm sorry, I don't question your ability. The world of Nen is not the same as the world of ordinary people. You have never been in contact with the world of Nen in the past few years. If you want to find it now, you can think about how difficult it is. Let's take a step back. Even if you can find the circle of Nen yourself, are you sure you can get what you want from there? That world is more dangerous and unpredictable than the underworld I am in now. Are you really sure that you can get the best growth in such an environment? 18. The shock brought by senzu beans. Hua Shidolang was silent. Molek had actually considered all of this. He wanted to study martial arts, and practicing martial arts is more difficult than ordinary people imagine. He had come all the way here, and I don't know how much hardship and sweat he had put in behind the scenes. Compared to martial arts, the more mysterious world of Nen is definitely not that simple. Advertisement. But if you just believe this guy who suddenly appeared, everyone will have doubts, not to mention that he is from the gang. Don't worry, when you work, you will not be deducted from the salary you deserve. Molek flicked his finger, and a small green bean flew towards Hua Shidolang. And if you join, you can get such good stuff. This, let's consider it as our welcome gift, I'll give it to you for free. Molek leaned back slightly and said with a smile, this is just a simple way to express my sincerity. Gift? Beans. Hua Shidolang looked at what he took in his hand, which looked ordinary, like an ordinary bean, and was a little puzzled. No matter how much I say, it's far less real than experiencing it in person. Molek raised his chin at him, you can eat it and feel it. Of course, if you still have vigilance and distrust of me, you can return this bean and the notebook to me, and I will turn around and leave without saying anything. Molek shrugged, it's up to you to choose. A mysterious person who is unknown and suspected to be from the dark world of gangs took out a strange bean. According to normal people's thinking, it is not too much to be vigilant. The child was also told not to eat anything given by strangers. But for Hwashi Dalang, experience it yourself. Thinking of how miserable he was beaten by Hisoka in the ring, he looked so embarrassed and humiliated. His other hand clenched tightly, I don't want to experience this again. Hwashi Dalang's eyes became more and more determined, even if this is a drug from the devil, as long as it can make me stronger and defeat Hisoka again. Advertisement. He resolutely threw the beans in his hand into his mouth. I am willing to. Seeing Hwashi Dalang's performance, Molek's mouth corners also slightly raised an arc. It's an enhancer. He smiled in his heart as expected. According to Hisoka's classification of the personalities of Nen in various categories, most enhancers are relatively simple, simple-minded and without so many twists and turns. And this kind of people make judgments and actions, which are basically pure, trusting intuition without too much thinking. At this time, Hwashi Dalang is the best performance. Crunch, crunch. The beans made a crisp sound when chewed in the mouth. I wonder if this crunch tastes like chicken. Gurgle. After Hwashi Dalang swallowed the beans. My body. His eyes instantly expanded to the largest. This is. Hwashi Dalang looked at his hands in shock. The many wounds on them that were originally cut by Hisoka's playing cards were all healed in an instant. And not only his hands, but also the injuries, fatigue, pain, and hidden injuries accumulated from so many battles in the body. At this moment, they were all perfectly healed. Not only the pain, but also his own physical strength. Originally, after a big battle, his body functions and conditions were in a relatively poor recovery state. But now, Hwashi Dalang feels that he is better than ever. This is called senzu beans, which can heal various injuries and replenish the body's condition. Looking at Hwashi Dalang's unbelievable look, Molek chuckled and explained simply. And this is my sincerity. Advertisement. Something that can instantly heal a person's body and replenish physical strength. Is sincerity like this? After Hwashi Dalang recovered from his shock, he couldn't help but fall into silence for a long time. As a martial artist who has fought many times, the effect of this thing can play a role in a battle. He is simply clear. Molek is not in a hurry, and waits for him when he is silent. After a while. You said let me help you for a few years. Hwashi Dalang's voice was a little hoarse, what exactly do you want to do? And, how many years do you need to help? Steady. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything immoral like burning and looting, bullying the market. Molek retreated tactically, although we are a gang, we have long since gotten rid of such low-level interests. He smiled and said, what's the point of targeting the lower-class people who are not as good as us? They are trash at the level of gangsters. What we want to do is something more fulfilling. When Hwashi Dalang asked such a question, he actually gave the answer in his heart. The words Molek said to him later were just to give him a reason to accept and agree, so that he could get over the hurdle in his heart. After all, regardless of whether Molek could really give him everything he wanted. For something of the level of senzu beans, if you can get it, it will definitely not be a loss. Therefore, Hwashi Dalang chose to nod and agree. In addition to getting a new high-level blind box, Molek opened the life-saving magic item senzu beans. He also gathered another pretty good subordinate. However, when he brought Hwashi Dalang to Nisra and others. 19 I hate you, I hate you. You mean? Nisra stared at Molek with eyes wide open and asked in disbelief. You just went out and recruited the player who just fought in the ring. Strictly speaking, he was moved by the gangster moral spirit I conveyed and volunteered to join our family. Molek corrected seriously. Advertisement. Nisra. So-called gangster moral spirit, what kind of moral spirit does the gang have? Humph, don't think I can't see it, you just say these words to perfunctory and fool me because I'm young. But. You actually let this flowery boy join our family? In Nisra's two bright eyes, there was nothing else except the reflection of Hwashi Dalang. What perfunctory and fooling, what morality and immorality. As long as I can pull such a beautiful and eye-catching martial artist who has fought to more than 200 floors in the sky arena here and to my side, that's enough. Nisra screamed in her heart. Hwashi Dalang felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Nisra's straight eyes. This performance seems to be different from the cruel and cold-blooded gangster lady he imagined who killed people without blood. Put away your crazy energy. Molek also knocked Nisra's head with his knuckles. Don't scare people away, it hurts. Nisra immediately hugged her little head. She puffed up her cheeks and stared at Molek like a fierce and unconvinced hamster. The maids such as Arissa on the side also stood aside and lowered their heads when they saw Molek's actions. The authority level of the bodyguards is much higher than that of the servants. Outside, they are fully responsible for everything about them. Advertisement. They have no say in front of Molek. Not to mention, it involves the lady. I'm just expressing my happiness. Seeing Molek rubbing his wrist again, Nisra instantly restrained her expression. She could only mutter and complain quietly. Before the next Olympia martial arts competition begins, Miss, you must tell me all your plans. Ignoring her mumbling and nagging, Molek directly ordered. You can only do it if I agree. I protest. Nisra immediately refused to do it. You are restricting my personal freedom. What's the difference between this and imprisoning me? This is not at home, and during the martial arts competition, there are all kinds of people, dangerous guys, and crises. Molek looked like there was no room for negotiation. For the safety of the young lady, of course, the guard level must be raised to the highest level. What if I decide on my own? Nisra blushed a little, and puffed up her cheeks. Advertisement. Then I can only report the relevant situation to the boss. Molek crossed his arms, but when the time comes, I will use my personal guard authority and my own force to force the entire team to return. As long as you return home safely, everything will be fine. As for whether you will report me to the boss after that, whether the boss will fire me, that's all the boss's business. He said calmly, I personally fully accept any decision made by the boss, even if it means firing me. Well, anyway, Light Nisla has already issued me his identity certificate. If he really fires me, the worst that can happen is that I can find another employer. How can you do this? Seeing Molek's domineering look that refused to give in, Nisla's eyes instantly turned red. Everyone is saying that they are doing it for my own good, not letting me do this or that. Dad doesn't come to accompany me, and even you want to restrict me. What's the difference between this and being in prison? She felt more and more wronged, and tears came out of her eyes. You are all bad people, I hate you, woo. At the end, Nisra burst into tears. The sad cry was really heartbreaking. Miss. The two maids of Arissa couldn't bear it and wanted to go forward to comfort her. However. Swoosh. A line of sight shot over, causing them to freeze in place without raising their legs. That. Seeing this, Hwashi Dalang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and wanted to say something. However, when Molek's calm sight swept over, he silently stopped talking. 20 bean-faced man and Bai Yanged? Molek would not indulge her willfulness. No matter how she cried, how she made a scene, or how she screamed, Molek would not let her go. Nisra seemed to realize this, and her sadness flowed like a river. Until a moment later. Gradually, the noise on the bed stopped. Advertisement. Are you tired of crying? Molek took a look, and then nodded to Arissa and the others. Watch the lady. If she wants to continue making a scene after coming, let her do it. He looked at Hwashi Dalang, you will protect her safety during this time. Me. Hwashi Dalang was startled when he was called. He subconsciously looked at Nisra and Arissa, the two helpless maids, and then looked at Molek. After confirming that the other party was not joking, Hwashi Dalang asked. Are you so confident to leave them to me? I believe you. Molek patted his shoulder and then walked out. And when he was leaving, he did not forget to tell Arissa and others. If the lady wants to call the boss, don't stop her. If you want to go out, you can let Hwashi Dalang accompany you to a regular place not far from here after reporting to me and getting my approval. Well, this certainly cannot really restrict Nian's personal safety. Yes. Advertisement. Arissa and others nodded quickly. And Hwashi Dalang quietly watched Molek's back as he left. Trust. He put his hand on the place where Molek had just taken a photo, and murmured, it seems that the work will start from now. Sometimes, the relationship between men can easily be quickly closed in a few words. At least, Hwashi Dalang felt that the unfamiliarity and estrangement between him and Molek had been reduced a lot. And Molek, who handed Nisla and others to Hwashi Dalang, was able to get out of the situation at this time. It's time to do the next thing. Walking out of the room, Molek looked at the information on the TV screens around him. Mr. Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, has arrived at the Sky Arena. Netero's arrival means that at least the high-end blind box has also arrived. How can you not open such a blind box? The upper level of the Sky Arena. The outer room of a special VIP reception room. That's fine. Mr. Bean-faced man, a short man in a suit and tie with a bean-shaped face, sorted out the last piece of material in his hand and wiped the non-existent sweat on his face. He has no nose or ears, so he doesn't know if he can sweat. Next, we have to prepare the president's opening speech at the Olympia fighting tournament. Thinking of his next job, Mr. Bean-faced man couldn't help but sigh. As the secretary of Netero and even the entire Hunter Association, he knows the temperament of his president very well. Even if he really wrote a speech for the opening ceremony for him. Advertisement. But I guess with Netaro's temper, he won't read all of them. At most, he will just pick a few sentences from them, read them casually, and then end it. The president is really willful sometimes. Mr. Demianran complained while rushing to write the manuscript. Netaro may be willful, but he still has to write the manuscript. He can at least read a few sentences according to the manuscript. If there is no manuscript, he will just let himself go, which will be even more troublesome. And Demianran is even a little worried. What if in a future martial arts tournament, even if Netaro is given a manuscript, he will not read it? That would be a real big problem. Mr. Demianran was writing furiously. Ding-ling-ling. The dedicated phone on the desk rang at this time. Hello? What's the matter? He answered the phone with one hand and wrote the manuscript with the other hand. His work attitude is quite dedicated. Mr. Beanface, someone wants to see President Netaro. The person on the other end of the phone reported. He said there is something very important to tell President Netaro. Beanface did not interrupt, and was still listening carefully. In their Hunter Association, there are relevant procedures for outsiders to see President Netaro and other matters. If there is no special reason, the operator on the other end of the phone will not call Beanface specifically. Since the person said that there is something important to find Netaro, and the professional operator also called. That means that the matter is indeed not small. The other party mentioned a name, saying that as long as they hear this name, President Netaro and Mr. Beanface will not sit idly by. The operator continued without pausing, Bai Yanged. Hey? Mr. Beanface's hand suddenly paused. He took the phone in front of him and stared at it seriously with his small eyes. Let him in. Okay. The operator also smelled something unusual from the feedback from Mr. Beanface. On the other end of the phone, at the elevator entrance of the Sky Arena. Please take this elevator, it will take you to the corresponding floor. After hanging up the call, the operator politely said to the young man in front of him. Thank you. Molek nodded politely, and then stepped into the elevator to the top floor. Are you also wearing a suit? The operator, who was also dressed in a suit, looked at Molek's back and couldn't help but think. Is he also from the Hunter Association, or some hunter force? 21 First meeting with Netaro. On the other side, the bean-faced man also informed Netaro of this situation. He mentioned Bai Yanged. Could it be someone sent by Mr. Bai Yanged? Mr. Bean-faced man analyzed. No, based on my understanding of Bai Yanged, if he wants to negotiate with me, he can just call me directly. On the top floor of the Sky Arena, in the room dedicated to the president of the Hunter Association. Advertisement. He has a silver-white ponytail on his head and wears a blue and white training robe with a Taoist style. Wearing high wooden clogs, his huge earlobes fall freely, and Netaro strokes his hooked beard with one hand and says so. Even if he has something that he can't get away with and can't contact me directly, he can ask someone else to convey it on his behalf. Netaro looked at the young figure in the elevator through the screen and said with a smile, but he will never let his people come to see me so directly. Is that so? Mr. Beanface man thought, he is afraid that you, the president, will detain the people he sent, right? No, 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 I won't detain them. Netaro gently stroked his hooked beard and laughed, I just want to play a game with him to see what kind of guy is chosen by Bai Yanged. Beanface man. Sure enough, I still can't understand the thinking and way of getting along between you two father and son. But one thing is certain. Netaro flicked his sleeves and smiled, there is no relationship between this young man and Bai Yanged. I am a little curious, what exactly does he want to do by coming to see me with the name of Bai Yanged? Bai Yanged, full name Bai Yanged Netaro. He is the biological son of Isaac Netaro, the current president of the Hunter Association. According to the name reading method in the Hunter world, the first name comes first and the last name comes last. Therefore, the real name of President Netaro should be Isaac. Netaro is a respectful title for him by outsiders, who only call him by his last name instead of his given name. As the son of President Netaro, Bai Yanged is not in the Hunter Association. He did not carry forward the heart source martial arts founded by President Netaro and inherit his legacy. Instead, he was thinking about going to the Dark Continent. However, due to Netaro's obstruction, he had to be trapped in these 6 continents. For this reason, Bai Yanged chose to join forces with the Kajin Empire and even planted an undercover in the Hunter Association. Vice President Perry Stonehill is his spy in the Hunter Association. Considering the special relationship between Bai Yanged and President Netaro, Molek came here to meet Netaro under the name of the other party. Of course, meeting Netaro is not the most important thing. The most important thing is advertisement. Ding. The elevator arrived and the automatic door slowly opened. The first thing that caught Molek's eyes was not the antique room environment. But it's really bright. The purple luster emanating from the entire room made Molek's mouth slightly raised. Purple brilliance, Special Blind Box. This is the card of Isaac Netero, the world's #1 Hunter x Hunter and the president of the Hunter Association. Even if he hasn't participated in any plot yet, just appearing already brings a top-level blind box. You seem very happy. At this time, President Netero, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the coffee table, looked at Molek who came in, his hands in his sleeves and his eyes were calm. Anyone would be happy to see the president of the legendary Hunter Association. Molek walked in with a smile, and subconsciously glanced at the special blind box next to Netero that was emitting purple brilliance. Get the special blind box, do you want to open it? Molek naturally chose no. In front of this old monster who has lived for more than 100 years, any slight change will not escape their eyes. Molek naturally chose to be safe and put it away first. But even so, Netero still noticed it. Netero followed Molek's subconscious gaze just now and looked to the side. Is there anything here? He glanced at the empty place where the purple blind box was originally located. Advertisement. Or, is there anything worth your attention? He turned his head and looked at Molek and nodded slightly. Sure enough, there is no relationship between you and Bai Yang. And your main purpose of coming here is not to see me, right? He didn't even add the word should, his tone was very firm, and he obviously saw something. Well, Bai Yang is just an excuse to come to see you, the president. In front of this old monster, there is no point in covering up. My name is Molek, nice to meet you. Molek walked to the coffee table, sat down openly, and nodded in acknowledgement. Molek? So you see me now. Netero's hooked beard shook slightly. What do you want to see me for? Originally, I had something. Molek answered honestly, but now it's done. Is that so? Netero nodded slightly. Then it seems that your business is going well. Thanks to the president. Mr. Damian who just walked into the room. This kind of conversation seems to be the communication between Vice President Pariston and the president on weekdays. Although he is no longer surprised by Netero's inconsistency. But it is quite novel to see that other people can keep up with President Netero's thinking and communicate calmly. 22 I have received your sincerity. I'm curious, how did you know about Bai Yang? I'm afraid I'm not the only one who knows about this. Faced with Netero's question, Molek shrugged. This kind of thing, as long as more than 2 people know it, it's no longer a secret. Yeah, that's right. Advertisement. Netero thought about it and felt that it made sense. It's normal for Bai Yang to recruit troops and leak some news. After all, he is a young man, he just can't hide things. Netero nodded as a matter of course. The bean-faced man next to him was hesitant to speak. Mr. Bai Yang is already over 60 years old. To say that he is a child. Well, in front of the president who is over 110 years old, he is indeed like a child. Then is it inconvenient for me to ask out of curiosity? Netero stroked his beard and looked at Molek calmly. You even said Bai Yang's name, what exactly are you doing here? Of course, if it is inconvenient to say it, it doesn't matter, I won't force it. After he said that, he put on a casual attitude. And Molek glanced at the yellow dodgeball rolling out beside him. Well, if he didn't say it, it really didn't matter. But most likely he would stay and play a game with him. With the character of this old naughty boy, he can definitely do it. But fortunately, he has been prepared for this aspect. It's not inconvenient. Molek flipped his palm and took out a small green bean. It's just related to my personal ability. It's just a small gift, not a respect. He put the beans on the table and smiled at Netero. This is an apology for bothering the president. This is. Netero looked at the beans on the table and looked at them carefully. Could this be your relative? He suddenly turned his head and looked at the bean-faced man next to him who was also curiously looking at him. Mr. Bean-faced man. Although we are all green beans, there are still essential differences, right? He looked at his own president with a speechless face. Fortunately, this kind of unreliable personality is not the first time he has experienced it. This small bean. Netero picked up the beans with 2 fingers, closed one eye, and looked at it carefully with one eye open. What is it used for? To eat. Advertisement. Molek coughed lightly. Since it's a bean, of course it can be eaten. That's not necessarily true. Netero said without turning his head, the bean next to me can't be eaten. Mr. Beanface Man. Okay, you're coming for me, right? Mr. Beanface Man wanted to cry but had no tears, in a world where he was the only one hurt was achieved. If it can be eaten, I don't know how it tastes. Or, could it be a croton bean? Netero twisted the senzu beans and glanced at Molek. My old man's frail body can't stand the tossing. Just kidding, if you're frail and can't stand the tossing, then there will be no strong people in the world. President, you can take a bite first. Molek chuckled, as long as you taste it, you'll understand. Is that so? Netero looked at it and really didn't observe anything else, so he stuck out his tongue and licked it. Wow, it seems to be okay. He laughed as if he had succeeded in a prank under the speechless gaze of Mr. Bean-faced man and Molek. Then he took a bite of the top of the senzu bean. Crunch! It tastes quite crisp. Netero chewed and commented, if the gourmet hunters in the association were to cook it, maybe, hey. Netero's eyes condensed slightly. Even his figure seemed to pause for a moment. Advertisement. As the highest combat power in the 6 continents and the strongest man in the world, he understands and controls his body to the extreme. He can easily feel the slightest change. So, after taking a bite of the senzu bean. Wow, this is indeed a very good gift. Netero's hand speed was extremely fast. Before Molek could see it clearly, he quickly hid the remaining half of the senzu bean somewhere unknown. He stroked his hooked beard with one hand, and said to Molek with a grin, I have received your sincerity. That's good. Molek nodded slightly. Netero was very satisfied with the effect of the senzu bean, which was normal. For these powerful nen, items of senzu bean are the best life-saving talismans. It is real hard currency in the circle of top nen. The fighting competition is about to be held. President, you should have a lot of things to do here, so I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Molek was ready to get up and leave. Wait a minute. Netero suddenly called out. He looked Molek up and down, and suddenly laughed. Do you have any beans like the bean-faced man's relatives? Bean-faced man? Molek. I really don't have any on me now. Molek stretched out his hands helplessly, if you don't believe me, you can search. Netero stroked his beard and said nothing. 23 Special Blind Box. In the end, Molek still didn't give out any extra beans. For something of this level, no matter how much he asked, there was definitely no such thing. Netero didn't force it, but asked Mr. Beanface Man to send Molek out. Really an interesting young man, wow. In the room, the half-remaining beans appeared again in Netero's palm. Advertisement. Really interesting, how did you do it? He tried to flip his palm. Netero asked that just now, not because he really wanted to ask Molek for extra beans. But he was more concerned about the process of Molek taking out the beans just now. There was no fluctuation of thoughts, and the fluctuations in his aura were also very stable. And his strength is not that strong, and his movements are also rough. The process of Netero putting away the beans before was actually a verification. He wanted to see if Molek could see clearly his action of hiding the beans. And through observation, he could be sure that Molek was not hiding his weakness but really didn't see clearly. Then Molek's method of taking out the magic beans, which even he couldn't see through, is worth pondering. Nen is a very magical power. Maybe there is a secret in it that even I can't see through. Netero laughed happily, I met another interesting young man. Wow wow wow. Advertisement. Whether it was using Bai Yang's name to meet him, or taking out this magical bean. And the method that made him unpredictable. Netero had a hunch that this young man's future achievements would definitely not be limited to this. Even though he is still very weak now, he has endless potential. Grow up soon. He stood up and weighed the dodgeball at his feet, it would be boring if he was alone. Snap snap snap. The thin old man, alone in this office, played dodgeball alone. At the same time, on the other side. Finally out. After coming out of the elevator and waving goodbye to Mr. Demian, Molek walked on the street outside and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous to meet Netero, the world's #1. Fortunately, this old man himself has the temper of an old naughty boy, and his character is relatively just and lawful. This time, the journey to find the blind box was safe and sound. Then, it's time to count the harvest. Molek found a secluded and safe place, looking at the blind box emitting purple light in the storage space, and couldn't help laughing. Come on, the first special blind box, let me see what good things can be opened. Get the special blind box, do you want to open it? Open. Open successfully, get, Master Kame's Harvest of 100 Years of Martial Arts. Source World, Dragon Ball, Master Kame, Master Wu Tian's Harvest of 100 Years of Martial Arts. Before he could be happy, Molek closed his eyes and carefully felt the harvest this time. Turtle Master, the former world's #1 martial artist in the Dragon Ball world, is known as the God of Martial Arts. The founder of the martial arts school Turtle Master Ryu and the father of Kamehameha. He is known as the strongest in the world and is called the legendary martial artist Master Mutin. On the surface, he is a lecherous, powerless old man. But in fact, he is a muscular man who can even crush the moon. Even though he was suppressed by the space scions like Sun Wukong one after another, his presence was suppressed. But it still couldn't cover up his glory. Advertisement. Turtle Master, who has lived for more than 350 years, his accumulation and precipitation in martial arts cannot be explained in words. At least, when Molek slowly accepted these harvests. Only then did he begin to realize how powerful it is. This is. Molek slowly opened his eyes. Is this the chi of Kame Ryu? He looked at his hand and slowly clenched it into a fist. Instantly, an astonishing amount of chi instantly filled his fist. Not only in my hand, but also in my body. Molek could sense that in his body, there was an immense and overwhelming force surging. Among the martial arts gains of Kame Ryu over 100 years, the results of his practice over 100 years were naturally indispensable. That is, the practice of chi. The chi in Dragon Ball and the chi in Hunter x Hunter, if studied carefully, will find that the two have common characteristics. They are both pure life energy and can be used to fight against enemies in battles. Among them, Transmutersnen and the chi waves in Dragon Ball are extremely similar. The practice systems of the two can be completely combined. Kame Ryu has practiced chi for 100 years, and at this moment, all of them have turned into Molek's own strength. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, apart from their abilities, basic combat experience and qualities, the most intuitive thing is the strength of their mind and the amount of their chi. The result of Master Roshi's 100 years of training also brought Molek a huge amount of chi. 24 century of martial arts. But this is not my own after all. Molek quietly felt the surging chi in his body. If you want to be able to use it as if it were your arm, you still have to compress it again. Although he can use the power that has been instilled. But in this world dominated by idealism, Chen wants to use this power to the extreme. Naturally, he still has to compress and refine these chi into his own. Advertisement. Although the amount of chi finally refined will be greatly reduced, it will become more pure and of higher quality. Molek lingered in his heart, it will also be more handy and completely become my own power. He silently familiarized himself with the power in his body, and did not forget to feel other gains. In addition to this huge amount of chi, the martial arts gains of this century are naturally the various achievements of Kame Sennin in martial arts during this century. Including but not limited to the practice methods of Kame Sennin chi, various martial arts techniques, experience in fighting against people, etc. Kame Sennin is the summary of Kame Sennin's martial arts practice. Just like the Zenyuan school created by President Netero himself. There are many martial arts training methods in this world, and Zenyuan school is just one of them. Although Molek has not yet come into contact with this school, from what he perceives, the practice of this Kame Senryu may not be worse than Zenyuan school. It may even be better. In this case, there is no need to find a master for myself. Molek digested the practice knowledge and experience, and felt that his future was open. The practice of Zenyuan school may require guidance, even for those who have passed the hunter test. But if it is Kame Senryu, Molek himself is the best teacher. Advertisement. No one knows Kame Senryu better than him. This is also a thoroughfare to the supreme power. As long as you continue to study and improve this school, it is only a matter of time before you become the strongest. Kame Senryu definitely has such strength and potential. This can be seen from the various martial arts techniques summarized by Kame Senren. Signature skills Kamehameha, After Image Fist, Drunken Fist, 10,000 Nations Shocking Palm, Demon Sealing Wave, etc. Every move and every style can even be used as Nen. With so many rich martial arts moves, Molek does not have to worry about his future means of dealing with enemies. As for the experience and skills of dealing with enemies, with more than 100 years of experience in fighting, what kind of opponents has Master Roshi not seen? He did not call out the title of God of Martial Arts and Master Wu Tian. But he relied on his extraordinary strength to fight. These fighting experiences are of great benefit to Molek. As long as he can learn to combine some advanced application skills of Nen, such as hard, circle, etc. with the application of the turtle immortal style. Then his strength will definitely be more than one level up. It can be said that the super blind box opened this time really makes up for the biggest shortcoming that Molek urgently needs now. It made his strength a qualitative leap. In this dangerous hunter world where life and death are unpredictable, only his own strong strength can give Molek some confidence. It can be said that this special blind box is worthy of the name of special. It is not about how strong and invincible it is. But it gave Molek the most needed and urgent power now, and solved his difficulties. At least, let me stand in front of Netero again. This time I should be able to see clearly his method of hiding the beans. Advertisement. After checking this full harvest, Molek's mind was also greatly satisfied. So much so that he still had some eagerness to try and wanted to find Netero to test the results. However, as soon as these ideas came out, they were directly extinguished by him. He is not like those guys in Dragon Ball who got the power of fusion and became arrogant. After East Kai and his subordinate Jupiter merged with their ear beads, they gained huge power and expanded. They even thought about going to fight Bu with Son Goku. It would be strange if he didn't get beaten to shit. After opening the blind box this time, Molek also noticed a little pattern. Here in the Sky Arena, the ones opened are all related to the Dragon Ball, a martial arts school that also has the world's #1 martial arts tournament. The blind box opened next to Netero, the world's number 1, is even more related to Master Kame, the number 1 martial arts school of Dragon Ball. In other words, the blind box still has some affinity. The blind boxes opened next to some special people and places may have things and skills that are suitable for people and places. Of course, this is just Molek's guess. Blind boxes, because of their unknown nature, will bring so many surprises to people. Billy. Just when Molek was slightly digesting and summarizing the gains this time, the phone in his arms rang. It was Rightnessla who called. Click. Boss. As soon as the call was connected, Rightnessla's low voice came from the other end of the line. Nian told me everything. 25 boss, is it possible that it was just my illusion? Obviously, the young lady also went directly to her father to complain. And Lightnessra called to inquire about the situation and asked for an explanation. Molek understood immediately. He might have taken it a little more seriously before. But now. I asked someone to watch over the young lady and not let her go out casually. Advertisement. Feeling the power in his body that had not yet dissipated, Molek said calmly. I know. After a slight silence of 2 seconds, Lightnessra on the other end of the phone spoke. You must have your reasons for doing this. Since I have given you the full authority to protect Nian, all actions outside will be based on you. In this regard, you should be more professional than me. Lightnessra did not hold him accountable, nor did he say anything else meaningful. What he did say was just trust and delegation again. In this regard, Lightnessra is indeed a good boss. No wonder Daisy was able to risk his life for him later. Of course, it is not ruled out that his trust was based on the prophecy poem given to him by Nian. At that time, he came to Meteor Street and found Molek based on Nian's prophecy poem. Advertisement. But no matter what, Lightnessra gave Molek such trust, and Molek was not so ungrateful. And if this matter is not resolved as soon as possible, if Nian makes any more trouble in the future, it will affect their relationship, which will not be good. Molek thought about it, and just when Lightnessra was about to hang up the phone, he said. Boss, I think you should know that the divination that the lady has is a peculiar ability, right? Well, I know, this is Nian's innate power, a power given by God. Although he didn't know what Molek meant, he still felt a little proud when he said this. This is a gift from God to Nian, and it is also a gift given to him. Since the eldest lady has such power, other people will also have similar abilities. Have you ever thought about this, boss? Lightnessra was stunned. What do you mean? I mean, other people may also awaken this strange power, and this power is not limited to divination. You mean? Lightnessra is not a stupid person, he vaguely reacted. Among those who awaken strange powers, their abilities may be offensive, defensive, and of course, they may also be. Molek paused, plunder and steal. Hey! Molek could clearly hear Lightnessra on the other end of the phone, breathing heavier. Did you find something? Advertisement. His voice became a little hoarse, and the heavy and rapid breathing sound was clearly audible. A little bit. Molek said vaguely, but I'm not sure. If even you can't be sure, it means there is indeed a potential danger. Rightnessra's tone suddenly rose. Yes, you are over at the Sky Arena. Now the Sky Arena has gathered fighters from all over the world and held the Olympia Fighting Conference. All kinds of people will come here. The people you mentioned may have already come to this place. No, we can't let Nian stay in that place anymore. Come back. You have to come back quickly. Molek could faintly hear the roar and hysteria in the words. Rightnessra seemed to be really panicked. Boss, is it possible that it was just my illusion? Molek asked tentatively, or, even if there are those guys, they are just trying to make this conference lively. I don't care whether it's lively or not. Lightnessra's attitude is quite firm, I just know that Nian is very unsafe there. On the other end of the phone that Molek can't see, Lightnessra's eyes are already full of blood. Molek. He shouted Molek's full name in a deep voice. I trust your judgment and feelings 100%, even more than you do yourself. Now, as the boss, I order you to come back from the Sky Arena now, immediately, right away. But the fighting competition has not started yet, and the lady is looking forward to it. If you do this, will it? Don't worry about her. Lightnessra said firmly, everything is based on Nian's safety. It is based on Nian's divination ability, right? It was not surprising to Molek that Lightnessra was so nervous and made such a judgment. After all, he started from scratch, and his hope of turning over a new leaf was all on Nian. Everything he had, money, power, status, and reputation, was based on that magical divination ability. Once Nian had any accident, he would become the little boss with nothing again. This was something Lightnessra would never allow to happen. Nian's safety, or the safety of her divination ability, was his bottom line. He would not tolerate any situation that threatened this ability. Lightnessra acted extremely quickly. 26. The stimulated self-esteem. When Molek hung up the phone and returned to his residence. It seems that this is too much. He opened the door and walked in, and what caught his eyes was the mess on the floor. The lady cried very sadly. Huashi Dolang emerged from the hidden corner. Advertisement. He said faintly, not long ago, the boss called and didn't say anything, just asked us to pack up and leave here immediately. He even said that if we are too late, we would rather throw our things away and send the lady back as soon as possible. So the lady got angry, right? Molek looked at the slightly red and swollen place on Huashi Dolang's forehead. I'm sorry for you. Huashi Dolang sighed deeply. Originally, he followed Molek here mainly to practice and become stronger, so that he could beat Hisoka in the next ring fight. He thought it was a gangster business that killed people without blinking an eye, but it turned out to be a nanny looking after children, and so willful. Things were thrown randomly, and they were thrown so accurately, specifically hitting people on the head. This was really different from what he thought. Where is the lady? She was tired of crying and fell asleep again. Well, this was the second time that Nian fainted from crying. I believe that in the future, this situation may become more and more common. Gangs are different from each other. Molek glanced at Huashi Dolang, who had changed into a black suit in order to better integrate. I suggest you prepare yourself mentally in advance. Advertisement. Huashi Dolang suddenly felt that his road ahead was a long way to go. It felt like he was on a pirate ship. But since he had chosen this path, he could only continue to walk on it. Nian fainted from crying, but this did not affect the departure of the team at all. Maids such as Arisa carried Nian to the airship, and the group set out on the journey to leave here. Well, it can be said that they came here just to watch a game, and everyone returned. The maids like Arisa didn't care. Arisa even preferred to go back early to see how Skavara and his dog were doing. Huashi Dolang didn't care either. After losing to Hisoka in the ring, there was no point in staying here. The most important thing was to leave with Molek and get the secret of becoming stronger. This was even more true for Molek. He had gained a lot from the battle between Huashi Dolang and Hisoka and from Netero. This trip to the Sky Arena was a great harvest. In other words, a world where only Nian was injured was achieved. But no one would care about her feelings. Even her father would only pay attention to and care about her divination ability. Even if her father was asked to choose between her and her ability, he would most likely choose the latter. It would take some time to return to his home on the European continent from the Sky Arena. During the return journey, Nian naturally woke up. Knowing that she was already on her way home, she was even more upset. She found the phone again and made a series of fatal calls to her father, Light Nisla. But he was the one who knew Nian best and his daughter best. I don't know what Light Nisla said to Nian, but at least she was very honest on the way back. She didn't cry or make a scene, nor did she say she would go back to watch the Olympic fighting competition. Advertisement. Instead, she watched the live broadcast with her mates in her room. During the period, she called Huashi Dolang over to help explain the game. Well, if it was a normal game, Huashi Dolang could still explain it from the perspective of a martial artist. But when the hosts used Nen, a power that he didn't understand and couldn't see through, Huashi Dolang knew that this involved a field that he had never stepped into and had been pursuing, and it was impossible to explain it. Then, Nian looked disappointed. What? I thought he was so powerful, but he couldn't even understand the fight of the host, let alone fight with them. The young and ignorant words deeply stimulated Huashi Dolang's self-esteem. He took out the notebook Molek had given him before, and began to study it seriously according to the introduction of the practice of basic 4 elements recorded on it. As for Molek, he didn't have time to care about these things. He was refining his own huge amount of chi in his room. This also made the return journey particularly harmonious, and also made the maids such as Arisa feel relieved. In this way, time passed slowly, and soon they returned to their own home. And Light Nisra had withdrawn early and waited at home. You are finally back. Seeing Nian jumping into the house, Light Nisra was relieved. Humph. Seeing her father, Nian didn't give him a good face at all. She just turned her head away and snorted, not even looking at him, and walked towards her room. Light Nisra didn't mind this. As long as nothing happened to Nian. As for her attitude, Light Nisra already had a lot of experience in dealing with it, and had experienced worse situations than this, so this was nothing to him. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at Molek who came in from behind, Light Nisra's tone became much gentler. 27 The Zaldik family's action. Nothing, just doing what needs to be done. Molek looked at Light Nisla, who looked a little dusty and tired. Boss, is it okay for you to come back so early? Apparently, he rushed back almost immediately after hearing about Nian's potential danger. Nothing, the Leeds family has already taken care of it. Advertisement. Light Nisla waved his hand, Kenport is done too. He sneered, his eyes showing obvious gloating, their family is now in a mess, and they are already falling apart. Ken Port was the guy who had his neck broken by Molek on Meteor Street and mocked right Nisla. So the situation now is that the leader is dead, and his men are going to scatter like monkeys when the tree falls? No, 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 even if Ken Porter died, he still had children and brothers who could stand up and take charge of the situation. Right Nisra explained, the main reason is that their family has no money. They set their sights on a certain family's industry, and then spent a lot of money to hire a killer to assassinate the leader of that family. So now, they are spending more than they earn, and the whole family is starving. As Right Nisra explained, Molek gradually understood. Just as he said, Ken Porter set his sights on a particularly profitable industry, and then spent a lot of money to hire a killer to assassinate the leader of the family that held that industry. This also led to a serious deficit within their family now. Originally, Ken Porter was ambitious and ready to make a big move. When the other party was in chaos due to the death of the person in charge, he took that profitable industry into his pocket. For this reason, he went to Meteor Street and found a powerful thug to ensure that this time the action of annexing the other party's industry would be foolproof. But unfortunately, before he could realize his ambitions, he died in Meteor Street, in the hands of Molek. As for the industry he was planning, it was called Spicy Mountain. Advertisement. Spicy Mountain is rich in spicy mountain ore, which can form a kind of crystal. This kind of crystal is something that can make people addicted and make life worse than death. It is said that once you taste this refined crystal, you will be unable to stop and can never get rid of it. Many people will go bankrupt to buy spicy mountain ore. In the end, everyone will be ruined and collapse for it. And the name of Spicy Mountain sounds familiar to Molek. It's the candidate named Anita, where she was originally. In the second round of the Hunter test in the original timeline, on the way to the third round of the test. On the airship, there was a candidate named Anita who attacked Killua with a dagger. Claiming that Killua killed her father and tore her family apart, she wanted to kill Killua to avenge her father. And her family is located in Laxiang Mountain. So, it was because of this assassination that Anita's family was destroyed, right? Well, after all these things have been sorted out, they all match up. And the assassin who assassinated Anita's father is almost the Zaldik family. Only this family can basically ensure that the goal is completed without any mistakes. Only this family has very high asking prices, which makes a family a little out of pocket. It is said that the official external offer of the Zaldik family is 10 billion ringgits. If converted into RMB, it is about 60 million. This figure reflects the extremely high value of the Zaldik family members and their status in the assassin world. And they do not support batch settlement. Advertisement. They take all the commissions directly after completing the order. For Ken Port and others, who are just a small family, paying 10 billion ringgits at one time is definitely a serious injury, even a major artery. Originally, after getting the mineral industry of Spicy Mountain, their family could also recover. But who could have expected that the leader Ken Porter would die in Meteor Street? Of course, there are also sharp-sighted guys in the family. Emphasize the need to decisively take the industry into your pocket. But with sharp eyes, there are naturally short-sighted and stupid ones. Ken Porter died suddenly, and the leaderless family naturally began to split up. What's more, the mineral industry of Spicy Mountain is so tempting that others are also eyeing it. Of course, they don't want to see the people of the Ken Porter family react to join in the fun. So, some underworld families secretly fanned the flames and basically killed the Ken Porter family. Perhaps, even if Ken Porter was not killed by me, he would not be able to keep the mineral industry of Spicy Mountain. Molek glanced at Right Nisla, who was in a good mood. If Ken Port really prospered, then Right Nisla would never have lived as comfortably as he did later. Most likely, he was killed by someone who was waiting behind him while he was taking over the industry. As for who will be the final winner, it depends on who gets the Laxiangshan ore industry. And according to Right Nisla, the Leeds family has intervened, and it won't take long for things to be settled. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. 28 Dazo and the devil. Obviously, Light Nisra also understood what this dust settled meant. The industry of Spicy Mountain will most likely fall into the hands of the intervening Leeds family. But all this has nothing to do with them. With Nian's divination ability in hand, Light Nisra is still not interested in this hot, easy to be targeted, and put himself in danger. By the way, I heard that you hired a new bodyguard in the Sky Arena. Advertisement. Light Nisra seemed to remember something. It's still a powerful martial artist who has reached the 200th floor. Being able to reach this position in the Sky Arena is enough to show how powerful he is. Light Nisra smiled and said, and I also believe in your vision. I will not give him any less treatment he deserves. He clapped his hands. Coincidentally, I also met a very powerful guy outside. He was safe and sound after being hit by 10 bullets. I think he should be a person of the same level as you. After the applause, a figure walked out from behind Light Nisra. He is tall, wearing a black coat and a blue scarf, and has black lines under his slightly fierce eyes. His name is Daisny, and he has also accepted my employment and become a member of my bodyguard team. Light Nisra introduced, Dajni will serve as my personal bodyguard to protect my safety. However, the specific protection work of the entire family, especially the young lady, is still mainly yours. When necessary, all bodyguards will put your opinions first. This is what Light Nisra promised Molek, and this time he just emphasized it again. It was still in front of Dajni and Molek, and the intention was self-evident. However, after he finished speaking, Dajni, who was standing behind him, raised his eyebrows. Is it him? Dajni's eyes couldn't help but look at Molek in front of him, who looked younger and more immature than him, wearing a black suit and dressed very brightly. Before accepting the employment, Dajni heard that Light Nisra had said these conditions. Advertisement. And Light Nisra also stated in advance that if he could not accept it, then he could only regretfully end this cooperation. Even so, Dajni still accepted it. It was not that he liked to be controlled by others and did not want to be the boss. But he thought that his strength was not bad. Just follow Light Nisra, find the bodyguard leader mentioned by the boss, and knock him down. Let Light Nisra see who is the most powerful, then he will naturally replace the original one and become the new bodyguard team leader. Now, he also saw the man who Light Nisra always praised and admired. It's just that he is a little different from what he imagined. I know. Molek just nodded, glanced at Dajni, and didn't express any opinions. If it was before going to the Sky Arena, the original bodyguard leader of the Nisra family would make him pay more attention. But now, there is no need for that. Is it amazing to take 10 bullets with your body? Now he can easily block those 10 bullets with his bare hands. However, the white blind box next to him is quite interesting. Then you two can communicate first, I have something else to do. After saying this, Light Nisra went upstairs to coax his daughter Nian. Only Molek and Dajni were left here. You are Molek, right? After the boss left, Dajni spoke first. I have heard the boss talk about you many times. Well, your name is Dajni, the boss just said it. Advertisement. Molek nodded, then we know each other. After that, he didn't want to waste time here, so he turned around and left. Wait a minute. Dajni suddenly raised his voice, looked at Molek and said in a deep voice. Is this the end? What else do you want to say? Molek just glanced back at him, the boss has already said everything that needs to be said. If you don't understand something, just go find the boss. Before finding the boss, I think there is one more thing to do. He raised his head and legs, staring straight at Molek, wanting to walk towards him, I think. Gah. Before he finished speaking, everything stopped abruptly. Dajni's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw a pair of extremely indifferent eyes, A&D. The terrifying breath of the monster beast that seemed to come from the abyss of hell and devoured people's hearts. I'm not interested in playing tricks with you. Molek said calmly, my time is precious, and I don't have time to waste it with you here. If you really have any other ideas, either go to the boss now, or I'll take you to the boss. After that, he ignored Dajni and turned away. Plop. After Molek left, Dajni sat down on the ground. He gasped heavily, as if he had just been freed from the air. Devil. 29 From now on, we must never become his enemy. Recalling the mountain-like pressure just now, which made him suffocate and unable to breathe, a trace of fear flashed in Dajni's eyes. The evil thoughts that surged towards him like a tide and covered the sky really made him unable to raise the thought of resistance. Just sitting on the ground and relaxing for a long time. No wonder the boss respects his opinion so much. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly recognized such a reality. Advertisement. In the future, I must never be his enemy. After resolute this idea in his heart, Dajni staggered to his feet and went to find Light Nisra dejectedly. So, the right to speak in this family was once again determined. What a joke, even Nian couldn't shake Molek's position, let alone this Dajni who joined later. In addition to providing Molek with a white ordinary level blind box, he had no other value. Get the ordinary blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, basic storage space of 5 cubic meters, can be stacked. 5 cubic meters? There are a few more cubic meters than Light Nisra. It seems that even though they are all ordinary blind boxes, there are still differences between blind boxes of the same level. As for this difference, it should also be the degree of participation in the plot and the importance of the plot development. Compared with Light Nisra, Dajni's presence in the plot is still stronger. Including but not limited to testing Karapika, arresting and interrogating Yuvajin, being pierced by Finks. After all, he is a well-known and dead extra with some roles. It is understandable that the things opened are a little higher than Light Nisra. Advertisement. In this way, Dajni provided Molek with a most ordinary blind box and opened up some storage space, but there was no other value. In this way, the Nisra family entered a short and peaceful development period. Light Nisra easily made his daughter Nian happy again. and asked her to write some people's prophecy poems again. This was the relationship he established when he went to the Leeds family this time. In addition to explaining the cause of Ken Porter's death, he also took this opportunity to get to know many people in the Leeds family. Once the prophecy poem brought them closer together, he became an indispensable existence. Then his smooth journey to the top would be a piece of cake. Daisy also recognized the reality in his own status, so he just stayed with Lightnessra silently, acting as his personal bodyguard. Whenever Lightnessra had to go out on business, he would accompany him. It can be seen that being able to take 10 bullets gave Lightnessra a great sense of security. Well, it is perfect to use it to block guns when necessary. Huashi Dolang also gradually became familiar with and integrated into the life here. Of course, the most important thing is that after he started to master the basic 4 major industries, he realized how vast the world of mind is. Everything about mind is so profound. And when he asked Molek about something he didn't understand, the latter could always answer him clearly. This also made Huashi Dolang more determined to stay here. When he was impressed by the magic of Nen, he was always a little confused. It seemed that some of the techniques of using Qi taught by Professor Molek always felt a little special. But in Molek's words, there are many martial arts schools in this world that practice Nen. Advertisement. What he practiced was one of the many schools. It's called Turtle Immortal Style. It doesn't sound very loud, but when he really practiced it, Huashi Dolang couldn't stop. The main reason was that some of the martial arts in this school were very suitable for his appetite. Especially one of the moves called After-Image Fist. He always had an idea. When he fought with Hisoka in the Sky Arena before, he found that Hisoka launched an attack after locking himself. So what if there are multiple targets for Hisoka to lock? Or, suddenly catch him off guard and make him unable to react? For some reason, when Huashi Dolang thought of Hisoka's face always with a look of wisdom, he felt very unhappy. And his 2 arms that played with cards and seemed to control the fate of life and death, he also wanted to cut them off. Huashi Dolang had already calculated through the Mizumi Shiki that he was an enhancer. He thought that he might be able to integrate this after-image fist move into the Nen he wanted to develop. Well, not only did he measure the system through the Mizumi Shiki, Molek also made him recognize the probability of practicing the system for ability development. Huashi Dolang, who belongs to the enhancer, practiced the enhancer's Fa, that is, Nen. He can reach 100% strength in this aspect. But if he practices transmuter, it is only 80%, emitter is only 60%, and manipulator is only 40%. Originally, he cultivated the Fanan, double stand, which was not compatible with his attribute system. This made it impossible for him to exert his combat power 100%. Even Hisoka commented that he was a waste of capacity. His abilities are manipulator and emitter abilities which are incompatible with his enhancer abilities, so his talents are wasted. 30 The development of Kame Senryu is just around the corner. Therefore, after learning Molek's warning, Huashi Dolang would at least not grow up so wildly and develop the abilities that he thought were good. Combining his own system, he developed the abilities that suited him, so that he could maximize his own strength. Huashi Dolang had such a goal of his own, and he was constantly striving for it. And Skavara, who was also a bodyguard and a dog owner, was really a bit painful. Skavara opened the aura nodes and became a Nen, just by chance. Advertisement. Not to mention that his Nen had been developed and cultivated by him early on. It was to control the dogs he raised. As an emitter, he had such an ability, which could be said to have basically no potential. This was how his life would be. Therefore, he had a very difficult time practicing the basic 4 elements of Nen. What's more, he himself was not interested in this. He just wanted to make money, raise dogs, and live a simple life with his girlfriend. He never thought about becoming stronger. Therefore, even though Molek gave him the conditions and knowledge to practice, he only practiced for a while. After learning that his family had settled down and his enemies were almost dead, he relaxed again. In this regard, Molek said that everyone has their own aspirations, and good words can't persuade the damned ghost. He respected Skavara's choice. However, the other party wasted his good intentions, so if he didn't do something, his idea was really unreasonable. Advertisement. So, Skavara was arranged to be Huashi Dolang's sparring partner. Whenever Huashi Dolang had some gains and improvements, he would come to Skavara for a competition. Well, in name, it was a competition, but in fact, it was used as a sandbag. Skavara was beaten unilaterally. In every competition, he was beaten black and blue, and fell to the ground wailing. His own dogs licked his wounds and swallowed the bitter fruit silently. It's not that he didn't think about finding someone to do justice. But this matter was originally arranged by Molek's bodyguard leader, and he couldn't refuse. As for the boss, let alone give full authority to Molek. Moreover, he was also happy to make his guard team stronger. Of course, he didn't care what method was used. For this reason, if Skawara, who had no way to uphold justice, wanted to avoid being beaten, or to be beaten less painfully, he had to pick up the practice method given by Molek again. As for Molek himself, he was refining his amazing temperament while digesting those martial arts and experience. This takes a certain amount of time to slowly consume. In this way, the entire Nisra family fell into a trend of advocating martial arts. Almost everyone is practicing seriously, and the development of the Kame Sengan Ryu is just around the corner. Congratulations, Coca-Cola! If Kame Sengan had a spirit in this world, he would definitely feel very gratified. In this way, time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year passed, and it came to the end of 1997. Advertisement. In the past 6 months, Light Nisra relied on the divination ability from Nian. He successfully connected with the Leeds family, gained a lot of wealth and status, and began to become famous. But this reputation was not a good reputation. There is no wall that is impenetrable, and the news about divination gradually spread. Many underworld families who envied him maliciously slandered and defamed him behind his back, and they were quite displeased with him. But Light Nisra was completely unmoved. He knew very well that as long as Nian's divination ability was in his hands, he would not lose power. Those malicious slanders and defamations made him lose everything, let alone the lucrative benefits. Of course, there were some greedy and jealous stupid guys who sent killers and underworld members to assassinate him, kidnap Nian, and so on. The guys who assassinated him were all blocked by Daisy. Even Light Nisra felt a little sympathetic towards the assassins who kidnapped Nian. It is said that they were all captured alive by Molek and used as their toys. Well, in Molek's words, they were used as subjects for his practice and experiments. Experiment. It doesn't sound like this is a good ending. In addition, Light Nisra was very smart to go to the relationship established by the Leeds family to cry and seek help. With the intervention of the Leeds family, the storm was quickly calmed down. Light Nisra also got his wish and made further progress, and he no longer had to be remembered by his fellow gangsters. However, for the sake of insurance and for his own safety, and as his family business and stalls grew bigger and bigger, Light Nisra hired 2 more bodyguards after Molek's judgment. 31 The main storyline is getting closer and closer. Shachimona Dochino, and Evilian Fu. The former is a rare professional hunter, while the latter is a military man with a tall stature, giving people a sufficient sense of security. These 2 people are also familiar faces. The former was an emitter who was sent out for assessment when Karapika applied for the Nisra family. Nan is the emitter's 11 people under the eaves. Advertisement. The specific ability is to use the black-clothed man balloon as the basis and create 11 combatants with thoughts. 8 use swords, 3 use guns, and can only give them simple commands, such as attack the nearest enemy around. The control distance is only a few meters at most, and the means of control are also very simple. Most of the time it is used for defense, and the strength is not strong. In the auction venue in Yokiksen City, Franklin's thought bullet easily penetrated the black-clothed man and hit his head and died. Evilian Fu originally had no sense of existence. He entered the underground auction venue with Shachimona Dochino and Fei Ji to participate in the auction. Later, the venue was attacked by Phantom Troop, and he was ordered by Shachimona Dochino to inform Daisy with his life. When he rushed out of the venue, he was killed by Shizuku's headshot with bullseye fish. Very good, more and more familiar faces began to appear. This also means that the beginning of the main plot is getting closer and closer. The climate in December has gradually turned cold and entered winter. But in the new villa purchased by the Nisra family, it is warm in winter and cool in summer, and the climate is pleasant. Looking at the blooming flowers and flying butterflies in the lawn, those who don't know would think it is spring now. This is what Nian asked, to see bright flowers in winter. Light Nisra naturally fulfilled her little wish. He spent a lot of money to buy strange objects from some professional hunters to ensure that it is spring all year round. In addition to the lawn, Light Nisra also knew that in this new villa, a training room with a wide space was specially arranged. Provide a place for bodyguards to practice, spar, and vent their energy. At this time, the crackling sound of fighting was also heard in the training room. Plop! In the wide space, a figure was thrown to the ground in a mess. Fortunately, the ground was made of a special smooth and flat wooden board with great bearing capacity. Otherwise, if the ground was damaged, it would be easy to suffer secondary damage. You are worthy of being the boss. Advertisement. In the corner, standing against the wall, Xiachimino Dochino, who had blonde curly hair and looked like a monkey, was standing. He looked at the scene in the field and couldn't help swallowing. It took a while before, but now it only takes 10 moves to take down Huashi Dolang, right? Yu Walianfu, a tall white man standing in the same standard military posture, nodded seriously. Not only has the time and moves been shortened a lot, but I can also feel that the captain's reaction and experience in fighting are also getting stronger. After joining the bodyguard team, the 2 naturally followed the orders of Light Nisra. They served as errand boys under Molek and obeyed his arrangements. During this period, Daisy was still unwilling to give up and wanted to find the 2. But there was no way. On the one hand, Xiachimino and Yualianfu obeyed the orders of their boss Lightnessra. They obeyed whoever the boss told them to obey. On the other hand, after watching the fight between Molek and Huashi Dolang, they were also extremely convinced and admired the strength of the two. It was also natural that they stood on the side of Molek and his team. Maybe even if Huashi Dolang and the 15 of us are included, we can't be the captain's opponent. 15. Shachimono was stunned. Where did the 15 people come from? He looked at Huashi Dolang lying on the ground in the field, and then looked at Skavara who was feeding the dog beside him and shrinking his head without saying a word. Including the two of us, there are only 4 people. Advertisement. Don't you still have your nin? Yualianfo looked straight ahead and said in a deep voice, your 11 black-clothed men can also be counted. You are also a professional hunter, and you have received the orthodox teachings of the heart source stream. The black-clothed men you developed should be able to cause some trouble to the captain, right? Shachimono. How can it be the same? There are still differences between nin and nin. You don't have to consider my ability at all. Shachimono shook his head like a rattle. Instead of having expectations for me, you might as well put your hopes on the dogs of Skavara. Hey! Skavara, who had been silently reducing his presence, raised his head when he heard this. His eyes met with Shachimono, and then the two of them avoided each other again. They are all poor students on Nin, why should poor students embarrass poor students? Sure enough, it's still a little short. On the field, Huashi Dolang, who fell down, panted and recalled the battle process just now. No, it's not necessarily just a little short. During the half-year of training with Molek, he also developed a good habit of reviewing. Perhaps, I still have a lot to learn. He found several flaws in the battle, the gap is getting bigger and bigger. Huashi Dolang raised his head and looked at Molek who was walking beside him. You are getting stronger and stronger. 32 Is he really going to take a hunter license exam? It's all thanks to your sparring partner. Molek smiled and reached out to Huashi Dolang who was lying on the ground. He was no longer a little impetuous at this time, and he no longer had the roughness that Netero saw at that time. Instead, he was introverted and calm. He has now changed from being extroverted to being restrained. Advertisement. But whenever necessary, he will let people see what it means to show off his talents. It's really hard to imagine that when we first started fighting, you are completely different from you now. Huashi Dolang sighed, and also took Molek's hand and was pulled up. Thinking back to the first day of fighting, he felt Molek's extraordinariness. Although he was directly crushed by his energy, but he was still able to deal with Molek with his martial arts experience of fighting to the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. But later, he could clearly perceive that Molek's progress was very rapid. And it had exceeded his imagination. After a few more fights, Molek didn't even need to be strong, but could easily knock him down with his experience and techniques in martial arts. Just like now. This made Huashi Dolang feel that he was not facing a gang bodyguard captain, but a real martial arts master. He didn't understand why Molek could improve so fast, and why a person like him would choose to stay here. He only knew that the Kame Senryu martial arts was really profound. Every time he practiced, he would have different feelings and gains. Huashi Dolang is now confident. Even if he faces Hisoka again, he will never be beaten so badly. Yurnan has been developed almost, right? Molek patted Huashi Dolang's shoulder, who had stabilized his breath. When Yurnan is developed, I am looking forward to feeling it again. Ah, Captain, don't worry about this. Advertisement. When mentioning his nin, Huashi Dolang's eyes showed a confident smile. I will never let you down. After understanding his own department and Nin's training system, he also had a rough idea of his own abilities. He planned to combine his nin with the martial arts he had practiced before and the moves of Kame Senryu that he learned later. He had been studying a set of boxing techniques called Tiger Bite Fist. He also found that the residual image fist in Kame Senryu was very much to his liking. What he is currently practicing is to combine these two boxing techniques to refine his own unique fa. And after more than half a year of study and practice, it is almost formed. I believe that it won't be long before his nin residual image Tiger Bite True Fist can be fully practiced. Well, the ability is not yet perfect, but the name Huashi Dolang has been thought of first. He even added the word real. I can only say that he is an enhancer. Next, you just need to cultivate your nin into shape, and then further deepen your understanding and practice of nin. Molek gave another simple instruction, with your talent, the only thing that will hinder you from becoming stronger is a matter of time. With Molek helping him, how could he watch Huashi Dolang waste his talent again? This time, it was real, and he let him practice nin based on his own enhancer as the basic system. To ensure that his strength and talent can be fully utilized. I know. Huashi Dolang nodded seriously. He kept every word Molek said, every instruction and teaching to him firmly in his heart. Okay, your future is basically fine, and I have to think about my own business next. After Molek gave Huashi Dolang instructions, he turned around and looked at the other bodyguards who were chatting over there. Dochino. Molek waved over there. Advertisement. Here I come, Captain. Zyakimona Dochino was startled when he heard the voice and immediately ran over. What are the arrangements? Let me ask you, what was the process when you took the hunter license? Hunter license? Zyakimona Dochino was stunned. The captain asked about the hunter license. Could it be that he was also planning to take the exam? Some doubts emerged in his mind, but Zyakimona Dochino remained calm on the surface. He recounted all the details of his original exam in detail. Okay, I understand. Molek nodded after listening. Then, he patted Huashi Dolang and Xiachimino Dochino on the shoulders. Tell the boss later, I'm going out to do something. As he spoke, he walked out the door. You guys are responsible for the safety of the lady. Remember to take care of her before I come back. Yes. Uwalianfu and Skavara, who hurriedly got up from the ground and didn't even bother to feed the dog, immediately responded loudly. No way. Xiachimino Dochino looked at Molek's departing back and murmured. Captain, he won't really take a hunter license. What's so good about a hunter license? Well, the hunter license seems to be really good for most people in the world. Not only can it bring a lot of convenience, but it can also accept learning and enter a whole new world. But for the captain, it doesn't seem to have any appeal. He doesn't seem to care about these things. 33. Whale Island. Gone. Xiachimino Dochino was puzzled, while Molek had already set out on the road to the next hunter test. Hunter test. Molek walked on the road with the gentle sunshine above his head, and took a look at the registration card with the Hunter Association's XX logo in his hand. He couldn't help but smile. How can I not go and see it? Advertisement. In this world, there are all kinds of rare animals, treasures, and secret realms of magic. Because of the word unknown, it exudes endless magic power, making countless people willing to become its captives. Such a group of people who pursue precious and hard-to-get items are called hunters. And only those who pass the Hunter Association's hunter test and get a hunter license can be officially granted the identity of hunter. To act as a professional hunter, you need a hunter license. If you fail to pass the strict test, you cannot get a license. Once you become a hunter, you can get all kinds of preferential treatment. Including but not limited to, can enter prohibited areas, can enter 90% of countries that are generally prohibited from entering, and 75% of restricted areas. Can be used as collateral. The money obtained from the sale can ensure that the descendants of 7 generations will not worry about food and clothing, and can also be used as collateral to borrow high-value loans. Free use of public facilities. 95% of public facilities can be used for free, and computer web pages can be used without spending a dime. For Molek, having these privileges is indeed quite convenient for his next actions. But participating in this hunter test is not his main purpose. Blind box. In the past 6 months, Molek basically did not go out. Naturally, he did not open many blind boxes. Advertisement. Except for the slightly larger storage space opened by Daisy before, there was no other gain. This time, what Molek wanted was to use the method of participating in the hunter test to get more blind boxes and gain more power. Although it is not yet the test that officially starts the plot, it is enough for him to accumulate blind boxes and experience in advance. And he has already found the first stop of his trip. He held a map of the island in his hand. The shape of the island resembled a whale floating on the sea. Whale Island. Whale Island is a wonderful island named Whale Island because of its whale-like appearance. The island has a complex terrain, dense rainforests, and bottomless lakes, breeding various rare birds and animals. Even the existence of some intelligent plants cannot be ruled out. The 2 most famous creatures on this Whale Island are a beast that grows on land, called a fox bear. The other is a fish spirit that grows in the lake, called the King of the Swamp. The King of the Swamp is very slippery and is said to have not been caught in 10 years. The fox bear is extremely ferocious and cannot be tamed. It is said that the king of the forest is a fox bear beast. But I don't know who spread it, saying that this fox bear beast is close to a human child. And it has a name, it seems to be called Jitai. If it were an ordinary person, they might sneer at such a statement. But for Molek, the child in front of him who was concentrating on fishing was the best evidence and persuasiveness. In the center of the huge lake, there stood some dense trees growing on the lake. Advertisement. And on the largest tree among them, a child wearing a green coat and a natural black hedgehog head was sitting there motionless with a fishing rod in his hand. A pair of orange-red eyes stared closely at the fishing rod in his hand and the fish float on the lake. Butterflies flew slowly by him, and frogs croaked and jumped over him. The animals seemed to be completely unaware that there was a person here. The breathing frequency of the hedgehog-headed boy seemed to be completely integrated into nature and integrated with the surrounding environment. Because I used the mountains and the sea as my playground when I was a kid, Do you understand nature better than anyone else? On another big tree, Molek stood there, looking at Gon sitting on the treetop. Looking at his current state, he could not help but nod gently. He has lived in nature since he was a child, and inherited the excellent talents of his father and the Freaks family. Gon, the male protagonist of the hunter world, J. Freaks, has been more sensitive than ordinary people in all 5 senses since he was a child, and his sense of smell and hearing are even more outstanding. And he is also familiar with weather forecasts, animal language, etc. Although he is not good at learning from others, he will remember what he has actually done, and his learning ability and speed are very strong. This also makes his physical ability very strong and his recovery ability amazing, which is considered a special physique. At this time, he is concentrating on fishing out the Swamp King in the lake, which 5 adults may not be able to catch. Because only in this way, his adoptive mother Aunt Mito will agree to let him take the hunter test. This is the agreement between the two of them. It is also to find the trace of his father, Jin Freaks, who is still alive. The still immature Gon is so determined. However, he has never seen how attractive the blind box with red light next to him is. Red blind box, high-level blind box. This level of blind box is also swiped next to the protagonist of Hunter x Hunter. And this is one of the reasons why Molek came here specifically. 34. See the high-end blind box again. Even before the main storyline is officially launched, there is already a red-level blind box. Molek on the treetops behind was a little regretful. If I had traveled earlier and came here last year, I might have gotten a special blind box. Last year, Gon broke into the forest during the mating season of fox bears. And then, as expected, he was attacked by a mother bear. Advertisement. At the critical moment, Kate, who was chasing Jin's trail and completing the last trial left by Jin for him, showed up in time and saved Gon in time. It was for this reason that Gon learned about Jin and Hunter from Kate. So he was determined to take the hunter test and become a hunter who was so charming and attractive that Jin would rather leave his son behind and do this job. It can be said that it was because of that encounter between Gon and Kate that a series of plots in the subsequent Hunter x Hunter world were created. At that time, it was really unreasonable not to have a top-level special blind box at this scene. Not to mention, it is not difficult to infer from the conversation between Gon and Jin after they met on the World Tree. Jin also secretly followed Kate to Whale Island to see Gon's situation. Even Kate's trip to Whale Island was definitely his work. The purpose was to lead Gon to the hunter path. If Jin was there at the time, Molek couldn't imagine what kind of amazing things that blind box could open. But there is no way, what has passed is the past. Cherish the present is the most important thing. Not to mention that after the main storyline begins, there will definitely be higher level and more blind boxes. This red blind box in front of him is also an appetizer. Thinking of this, Molek's figure gradually disappeared on the treetops. Whoosh! It was as if a slight breeze blew by. Hey! Advertisement. Sitting on the big tree, Gon's eyes suddenly regained a touch of spiritual light. He subconsciously looked behind him and found nothing unusual. He tilted his head, and then turned his head, staring at the fishing rod in his hand. Your perception is quite sharp. On the treetop not far away, Molek smiled and glanced at Gon's back. Just now, he just deliberately revealed a little wind pressure, and as a result, he sensed the unusual place in the surrounding environment. The talent of the protagonist of this world is really good. But it is precisely because of this that it can bring me good things, right? At this time, the red blind box in his space backpack was particularly eye-catching and emitting light. Get a high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open. Open successfully, get, Ruhi Stick, Source World, Dragon Ball. Ruhi Stick? Molek, who just saw this name, was suddenly happy, and then he saw the Source World marked behind it. Is it from Dragon Ball? I thought it was the Ruhi Golden Hoop in Sayuji. Molek was a little disappointed, but soon relieved. Well, even if it is the real Ruhi Jinggu Bang in Sayuji. But Daewoo's magic weapon for flood control, Dingai Shenzhen, weighs 13,500 kilograms. Even if he is given it, he can't use it. Ruhi Bang is also a very good weapon. Molek looked at the red stick lying quietly in the space backpack, which looked very ordinary. With a flip of his palm, the red stick appeared in his hand. Ruhi Bang is the weapon used by Son Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Advertisement. Originally, it was a magic weapon connecting Karin Tower and the Temple of Heaven. Later, after the young Rashi Master climbed up Karin Tower with great difficulty, he insisted on asking Cat Master for this weapon. But Cat Master thought that no one else was qualified to use this weapon. After that, Rashi Master gave it to Son Gohan, and then Son Gohan passed it to his adopted grandson, and then it came to Son Goku. As a divine weapon, the Ruhi stick is light but very hard, and can be extended or shortened as the user wishes. As long as the user is willing, the Ruhi stick can even extend from the surface of the earth to the moon. It is a powerful weapon that will never be broken. This length can cross the planet, and can be extended or shortened at will, and will not be damaged, and the durability is directly maxed out. It is indeed worthy of something opened from a high-level blind box. And because the protagonist Gon in this world is currently using his fishing rod to fish, is the weapon opened also the weapon of the protagonist of another similar world. Molek weighed the Ruyi stick in his hand. The fishing rod in Gon's hand is very special and is also a retractable fishing rod. Gon uses it as a weapon and survival tool. Although it cannot give the enemy a fatal blow, Gon can use it to accurately hit or hook the target. Not only did he successfully catch the Swamp King later, it also played a very important role in the subsequent Hunter Test, Sky Arena, Chimera Ant, and other story chapters. This fishing rod, which was used by his father, Jin Freaks in his early years and left to him, is also very useful. Stick weapons are also good. With the collector, both melee and long-range means are available. Molek was quite satisfied with this harvest. Weapons like this that will not be damaged and can be expanded and shrunk at will are very handy tools. And who knows, this feature may play a key role at some point. After carrying the Ruyi stick on his back and hanging the collector on his waist, Molek felt that this trip was a success. Then, the second main purpose of his coming here was 35. The first official hunter testing journey begins now. Although Whale Island is just a small island, but because of its unique geographical location, it has become a must-pass route on a sea route. Therefore, it has become a registration and boarding point for the hunter test. Some candidates who have registered for the hunter test can board the transport ship to the hunter test venue from the dock of this island. Molek plans to board the ship from here and start a test journey in advance. Advertisement. As for Gon, Molek does not intend to disturb him. Regarding Gon's subsequent growth journey, Jin has already arranged it clearly for him. Hunter Test, Sky Arena, Yokiksen City Auction, Greed Island, NGL Autonomous Region Investigation. It can be said that Jin has spent a lot of effort at every step to create a sufficient growth environment for Gon. Molek is not interested in disturbing the peculiar way of getting along and communicating between this father and son. Not to mention, he is unwilling to disturb Gon's growth trajectory and delay the changes and development of the plot. He also wants to wait for Gon to officially start the main plot of the Hunter world next year, so that he can open the blind box with him. The Hunter test starts on January 7th of the year. The test Molek participated in was the 286th test in 1998. It was the test before the 287th test, when the plot officially began. It was also the one where Hisoka beat up the examiner and made 20 candidates unable to make a comeback. At the dock of Whale Island, Molek quietly recalled what happened in this test. In this test, Toilet God of War Hisoka was disqualified because he was very dissatisfied with an examiner and beat him severely. He also killed and injured 20 candidates. Because the matter was too serious, no qualified candidates appeared in this test. To use Netaro's words, it was a very interesting test. Advertisement. But because of this, Hisoka's beating up the examiner is also a famous scene, and it can almost open a good blind box. While Molek was thinking, a ship cut through the waves and came on the sea. The goddess logo at the bow is particularly eye-catching. When this official ship of the Hunter Association docked at the dock, Molek stepped onto the deck without hesitation. His first official hunter test journey since he came to this world has begun. Before leaving the Nisra family, Molek confirmed the process with Shachimonado, a professional hunter who had obtained a hunter license. For each year's test, candidates must rely on the little information they get to find the venue. This is also a test and screening for candidates. In order to reduce the number of candidates, the Hunter Association will set up various traps along the way. The venue is different every year and is set up in a place that is difficult to be found. Without the help of a guide, it is difficult for candidates to reach the venue. Candidates must first find a guide, who will confirm their talents before they can lead them to the venue. And this Poseidon is one of the tests before entering the field. After the Poseidon set sail, Molek casually leaned in a corner of the deck, observing the surrounding environment and people. At this time, the deck was like sardines, crowded with candidates who were going to take the test. These people looked tattooed all over their bodies, tattooing all over the exposed parts. They looked hideous, ferocious, holding weapons in their hands, and making all kinds of ferocious makeup on their faces. If they were to play cosplay, they might attract a lot of guys to take pictures with them. Molek judged them like this. Looking at this group of guys, basically there is no powerful character. Advertisement. They are almost all a group of scum who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, not even as good as the worst sailor on this ship. It can't be said that to be a sailor on the Poseidon, a ship officially approved by the Hunter Association, there are still some brushes. Comparing this group of people with sailors is indeed a bit of a bully. But the group of candidates on the ship? No, they are not even candidates, at best they can only be considered as applicants. They have no self-awareness at all. Some guys have restless gene molecules in their bones, and they feel uncomfortable if they don't cause trouble. Especially with so many people crowded together, it is easy to have some friction. So, after the Poseidon set sail from Whale Island and sailed for a while, the group of people on the ship couldn't hold back and were ready to move. What are you looking at? What's wrong with looking at you? After experiencing the provocative greetings like the above, the deck evolved from a group of sardines to pufferfish. They started fighting and beat the pufferfish with a bruised face. Molek retreated behind the crowd with a cold eye, not participating in the stupid behavior of these stupid idiots at all. And he also found that some sailors were secretly pushing for such fighting. It was as if they were deliberately trying to make them quarrel. Sailors would not privately do such dangerous things that would disrupt the stable environment on the ship. Unless they were instructed and the action was tacitly approved. That is to say, the test has already started from the moment they boarded the ship, A&D. He moved his feet slightly, letting the examinee who was thrown towards him brush against his edge and fly out of the ship. Plop! He fell into the sea, creating a wave. It's going on all the time. 36 There is a professional hunter as a subordinate. Falling off the ship in the vast ocean means being out of the game. As for what kind of fate they will face later, those who are lucky may be rescued by passers-by, or be swept to other islands by the waves and survive. And those who are unlucky, they can only take out the agreement they signed when they signed up for the test that they are not responsible for life or death. In this world full of crises, human life is the least valuable. Advertisement. The disputes on the ship have begun to intensify. From time to time, people are knocked down, dragged or thrown, and fall from the deck to the sea. The number of applicants is constantly decreasing. And just when this situation is gradually expanding. Stop it! The door of the cabin opened, and a loud shout spread throughout the deck. If anyone makes trouble here again, I will throw him down immediately. Wearing a captain's hat and holding a pipe in the corner of his mouth, the captain, who is not tall but full of momentum, stood up. The distinctive red nose with a trough trembled, and his sharp eyes swept the whole audience. Everyone subconsciously stopped their movements, and the scene became quiet. Advertisement. Very good. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring. There is still a long way to go, and I don't want any more trouble. The captain with a trough and a red nose said, and his eyes paused for a moment on a man in a black suit in the corner. Then he looked at the audience and nodded, and turned around. This year, there is an incredible guy. At the moment of turning around, he muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. The deck of the Poseidon gradually became calm. After the captain came out to take charge of the situation, all the applicants on the ship settled down. No one wanted to be thrown off the ship before arriving at the examination venue, ending their journey early. However, they were settled. But the real test has just begun. Whoosh whoosh. As time passed, gusts of cold wind gradually blew on the sea. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and darkness enveloped the entire sea. Crash. Advertisement. The waves swept, the waves surged, and the Poseidon swayed and bumped. Crackling, raindrops poured down, making the entire ocean filled with storms and began to cry violently. Woo! In the cabin, many applicants also let out waves of wailing. Such a large scale and violent shaking and bumping made these guys, who were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, seasick and lying on the ground, sore and weak all over. It's really getting worse every year. The captain saw this scene and couldn't help shaking his head directly. They couldn't even withstand this little bit of wind and waves, and it can be said that they couldn't even touch the threshold of Hunter. Even if they arrived at the Hunter test venue, they were just sending their lives inside. But fortunately, there is still a little surprise. He looked at the young man in a suit sitting in the cabin, motionless, with his eyes closed. Where did he board the ship from? The captain asked the first mate beside him. The first mate immediately replied, he boarded the ship from Whale Island. Whale Island? The drunken red-nosed captain smacked his lips. If he remembered correctly, 19 years ago, there was also a guy who boarded the ship from Whale Island. And at that time, he was also in charge of the voyage of the Poseidon. That guy at that time left a deep impression on him. As expected, that guy became the only qualified person in the Hunter test at that time. And later he became a senior member of the Hunter Association, became a very good hunter, and made many great achievements. That guy named Chen Freaks. It seems that the small island of Whale Island is also a very interesting place. In the captain's room, the orange-yellow glow emitted by the oil lamp illuminated the entire room. Can you tell me your name? The captain asked the only candidate who came here in a very friendly tone. Molek. Molek straightened his clothes and responded. Well, even if the darkness in the room was dispelled, the black suit he wore still made people feel a little pressured. The red-nosed captain wanted to pick up his pipe subconsciously, but held back. You don't seem surprised at all that I called you here. Yet. Molek nodded. Before I came to take the test, I heard a professional hunter under my command say that. This is also part of the hunter test before entering the venue. Take the test, subordinates, professional hunter. Can these words form a sentence? The red-nosed captain's face couldn't help but become a little weird. What else do you know? He couldn't help asking. Although he knew that the man in a suit in front of him might have an extraordinary origin, but with a professional hunter as a subordinate. Well, in this world, any magical thing is possible. I also know, or should I say guess, that the annual hunter test is held on January 7th, which should be the reason. Molek looked out the window, and there were still strong winds and heavy rain outside. At this time of year, it is the season with the highest incidence of storms, and the fishing boats have already collected their nets and returned home. Only the Hunter Association's ships are transporting candidates on the sea. At this time, it can not only ensure that the routes of the association's ships are unobstructed, but also use the strong winds and rainstorms as a pre-entry test to screen candidates on the way. He turned around and looked at the drunk red-nosed captain and said, "So, I should have passed the current test now, right?" 37 Naruto Wine. Captain Red-Nose with Wine Groove. This is the first time he has met such a proactive candidate. You are indeed qualified now. Captain Red-Nose with Wine Groove has experienced all kinds of storms and quickly stabilized. But before that, I still need to understand from you your intention to become a hunter. Advertisement. Intention. Molek thought for a while. You should be curious about the overall process of the hunter test. Curious? Well, I want to see what kind of questions are asked in the hunter test every year. He looked at Captain Red-Nose with Wine Groove, who was stunned again, and smiled. So I may not pass this year, maybe I will try again next year. Captain Red-Nose with Wine Groove. Of course, if I come to take the test again next year, I will still board the ship from Whale Island. I will trouble you to take care of me then. Captain Red-Nose with Wine Groove. Molek did not look at the captain, who was stunned again, but instead kept his eyes on the white blind box next to him. On the Poseidon, he found the first blind box to start the hunter test. Get the normal blind box. Do you want to open it? Open it. When Molek opened the blind box, the red-nosed captain came back to his senses. Well, as expected, there are not only all kinds of magical things in this world, but also people. He has been a transport examiner for hunter tests for decades, and this is the first time he has seen such a guy who is curious about the content of the test questions. Advertisement. Well, but other transport examiners also have similar strange guys. It seems that there is a weirdo who has participated in hunter tests more than 30 times, and it is estimated that he will come again this year. It is said that such people take the hunter test not for qualifications, but for unprecedented excitement. And he enjoys torturing newcomers and crushing their dreams, and he has a nickname called Newcomer Killer. Sure enough, they are all a group of perverted guys. The red-nosed captain subconsciously glanced at the black suit Molek was wearing. He has silently classified the man in front of him into the list of those weird guys. Molek also felt that the captain in front of him was thinking something disrespectful. Fortunately, the captain's hospitality on the subsequent journey was impeccable. The comfortable room for rest and the delicious food provided him with a suitable environment to adjust his body and replenish energy. When Molek got off the ship at Dory Port, his whole spirit was in a very good state. Even without such hospitality, Molek would have no problem, but he could see the captain's sincerity. We had a great time on this trip. At the dock, Molek held the captain's hand and said sincerely, "I will come to see you again after the hunter test starts next year." "That's not necessary." Captain with a red nose and a trough grinned, "I wish you can pass the hunter test this year in one try." "That's not necessary, I have decided to accumulate experience this year and officially start the sprint next year." "Hey! Is that decided? Isn't it a bit too hasty?" "No, I will come to see you again next year, that's it, goodbye." Advertisement. Captain with a red nose and a trough looked at Molek's back as he turned and left, and was silent for a long time. Then he slowly laughed. "He's really an interesting person." He groped in his arms. "I haven't told you where the nearest road to the hunter test site is," but he went straight to the direction of the huge redwood tree. "I hope the family of fierce foxes there can get along well with him." He carefully took out a small bottle of wine that Molek gave him on the ship. Even this good wine is so attractive. Smelling the aroma of the Hokage wine, the face of the wine trough red-nosed captain also showed an intoxicated look. "I look forward to meeting you again next year, and I can drink such good wine again, Molek. Get the ordinary blind box, do you want to open it?" Open successfully, get, Naruto Wine, Source World, Naruto Gaiden, Xiaoli Ninja Biography. The blind box that appeared next to the wine trough red-nosed captain, the item opened was wine. Molek was not surprised at this. Naruto Wine, from the 11th episode of Naruto Gaiden, Lee Shinobi's class mission, it is also known as the best wine among the best wines in the ninja world, and one of the legendary 3 wines. In terms of taste, it is indeed a famous wine among the best wines, and it is worthy of being one of the legendary 3 wines. This time, a large box of blind boxes was opened, and the inventory is very rich. Molek walked on the road to the giant redwood tree, looking at the changing scenery around him, and taking a sip of Naruto wine from time to time, which is also a pleasant thing. He is more like an outing travel, not a test. Until he came to a dilapidated building. Wow wow wow! The crows in the sky were calling in this desolate land, and there was a faint sound of clothes rubbing against each other, and the breathing of people gathering. If you don't come out, I will have to treat you as people who have bad intentions towards me according to my own understanding. Molek put away the Hokage wine and looked calmly at the empty street in front of him, then, I will take my own way to deal with it. 38 anyway, both answers are wrong, so I might as well choose a number I like. Plop plop. As soon as he finished speaking, the houses in the town opened, and guys wearing white robes, revealing their figures, appeared on the street. In the center of this group of people was an old woman with white hair, short stature, wrinkles all over her face, and few teeth. So, this is a two-choice question and answer town. Molek nodded, don't plop, plop, I know the rules, just ask questions directly. Advertisement. The old woman holding a cane with the Hunter Association logo heard the words and glanced at Molek with turbid eyes. She raised her hand to stop the companions behind her who wanted to make a melody sound of plop plop to interfere with the other party's choice. She took a deep breath, answer with a heartbeat. Quick question and answer, Grandma shouted, even if you know the rules, I will explain it in detail. Next, I will ask a question. You only have 5 seconds to think about it. If you answer it wrong, it means you have failed. Then you have to give up becoming a hunter. She slowly explained the requirements, you can only answer the specified answers. All other answers are wrong. Then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, you look very familiar with my level and very confident. I just know a little bit. Molek glanced at the blind box with white light beside her and put it away. The number of ordinary blind boxes, the harvest is increased by 1 again. Then let's get started quickly. Quick question and answer. Grandma tightened the crutches in her hand, if your mother and father both fell into the water, and you can only save one. She said in a deep voice, 1, mother, 2, father, which one would you save? 1. Molek answered without hesitation. The quick question quick answer. Granny raised her eyebrows immediately, why did you choose this answer? Because I prefer the number 1. A smile appeared on Molek's face, anyway, both answers are wrong, so why not choose a number I like? The quick question quick answer. Granny, who was a little disappointed, raised her head again after hearing this. Advertisement. She looked at Molek with a smile on her face seriously, and then turned around to discuss with her white-robed companions behind her. After a rustling crash, the people in white robes instantly dispersed and stood on both sides of the street, leaving the wide road in the middle. Go over. The quick question quick answer. Granny stood aside. Molek glanced at the street ahead, and then walked straight to the big iron gate next to it. Hey! The turbid eyes of the quick question quick answer Granny widened slightly. Is this the right way? Squeak! Molek pushed the big iron gate open with one hand, revealing the dark street inside. Looking at the small bright spot at the end, it is estimated that it will take about 2 hours to reach the exit from here. Molek turned around and looked at the silent grandma who was asking questions quickly. Can I go through here? The grandma who was asking questions quickly was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. I just said you can go through. In other words, you didn't say I can't go through here. Molek nodded, I understand. Squeak. He turned his hand and closed the big iron gate again. Since Grandma asked me to go through here. Under the stunned eyes of a group of people, Molek smiled, then I will go through from the front. As he said that, Molek walked directly along the street that had been cleared. Wait a minute. The grandma who was asking questions quickly couldn't help it, since you know there is a correct road here, why? Advertisement. The correct road will be left for next time. Molek said without looking back. Anyway, I came here just to experience the content of the hunter test. I never thought I could pass this time. Besides, isn't the lush green scenery outside more refreshing than the pitch-black environment inside? Is that so? Quick question and answer. Granny stared at Molek's back. This was the first time she had seen such a strange candidate in her invigilation career. By the way, Granny. Molek's footsteps suddenly stopped. Although there is no correct answer to such a question, I also know that your intention is to let people know what to do when the necessary choice will appear at any time. He turned around and smiled, try to anticipate all the cruel possibilities as much as possible. Misfortune will always come suddenly. Then you should be prepared for what will happen in the future. Molek gave his own opinion, then make yourself stronger, strong enough to protect the people you care about. Become stronger. Quick question and answer. Granny whispered. That's right. Molek finally waved his hand at her, and I don't like such questions. It's you, the grandmother, who asked the question. If it was someone else. This small town where the heartbeat was a choice between two options left Molek's last voice. Although I can't solve the problem, I can solve the person who asked the question. Solve the person? Looking at Molek's departing back, a smile gradually appeared on the face of the quick question quick answer grandmother. He's really an interesting guy. I came to do this job because I wanted to meet someone like him. She didn't care whether Molek could hear it or not, and gave a hint at the highest volume. In the small house under the big fir tree in front, there lives a couple of tour guides. If you meet the qualifications, they will lead you to the test venue. 39 Is this a family feud? Shas hasha, wow wow wow. The branches swayed, the crows cried, and this seemingly ordinary and desolate town fell into silence again. Only a few faint voices were heard. Grandma, don't you remind him that the road ahead is basically blocked, and there are so many beasts and monsters. The road is made by people, as for the beasts and monsters, I think you should worry about whether the monsters can survive in his hands instead of worrying about him. Advertisement. Don't look at him looking young, but he is several times more terrifying than ordinary monsters. Molek didn't think he was scary. He even thought the monsters that appeared on this road were quite cute. Especially the monster that he was riding, which looked like a combination of a panda and a fox bear. Well, the bruises on his face showed that he had been beaten a lot just now. You want to suppress me, I just let you be my mount, and it's already quite fair to carry me on this road. Molek patted the head of the yellow-eyed fox panda under him, and the latter trembled again. It was really annoyed. It was simply a arrogant lard. Why did it want to jump out and cause trouble for this ancestor? I hope this human can keep his promise and let it go when he reaches the huge fir tree. The fox panda walked forward with its head drooping, while Molek opened the blind box of the quick question and answer grandma. Get the ordinary blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Grandma May's magic hat, Source World, Light Messenger. Molek looked at the black witch hat with carrots printed on it in his hand, and many question marks appeared on his forehead. They are all old ladies, so the things they open are similar, right? He couldn't help but complain. Grandma May, a long-eared magician from Light Messenger, or Magic King. She is also one of the 3 great magicians and a great figure among the long-eared tribe on the moon. In order to defeat the evil tribe, she fled to the moon to find the magic warriors. After finding the magic warriors, she followed them. She has been helping the protagonists on the journey. She is a very kind old lady. Advertisement. Not only the plot of the whole anime, but also the theme song is still very impressive to Molek. My heart, is the Light Messenger transformation magic. It's just that this hat is just a decoration, there is no trace of magic. Molek looked up and down, but didn't find anything unusual. In the end, he put it away. When I meet my grandmother again next year, I will give her this hat. After all, it is a white blind box, and I don't ask for anything good to be opened. Molek's mentality has always been very positive. Soon, with the yellow-eyed fox panda, Molek passed through the many obstacles that were considered a dead end for humans. Before dark, he successfully arrived at the periphery of the redwood tree. Well, the main reason is that the yellow-eyed fox panda refused to go any further. It can be seen that the species living inside are oppressive enough to threaten their lives. Thank you for your hard work. Molek got off it and didn't have time to pet it. The latter was so scared that he ran away without touching the ground. Molek tidied his clothes a little and walked towards the big wooden house in front. Excuse me, is anyone there? Molek went forward and knocked on the door politely. Ding ding. The room was unusually quiet, without any movement. Then excuse me. He opened the door of the wooden house with a squeak, and what came into view was a slightly brutal scene. Hey! A monster with long big ears, extremely slender body, squinting eyes and a typical fox-like appearance looked towards him. He was holding a girl covered with tattoos in his hand. At the feet of the monster, there was a young man lying on the ground covered with scars. Advertisement. The evil fox monster narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at Molek. Then he wanted to exert force on his feet immediately and rushed out with the kidnapped girl in his arms. But at this moment, is this a family quarrel? Molek pretended to be surprised and asked, or is it a family ethics drama? The old father beat down his son and kidnapped his own daughter, ah. Molek made a ridiculous sound, is this the world of Warcraft and its survival habits? Or is it the racial ecology of the evil fox clan? As a human, I don't understand, but I am shocked. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Sorry to bother you. As he said this, Molek closed the wooden door with a creaking sound in his hands. The evil fox father in the house. The evil fox son pretending to be injured and falling to the ground. The evil fox daughter pretending to be kidnapped. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't you have been alerted instantly after seeing the situation we showed? What's with that subtle look in your eyes when you closed the door? And what do you mean by these words? Wait a minute. After the fierce fox father gradually reacted, he immediately yelled. This is not what you think. We are the trial officers of the Hunter Association. The fierce fox father felt that if he didn't do something, he would be misunderstood by humans. This human seemed to be completely out of the ordinary, beyond all their expectations. Not only him, but even his son and daughter, no longer pretended. He hurriedly got up and rushed out with his father. Then, there was nothing else. 40 Bugs Bunny's carrot. So, you are the Hunter Association's trial officer and guide, mainly responsible for leading qualified candidates to the real venue, right? Molek, who pretended to leave but didn't, said so after being stopped by the fierce fox family. That's it. The fierce fox father nodded, and then called out his wife who had been arranged in the jungle. The daughter and son who turned into human form kept nodding beside him. Advertisement. It seems that I misunderstood. Molek pretended to be enlightened. It's nothing, it's good to solve the misunderstanding. The fierce fox father smiled. Is it really a misunderstanding? This young man, after opening the door just now, exposed their identities in one breath. Dad, daughter, son. Their age and identity disguises were all seen through. Either he has extraordinary eyesight, or he knows about their fierce fox family. But based on this situation, the other party still said such words. That's a bit intriguing. As an examiner for so many years, I have always been the one who gave the test, but this time I was tricked by the candidate. As a smart race in Warcraft, the fierce fox father was specially invited to be the guide of the hunter test. After so many hunter tests, he still has some IQ and experience. This time, he rarely met an interesting candidate, which made him feel interesting. Of course, it was mainly because of the strength and aura of the other party that made the fierce fox father wisely not choose the follow-up action. You can go to the house to rest for a while. When no one comes at 12 o'clock in the evening, we will take you to the site of this hunter test. The fierce fox father kindly invited Molek into the house. It's just right that we can drink tea and chat. Then I will be disrespectful. Molek followed the host into the house and put away the white blind box in the house. Advertisement. Get the ordinary blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Bugs Bunny's carrot, Source World, Looney Tunes. What the hell? Before Molek sat down, he saw another strange thing in his blind box. Bugs Bunny's carrots, although they look like rabbits, they are actually foxes. Molek couldn't help but complain in his heart, and they are fierce foxes. Bugs Bunny is a character in the animation and comic series Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes is an animation first launched by Warner in 1930. In the United States, its fame is higher than MGM's Tom and Jerry and far exceeds Disney's Mickey Mouse. Among them, Bugs Bunny is a very classic cartoon character in it. Hey, what happened, man? This line has become a memory for many people. It's just. A carrot came out. Molek couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. Before, a magic hat with a carrot printed on it came out, and now a carrot came out directly. Is this island called Carrot Island? What are you thinking about? The fierce fox father took out the tea set and asked Molek, who was a little distracted. Nothing. Molek looked at the table. I was just thinking, you all brought out tea to entertain me, I have to say something. He turned his hand and took out the Bugs Bunny's carrot. Hey! The fierce fox father was first attracted by Molek's action of flipping his hand to take something, and narrowed his eyes. Then, he was completely attracted by the carrot in Molek's hand. This carrot. Advertisement. The fierce fox father's nose kept moving. It looks delicious. Not only him, but even his son and daughter sat up straight, staring at the carrot without blinking. Molek. Oh, yes, he remembered that foxes eat carrots. Foxes eat carrots in the natural environment, especially when humans put carrots. In addition, some foxes even like to eat carrots. They not only eat carrots when food is scarce, but also choose this kind of food under normal circumstances. It seems that the fierce fox family is the kind that likes it particularly. And this carrot is the carrot of Bugs Bunny, who plays the leading role in his own series. The carrot that the protagonist likes, of course, needs no further explanation of its color and taste. So, Molek drank tea and ate carrots with the fierce fox family and spent a very pleasant night. In a blink of an eye, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Except for Molek, there were no other candidates here. The fierce fox father took Molek to the last place. I haven't led such a powerful newcomer for a long time. Under the bright moonlight and in the starry night, the fierce fox father flashed his wings. You will definitely pass the hunter test. Thank you. Like riding a paraglider, Molek grabbed the fierce fox father's legs, but maybe I need you to lead the way for me again next year. Hey. Well, I will come again next year. The clear light sprinkled on the man and the fox, heading towards the venue of this year's hunter test. When the first rays of dawn appeared on the horizon, the fierce fox also brought Molek to the scene of the 286th hunter test. To be honest, I hate this number. The 3rd district of Lalfa City, the 16th street, the 54th household. The fierce fox father who turned into a human form brought Molek with a piece of paper with the address written on it. Ah, it's right there. The fierce fox father paused and pointed to the building in front. The test venue for this period is right there. Advertisement. There. Molek looked around and saw that the sign at the gate was particularly obvious. Lalfa Royal School, School. The dimmed plaque had these big words carved on it. Well, it was the former royal school, established by the previous mayor of Lalfa City, but that mayor committed suicide out of fear of guilt because he made a mistake. The fierce fox said casually, anyway, that's what the information says. Whether it was a real suicide or for some other reason, that's something we don't know. The relationships in your human world are often more complicated than those in our Warcraft world. Well, Molek agreed with this point. Lalfa Royal School has become history, but the building has been preserved. And it became the test venue for this hunter test. Security, we are here to participate in the sports meeting. The fierce fox father knocked on the window of the security room at the door, and a lazy tone came out. What event are you participating in? The 286th sports meeting, the slogan is to win. Go in. After the strange code, the security guard opened the door and handed him a round card. Unexpected things happen in every hunter test. There are millions of participants, and only one person out of 10,000 can come to this official venue. The fierce fox father took Molek on the road on the campus. Although I think you have a high chance of passing this time, you said you will come to me again next year. Standing at a certain entrance, the fierce fox father smiled and handed the round card in his hand to Molek. I am happy to lead the way for you again, Molek. Advertisement. Thank you. Molek thanked him and took the card representing the test number from the other party. Then the next second, the expression on his face froze. Mr. Foxy. He immediately called out to Foxy's father who was about to leave. What's wrong? The latter turned back in confusion. Can I change my number? Molek said solemnly, to be honest, I hate this number. The number on the round card is a combination of 2, 5, and 0. That is 250. Foxy's father obviously had never encountered such a request from Molek. He consulted the security guard at the gate about the other Hunter Association staff member who had the secret code. The latter had never expected such a situation to happen. He immediately called the top leaders of the Hunter Association. In essence, this behavior is not allowed, but because some candidates come from various regions and nationalities in the world. The region where they are located has a custom of being very sensitive to numbers. In view of the principle of respecting the customs of other ethnic groups and racial equality, the Hunter Association feels that it can be appropriately accommodating. Then just postpone it to the next number. At the Hunter Association's headquarters, the immortal Netero knelt in front of the test table, sipping tea. Even after more than half a year, he still hasn't changed. What nationality is the candidate from, and what is his name? This is the first time he has encountered such a thing since he founded the Hunter Association. Netero also asked casually with some curiosity. The bean-faced man who answered the phone had a strange look on his face. President, you also know this person? Oh. Advertisement. His name is Molek. Molek. Netero paused while holding the teacup. Is it the little guy who has a relative of yours, Bean, whom we met in the Sky Arena? The bean-faced man, yes, it's him. President, you don't have to emphasize the matter of relatives. Wow, he also came to participate in the Hunter test, right? Netero stroked his beard with a smile as if he had discovered something very interesting. That little guy is very mysterious. I haven't seen him for half a year. I wonder what he has become. By the way, Bean, who are the examiners for this year's Hunter test? Who? Mr. Beanface was startled. Didn't I show it to you, the president, before? You even approved and signed it yourself. Is that so? I didn't see it. Netero said indifferently, I haven't paid attention to the examiner selection since more than 10 years ago. Is it really okay for you to talk about such negative work so confidently? Mr. Beanface was sweating profusely, but he still took out the list of examiners for this session and handed it to Netero. Are these the people? Netero looked at the list and nodded, then paused, pointed to the head of one of the examiners and asked. Who is this person? Mr. Beanface. So you don't remember? His name is Hukari, wanted bounty hunter, and he hates criminals the most. He is a little extreme and radical in his actions because he can't stand and hate dangerous guys. It is said that he has caused many innocent people to be killed and injured while catching criminals, and he is being investigated and held accountable by the association. Really? Netero looked at that slightly ferocious face. Then why did he become the examiner of the Hunter test this time? Because you signed and approved it. Mr. Demianran complained in his heart, but on the surface he still said honestly. Mr. Chen Long Porter Bay thinks that the hunter who should chase criminals has some inappropriate actions, but the purpose is understandable, and they should be given some opportunities. So Vice President Perry Stone arranged him to be the examiner of this hunter test. 42 Rookie Killer. Porter By, full name Porter By Gigante. 3-star terrorist hunter, prosecutor, military analyst. He is also the most straightforward among the 12 earthly branches, the one closest to President Netero in both reputation and strength. The 12 earthly branches, also known as the 12 branches, are the 12 hunters whose strength is recognized by President Netero. When there is something going on, they are entrusted to run the Hunter Association, and when they are free, Netero treats them as opponents to play with. Advertisement. Each of these people is given a code name of an earthly branch, and this group of people who are devoted to President Netero are willing to change their names to match the code name. They even changed their appearance and made bloody and tearful efforts. Of course, there are some exceptions. For example, Perry Stonehill, who is also the vice president of the Hunter Association is the son of President Netero and a spy of Byang Netero in the Hunter Association. He is very keen to destroy other people's plans and enjoys the process of fighting wits with people and frustrating others. He feels happy only when he is hated. He is one of the only 2 people who did not change his appearance and name to something related to the animal he represents. The other one is Gon's biological father, Jin Freaks. Because he is the only member of the 12 zodiacs who is against Netero, and Netero wants to put an opponent of the type he is least good at dealing with by his side. So he became the vice president of the Hunter Association 2 years ago. He did not disappoint Netero's expectations. In order to pull him down from the position of president before Netero died, he caused all kinds of trouble for Netero. For him, Netero is an opponent in the game, and causing trouble for him is also part of the game. After Perry Stone became the vice president, many dark events occurred in the Hunter Association. For example, 18 hunters disappeared, and the annual average increased by 10 times compared to before he took office. And this time, the very controversial Tokari was arranged to be the examiner of the hunter test, which included the intention of causing trouble for the association. Is that so? Advertisement. Netero thought for a moment, if I remember correctly. Molek, he seems to be a member of the gang now. Yet. Mr. Bean-faced man nodded, he was from Meteor Street, and then was recruited by the underworld Nisla family and became the captain of the guard team. After taking out the magical bean in the sky arena, Mr. Bean-faced man found out Molek's information without Netero's instructions. Is he from Meteor Street again? Wow, interesting. Not knowing what he thought of, Netero laughed, let's follow the normal process first. He made a decision with a wave of his hand. On the other side, in the Raffle Royal School. This number looks better. Molek smiled and took the number plate 251 and thanked the security staff, thank you. Holding the new number plate, Molek really walked into the official venue of this hunter test. It was the huge sports playground of the Raffle Royal School. Many candidates have already found this position and are in place here. There are still many familiar faces. Looking at those familiar and vivid faces, Molek's mouth slowly raised a smile. Of course, the most important thing is that the blind boxes with white light around them are so attractive. 1, 2, 3. Molek silently counted the number of these blind boxes, and then instantly, he was attracted by a touch of blue light. Blue luster, medium-level blind box. To be able to have such a level, a role with an important status and influence similar to Nian, in this hunter test, it seems. Are you a newcomer? Advertisement. An uncle wearing a blue vest jacket and a comb-like head came over with a simple smile. This should be your first time to take the hunter test, right? The square-nosed, short uncle asked in a simple manner, I have never seen your face in previous hunter tests. Yes, this is my first time to take part. Molek also smiled at the familiar acquaintance in front of him. So should I ask questions like before? Uncle, you have taken the hunter test before, right, to get caught up in your conversation and be led by you. Rookie Killer Tonpa's smile, which had originally been due to Molek's first words, instantly froze on his face. But thank you for coming to me. Molek patted his shoulder, this proves that my ability to hide is still good. Otherwise, even Rookie Killer Tonpa, who has always been steady, good at observing people's expressions, and able to identify danger signals, would not have noticed my abnormality and come directly to me. Sweat gradually appeared on Tonpa's fat face. Well, it seems that I am interrupting you. Realizing that he might have hit a wall, Tonpa quietly put away the powerful laxative drink that he had not yet taken out of his arms. Just as he was about to move his feet to leave, he found that the hand that patted his shoulders seemed to have turned into steel. It directly pressed his body to the spot, making him unable to move a step. I am actually quite curious. Molek said slowly. Under Tonpa's gaze, which had lost its simplicity and revealed a wretched pale face, he pointed to a corner in front. You should have come before him, right? Molek glanced at the number plate number 25 on Tonpa's chest, and then glanced at the number plate number 33 on the chest of a poker clown figure in the corner. As a newcomer killer, have you talked to him? 43 sharp comments. At this moment, Tonpa no longer had the image of an honest man, nor did he have the old-fashioned look of a rookie killer. After taking a look over there, he shrank his head. No. He shook his head quickly. Although I am keen to participate in the Hunter test every year, I also like to watch the broadcast of the Sky Arena. Advertisement. Tonpa laughed awkwardly. I have watched the battle above the 200th floor, the match between the two players Hisoka and Hwashi Dolang. I personally don't have the ability to fight above the 200th floor. Is that so? Molek understood. No wonder you can participate in the Hunter test more than 30 times in a row, you are still a bit lucky. Tonpa showed a slightly ugly smile. The influence of the Sky Arena in this world is still relatively large. Even Tonpa has watched the broadcast of the game. He happened to have watched the match between Hisoka and Hwashi Dolang. So, when Hisoka, the newcomer number 33 who came to participate in the Hunter test, arrived at the venue, Tonpa wisely did not offend him. Since you have participated in the Hunter test more than 30 times, you are also a veteran. Molek carried him to a secluded place and sat down. It just so happens that I am bored, so tell me briefly about the Hunter test. Okay. Tonpa did not dare to refuse. Advertisement. He was obviously not light in weight, but the other party carried him like a chick. When he was carried here, he knew that he had hit a wall this time. He had participated in the Hunter test more than 30 times, but this time, he was pecked by geese. Tonpa sighed in his heart and honestly explained the details of the Hunter test. Generally speaking, the Hunter test has about 5 rounds each time. The 5th round is the final test. If you pass it, you can get a Hunter license. I think you should know the specific rights and interests of the Hunter license, so I won't say more. For the candidates present in this year's Hunter test, there are also many familiar faces worth noting. Tonpa introduced the familiar figures in the venue one by one like the King of Hell. The most famous are the 3 brothers of Amurai there. In a corner of the venue, 3 brothers wearing purple, blue stripes and green sweaters stood together, alert to the surroundings. The 3 brothers who are proud of their excellent team spirit are the eldest brother Amurai, the second brother Imori, and the third brother Imori. They are old faces in the Hunter test. They are good at division of labor and cooperation, and they can always maintain good results in previous tests. Always. Molek accurately captured the key words. Does it mean that they have also participated in many Hunter tests? The so-called good results are just a way of flattering yourself as a loser in every test. Tonpa. You summarized it very well, I hope you don't summarize it again. This is a sharp point, directly tearing off all the fig leaves on them. Tonpa swallowed his saliva and absolutely did not comment on it. In addition to the 3 of them being too eye-catching, there is also Takuto, a professional wrestler with a bad temper. He began to introduce other candidates who took the test and looked at a fat man wearing a purple coat and grey braids. Advertisement. His dream is to become a wanted bounty hunter. So, it's just a dream. Molek nodded again. Tonpa, and Greta, who seems to come from a mysterious tribe, is good at sneak attacks in the dark, and has first-class blowgun skills. Hunter Greta, who has dark skin, thick lips, black goggles and a double ball hairstyle, also leaned quietly against the wall, keeping herself in a relatively safe environment. With his skin color, it seems a bit redundant to wear clothes in the dark. Molek once again made a sharp comment, of course, he'd better not smile, otherwise his white teeth will show. Tonpa was a little numb, and could only pretend not to hear and continue to analyze. There is also the snake charmer Scarpeng, a veteran who has participated in Hunter trials many times and is a guy who easily bears grudges. In addition, there is the monkey trainer Suomi, who is considered a rare candidate who raises pets as assistants. It is said that there is also a female candidate named Peng Si. It is said that she raises a lot of bees. I don't know if it's true or not. As the great god Tonpa slowly introduced, he also dug up the bottom of many candidates present. In addition to the candidates he introduced above, there are other familiar faces. For example, the martial artist Bodro who will enter the final round next year and guessed the written test exam and was killed by Killua. There is also the mercenary Bayanu warrior who shared a room with Bodro on Gunkanjima, who used a spear as a weapon and became the target of Ilmi during the 4th round of hunting, and ended up looking for Hisoka to challenge him. And the lucky man Bakura who gave Gon a vivid hunting lesson, and his target chieftain. And so on, many familiar faces in the Hunter test. While Molek listened, he opened Tonpa's medium blind box. Get the medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, super energy drink, blink. Source World, Happy Father and Son, Super Energy Bubble Egg. 44 Super Energy Drink Blink 2. Super Energy Drink. Molek couldn't help but sit up a little straight. Molek has an impression of super energy drink and happy father and son from this world. This is a Q-version domestic animation, which tells a funny story between a pair of yellow-skinned kin father and son with special body shapes and different personalities, Ha Dad and Pi Son. This is a world composed of kin residents, where the happy father and son live, a super metropolis with a dazzling array of products like a supermarket. Advertisement. Ha Dad is a small employee of an energy company who specializes in producing super energy drinks and can produce various magical super energy drinks, including but not limited to the magic of many special functions such as invisibility, flying, and deformation. Ha Dad is also an inventor. This time, Molek opened the Blink Super Energy Drink, which is his masterpiece. Super Energy Drink, Blink. Function: after taking a sip, as long as you close your eyes and open them again, you can reach the place you want to go. P.S. The function will be affected by air quality. This kind of drink that seems to have the function of teleportation is a rare life-saving good thing, but that is without considering the impact of its function. Air quality is a very important factor that is restricted. Xiaopai planned to take Shuidandan to the amusement park with a drink, but unexpectedly ended up at Xiaoxi's house. Principal Ji, who wanted to go home, accidentally drank Blink, but ended up in the trash can. The villain Shui Tongwei cheated the drink away, but ended up in the boundless sea after drinking it. It is precisely because of such a big defect that this object was only opened in the medium blind box. Otherwise, this kind of item that can teleport instantly would be of high or even special grade. But if this restriction can be removed, then the value will be much higher. Molek glanced at Tonpa while thinking about how to remove the restriction in his mind. Well, is it because this guy has a drink full of laxatives in his arms ready to frame people at any time, so the one that is opened is a super energy drink? As for the other familiar candidates, there were also more or less white blind boxes around them. Advertisement. Molek would naturally collect these blind boxes one by one when he had the chance. As for the candidate number 33 dressed as a clown, who no one dared to approach. Anyway, the blind box looks quite tempting. Seeing the blind box with blue light emitting from Hisoka again, Molek rubbed his chin. Previously, in the Sky Arena, the battle between Hisoka and Huashi Dolang gave birth to a high-level blind box. And now, he refreshed a medium-level blind box in the official venue where the hunter test has not yet begun. It can be seen that a simple person will refresh more than one blind box. There will be more than one level of blind boxes as the location and plot change. This is just right, and it also made Molek more determined to participate in and experience those big events. And just as Molek was thinking, there were also many vague eyes cast over him. Rookie killer Tonpa has always taken pleasure in attacking newcomers and crushing their dreams. I don't know how many newcomers he has destroyed in his past hunter tests, making them unable to rise again. This person is still very famous among many of their former repeat candidates. After all, he was able to participate in the hunter test with a very high mortality rate for more than 30 consecutive years, and he was safe and sound every time. Not to mention death, even the loss of arms and legs rarely happened. This has to be said to be a very powerful skill, enough to show his ability. But now, rookie killer Tonpa seems to have been punished by a newcomer. After so many hunter tests, has he finally hit the wall? He has provoked someone who seems to be the wrong person. And this year's newcomers seem to be a bit tricky. A group of people looked at Molek silently, and then remembered him firmly in their hearts. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a rapid sound like a school bell rang above the venue. Advertisement. Hey, 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 can you hear it? A broadcast came from a large loudspeaker on the dilapidated building. It also drew everyone's attention. It seems that everyone can hear it. The loudspeaker muttered to itself, let me see, so far, there are about 398 candidates to participate in this hunter test. The number is less than 400, it seems that it is just a normal number. He was a little nagging, it is still a few dozen people short of what I expected. Well, but forget it, the goal remains unchanged. I will try to eliminate more than half of the people in this first round of tests. Such a casual remark made the candidates who were listening to the broadcast on the venue instantly concentrate their eyes and cheer up. Even the atmosphere in the venue began to become subtle. As you have heard, I am the chief examiner of this first round of tests. You can call me, just call me Principal. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast, and it was obvious that the hunter chief examiner hiding behind the speaker was unwilling to reveal his name and identity. The content of the first round of tests this year is very simple. Don't be afraid. Since you have come to this school and this stadium, the content of this test is naturally. It's the sports meeting. The voice from the loudspeaker suddenly became louder. Now, everyone's eyes are aligned to your left front. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction the loudspeaker said. And then. Nothing. I said it wrong, it's actually to the right rear, sorry. There was no apology in the words. A group of people complained in their hearts, and then turned around and looked back. There was a sports field that was wider than the one they were in now. And in that place, there were many equipments, as well as some special venues and facilities for sports competitions. 45 Sports Meet. As you can see, this is the competition equipment I prepared for this sports meeting. The principal in the loudspeaker was passionate. Dear students, no, dear candidates, in front of you are some common competitions in sports meetings. For example, basketball, badminton, table tennis, track and field, hurdles, high jump, long jump, shot put, discus, hammer throw, javelin, relay and other competitions. And the assessment, and the way to pass is very simple, that is. Advertisement. The loudspeaker suddenly raised the volume. In these competitions, get excellent rankings. Students with excellent grades can easily pass this first round test. You can pass the cheerful cheerleading team as soon as possible, cheer for the candidates who have not yet passed. You have 5 minutes to choose the project you want to participate in. The venue was in an instant. Based on your own situation, choose a project that suits you. Molek did not move for the first time. For him, it didn't matter which project participated. Greta, who is good at blowing arrows, and Bakur, who is also very good at shooting, naturally chose archery. Go Si, a mercenary by and a warrior holding a spear, stood next to the javelin with the belief that he would win. The martial artist Badro chose hurdles, does he think he has good physical fitness? As for Tanpa, he hid aside and watched Molek silently, and used the remaining peripheral vision to observe Hisoka who was leisurely arranging playing cards there. Waiting for the two of them to make a choice. I absolutely don't want to stay in the same project with them. There are many candidates who have not made any moves like Tanpa and Molek. They did not make a choice at the first time, but silently observed the movements of other candidates. It was not until the end of 5 minutes that they made the most suitable choice according to the situation of each project. For example, the relay project chosen by the three Moria brothers was basically rarely participated in. After all, everyone knows that with the tacit understanding of the three brothers, they are basically invincible in this kind of relay race. Advertisement. And when the time is about to end, Hisoka and Molek finally made their choices. Hisoka twisted his slender waist and walked in a cat-like manner to the table tennis table. Ping pong. Molek took a look and retracted his gaze. He did not doubt Hisoka's ability. With his strength, he could basically win no matter what event he chose. And table tennis is quite suitable for his stretchable love. He can turn the air into chewing gum and stick it to the enemy to restrict the enemy's movements. Not only can it stick to the enemy, but also to the objects in his hand, such as the table tennis ball. Then on this small table, it can be said that everything is under his control. It can also be said that the opponent will be played by him in the palm of his hand. This is also in line with his idea of playing tricks on his opponent. That's it. Molek walked to a place with few people and picked up the racket provided on the table and chair next to him. Not bad. Waving the tennis racket in his hand slightly, Molek nodded with satisfaction. Ping pong and tennis. Seeing this, the great god Tanpa, who had already stood in position, was relieved. Advertisement. In this way, he can stand next to the discus with peace of mind. Looking at the figures of the two of them, it is obvious that they are not power players. He comforted himself in his heart and felt fortunate for his choice. Okay, time is up. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, the broadcast in the loudspeaker stopped instantly. Candidates number 367, 372, and 378, since you are in a position that cannot determine the selected items, you will be deemed to have waived and eliminated directly. The originally passionate voice fell into the ears of everyone at this moment, and it felt so cruel and ruthless. Hey. The three candidates who found the venue near the end and were too hesitant to make a choice were pale at this moment. They opened their mouths quickly and wanted to say something. But get out. In the phone, the principal's majestic, powerful, and irrefutable voice sounded domineeringly. The three candidates didn't say anything in the end. They all hung their heads and walked out of the venue's gate dejectedly. This is actually not a bad thing for them. Some candidates watched coldly, while others shook their heads. In the next hunter test, which is full of dangers and may face danger at any time, it's better to quit now than to lose your life there. 46 It's not fair. We are the Hunter Association, not a weapons store. Okay, the remaining students and candidates have decided on their projects, so our sports meeting will start soon. The principal in the loudspeaker became excited again. Let me see the projects chosen by the students and candidates. Okay, the two projects with the most people are track and field and shot put. It seems that everyone is confident in their strength and speed. Rather than being confident, it is safer than other projects. Sports like basketball and badminton require extremely high technical levels, so it is more fun and easy to compete directly in speed and strength. Advertisement. Many candidates also chose projects with relatively clear and simple rules. At the same time, many candidates think that the more people choose track and field and shot put, the more qualified people will be screened out. Based on this idea, and with the confidence that I must be better than most candidates and can successfully stand out from this project, I chose such a project. It can only be said that everyone has their own thoughts and plans. In that case, in the loudspeaker, the voice of principal gradually became playful. So, from a side perspective, can I understand that these candidates, except for their confidence in their own strength and speed, are relatively weak in other aspects? When the candidates who chose track and field and shot put heard this, they immediately had a bad premonition in their hearts. Sure enough, the next moment. We are the hunter test, and we want to select outstanding talents in all aspects. I don't think they are qualified for strength and speed, unless they are particularly outstanding. So. Snap. The loudspeaker seemed to have a sound of snapping fingers. For the two events of shot put and track and field, the number of people does not need to be too large, only 40 people will be enough. Hey. Advertisement. The scene was immediately in an uproar. How could it be? Are you kidding? Didn't you say that it was only half? Some candidates who chose these two events were immediately broken. Because the number of candidates who chose these two events was almost more than 200. This time, the passing rate is almost 1/5, or even lower. It's very simple. Choose 40 for these two events, and choose more for other events, right? The voice in the loudspeaker was very casual, just like the air rifle event, because there is only candidate number 121 participating in the competition. Candidate number 121 has no opponent and advances directly. Everyone's eyes immediately looked in one direction. There, a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses, a cool black dress, and blonde hair stood there. When she heard the good news that she had passed, her beautiful face suddenly showed a charming smile. Unfair. One candidate shouted anxiously, the air rifle event does not provide any competition tools, and she is the only one with a gun. Of course she is the only one participating in this event. Well, behind this blonde beauty, there is a very distinctive sniper rifle that is hard to ignore. We are the Hunter Association, not a weapons store. The voice in the loudspeaker said as a matter of course, we certainly won't provide firearms or other hot weapons. Then why is there such an event in the sports festival? Of course it's because there is such a competition in the Olympic Games. This time, the loudspeaker explained patiently, the contestants all bring their own equipment, so candidate number 121 can participate in this event by bringing his own firearms. Advertisement. That's why they can stand out and fully meet the eligibility requirements. But some people continued to pester unwillingly. Table tennis, and the like also require their own equipment. Why can you provide them here? Because those are sports equipment. The subtle tone of the loudspeaker seemed to be looking at a group of fools. Have you ever seen a slightly good school that doesn't have a gymnasium, and a gym that doesn't have basic sports equipment such as table tennis rackets and tennis rackets? Questioning candidates. Is it okay if we haven't been to school much? They also realized that no matter what they said, this faceless examiner called principal would always have reasons and excuses waiting for them. And if they questioned again, the other party might get impatient and make some weird rules. Therefore, they could only silently hold back all the subsequent words. Okay, no more extra words, let's start the sports meeting now. The loudspeaker said with expectation, then first, let's start with. Well, that's the only way. A group of candidates who chose track and field and shot put had particularly bad faces and were preparing to start warm-up exercises. Hurdles. The candidates who were preparing to warm up for the shot put and track and field events almost stumbled and fell to the ground. I only said the number of qualified people in track and field and shot put, but I didn't say they would start the competition first. As if predicting what the group of candidates wanted to say, the loudspeaker made another statement. Then, when these candidates were about to raise questions, he immediately added a patch, the hurdles competition is about to begin. If you have any more objections, you will be deemed not to participate in this sports meeting and will be eliminated directly. 47 These two young men have no moral principles. Track and field and shot put candidates. You don't even let them talk. You are discriminating, right? The candidates of these two events who dared to be angry but not speak could only step aside and watch other people's competitions first. First, it was explained that the number of qualified candidates was very small, so that the candidates felt a sense of urgency, and then they were left aside to compete in other events. Molek saw the situation clearly from the side. Advertisement. Then this group of candidates could only endure and wait, while observing the situation of the candidates in the same event, while anxiously waiting for the end of other events and the start of their own events. This period is undoubtedly tormenting, it depends on who can hold it in. This examiner is quite interesting. Of course, it is not ruled out that he really discriminates against track and field and shot put. As an outsider who has nothing to do with him, Molek is very clear and sees it very clearly. The candidates who chose other events were glad that their own events were not very competitive, and they also realized the examiner's intentions. But this is a good thing for them. Some people even looked at the first candidate who passed the first round of the test with envy and jealousy. Number 121, Sheba. Molek couldn't help but look at the female sniper who was dressed in almost the same clothes as him. He also had an impression of this candidate, Sheba, a strange name. In the hunter test next year, the number plate he got was 80. In the Gunkanjima chapter, he was responsible for shooting huge rocks to create space for everyone to escape. But in the hunting of the fourth round of the test, because the target was Ilmi, who was aliased as Jitaragu, he hid in the dark and wanted to snipe him. But he was killed by the opponent, and then his number plate was snatched away and thrown to Hisoka. There were not many shots of him appearing, but the heroic spirit was still quite good. It also left some good impressions on Molek. Soon, the hurdles competition officially began after the contestants stood still. Advertisement. The candidates who participated in the hurdles selected the top 3 with the best scores to pass. This time, there are 4 familiar people participating. Snake charmer Scar Peng, monkey trainer Somi, beekeeper Peng Si, and martial artist Boudreaux. Well, 3 people who play with animals with helpers, plus a white-haired martial artist. Molek remembers that before the last round of tests next year, the remaining few people gathered together to discuss the final test content and seek experience from those who have experienced it. Well, I was eliminated in the first round of tests last year. Boudreaux replied in a very calm tone. In other words, the result of this round of tests is already very clear. Sure enough, after the loudspeaker announced the start of the competition, the contestants on the field have already come up with their own tricks. Jijiji. Monkey trainer Somi's King Jiji partner rushed out first and knocked down all the hurdles in front of him. Then, by the way, put them on the track of other candidates to block their progress. Is this okay? Some honest candidates suddenly widened their eyes. Stupid, the examiner just said that we can compete in this project, but he didn't say that we can't take other measures. Old students who have participated in several tests and know the true meaning of the hunter test said disdainfully. It is precisely because they understand this truth that old students like Suomi and Ba Peng chose this track that they can control. Hiss. Countless poisonous snakes came out from Ba Peng's feet. On the one hand, he imitated Suomi's King Jiji and moved the barriers on the road in front of him to the track of other candidates. On the other hand, he simply lay on other tracks and acted as a roadblock. Boudreaux, the martial artist who seemed to be the most threatening, was the focus of the 2 people's attention. The road in front of him was full of barriers and poisonous snakes. Advertisement. Boudreaux. These 2 young people have no martial ethics. Come, cheat, come, sneak attack, I am an old comrade with grey hair. Boudreaux's forward steps were deeply trapped. And Pengsi on the track next to him easily passed through various obstacles. In sharp contrast to him. In the end, there is no doubt that the 3 players who got good results in the hurdles and passed the first round of tests are Peng Si, Suomi, and Ba Peng. The grey-haired Boudreaux could only sigh at the venomous snakes in front of him and choose to come again next year. The hurdles competition was a good start for this first round of tests. The subsequent other events were also held one after another. Relay, archery, discus. Still those familiar faces stood out. The 3 brothers of Amurai easily advanced with the tacit understanding between brothers. Greta and Bayoker easily won the game with their archery. Tonpa's fat muscles are still a little bit strong, and the discus he threw out easily surpassed most of the candidates. One project after another was carried out, which also made the candidates of track and field and shot put projects feel more and more heavy. It seems that they have to be cheerleaders and atmosphere groups on the side, and wait until the other projects are tested before it is their turn. For example, now, the table tennis project has already begun. However, it was from this project that things started to change. Ta-da-da! In front of the table, Hisoka, who had already stood in position, threw the ball on the table and bounced it back into his hand. Come on! A tall and thin candidate opposite him was full of energy and confidence. I was the champion of our city's table tennis competition for 3 consecutive years. In terms of technology, no one can beat me. 48 card, fireball. Ta-da! With the last sound, Hisoka chuckled and threw the yellow ping-pong ball in his hand into the air. It's coming. Snap. A fast serve was hit towards the opposite side. Advertisement. No wonder you chose ping-pong, you're a master. The thin and tall candidate was not surprised but happy when he saw this scene, but this level is still far behind me. Look at my overlord twist. Snap. He saw a backhand, and the ping-pong ball was immediately given a violent rotation, making a squeaky sound, and flew towards Hisoka. No one can take on my overlord twist. The thin and tall man was confident, but the next second, his expression froze instantly. Snap. The ping-pong ball was hit back at a faster speed and more violent rotation. It's called Overlord Twist, right? It's a good name. Hisoka's face seemed to show a little bit of interest. He looked at the tall and thin man who was in a panic and didn't catch his replay of the counterattack at all. So, what other moves do you have? Hisoka licked his lips lightly, just use them. The tall and thin candidate. His ultimate move was easily cracked by the opponent. And you use. The tall and thin candidate rolled his throat twice, it's also Overlord Twist. Hisoka easily reproduced the move he was proud of. Hey? Is this a difficult thing? Hisoka had a clown-like playful smile on his face, and the table tennis racket was spinning in his hand. Advertisement. For him, this was not a difficult thing at all. In the trap tower of the Hunter test next year, he faced last year's Hunter examiner Tokari who came to seek revenge on him. The opponent used the four-sword style that he had practiced for half a year and successfully cut Hisoka's shoulder. But within a few seconds, Hisoka easily took over the four-sword style and casually demonstrated it in front of him. Even the so-called high-skill four-sword style is not a difficult task in front of Hisoka. Not to mention some table tennis techniques. That is, Hisoka still has some fun in mind, otherwise. Damn it. When the tall and thin candidate saw that his tricks were learned, a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Don't underestimate me, my moves are not so easy to learn, BD. It was his turn to serve, he threw the ball high into the sky, and then swung the racket hard and hit it out. Bang! The table tennis ball spun at high speed, pointing directly at Hisoka's face. He was aiming at Hisoka's face. You think you've lived too long? Tonpa and other examinees who could see the horror of Hisoka all shook their heads when they saw this scene. It's rare to see someone who's so desperate. Oh my, I wanted to play a little longer. Hisoka's smile remained unchanged. However, as he spoke carelessly, he tightened his grip on the racket. And then... bang! The ping-pong ball flew back at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Puff! Before the tall and thin man could react at all, a big hole had already been opened on his head. Puff! The unconscious body swayed in place, and then fell to the ground powerlessly. Advertisement. This is a Hunter test. Molek watched the whole scene, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Even if it was a test for the sports meeting, in the final analysis, it was still a Hunter test involving life and death. If you don't have a certain level of awareness, you'd better go home and take a shower. This is exactly how the subsequent development of the matter is. The loudspeaker only announced that candidate number 33 passed, and nothing else. No one would care about the tall and thin candidate who died. That is, after Hisoka's goal took away a life, the atmosphere of the entire venue suddenly changed. Even if you kill someone, you can pass. This is also a reason for the remaining candidates to do whatever it takes to pass the project. The scene gradually became a little bloody. Molek watched coldly, waiting for the start of his project. At the same time, he also collected and opened many blind boxes on the scene. Get a normal blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get 5 cubic meters of storage space. Get a normal blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get fighting training equipment. Get a normal blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get hook rolling punch. There are all kinds of things, such as storage space, fighting training equipment, and some rolling punches, rough moves. After all, it is a white ordinary blind box, Molek did not have too much expectation for them. On the contrary, the blue medium blind box next to Hisoka gave Molek something different. Get the medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get card, fireball. Source World, Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer, another Hyuxia comic. Molek looked at the fireball card in the storage space, which awakened some of his long-lost memories. 49 This man in a suit, is not easy to mess with. Beast Tamer, tells the story of a world full of fantasy beasts, where beastmasters can fight by controlling the beasts. The means of fighting and controlling the beasts are on those strange cards. The reason why Molek has an impression is that the plot of this domestic animation with 2 parts is really good. Secondly, in the second part, the plot of the male protagonist Xiang taking his fantasy beast Momo to participate in the professional beastmaster assessment is somewhat similar to the Hunter test. For example, in the first round of the beastmaster test, you have to defeat 5 opponents before you can enter the next round. Advertisement. This is basically the same as the first round of Hunter test the year after next. The difference is that Killua swept the whole field alone, and basically ended the test in 1 round. So during this test, the Beastmaster card was opened next to Hisoka who was playing cards. The Fireball card is the most commonly used move of the protagonist Xiang's fantasy beast Momo, which spews flaming fireballs. Well, it seems to be no different from the Fireball technique in a certain Naruto. After all, it is just a medium-sized blind box. What else can you expect to get a spell card? As for this Fireball card, it is mostly placed in the corner of the storage space. Occasionally, when I think of it, or when I need to make a fire, I will take it out. Time passed slowly, and one project after another was carried out alternately. Finally, it came to the tennis project that Molek chose. When he walked to the tennis court with the racket provided, his opponent was already waiting there. A guy with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a big nose, wearing a purple-brown cloak, a samurai sword on his waist, and dressed like a ronin. I think his name is Ageng. Molek looked at the passerby's face and remembered it. Although he looks insignificant, he is actually a good player who can pass the trap tower and enter the 4th round of hunting test in the hunter test next year. It's just a pity that this little extra named Agent was hunted by Hisoka, who became overly excited after being stimulated by Kurapika and Leorio. But it was also during the hunting process that Gon also saw this opportunity, and took away Hisoka's number plate from his chest. At this time, the swordsman dressed as a Ronin warrior stood on the opposite side with Molek, who was wearing a classic gangster suit. This confrontation between the two also attracted some surrounding candidates to compete. Advertisement. Is that Geng? Is he competing with the man in the suit? We have all seen Geng's swordsmanship. He should have no problem playing tennis, right? It's hard to say. This man in the suit made Tonpa fall to him. Who knows, he might be a powerful character. Like candidate number 33 who was playing poker just now. Yeah, about the same. What? I found out about candidate number 33. His name is Hisoka. He is a well-known player on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Of course, he has a very scary strength. I asked around about this man in the suit, but no one has any impression of him. Stop arguing. Who of the two is better? Just look at it and you'll know. The people around were talking about it, saying all kinds of things. It also attracted more people's attention, and they cast curious eyes over here. Even Hisoka, who was playing poker bridge leisurely after the game, glanced over here. At the same time, on the field. It's a pity to fall down like this. But you should come back for the next test next year. Without too much nonsense, Molek, who was serving, threw the ball up casually, and then... bang! In an instant, the tennis ball seemed to turn into a golden cannonball, and quickly attacked Agen, whose face changed greatly. He subconsciously wanted to raise the racket to block his chest, but unfortunately, before his body movements could catch up, the cannonball tennis ball was already in front of him. Crack! Boom! The tennis racket in Agen's hand broke directly, and the whole person was driven by the powerful impact of the tennis ball, which had not weakened at all, and flew to the wall behind. Dong! The whole person's body was almost embedded in the wall. Advertisement. The cracks of the spider web started from his position and slowly spread outward. Snap! The golden tennis ball fell to the ground, and under the dull eyes of the crowd, it rolled slowly. No damage. Gurgle. Many examinees who were watching this side rolled their throats. Is this a tennis ball? Some people looked at the A-gang embedded in the wall and the cracked wall, and couldn't help muttering. It's not too much to say that it's a killer tennis ball. Originally, they noticed A-gang and the strangeness of Molek and Tonpa's relationship just now, so they looked over. A-gang, as an excellent swordsman, had participated in several hunter tests before, and was a little unlucky among the examinees. Although Molek was a newcomer, he defeated Tonpa, who was known as the newcomer killer, as soon as he came. At first glance, he was a very difficult character to mess with. Originally, everyone wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when these two met, and by the way, see Molek's strength. But they didn't expect that they could see something. But this was a crushing match. The swordsman gang had no power to fight back in front of this young man in a black suit. He was like a child, and it was difficult to resist and deal with him. Moreover, the opponent only used a small tennis ball to beat gang like this. If they really took up weapons to fight head-on. This man in a suit is particularly difficult to mess with. In this hunter test, never make enemies with Hisoka and this man in a suit. A group of people looked at Gang in silence, who could not come out of the wall for a long time. And the broken wall with spider web cracks spreading outward around it, they all said firmly in their hearts. 50 he said he would come back next year, what does that mean? It's okay, it's okay. In the crowd, Tonpa, who was hiding in it, wiped the sweat flowing down his head frantically. Fortunately, I didn't do anything unwise. Thinking of his previous very sensible performance, Tonpa breathed a sigh of relief with great relief. He was over 40 years old, and he had participated in more than 30 hunter tests. Advertisement. This control of danger is really perfect. It made him know when to follow his heart and when to bow his head. It is because of this that he can live safely until now. Click. What are you thinking about? A familiar touch came from his shoulder, and the voice that made him so deep echoed in his ears. Tonpa's figure once again froze in place. No, nothing. He turned his head like a machine, just met Molek's dull eyes, and immediately showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm happy for you, Mr. Molek, congratulations on passing the first round of tests. There's nothing to be happy about. Molek shook his head as a matter of course, the level of candidates for this year's hunter test is worse than I thought. He looked at a gang who had not yet come out of the wall, and a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. The previous ball, although he had the idea of eliminating the opponent, he had already saved his strength. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't hold even one ball. This made Molek, who wanted to try tricks that didn't sound like tennis skills, such as outer spin serve, wave ball, tiger roar, a little disappointed. It felt like a punch on cotton. I thought the opponent could at least pass the trap tower, so he should be able to withstand more beatings. Advertisement. In the end, he didn't even catch a ball. Why don't you say that you are a monster compared to other candidates? Tonpa secretly complained in his heart, but on the surface he rubbed his hands and showed a flattering smile. Of course it's because the other party hasn't practiced enough. If it's just this level, then you should go back and practice more as soon as possible. Mr. Molek, what you are doing is to help him recognize the cruelty of the hunter test, as well as his own shortcomings and the gap with other candidates. It's good for him to eliminate him in advance, to prevent him from dying in the later tests and losing his life in vain because of his lack of level and ability. Tonpa couldn't say anything more. He found that Molek was looking up at him. What's wrong, Mr. Molek? Nothing. Molek shook his head. I just think you are worthy of being a senior student who can participate in so many hunter tests. Not only in your work, but also in your words. Molek casually patted his shoulder. I will definitely come to see you when I come again next year. Thank you very much for the compliment. Tonpa was confused and responded subconsciously. And then he reacted instantly, wait. He said he would come again next year, what does that mean? Tonpa quickly looked up and looked at Molek. But he found that the other party was resting with his eyes closed and no longer chatting with him. And he did not disturb the other party's courage, so he could only silently suppress this question in his stomach. At this time, after Molek's tennis event ended, several other rounds of events were held. Finally, it came to the track and field and shot put events that everyone was looking forward to. Advertisement. The track and field event is very simple. With so many participants, we don't need to occupy the track. The principal in the loudspeaker simply and roughly stated the rules. The same applies to the shot put event. There is not enough space for so many of you to throw the shot put together. Besides, you have all been waiting for so long, you must be getting impatient, right? So. The playfulness in the loudspeaker became stronger and stronger. Then let's have a simple, efficient, and unique sports event. Those participating in track and field and shot put will stand at the eastern and western ends of the entire stadium respectively. The track and field candidates will run from east to west, while the shot put candidates will throw the shot put from west to east. The loudspeaker continued. The two groups of candidates were told more and more embarrassed. I said we'll take 40 people, so we'll split the two events in half. The first 20 track and field candidates who arrive at the west venue will pass. The first 20 shot put candidates who throw the farthest will also pass. At this point, the loudspeaker paused. Of course, this is a bit too boring. So, I plan to add another new rule. Hearing the voice, everyone seemed to be able to see the guy behind the loudspeaker, his face full of bad taste and his big white teeth showing from the corners of his grinning mouth. If the shot put candidate can throw the shot put in his hand to the track and field candidate running over, that will also be considered a pass. On the contrary, if the track and field candidate can catch the shot put thrown over, it will also be considered a pass. Moreover, these do not occupy the original 20 qualified places, they are additional. So, you have to think about how to choose to pass. The words fell. Just a moment later, the solemn atmosphere in the entire venue was raised to several levels. Are you kidding? There are track and field candidates who can't accept it. Don't you have to compete with people in the same event in speed and avoid the shot put that may hit you? If you are not careful, you will not only lose the game, but also lose your life. 51 He throws him and he dodges, he hits him and he runs, he can't escape even if he has wings. Some people couldn't accept it, while others faced it coldly. But if you are strong enough, you can catch the flying shot put, or outrun others, there will be no problem. That's right. The candidates in the shot put project showed cruel smiles on their faces. To put it bluntly, if you really can't pass, it only means that your own ability is not enough, and you can't blame others. Advertisement. The fighter Takuto, who represented the shot put project, pressed the knuckles on his hands, making a crisp sound. So, instead of complaining about the rules, it's better to think about whether to continue the test or give up in advance. If you quit early, maybe you won't be hit by the shot put. His words immediately aroused dissatisfaction from the track and field project team. Who are you complaining about? That's right. Do you think you are so powerful? Just a bunch of idiots with only a lot of strength. Before the test started, the two groups of people were already arguing there. Divided. Molek opened his eyes slightly after hearing the noise. Through such rules, the track and field group and the shot put group are on opposite sides. From the perspective of the rules, the shot put group is obviously in an advantageous position. At least they don't have to risk being hit by the shot put. Then the track and field group will naturally feel unbalanced, and it will be easy to provoke disputes. Also, according to the rules, the track and field group itself is not good at strength. Compared with catching the shot put, they will think more about how to run past others in the same group. And the shot put group has to weigh and consider the two aspects of hitting people and throwing far. They have to make the right choice based on their own abilities. This examiner is still a bit of a thing. Although I didn't see what kind of guy this principal behind the loudspeaker is, he should be a pretty powerful professional hunter. But Molek closed his eyes again. What does that have to do with him? Advertisement. Anyway, he has passed the first round of tests, and the rest of the competition has nothing to do with him. The final event of the first round of tests will be over in a short time. Let's adjust our state and prepare for the next second round of tests in advance. Just as Molek thought, this round of tests did not take long. After the members of both teams stood in place, this unique competition began. The candidates of the track and field group ran towards the other side with all their strength, and they had to keep an eye on the shot put that fell from the sky. The people in the shot put group were so powerful that they didn't care whether they would hit anyone or not, and they all threw in the farthest direction. The remaining candidates who felt that they could not break into the top 20 would look back and forth at the running track and field candidates with their cruel and ruthless eyes, looking for the candidates they thought they could be hit. Then, whoosh! The shot put left the hand and fell towards the candidates one by one. Boom! The sound of the ball hitting the ground, the noise of the ball hitting the examinee, and accompanied by the examinee's wailing, they all rang out. There were even more examinees who fell to the ground without making a sound after being hit. They seemed to be playing a hellish elegy on this sports field. The track and field group gritted their teeth and rushed to the other side with all their strength. And the first round of shot put rain was not the end. In order to grasp the accuracy of the shot at close range, some examinees in the shot put group waited for the other side to get close before shooting. The examinees in the track and field group running in the front were all the fastest ones. The remaining members of the shot put group who had not thrown the ball naturally let them go and aimed at the lagging guys who were running and avoiding the ones who were running out of energy. However, those guys were not fools. Advertisement. After seeing that they had no hope of passing the level, they immediately ran out of the field. They would never become a living target for those guys on the opposite side. He threw him and dodged him, he hit him and ran away, he couldn't escape even if he had wings. In short, after a lot of farce, the first round of tests officially came to an end. 64 people passed the two projects in total. The principal behind the loudspeaker saw the number of people who passed the test clearly, including the number of people who passed the test in other projects. The total number of qualified people in the first round of tests is 126. Well, it's not bad as I expected, more than half of the members were eliminated. The principal was very satisfied with the results of the sports meeting he held. This is more than half, more than 2/3. The candidates who passed with great difficulty kept complaining in their hearts. Okay, the first round of tests is like this. The second round of tests will be held at the entrance of the back mountain behind the school. There will be examiners for the second round of tests waiting for you. That's it. If there is a chance in the future, we will see you again. Click. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of the loudspeaker was instantly cut off, as if it didn't want to stay even for a second, leaving a group of candidates who were still in the venue speechless. No, it can't be said that they were speechless. The candidates of the track and field group stared at the candidates of the shot put group. They couldn't just pretend that the rain of shot put just now didn't happen. The latter was also fearless and stared back. Maybe a fight would break out in the next second. In this tense atmosphere. I forgot to say something. At this time, the loudspeaker suddenly came out with the voice of the principal. Candidates who can't get to the place before dark will be eliminated. And the eliminated candidates should not stay here, otherwise it will be regarded as hindering the normal test and will be deprived of the qualification to participate in the hunter test. Hurry up and leave, candidates, click. 52-second round of testing. Red umbrella and white pole. The loudspeaker was hung up again, and everyone subconsciously looked up. The sports meet had gone through so many events, and time had already passed quickly. The sky had dimmed at this time, and a ray of afterglow from the sky was about to fall on the earth. Seeing this, no one dared to delay. They had to suppress their dissatisfaction and hostility first, and began to run quickly towards the back mountain behind the school. Advertisement. Those eliminated candidates would also be handled by the staff of the Hunter Association. Under the setting sun that was about to appear, a group of candidates ran on the road, as if it was their lost youth. Off topic. In short, under the rush of this large group of more than 100 people, the group successfully arrived at the entrance of the forest behind the school before dark. And there, someone had been waiting for them there. More than 120 people? The number is not bad. On a large rock, a figure sitting upright slowly opened his eyes. I am the examiner of your second round of tests. This is a man wearing a white training suit, with a serious expression. The untidy beard at the corner of his mouth not only does not make him look sloppy, but makes him look more mature. And still so familiar. Molek narrowed his eyes and looked up and down at the bearded uncle, and then it's him. The figure flashed in his mind, and Molek remembered it. At this time, the bearded uncle also began to introduce himself. My name is Aiznabi. He crossed his arms and his expression was still serious. The location of the second round of tests is in the jungle behind me. As real? No, it's Aiznabi, he is Karapika's teacher. After passing the hunter test, Aiznabi taught Karapikan related knowledge. Facing Karapika, an extremely stubborn apprentice, Aiznabi not only has unparalleled patience, but also has foresight beyond ordinary people. He also proposed constraints and oaths to help Karapika shape a very powerful ability based on the red eyes. Although the absolute time of the red eyes is to gain power by consuming lifespan, which is a bit misguided. But that is the result of Karapika's own choice. Advertisement. It is not easy for Aiznabi to be like this under his own special circumstances. Later, at the invitation of Karapika, he accepted the employment of the 7th Prince of the Kajin Empire and became an undercover agent planted beside him. Although there are not many scenes of his appearance, he is also a familiar face in the later comics. At least. Molek glanced at the white blind box next to the other party. This blind box can't be fake. The content of the test is very simple. In the Lalfa forest behind me, there is a kind of precious mushroom called Lalfa red mushroom. What you need to do is to pick it and bring it to me intact. Aiznabi introduced the rules in a deep voice. The time is before the sun rises, because the Lalfa red mushroom only emerges at night, and once it senses a slight strong light, it will immediately shrink back. And because it emits a very fragrant spore when it emerges at night, it will attract many beasts and monsters, so it will grow next to another kind of scarlet poisonous fungus to confuse and protect itself. The scarlet poisonous fungus contains a highly toxic substance, and if you are not careful, you will be infected through the skin. The toxins contained in it are enough to kill 5 elephants. As far as I know, there was a famous delicacy some time ago. Hunter went in to pick once, and in her words, there were less than 100 Lalfa red mushrooms left. So, I wish you good luck, candidates. Aiznabi didn't say too much nonsense, and announced concisely, the second round of tests officially begins. After that, he didn't care whether the candidates could react or not, and sat back on the big rock again, posing as a training posture. It seemed that he came here just to be a tool to read out the rules. Is the quiet and dark forest full of unknown dangers? Molek glanced at the dark environment in the forest through the entrance. Although there are clues, the Lalfa red mushroom will release a strange fragrance. But the fragrance attracts many beasts and fierce beasts, and we have to snatch the mushrooms from them. And we have to distinguish between poisonous mushrooms and red mushrooms to avoid being confused and poisoned. At the same time, the number is scarce, and we have to guard against other candidates who are waiting behind. In one night, in this dark, unrestricted forest stage, anything can happen. Molek looked through it and put away the white blind box next to Aiznabi. Get the ordinary blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, picking climbing tools. Source World, Smart IQ. Advertisement. Molek. IQ? Monk? Well, it's true that the white training clothes worn by Aiznabi are quite similar to the monk clothes of IQ and others. The tools used for picking can also be used to shovel mushrooms. Molek shook his head and followed the other candidates who entered the forest one after another. The entire Lalfa forest is not big, but not small either. According to Molek's initial observation, it is estimated that it is similar to the forest ecological environment of Whale Island where Gon is. Among the beasts and monsters in the forest of Whale Island, the most ferocious is the Swamp King underwater, and on land. Roar. Ah. Along with the roar of beasts from the depths of the forest, there are also screams of candidates. Apparently they have encountered a very dangerous creature in this forest, the fox bear. If it is a fox bear, it is indeed the best test for a candidate. In Molek's sight, a 2-meter-tall fox bear in front of him is staring at him. 53 What a pleasure it is to encounter such delicious apples and such interesting people. Fox bear is a beast with the agility and cunning of a fox and the strength of a bear. It is very hostile to humans and often chooses to attack when encountering one. It is very dangerous and cannot be tamed. However, this beast is very suitable for testing whether a human can become a qualified hunter. Jindu specially placed Gon on Whale Island, where fox bears roam in the forest, to train him. Kate and Gon met because of fox bears. Advertisement. This beast can be said to be a standard background beast. The only disadvantage is that it is difficult to tell who is the hunter and who is the prey. Plop. Molek shook his hands and glanced at the fallen fox bear, or, it overestimates its wisdom and strength. Fox bears are creatures with the cunning of foxes, and often think that they are smarter and more powerful than the prey they are targeting. They often fall into the traps of humans who are not as good as them because of this. Molek stepped over the huge body of the fox bear, took 2 steps forward, and smelled a fragrance at the tip of his nose. This fragrance, in this quiet dark forest, is like a torch in the dark, very eye-catching. Or it is refreshing. When Molek rushed to the scene smelling this fragrance, someone had already arrived early. Is it him? The 3 candidates present were still wary of each other, but when they saw Molek coming, their faces changed drastically. Molek was not the only one who came here after smelling this smell. But he was the most difficult, most dangerous, and least wanted to be encountered. Advertisement. What a coincidence. Bakur, who was carrying a bow and arrow, gritted his teeth when he saw this, and the bow and arrow in his hand tightened, and then he let go powerlessly. Shasha. He didn't say much, and directly plunged into the jungle next to him and evacuated decisively. As a hunter's instinct, he knew that the man in front of him was not something he could deal with. Instead of giving up his life here inexplicably, it would be better to look for other red mushrooms that are safer. Bakur made a decisive choice, but the remaining 2 candidates were hesitant. They looked like they wanted to leave but were reluctant. Go away. Molek looked at the 2 with an expressionless face. Too domineering, right? Zixi Tour, with long black hair and squinty eyes, looked unhappy. There's more than one mushroom here, so we can take one, right? That's right. Jianmei, who had a short black flat head and small slits in her eyes, nodded. Everyone who sees it gets a share, not to mention that we came here first. He pointed to the red bacterial colony mushrooms growing on the big tree in front and said. Before I get serious, I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of my sight. Molek calmly took out the collector from his waist and held it in one hand. 5, 4. Seeing that Molek really started to count down, Zixi Tour and Jianmei's faces changed instantly. Without saying anything more, they immediately rushed out in different directions. With such poor eyesight, no wonder they were all eliminated by Hanzhou next year. It's almost their limit to make it to the 4th round of tests. Molek put away the collector and walked towards the mushroom group. Zixi Tour and Jianmei both fell into the hands of the ninja Hanzhou during the hunt in the 4th round of tests next year. Their number tags were all taken away by Hanzhou. Among them, Jianmei suffered the most. After her number tag was taken away by Hanzhou, she was targeted by Tonpa again. After she said that her number tag was taken away by Hanzhou, Tonpa sat on her face on the beach as if to vent his anger. They are all acquaintances who have been back for a while, and they will meet again next year. Molek walked in the colony and looked at the mushrooms around him. It is undeniable that this pile of bright red mushrooms together has a good visual impact. Such mushrooms are basically first-level hallucinogens in Molek's world. With so many red mushrooms, there must be one that is the target red mushroom, right? Molek took out Iku's picking shovel and shoveled down all the colonies on the tree. Iznabi just said that we should take the Ralpha red mushroom back and be careful of the scarlet toadstool growing around it. He didn't say that we can't take the scarlet toadstool out with us. Advertisement. So, as long as all these mushrooms are shoveled away and taken back, as long as there is a Ralpha red mushroom among them, he will still pass. Swish. Molek waved his hand and collected all the mushrooms. Oh, they all disappeared. Did they hide somewhere? Suddenly, a chuckle sounded behind Molek. Didn't you see clearly? Molek was not surprised by the movement behind him. You have been watching from behind for so long, didn't you notice anything? He turned around and looked at the man who slowly revealed his figure from behind, and said calmly. Did you notice it? Yeah, it's hard not to notice when a pervert is staring at me from behind. Under the moonlight, Hisoka swung his waist and walked out of the shadows. The pair of fiery eyes that looked up and down at Molek, as if looking at some rare and precious fruit, really made people feel sick. Sure enough, it was the right choice for me to come here to participate in the hunter test. The Joker card was pinched between the fingertips, and the tip of the tongue gently licked the edge of the lips. A strong layer of thoughts gradually entangled Hisoka's body. It's great to meet such a delicious apple and such an interesting person. The telekinesis entangled the cards in his hand, as if it could even tear the surrounding air. 54 It seems that I really have no secrets in front of you. You want to fight me, right? Molek's expression was still calm. He had anticipated such a scene and development before participating in the hunter test. With Hisoka's perverted nature of seeking constant challenges from the strong for fun, it would be difficult for him not to attract the other party's attention. Moreover, in the last round of tests, Molek felt Hisoka's sight. Advertisement. This forest, where there is no scruple and anything can happen, is simply the best natural place to come to the door. Ah! In the distance, the screams of the examinees were looming, and there were also some faint shouting and scolding. The grievances between the shot put group and the track and field group in the last round were also provided here. Do you know who I am and understand me? Molek looked at Hisoka, who was approaching step by step, and his tone was low. Is this important? Hisoka asked back. Even the more unknown, the more it can bring him extraordinary fun, making him more excited. Is it not important? Molek just looked at Hisoka and suddenly laughed. Hisoka, a player above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, is good at using playing cards as a weapon and calls himself an omnipotent magician. Molek muttered to himself. These are the information that Hisoka has revealed publicly to the outside world, which can't stop him at all. But then, born in Meteor City, currently a member of Phantom Troop, number No. 4. Hisoka paused. He is fickle, deceptive, likes bloody battles, and is a pervert, but he is definitely not the kind of person who kills innocent people for no reason. He has a calm and correct judgment when fighting, and will not let his opponent see his weaknesses under any circumstances. Advertisement. But when he loses his calm, his interest reaches its peak. When he enters the state, he will exude a murderous aura. The goal of life is to find prey, and his interest is to cultivate strong enemies and then defeat them. In other words, he will look for talents with fighting value, likening them to green little apples, and patiently wait for that person to grow up to be worth killing. He has absolute self-confidence and always believes that he is the strongest. Continuously pursuing duels, you are looking forward to falling down, or the opponent falling down, both of which can let you enjoy the pleasure you have been pursuing. The pleasure of destroying the apple you are looking forward to with your own hands. After Molek finished speaking, Hisoka had already stood still, without any movement forward. Oh, it seems that I am understood so thoroughly. The excited smile on Hisoka's face has now disappeared. It is really surprising. He narrowed his teardrop-like eyes. I didn't know that there are people in this world who understand me so well. I really don't know, should I feel happy, or... Hisoka said slowly, should I be angry? Whoosh. Before the word angry was finished, the joker in his hand had already shot out quickly. Pointed directly at Molek's face. Your sense of stealing is still so strong. Molek said casually, raising 2 fingers. Chi. He clamped the card flying towards him in his hand. And at the same time, a group of amazing aura appeared on his body instantly. Like the strongest fortress, it wrapped him up and built an all-round defense line. Such a level of nin. Hisoka's eyes narrowed slightly, but more of them were wrapped in the blazing flames of battle and desire. Advertisement. It's really a fruit that makes people unable to stop. His fingers moved lightly, as if he wanted to pull something back. If you want to use retractable love to pull the card back. Molek said lightly, this strength is still not enough. Does even Minan know what it is? Hisoka's mouth slowly drew an arc, it really makes people more and more excited. Really? But I don't feel the murderous aura emanating from you now. His eyes were wrapped in the air mass, and Molek had already used condensation as soon as Hisoka appeared. Is it covered by flirty illusion? I don't remember, this ability can also cover up murderous intent. Hearing this, Hisoka put down his finger very simply. It seems that I really have no secrets in front of you. For the first time, his eyes looked at Molek seriously from head to toe. Your name is Molek, right? I remember. Although I don't know how you know so much about me, it's a bit unfair, isn't it? You know me so well, but I don't know you at all. Don't play these meaningless words anymore. Molek interrupted him directly, you want to understand me, or fight me. How you do it is your business. I'm not interested now, and I don't have time to play these charades with you. After that, he turned and walked away towards the outside of the forest. He didn't care about Hisoka, who was looking at him with dangerous eyes behind him. As he watched Molek leave, Hisoka narrowed his eyes and moved his fingers back and forth to display playing cards. He seemed to be looking for the right angle and timing to play the cards. But in the end, he gave up. 55 Goodbye, President Netero. It's great to be young. I'm sure I've never seen him before, and I don't know him. The aura around him dissipated. Hisoka held his right arm with his left hand, and his chin with his right hand, and fell into thought. And the aura on him is very strange, I have never encountered it before. But even so, the other party knows him so thoroughly. He almost stripped him clean from head to toe, and stood naked in front of him. Advertisement. Interesting, really interesting. Hisoka muttered, and took out a phone from his arms. Beep 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 moshi moshi. A voice without emotion came from the other end of the phone. Help me check someone's information. Hisoka emphasized, just check the information. No need for assassination, right? The other end of the phone expressed understanding, then I'll give you a 9.7% discount on the price this time. Thank you. Click. The phone was hung up, and the dense forest returned to silence again. Only that perverted voice slowly rose above the dense forest. What kind of person are you, Molek? I am getting more and more curious about you, hee hee. First there was a suppressed low voice, and then a surge of murderous intent instantly broke out in the dense forest. Hisoka was really excited. And the candidates who were still searching for Raffles red mushrooms in this dense forest suddenly felt a chill. In this dense forest, the devil descended. When Molek walked out of the dense forest, the first thing he saw was the airship with the Hunter Association logo parked next to it. This airship will take you to the site of the third round of Hunter tests. Advertisement. Seeing that there were candidates coming out, Aiznabi, who was sitting on the stone, also opened his eyes. On the way there, you can have a good rest on the airship. He carefully observed Molek, and then slowly got up from the stone. Let me see the red mushrooms you brought out. Don't you think I gave up halfway and came out of it? Molek asked back. Aiznabi's face was serious, and he said in a deep voice, the aura of a person cannot be faked. Is that so? Molek nodded, and then casually released a bunch of red mushrooms. Make sure there is a target in there. The materialization system. Seeing Molek's method of waving his hand to release things, Aiznabi's eyes became serious, and then he checked the pile of mushrooms. This one, and this one, there are 3 in total. After a brief investigation, Aiznabi confirmed to Molek, you passed. Is that all? Don't you need to take it away? No, raffle red mushrooms have high nutritional value. A little frying is a rare delicacy. This is also a benefit for candidates. Is that so? Molek looked at the 3 red mushrooms that were separated. Can I sell them to candidates who can't find red mushrooms? Aiznabi. Well, it seems that it won't work. Molek casually put the 2 bunches of mushrooms away again, and then, under Aiznabi's serious gaze, he boarded the airship. Well, Raphael red mushrooms are delicious, highly toxic scarlet toadstools, and they are also very useful at certain times. Hunter tests cannot continue uninterruptedly. After all, candidates are people, not machines. There is still time and place to rest and adjust the state in between. Airships are basically the standard equipment provided by the Hunter Association for candidates to rest. It was the first time for Molek to board the Hunter Association's airship. But as soon as he walked in, he ran into an old acquaintance. Advertisement. Hello, Mr. Molek, we meet again. Mr. Beanface Man, who was also wearing a black suit, greeted Molek politely. The president specially asked me to invite you. Mr. Beanface Man made a pleased gesture. He has been waiting for you in the office for a long time. When Molek saw Netero again, he had already changed into a clean sports suit. It was his classic blue and white t-shirt and shorts with the Hyuxia character heart printed on them. And whenever he put on this outfit, it meant that he was ready for a hearty fight. Long time no see. In the room, Netero did push UPS with one finger without raising his head. He just tapped the ground with his thumb, and the whole person turned in the air like a dragonfly touching the water. Then he landed in front of Molek very lightly. You are still so young. Netero pinched his waist with one hand and said with emotion, it's great to be young. President, you are also very energetic. Molek also looked at him and smiled, judging from the vigorous movement just now, you are not inferior to young people at all. Hey, you are old after all. Netero waved his hand, but you. His hand gently stroked his pointed beard, and his eyes looked at Molek, and the interest in his eyes became stronger and stronger. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's earth-shaking. Your changes in condition are surprisingly good. Could it be? Netero paused, and then suddenly pointed at the bean-faced man. You ate other kinds of relatives of beans to gain such power, right? Mr. Bean-faced man waiting next to him. No, it's been so long, do you still remember? 56 Another high-end blind box. My strength still comes from my ability. Molek generously admitted his change. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you, President. He said with a smile. And this time, he was able to ignore the flashing red insurance next to Netero. Advertisement. Not letting Netero find any entry point from him. Is that so? Netero twisted his beard, then it seems that your progress is quite gratifying. It's all thanks to the President. Molek responded while putting away the treasure chest. Well, after all, he is the world's strongest President. Netero. He appeared again, and another red high-level blind box was refreshed. Although it may be that this level is only available in this hunter test. But it must be said that Netero's explosion rate is really high. For 2 consecutive times, the lowest level blind box is a high-level blind box. Maybe there will be good items again. Even Molek's eyes looking at Netero became more eager. Ha ha ha, if you are so grateful to me. Feeling Molek's eager eyes, Netero, who had misunderstood, laughed and said, "Then play a game with me, the old man." Delulu. The yellow dodgeball rolled to Netaro's feet. "I refuse." Molek's eyes instantly cleared up. "Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous." Netaro induced, "This is just a simple dodgeball game." "I refuse. This game is very good. In the Hunter Association, many professional hunters like to play it. Don't you think so, Bean?" "Ah? Yes, yes. Mr. Bean-Face Man was startled at first, and then the words he said became smaller and smaller. It was still a bit hard for him to lie against his will. "Look, even Duza said that this game. I refuse." "Tisk, young people, don't be so impulsive and make decisions so quickly. I am the president of the Hunter Association. If you can beat me, I can give you a hunter license in advance. Then I have to refuse even more." "Hey? You don't want a license? Then if you don't play games with me, I will directly judge you as the loser in this hunter test." "Thank you, I still refuse." Advertisement. Then you are not allowed to take hunter tests again in the future. Please feel free to do what you want. I am really not interested in your game. Netaro. This is the first time he has met such a difficult candidate. No matter how hard he talked, whether it was promises or threats, inducements or coaxing, Molek just wouldn't listen. It seemed that he didn't want to play games with him at all. Or, he knew what he wanted to do. "Wow, I've lived for most of my life, and I've never seen a candidate who doesn't give me face like this." After Molek said goodbye and went out to rest, Netaro didn't mind, and laughed a little happily. "I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time." "Well, it's not that no one has given you face before, but those people were all physically eliminated by you, so the people who came later were very polite." Mr. Bean-Face Man muttered in his heart, but he certainly didn't dare to say it out loud. "Mr. Molek, is he more troublesome than Mr. Jin Freaks?" "They are the same kind of people in some ways." Netaro thought for a while, "But Jin, I can roughly understand his thoughts and demands. But Molek, wow, I've known him for too short a time." What he knew about Molek was still only information on paper. He didn't know what he was like. But Netaro didn't care. Even a difficult character like Jin was smoothed out by him and became one of the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. A more interesting young man, as long as he understands him, it will only be a matter of time before he plays games with him in the future. Thinking of this, Netaro didn't care. He kicked the dodgeball aside, and then walked to the table, wanting to pick up a glass of water to drink. Suddenly, he paused there. Advertisement. "Ah, I forgot." He seemed to suddenly remember something. "What's wrong, President?" Mr. Bean-Faced Man, the secretary, asked hurriedly, "Did you miss any work?" "Well, I forgot to ask him for beans." Mr. Bean-Faced Man turned into bean-eyed. It's the kind that can make him stronger now, or the beans in the sky arena before, the beans of your relatives." Netaro patted his head hard. "When people get old, they tend to forget things. There's no way, I can only ask him for beans next time." Mr. Bean-Faced Man. "President, beans of beans relatives, isn't this sentence awkward? Also, can we not mention this again, my president?" No one paid attention to Mr. Bean-Faced Man's injured world. After Molek walked out of President Netaro's office, he found a restroom and opened the red high-level blind box. "Get the high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Universal Capsule Set. Source World, Dragon Ball." Sure enough, once you meet President Netaro, it's easy to get items from the world of Dragon Ball. Universal Capsule. Molek flipped his palm, and a large white square box appeared in his hand. Because it's on a transportation tool like an airship, is it a daily necessity like Universal Capsule? This is a high-tech product developed by the Bulma family business in the world of Dragon Ball. The small capsule can hold various items such as motorcycles, cars, airplanes, and houses with all the furniture. 57. Is there a devil among the candidates? However, the Universal Capsule does not have any disadvantages. For example, a capsule can only change into a fixed thing, and cannot change into anything you want. But even so, it is still a very magical item. But in this case, it can only be regarded as a medium level at best, not a high level. Molek looked carefully and found 17 capsules, no 1 to 17. Advertisement. It was the set that Bulma carried when she went out to look for the Dragon Balls. All kinds of daily necessities were available. As the only daughter of the Bulma family, the universal capsule she carried must be the best. But this level was still not enough. Until Molek pulled out a small number 18 capsule at the bottom of the white square box full of capsules. The research and development technology of the universal capsule. The introduction next to it said that the research and development technology of the universal capsule was contained in this number 18 capsule. That's right. Molek nodded in understanding. The finished product may not be enough, but if there is technology that can be developed in batches, it will be different. Such technology is enough to change the world's pattern and living conditions. Especially space-related things have a huge impact on people's lifestyles. However, with the technological level of Hunter World, which is only 98 years old, the research and development capabilities are still a bit insufficient. Advertisement. But if you meet some specific guys, maybe you can achieve it. Molek thought of the Greed Island developed by Jin Freaks and his group of friends. To be able to build such an island, one of the team members must be a god on the technology side. If there is a chance, I can get to know him. After putting away the universal capsule set, Molek took a temporary rest on this airship. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a third and fourth round of tests. At worst, I will end this journey at the fourth round of tests. At night, Molek rested peacefully on the airship, but the Ralpha forest turned into a playground for demons. The terrified roar of the fox bear and the wailing of the examinees echoed in this forest. Originally, Izanabe thought that the quality of the candidates this year was very poor. But when the candidates looked pale, frightened, and their minds were damaged, he knew that something might have happened in this forest that was beyond his control. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately asked the candidates who ran out about what happened inside. Devil, there is a devil inside. Some candidates who were obviously frightened stuttered and couldn't even speak clearly. Devil? What devil are you talking about? Izanabe stopped abruptly before he finished asking. When he saw Hisoka walking out of the forest, full of murderous and bloody smell, he understood everything. Advertisement. The devil among the candidates. Izanabe, with his hair standing up, looked at Hisoka holding a red mushroom in one hand and a human head in the other, as if he was facing a great enemy. The sky gradually brightened, and at the end of the sky, a ray of morning glow fell on the ground. The Hunter Association's airship also took the hunter who found the red mushroom and passed it to the venue of the third round of hunter tests. At least 20 candidates died at the hands of candidate number 33 named Hisoka, right? In the office, President Netero glanced at the latest statistical data report and then picked up the teacup. Yes. Mr. Beanface looked bitter. This is already a vicious incident in previous hunter tests. The 12 earthly branches and the members of the hunter test organizing committee are all discussing whether to cancel the qualifications of this candidate Hisoka. Did he do anything that violated the association's regulations? Netero took a sip of tea. According to the association's regulations, killing in such an environment is not considered a violation, right? That's what I said, but... Mr. Beanface was hesitant to speak. The impact is a bit too bad. Those candidates should have been prepared to face various dangers before taking the hunter test. Netero said calmly, this is just a killer in a small forest. If you can't even deal with this, then when you become a hunter in the future and go to more dangerous places, won't you be giving away your life in vain? The harsh environment will not choose to take care of your feelings. After Netero's words, Hisoka's judgment was finalized. He himself did not bear any responsibility for this. When the result came out, the other 62 candidates who passed the second round of tests and were resting on the boat all fell silent. Although this result was in line with the rules, it was still difficult for them to accept it. This is the hunter test. Someone let out a long sigh and sighed. Cruel, dangerous, deadly, but very charming. The remaining candidates also firmly engraved the name Hisoka in their hearts again. As for Hisoka himself, he is in good condition at the moment. When he came out of the Ralpha forest, his killing intent had almost disappeared. Or rather, he came out after deliberately eliminating his killing intent. After making the 20 examinees unable to make a comeback, he casually picked a few red mushrooms from the hands of the victim examinees. After coming out, he handed them to Izanabe and successfully became a member of the third round of tests. 58 Hide and Seek, one of the world's natural heritage sites. After learning about the result of his blameless treatment. Wow! It seems that I came here for the right reason. Hisoka's face showed a creepy smile as he kept switching the poker cards in his hand. The purpose of his participation in the hunter test, in addition to fun and finding plump fruits. Advertisement. The main purpose is to be able to kill legally and reasonably. Whether it is during the test or the privileges after getting the hunter license. Such a result makes Hisoka enjoy the fun of the test more. The other candidates on the airship did not raise too many objections, but huddled in their rooms, preparing for the third round of tests. Time passed leisurely in silence. Soon, it was noon. The airship stopped at a tall door. When the candidates walked down from the airship, what came into view was a huge bulletin board next to it. Loras Park. Someone recognized this place after reading the introduction. It is one of the world's natural heritage sites and a famous relic in the whole world. That's right. The petite voice from the side attracted everyone's attention. A figure with a head like a big gourd and a slender and short body appeared in front of everyone. And here is the place for your third round of tests. Advertisement. The big gourd head was pinned with a bow of the same huge style, and the back of the head was like a curly hair after a flower curling boron. The examiner with a completely uncoordinated body proportion introduced himself there. I am Coyote Meili, a beautiful hunter, and the chief examiner of your round of tests. Okay, it's an acquaintance again. Molek recognized her again. Or, with this appearance and so recognizable, it's hard not to recognize her. Coyote Meili, a beautiful hunter, appeared in the president election episode. At the same time, she is also a staunch captain of Pariston's personal guard. She believes that the cute and beautiful hunter association she advocates will be realized in the hands of the beloved Pariston. After losing in the first 2 rounds, he called on other hunters to vote for Pariston. Well, he is a die-hard supporter of the Pariston faction. This round of test is very simple, it's just hide and seek. Coyote Meili shook the big waves behind her head. You now have a total of 64 lovely candidates, just divided into 2 groups, 32 people in each group. She stretched out 2 fingers, one group will be the ghost, and the other group will catch people. The ghost will go in first, and after half an hour, the catcher will go in. As long as you stick the red round card in your hand on the ghost, it will be considered as catching it. Candidates who catch ghosts and ghosts that are not caught can pass this 3rd round of tests. The red cards issued to you have machines on them. As long as they are stuck, the information of the person being stuck and the person sticking will be recorded immediately. In other words, you will be eliminated as soon as the card is stuck on you. If anyone is not convinced, or has a little thought that should not be there. Coyote Meili showed a smile on her gourd face, then you will know how terrible the Hunter Association that protects the interests of qualified candidates will be. As she said this, a rolling car next to her slowly drove over. There are 32 red cards and 32 blank cards in it. Those who get the blank cards become ghosts, and those who draw the red cards catch people. Once a red card is stuck, a prompt will appear on the blank card to prevent the caught ghost from not realizing his situation. Coyote Meili clapped her hands. Okay, everyone come up and draw cards. The rules are quite simple, it's about catching people and being caught. In other words, it's about hunting and being hunted. On the surface, it's about sticking cards, but in fact it's about catching the prey you like. It's similar to catching red mushrooms in the larva forest last night. But the difference is that it has changed from an object in the wild to a living person. Advertisement. It can run away, hide, and even resist an attack. Compared with the wild capture just now, the difficulty has increased by more than a little bit. So the rule is just to stick the red card, not to bring the ghost back here. Molek turned the red card he had just drawn in his hand. In fact, according to the nature of this round of tests, the only way to stick the card is to defeat it head-on, except for sneak attacks, and then stick the card on it. His eyes casually swept over the 32 people who drew the white cards. Among them, Hisoka gently shook the white card in his hand and smiled at Molek. She also stuck out her little tongue and gently stroked it around the corner of her mouth. It seemed to be inviting him to catch him as much as he wanted. Molek. He pretended not to see it and moved his eyes elsewhere. Okay, dear candidates. Coyote Meili clapped her hands. Inside is the stage for you to give full play to your abilities. The deadline is 12 o'clock tonight, and you only have 1 afternoon and half a night to play hide and seek. By then, there will be an airship from the Hunter Association waiting for you here. Take the qualified candidates to the venue for the 4th round of tests. The 3rd round of tests, hide and seek, timer, start. 59 The monster in the examiner's mind. This suit is a perfect match for him. Coyote Meili swung her short arms vigorously, and the group of candidates who drew the white card ghost did not dare to delay. They all ran towards the inside of Loras Park. Only Hisoka walked in slowly and leisurely, like a leisurely stroll. Is he the dangerous person who killed 20 candidates? Coyote Meili remained calm on the surface, and looked at Hisoka's back with vigilance in her heart. Advertisement. The murderous intent emanating from the other party made even her very afraid. Although he is a little worse than Vice President Pariston, he is obviously such a handsome man, but he turned out to be a murderer. Coyote Meili pouted secretly, this is not the type she likes. On the contrary, this side, among the candidates who arrested people. This suit is also a perfect match for him. Repressing the urge in her heart, Coyote Meili secretly looked at Molek over there twice. He looks just like Vice President Pariston in a beige suit in a black suit, and gives me the same feeling. As a beauty hunter, Coyote Meili naturally pursues anything related to beauty, or should I say, anything that is beautiful in her eyes. In her eyes, Molek is a representative of beauty. This also made Coyote Meili's mind gradually emerge with small ideas. And UNKK naturally felt her secretive eyes. But he didn't want to pay attention to the crazy fans, or the crazy fans of Pariston, and pretended not to see them. With other candidates, he silently waited for 30 minutes to pass. When the time was up. Whoosh! One by one, the candidates who were catching people turned into arrows from the string and ran towards Loras Park in front. But soon, all of their bodies froze in place. Loras Park, as one of the world's most famous natural heritage landscapes, is a sea of flowers at the first sight after entering. There are many flowers and butterflies here, which are very attractive to tourists. Naturally, it also attracted Hisoka, who likes butterflies. He was sitting on a small hill in the middle of the garden, raising his right hand, letting the butterflies hover around or land on it. The picture is very beautiful, very peaceful and serene, but this kind of picture happened to Hisoka, who was the image of a murderer in the minds of the candidates, and the sense of disobedience was too heavy. Seeing this scene, the candidates who came in to catch ghosts were silent. Then, they ran to both sides together, wisely avoiding this place. And for the ghost in the center of the garden, they all pretended not to see it tacitly. Don't look at Hisoka's peaceful appearance now, but if he really starts to fight, people will know what hell is. Only those who think their lives are too long will go looking for trouble with Hisoka. It seems that there are no other candidates here. Molek, who followed in from behind, just casually glanced at the situation in the garden, and then walked in other directions without stopping. Well, just like no one who thinks their lives are too long will attack Susu, the ghost. Those candidates who become ghosts will not think that they live too long, so they hide next to Hisoka. Everyone wants to stay away from him. As for Hisoka, he sat alone in the middle of the garden, admiring the butterfly in his hand, and indulging in his own world. Some candidates who become ghosts did not grasp the essence of being a ghost. On the one hand, they should not be discovered, and on the other hand, they should be able to evacuate in time after being discovered, without being labeled with a red round card. Most people just think about how to find a very hidden place to cover themselves. But even they thought of this situation, and of course those candidates who catch people would think of it. So, in those seemingly very safe hiding places, fierce battles broke out. As long as there is an act of hiding, there will inevitably be traces of action. In the park, Molek sat casually on a cut wooden block. Instead of finding a hidden place to hide, it is better to occupy a place that can be perfectly defended and evacuated in time. You can retreat and defend, you can retreat again, if you can't win, just run, as long as you don't get caught. Your behavior of just burying yourself is just a tortoise that has trapped itself in a circle in my opinion. After the voice fell, the surrounding environment was still quiet and silent. It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Molek was too lazy to talk nonsense and took the collector from his waist. Bang! He raised his hand and fired a shot, and the bullet hit a bird's nest on the tree next to him. Puff! Blood splashed everywhere, and a figure fell out of it in a mess. His face was pale, and one hand covered his left thigh that was pierced by the bullet. Did you take the initiative to stick the card on yourself, or did you let me do it? Click! Molek casually threw the red card in front of the man. Ox Long, who had short green hair and wore dark martial arts clothes, covered his thigh that was difficult to move, with reluctance written all over his face. This was also a minor role. He was the 34th candidate next year. During the 4th round of hunting on the island of Jingbei, he was the target of Boudreaux, and was knocked down by Boudreaux and his number plate was taken down, allowing him to participate in the final test. Advertisement. This year, he was the same, and would stop in this other hunting. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Long, who had been injured in the thigh and could not move, knew that his journey in this test would end here. Rather than letting the other party take action and torture himself, it would be better to admit defeat. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, picked up the red card from the ground, and silently stuck it on his body. Candidate number 165 was caught and eliminated. The moment Long put on the red card, the white card in his arm sounded a prompt. Thank you for your cooperation. Molek put away his gun, without stopping for a moment, turned around and walked out of the forest without any hesitation. Long was left alone, sitting on the ground, with a look of dejection. Or rather, he was not the only one. Leave, leave. Under the big tree stump where Molek had sat before. The great god Tonpa hiding inside was trembling with fear. Tonpa had every reason to suspect that what Molek had just said was actually directed at him. The reason why he was not dragged out, Tonpa thought, might be that Molek felt that shooting a bird's nest was easier and more convenient than digging a big tree stump. If there was not another candidate here who served as his scapegoat, otherwise Tonpa felt that his hunter test journey would end here. Fortunately, he silently shrank into the stump and sighed softly. On the ground, Long was unable to move because his thigh was pierced, so he could only lean here and wait for the Hunter Association's arrangements and aftermath after the time was over. After the gunshot, ghost hunting candidates came here from time to time to check the situation. As a result, after seeing the injured dragon leaning there and the red card on his body, they all left immediately in silence. As for the huge tree stump, naturally no one cared. At the same time, various scenes of ghost hunting and hiding were constantly being played out in various places in Loras Park. The ghost hunting candidates also used various methods to deal with this. By a pond. Although your archery skills are not bad, it's a pity. The Black Greta walked to the stiff and unable to move Bakur, your hiding skills are not yet up to par. He casually threw away the paralysis poison needle on the opponent's neck, and then stuck the red card in his hand on it. Candidate number 239 was caught and eliminated. In a crisscrossed canyon. You bastards! The candidate tied to the rock gnashed his teeth, you are breaking the rules. I will appeal to the Hunter Association to fight the epidemic. He opened his eyes wide and glared at the trio in front of him. If you lose, you lose. Don't look like a loser and howl like a loser. The eldest of the three brothers, Amurai, slapped the red card on his face. The rules don't say that ghost hunters and waiters can't work together. The second brother, Amori, crossed his arms and looked proud. That's right. The younger brother, Amori, nodded repeatedly, we are just making reasonable use of the rules. Among the three brothers, the eldest brother, Amurai, and the third brother, Amori, drew red cards to catch ghosts. The second brother, Amori, drew a white card to be a ghost. He first mixed with the group of ghosts and entered the park half an hour earlier. Then he followed some candidates silently to find out their approximate location. After the ghost-catching candidates come in, he will meet up with his other two brothers. He will act as a guide to help his two brothers find other ghosts, and then he will be protected by his two brothers to prevent himself from being caught. Judging from the current results, the three brothers' approach is not bad. This is already catching a ghost. The eldest brother, Amurai, who has passed the test, is very satisfied. Okay, let's go find the second ghost next. The rules don't say that you need to leave the park immediately after catching a ghost. He won't leave just like that, he also has to help his youngest brother catch another ghost, and at the same time help his second brother not be caught by others. Anyway, the time limit is 12 o'clock tonight, there is still time. After a short rest, the three brothers, led by the second brother Amurai, went to the next ghost hiding place. On the other side of the small hill, there is a dark cliff cave that can be passed by one person. No matter how you look at this cliff cave, it looks like a place suitable for ghosts to hide. No, it's not like, it's true that there are candidates hiding in here. But every ghost hunting candidate who passed by here just looked over here and then left immediately. There is no other reason, there are many poisonous snakes everywhere at the entrance of this cave. They stared at their scarlet vertical pupils, hissing and spitting out their tongues. 0. They coldly pursued every guy who wanted to peek into the cave. The snake charmer Scarpeng, everyone knows which candidate is hiding in here. But facing the black hole that can only be passed by one person, no one knows what kind of poisonous snakes will be waiting for them inside. This is obviously an extremely dangerous terrain environment, and they will not choose to gamble their lives on it. Advertisement. There are also 31 other. Excluding Hisoka, there are still 30 ghost candidates, enough for them to capture. With this idea in mind, in this park, one ghost hunting candidate after another is searching. And those candidates who acted like ghosts were also hiding and escaping. Time passed by minute, in the blink of an eye. The starry night enveloped the sky, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Dusk fell, and everything was silent. In the garden at the entrance, the dancing butterflies were also sleeping under the flowers. It's time to leave. Hisoka, who had been sitting here for an afternoon, got up and walked slowly towards the entrance. He spent this whole round of tests very quietly, and no one came to disturb him. This also made him a little bored. It would be nice if we could have some fun. Molek's figure appeared in his mind again, and then quickly disappeared. Before he got some information about Molek, he would not act rashly. As for the other people in this hunter test, there were no other Nen. This also made Hisoka a little disappointed. He originally thought that there were some powerful characters among the guys who came to participate in the hunter test. Well, it's not that there are none, both he and Molek are considered. So, can we only focus on the examiner? The second round examiner was not bad, but he vented his murderous intent in the Ralpha forest. After coming out, he no longer had the interest to take action. As for the examiner of these 3 rounds of tests, 25 points, no desire to take action at all. Hisoka looked at the faintly swaying figure of the petite examiner at the entrance and couldn't help but sigh. Not all examiners hunter are skilled. At this time, there were many hidden figures in the park. After seeing Hisoka get up and leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Hisoka would block the door at the last moment and kill them all. In view of what happened the night before, they felt that Hisoka was likely to do such a thing. But fortunately, Hisoka is still normal now, and nothing happened. A group of people followed behind and walked out of Loras Park one after another. It's finally over. Tonpa, who was relieved, the 3 brothers of Amurai who were in good condition, the snake charmer Scarpeng who was not disturbed, Somi who used monkeys to warn, and Pengsi who used bees to stick cards on the candidates. A total of 28 people, right? After counting the number of people, Coyote Melee turned around in a circle with satisfaction. This number is enough to support the fourth round of tests, and my work is done. 16. After saying that, she ignored the remaining qualified candidates. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, she took the lead in running into the airship that had just landed. It seemed that she didn't want to stay here for a second longer. It was very much like a worker who got off work on time and completed his work. But fortunately, she said before the test that the next step for qualified candidates was to board the airship, and then she would take them to the next location. Everyone was silent for a while, and then followed to board the airship. This year's the hunter test time was very tight, or it could be said that it was very neat and tidy. 3 rounds of tests were completed in 2 days. And more than 300 people were eliminated in one go. From nearly 400 people at the beginning, the current 18 people were screened. The elimination ratio of more than 10 to 1 in 3 rounds of tests was really amazing. However, this is the dangerous hunter test. Until the last moment, no one can say whether they can get out of it unscathed or whether they can save their lives. This statement is not only for the candidates, but also for the examiners. No one knows what kind of monsters will appear in the hunter test every year. However, with more than 200 tests, many examiners seem to have gradually forgotten this reminder. In the Hunter Association's airship, in a room dedicated to an examiner. Is this the list and information of candidates who entered the 4th round of tests this year? A tall man dressed in wild animal fur and woolen pants, like a hunter in the wild, sat at the table and flipped through the information on the table casually. 3 brothers? New killer? Snake charmer? Monkey charmer? Looking at the names and information one after another, a trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the hunter man in the wild. Until a special list of candidates came into his sight. Hey! Magician murderer! 60 being targeted. Hunter test, I will not participate. Please subscribe. When Hisoka's information appeared in front of him, a murderous look suddenly flashed in the hunter man's eyes. This is the murderer who killed more than 20 candidates in the 2nd round of the test, right? He leaned forward and pressed his palm on the table, making the whole table squeak. Such a murderer should stay in prison, instead of getting a hunter license and becoming an unrestrained hunter. His face had become gloomy, and he remembered the name Hisoka firmly in his mind. Advertisement. Still thinking about passing the hunter test? Ha! He sneered and put Hisoka's information heavily on the other side. And the next candidate who appeared? Molek? Is he a member of the gang? Looking at the brief information on it, the hunter man in the wild showed more disgust on his face. No different from the murderer, even more disgusting, more scum. Bang! He put Molek's information in the same place as Hisoka, staring at the photos of the 2 people, and had already made up his mind. The evening passed slowly, and when the examinees had finished resting and adjusted their physical and mental states, the airship just landed on an open field. There was no vegetation or creatures here. There was only an endless wilderness and a high platform on top. After sending more than 20 examinees down, the airship slowly left here again. This is the location of the 4th round of tests. On the ring, the hunter man who had arrived here earlier stood there with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at the examinees who came here. I am the examiner of this round of tests, who? A wanted bounty hunter. He emphasized his hunter category and emphasized his tone. Wanted bounty hunter. Hearing this name, Takuto, a fighter who aspires to become this kind of hunter, was cheered up. Faced with many vicious criminals and dangerous elements, only by constantly strengthening your combat capabilities can you bring criminals to justice. Tokari said in a deep voice, so this test is to test your actual combat capabilities. After passing, you can enter the next round of the final test. The final test? 30. The expressions of more than 20 candidates became serious again. What they are waiting for is this final test. Every candidate who came here is rushing to pass the final test and get the ultimate goal of hunter license. And now, there is only 1 step, no, 2 steps away from this goal. Everyone focused and waited for the examiner to announce the content and rules of the 4th round of tests. Tokari, right. Molek looked at the examiner in the crowd and nodded, that's right. He did not forget that in this hunter test, the factor would beat up the hunter examiner he disliked. This man had not appeared in the first 3 rounds of the test. So he appeared in the 4th round of the test, right? Molek thought about it and planned to retreat behind everyone to watch the next excitement. However, what he did not expect was that he wanted to be a fun person, but the melon would find him. There are many criminals at large outside now. As hunters, we have the responsibility to stop the atrocities of those bastards and send them to where they should go. Under the gaze and waiting of the candidates, Hojo did not start explaining the rules and content as everyone expected. Instead, he directly started the crazy spray mode. Those executioners and murderers with innocent blood on their hands will pay the damn price sooner or later. The expressions of the other candidates suddenly changed in various ways. Each examiner has his own temperament and bounty. Hunter's hot temper is nothing to worry about. Under normal circumstances, it is understandable to make such subjective judgments. They just pretended not to hear it, or didn't take it to heart. But now, in this situation, isn't this a little too targeted? Some examinees subconsciously looked in the direction of Hisoka. They found that the latter was still calm. As if he hadn't heard anything at all, he was flipping the cards in his hand nonchalantly. Here it comes. Hearing this, Molek didn't care about the subtle atmosphere in the venue at all, and his expression suddenly became excited. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have taken out melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water, ready to watch the show. However, before his fun mentality lasted for 5 seconds. And the gangsters and gang members, none of them are good things, and they won't have any good endings. Examiner Toguri continued to output there, a bunch of garbage that is worse than animals, they deserve to be used as younger brothers for the rest of their lives. Molek. Dressed in gangster clothes, the smile on his face disappeared immediately. This guy, is he mentally ill? Advertisement. After a lot of blah blah, Hu Xiao, who knew it was time to get to the point, stopped talking and began to introduce the content of this test. The rules are very simple. This is a huge arena. The combat ability tested in this round is the arena competition. All of you must go up to the arena and fight. Those who fall down and fail to get up will lose, and those who fall off the arena and admit defeat will also lose. No killing is allowed in the arena, no weapons or external forces other than your own are allowed, and no attacking the opponent's eyes and vital parts are allowed. There is no time limit. There are currently 28 participants in the competition. 1/4 of the qualified people will be selected, and 7 people will be left in the arena. The test is over. 7 out of 28 is already a very strict selection for them. The examinees looked solemn, and the atmosphere suddenly became urgent at this moment. They looked at each other with vigilance. At this moment, all the people around them became opponents competing for the final test. But, in fact, among us, only 5 people should be qualified. Amurai, the brainless third brother of the 3 Amurai brothers, muttered in a low voice, speaking the thoughts of everyone. Well, it is said that 7 people passed, but Hisoka and Molek were also included in the crowd. With the strength of the 2 of them, no matter what, they can definitely pass. In other words, the actual passing rate is 26 out of 5. From the original 1 in a quarter, it has dropped to less than 1 in 5. When the candidates thought of this result, they felt much heavier. And Tokari, who saw this scene, slowly grinned. Of course, as I said before, as a hunter, you have to have the responsibilities that a hunter should have. So, based on my position as a wanted bounty hunter, I have to make additional rules. Anyone who has killed someone in this hunter test is not allowed to fight back in this ring match. Hearing this, the examinees who were originally serious all raised their heads. Looked at him in astonishment. You are obviously targeting him, right? If the words just now were particularly targeted, then this rule was made. It is obvious that it is put on the table, which is no different from naming someone. Among the 28 people present, there is only one person who has killed people in this hunter test. And he killed a lot of people. This is something that everyone, from the examinees to the Hunter Association, knows. There is no reason why the examiner of the 4th round of the test, Toguri, does not understand the situation. In other words, he is deliberately making things difficult and targeting Hisoka. However, the rule of not being able to fight back is extremely beneficial to the other candidates. Therefore, the remaining 20 or so candidates all kept silent and subconsciously moved to the side. With Hisoka's personality, if he was targeted so obviously, he might go crazy. It's better to stay away, so as not to get into a fight and get blood on them. At the same time, they didn't forget to look at Hisoka from the corner of their eyes to see how he would react. At this time, Hisoka had put away the poker cards in his hand. I don't know whether he obeyed the rule that examiners cannot bring weapons into the venue, or he had other ideas. But in the eyes of everyone, only Hisoka's mouth corners were slowly drawn up. In his eyes, there was a little bit of interest. Okay, I won't say more. Swish. Tokari jumped down from the ring and landed on the ground, splashing dust. Everyone, get on the ring immediately. He said in an unquestionable tone, then stand in position. After I say start, this round of testing will officially start. As soon as Tokari's voice fell, some candidates could not help but rush to the ring. They wanted to go up as soon as possible and move to a position that was beneficial to them. Molek looked at this scene, thinking that his journey was almost over. But I told you not to carry weapons. Do some people have no ears? Tokari said some people, but his eyes were fixed on the direction where Molek was. Molek glanced around and found that there was no one. In other words, they were targeting him. Interesting, this examiner named Tokari, even he was targeted? Molek remained calm on the surface, and put away the collector on his waist and the ruyi stick on his back. Hisoka, who was silent next to him, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. Is this all right? Molek clapped his hands and said to Tokari calmly. Advertisement. Who knows where you put these weapons? A mocking look gradually emerged on Tokari's face. Maybe they are hidden under your black clothes. I am responsible for the candidates who take the test on stage. You, take off your clothes immediately. Tokari said righteously, I want to check carefully to see if you have hidden other weapons. And the clown-dressed candidate number 33 next to you, you too. Then, he turned his words to Hisoka who had not moved yet. Your clothes with the playing card pattern can easily hide sharp blades. You have to take them off too, so I can check them out. The examinees who were about to go on stage suddenly stumbled. That was Hisoka. Is it really okay to say such things to him in such a tone? Ah, did the examiner of the hunter test say that? That's fine. As an examiner, it should be easy to punish a candidate, right? The examinees who had already stepped onto the stage and were still a little frightened also slowly calmed down. When they thought that this was a target from the hunter test examiner, their eyes became a little subtle. Although Hisoka had shown so much strength before, he shouldn't be able to make any waves in front of this examiner, right? And Tonpa, who had already sensed something was wrong, rushed to the stage early, to a far position. For fear that he would be affected by the disaster. They are both devils and monsters. Fang sniffed hard, and the filth on his face was replaced by fear. Is it really okay to provoke them like this? For some reason, Tonpa always felt that this conflict would definitely not be that simple. Even if the person who did this was the examiner of the hunter test. Is there something hidden under my clothes? Interesting. The corners of Hisoka's mouth began to slowly rise. He would wear these clothes with playing card patterns almost every time he went out. The main reason is that the styles are simple and convenient for fighting. With such a dress, no one would think that there would be any weapons or other items hidden under the clothes. The meaning of this hunter examiner's words is already very clear. He just wants to find fault. 527 Examiner, I think you are targeting and humiliating us. Molek's expression gradually returned to calm. I can confirm that I am not carrying any weapons. That's what you said, it can't be verified. Tokari did not give in, and even felt that Molek was backing down a bit, and began to push forward. I said, I want to check it myself. His eyes returned to Molek, and I want to make sure that there is no possibility of covering the weapon on your body. What if I say no? Molek's voice was very calm. You have no say in this. Hu Shao grinned and pressed on, I am the examiner of this round of tests, and I have the final say on the rules and requirements. If you want to take the hunter test, you must follow my rules and do as I ask. Is that so? I understand. Molek just nodded, then in that case. It's better not to take this hunter test. What did you say? Hu Shao obviously did not expect such a result. He frowned deeply, say it again. Don't you have ears? Molek had a blank expression and fed back what he had just said to him. I said, I won't take the hunter test. Tokari's expression suddenly darkened. Do you think the hunter test is a place where you can come and go as you please? What do you think of such a sacred test? I don't know whether God is sacred or not. Molek's eyes also responded with mockery, I only know that even the brightest place will have darkness, and even the most so-called cruel test will have garbage and waste. What did you say? Tokari's eyes suddenly became grim. Okay, very good, in the hunter test, this is the first time I have seen a candidate dare to talk to the examiner like this. Candidate number 251, you did not comply with the rules of the hunter test, did not cooperate, and had a series of violations such as contempt for the examiner during the test. Tokari showed a grim smile on his face, now I declare that you are officially deprived of the qualification for this hunter test. So it was deprived, not that I voluntarily withdrew, right? Molek understood the meaning of the other party's words. So even in this stage where I withdrew from the hunter test, you must emphasize your actions and demonstrate your dominance and authority as a hunter examiner. Your self-esteem is really not ordinary weak and sensitive, using this method to highlight your power. What did you say? Tokari's anger value suddenly rose, and Molek's words obviously irritated him a little. The atmosphere of the entire venue has begun to become unusual. It was at this time. Sorry, wait a moment, disturb you two first. 61 beat up the examiner. Trampled him. Who is the examiner and who is the examinee? Hisoka walked towards this side slowly, with a little restlessness in his tone. My problem seems to have not been solved yet. He raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons or things in his hands. I also want to declare that I am not carrying any weapons or items that violate the test, but I also don't want to be checked. The arc on Hisoka's face became bigger and bigger, gradually becoming perverted and dangerous. Advertisement. So Mr. Examiner, in this case, what is the arrangement for me? Here he comes. He is fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. When the candidates on the stage saw this scene, they knew that the devil Hisoka had started to go crazy again. And this time, his target was the examiner. Even more, just when a candidate had just argued with the examiner, he added fuel to the fire. And the consequence of such an approach is... Hey! Toguri turned his head suddenly, and the ferocious look on his face became more and more terrifying. Then you are also deprived of the qualification for this hunter test like candidate No 251. Is that so? Hisoka twisted his waist and walked over in a cat-like manner, but I don't accept this result. Hey! I think it's just like what candidate number 251 said, as an examiner, you are deliberately targeting us, this is your problem. Hisoka seemed to have found something interesting, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. So, I don't approve and accept your decision. What a disapproval and acceptance. He was almost laughing out of anger. As the examiner of this round of hunter test, there are actually candidates who contradict him, and there are more than one. He feels that it is necessary to let these scum of the world, the disgusting bastards in society, know what cruelty is. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Tohari began to surge with evil spirit, I am the examiner of this round, and I have the final say on everything. In that case. Hisoka paused, and suddenly a poker card flashed in his hand, then I have to solve the problem in my own way. He said this in a gentle tone, smiling. It's just that the smile on his face is so weird and feminine. Many candidates on the stage have long been shocked and speechless. It has to be said that even if they think the examiner can handle such an incident, some think that this examiner is really brave. He actually dared to provoke Molek and Hisoka at the same time. So, if there is a dispute between you, then you can solve it by yourselves. Molek on the side crossed his arms and said, I personally have no objection to the result of withdrawing from this hunter test. Whether it is this poor little guy with a sensitive and fragile self-esteem who took the initiative to deprive me of my qualifications, or whether I personally withdraw, the result is the same. He said that he had no objection, but every word after that was deliberately provoking Hu Shao. Then, you guys chat about your things, I'll leave first. As he said that, Molek raised his foot and pretended to leave. Just at this time. Swish! A scimitar flashing with cold light flew past him quickly. Did I let you go? The scimitar made a circle in the air, and then flew back again, landing in Hu Shao's hand. He stared at Molek again in a low voice with hidden murderous intent. I accept the result, so I should not be a candidate now. Molek raised his eyebrows, so you are no longer an examiner, and now you should have no reason to block my way. It's because you are no longer a candidate. The blade of the scimitar tilted, reflecting Tokari's murderous face, so I can clean up you scum and underworld trash who are worse than dogs. Is that so? I understand. Molek nodded as if he had just understood it, you did it on purpose to make me lose my candidate status so that you can target me better. He clapped his hands and nodded in approval, after all, he is the examiner of the hunter test. This little head has nothing but water in it, and the thoughts are complicated. But... Molek's calm eyes gradually became deeper. How can you be so confident that you can clean me up? Oh my, are you going to steal my toys? Molek. Hisoka, who was watching from the side, clenched the playing cards in his hand, and called Molek's name directly without giving in. Advertisement. This time, I advise you to watch from the side. Molek shook his wrist slightly and said calmly, otherwise, if we really fight, I will not distinguish between friend and foe, and I will kill you as well. Besides, don't you want to see what I look like when I really fight? Hisoka paused with the poker cards in his hand, and then slowly relaxed. Right. He thought for a while, this is indeed a good opportunity to observe your fighting style and strength. Hisoka pursed his lips, then I will reluctantly withdraw this time. Anyway, it's just a nearly rotten apple, and it doesn't taste good. Hisoka looked at Molek's back and licked his lips with his tongue, it's even more fascinating. I will be watching you closely from behind, Molek. Watch your every move, your use of telekinesis and chi at every moment, and most importantly, your combat habits and abilities. I can't see your abilities. This rotten apple should not be able to force Molek's abilities to the level he has. Hisoka suppressed the wild desire for fighting and killing that was growing in his heart. Step back and leave the battlefield to the two of them. Really, I was just here to watch the fun, but I didn't expect. Molek shook his head, and the melon fell on me. Although I try not to disrupt the development of the plot as much as possible. Molek whispered in his heart, but I can't stand being pushed around like this. I now understand why Hisoka dislikes a guy like you and can't help but beat you up. Because you really deserve a beating. Looking at the opposite side, Toguri took out a scimitar in his backhand launching the earth power flow stance. Molek suddenly laughed. You know what? when you announced that I would be stripped of my status as a candidate. Molek's face showed a smile that was completely different from before. My idea is almost the same as yours. As soon as the words fell, a layer of amazing energy rose around him instantly. What are you talking about? Who had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation, was still cursing there. But before he could finish this sentence, he felt a flash in front of his eyes. Bang! A loud slap hit him directly in the face. I don't know where you got the courage from. After slapping, Molek said calmly. Your own strength is not very good, but your words are more disgusting and hateful. This is what is called, the more narrow-minded and weak people are, the easier it is to be self-inflated, right? Puff! Half of Hu's face swelled up immediately. He spit out a mouthful of black blood, mixed with a few broken teeth. However, as a wanted bounty hunter, he still has some skills to chase the murderer and survive until now. After suffering a severe blow to his face, he immediately swung the scimitar in his hand. He slashed upwards diagonally, aiming directly at Enok's throat. However, ding! Molek's other hand bent and flicked the fingers, accurately flicking on the blade. Too slow. The faint voice was like announcing the final death sentence to Tokeri. Crack! The place where the finger flicked was instantly shattered, and the cracks covered the entire body of the scimitar like a spider web. Finally. Bang! Like a fairy scattering flowers, the tiny blade fragments flew and bounced onto Tokeri's body, leaving several bloody marks. It's obvious that you haven't practiced the two-sword style at all. Molek turned his hand and slapped him again. And, your actions once again prove your stupidity and ignorance. Slap! Another loud slap hit his face, and the other half of Baishi's face swelled up. Even though Tohari had anticipated Molek's move and wrapped the chi dizziness around his face in advance to protect himself, he still took a heavy blow. And this time, Molek obviously used a lot of force. Advertisement. He flew backwards under this slap. While flying, blood and rotten teeth spurted out of his mouth. Then, plop! His whole body fell heavily to the ground. Dang! Another scimitar also fell beside him. The candidates on the stage were all stunned when they saw this scene. I'm not seeing things. Amurai, the youngest of the three Amurai brothers, slapped his face and murmured, the examinee, hit the examiner. The second brother Amori also swallowed his saliva, who is the examiner and who is the examinee? Is that guy really just a examinee? The eldest brother Amurai also felt a little incredible, also, is this person called Hoja really an examiner? Not only the three brothers, but also the other examinees showed more or less disbelief. The scene in front of them was really too absurd and too shocking for everyone. Who would have thought that the examiner hunter, who had always been high and mighty in their eyes, was beaten up by a examinee? I knew it, I knew it. The great god Tonpa in the corner of the arena saw this scene and kept muttering there. He always felt that this examinee named Molek, who looked inferior on the surface, was not as good as the examiner. Hisoka is so sick and crazy. But if he is really PD off, he will definitely be more terrifying than Hisoka. Damn it, UBCH. Tokeri, who was lying on the ground, had pus flowing out of his face, and an unknown liquid was flowing out of his nose and mouth, and he was still cursing something indistinctly. Until. It seems that. Except for the knife in your hand, your mouth is the hardest. Molek came up to him and stepped on his face with a ruthless foot. The sole of the shoe directly covered half of his face and pressed his mouth down so that he could no longer open his mouth. Even your knife may not be as hard as your mouth. Woo woo woo. Huo wanted to struggle and push away, but my caik just crushed him hard. Instantly, the world was quiet. The examiner was stepped on by the examinee and could not move. He was even beaten so hard that he could not even speak. So, what should we do now? On the stage, Peng Si, who kept bees, rubbed his hat, not knowing what to do. Should we still conduct the hunter test? Still testing. Didn't you see that the examiner was knocked to the ground? How can we conduct the test? All the examinees were silent. Mainly because they had never encountered such a situation before, and had never heard of it. Everyone looked around subconsciously. Well, there was no one else in the open field except for their group. This made them want to find a responsible person to deal with this situation, but there was no one. The monkey trainer Suomi scratched King Chiji on his shoulder, then thought about it, looked around, and found Tonpa who was shrinking to watch the fun. You have participated in so many hunter tests. Sumi poked Tonpa, what should we do in this situation? B. I have participated in so many hunter tests, but this has never happened before. Tonpa thought for a while and said vaguely, the Hunter Association will set up a hunter test organizing committee for each hunter test. We just need to call them and report the situation on the spot. The Hunter Association's airship was quietly parked on a flat ground near the wilderness. President, there seems to be something wrong with the fourth round of tests. Mr. Damian, who received the news, immediately reported the matter to Netero. Just a little. Netero, who was sitting at the desk, had put on his immortal clothes early. He stroked his beard and laughed. I feel like the situation should be more serious. Mr. Beanface Man, if it is more serious, is it really okay for you to laugh like this, President? Although there was a conflict between the examinee and the examiner this time, the party responsible is more on Hu Xiao. Zhao Hao, the airship took off slowly, and Netero drank tea peacefully. The purpose of our hunter test registration is to open to the world, regardless of any race, ethnicity, and occupation. Hu Xiao's actions are somewhat contrary to the purpose of our association. But as an examiner of the hunter test, it is unacceptable to be beaten up by the examinee like this. Wow, young people nowadays are really troublesome, they like to cause trouble to others, wow wow wow. Mr. Demianren. Listening to your laughter and the smile on your face, you are obviously very happy about this situation, right? Anyway, conflicts between candidates and examiners have happened in previous tests. But basically the examiners suppressed the candidates. It was the first time in history that a candidate beat up the examiner. The Hunter Association had to deal with this kind of thing. The airship started quickly and headed towards the wilderness arena again. At the same time, the Hunter Association also learned about this matter. In a certain meeting office. So I said at the time that professional hunters with extreme personalities and defects should just accept the Hunter Association's accountability investigation honestly. At the front of the rectangular conference table, Pariston, who was wearing a beige plaid suit and had golden hair, Hill said with a smile. This vice president, who always had an unfathomable smile on his face, was now on fire. Now, there is a big disturbance in the hunter test. Because I made unreasonable rules to target the candidates, I was beaten up by the candidates. If such a thing is leaked, it will definitely tarnish the image of professional hunters in our entire hunter association. I also bear a certain responsibility for this matter. Pariston said very sincerely, but his words were heartbreaking. I shouldn't have trusted the advice of some veteran hunters in the Hunter Association too much. 62 See the red blind box again. The protagonist of the story is me. See you next year, President. Please subscribe. Pariston's heart-wrenching words continued. We chose to give this hunter who is under investigation, who has great instability, a chance to make corrections. It turns out that a hunter like this cannot be given any chance to reform. Because such a person has no concept of reflection at all, he will only continue to do his own thing. In the future, I will strictly implement the system of the Hunter Association and will not have any compassion. Advertisement. Pariston said it with great force, but all the 12 earthly branches present knew that this guy was targeting someone with every word. So you admit that this is your responsibility? The yellow-haired Kangze of Tiger pinched his nose and squinted at Pariston. Then you should just resign. Don't be the vice president. Of course, if you insist on committing suicide to apologize, I also agree very much. As soon as these brainless words came out, Horse Sashikobayakawa and Dog Chider next to him Yorkshire couldn't help shaking his head. Yeah, Mr. Kangze's suggestion is very good. Pariston nodded with a smile, and then looked at a tall figure in the middle of the long table. Mr. Porter White, do you have anything to say? Dressed in red and white makeup of a famous Peking opera actor, dressed in black and white costumes, with white hair on the corners of his face and temples, Chen Long Porter White Gigante crossed his arms. If you are responsible, then I will take the main responsibility. I interfered with the punishment of the Hunter Association. I want to give Tohari a second chance to reform. If I really want to resign, then I should withdraw from the 12 earthly branches first. Kangze next to him suddenly realized that this was not what he thought. He wanted to speak again, but the Joniu Mize Aston next to him threw a gag card. Shut up now. Mr. Porter, you are joking. You are the conscience of our 12 earthly branches and the most straightforward man. Pariston smiled and waved his hand. If even someone like you resigns, then no one in our 12 earthly branches will be able to look up to us. Swish. The other 12 earthly branches all stared at him with a death gaze. Pariston's words scolded all their other earthly branches. Your starting point is very good. It can only be said that Hu Huo has failed Mr. Porter's trust. Pariston comforted him very kindly on the surface. Just now the president called me and said that the Hunter Test Committee will solve this incident well. Mr. Porter, you don't have to worry. I know, 413. After hearing this, Porter Bai was too embarrassed to sit down. Because of my personal emotional behavior, I even alarmed the president, who had to personally come to clean up the problems and mistakes in the Hunter Association's work caused by me. I am ashamed. After saying that, Porter Bai stood up from his seat, unwilling to stay here any longer. Pariston. The other 12 earthly branches who were still smart stared at the smiling Pariston without any concealment and disgust. The other parties seemed to be comforting Porter Bai, but in fact every word was heartbreaking, exerting psychological pressure on the other party. Seeing that the other party was straightforward, he squeezed the other party in this way. He is worthy of being the most annoying man in the 12 earthly branches. Why did Porter buy leave? Kang Zhe touched his head, a little confused. Didn't the president personally go out? Why is he so lost and uncomfortable? Mai Zhe asked and couldn't help shaking his head. Kijouer and Sekio looked at each other and sighed in tacit understanding. What's wrong? Kang Zhe didn't realize that there was something wrong with him. Am I wrong? He looked at the Wei Yang Yinda at the opposite table and asked. DB. Yinda, a huge, emotional man wearing a sheep blue coat and fluffy wool curly hair, pondered for a moment. I don't think there's any problem either. You two idiots shut up. Gailu, who had been listening to the discussion in silence, couldn't help it when she heard this. She opened her snake-like vertical pupils and said coldly. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. Crook, who was sitting in the corner and wearing open clothes with wings, sneered and said nothing. As for Pion, who was lying on the table and playing with his mobile phone, he kept tapping the pink mobile phone in his hand and didn't care about the discussion at all. It was like a panda doll that was very perfunctory in the meeting placed in the position of the pig. This is the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. There are smart people, calculating people, indifferent people, people who escape, and stupid people. All kinds of people have built the main framework of the current Hunter Association. Advertisement. While the 12 earthly branches expressed their opinions on this vicious incident. On the other side, the airship that Netero took also slowly arrived at the scene. Is it here? Molek raised his head and looked at the airship that appeared in the sky, and he was not surprised. In the second round of Hunter test next year, Netero was asked to be present in person because of Menchi's willfulness. Now there is a more serious situation than at that time, there is no reason for Netero not to be present. Or, it is precisely because of the conflict between the examiner and the examinee this time that Netero will pay more attention to it next year? But in any case, these pigs have no effect on Molek. He retracted his gaze and glanced at the Hyukurishi who was now like a dead pig, motionless under his feet. Then he saw a blind box slowly condensed beside him that no one else could see. A high-level blind box emitting red. Hisoka, Toguri, and the examinee beating up the examiner are all important plots this time. The only difference is that the protagonist of this plot is I am the operator myself. Molek put away the red blind box. At this time, the airship had landed on the ground. The fourth round of testing is temporarily terminated. Mr. Demianran came down from the airship first, please go back to the airship and take a rest. The specific test arrangements will be announced to everyone in a little while. Mr. Demianran, who entered the working mode in a serious manner, came out and the examinees had nothing to refuse. They all knew that the Hunter Association would intervene in this matter. So no one refuted, and they all walked down from the ring honestly. And they didn't even look at Molek, Hisoka, and Toguri. They kept their heads down and walked onto the airship one after another without saying a word. Mr. Molek, please come with me. After all the candidates left, Mr. Demian sighed and invited Molek again. The president wants to see you. It was the familiar office, the familiar scene and the familiar characters. But the blind box this time had obviously not been refreshed. Molek had to put aside the regret in his heart and sat there waiting for Netero's speech calmly. To be honest, in my impression, you are not such an impulsive person. Netero poured Molek a cup of tea and brought it to him. Things like this shouldn't happen to you. You don't have to test me with these words. Molek reached out and touched the teacup, the tea in it was still quite hot. Tell me, how did the president deal with this incident this time? Well, according to the regulations issued by the Hunter Test Organizing Committee this time, it is stated that if the examinee disagrees with the examiner's test content and judgment results, he can appeal to the Hunter Association. Netero stroked his beard. According to the rules, students are not allowed to directly attack the examiner. But the examiner can't directly attack the examinee, right? Molek asked lightly. Well, so Toguri was cancelled as the examiner of this Hunter test. Netero said frankly, and in view of his past mistakes and the extremely bad influence caused by this incident, he will be sentenced to nearly half a year in prison. Molek continued to look at him after hearing this, that's it. And the professional hunter status will be revoked and his hunter license will be confiscated. Netero picked up the teacup in front of him, this is the biggest punishment for us as the Hunter Association. Well, the Hunter Association is just a non-governmental organization. The association only contracts work from the government or enterprises, and most of them are entrusted to the hunters belonging to the association. The biggest punishment they can offer is to confiscate the hunter license and deprive him of his professional hunter status. However, even if he is deprived of his hunter status, he can still pass the exam if he wants to, right? Molek asked calmly. Well, the Hunter Association will not discriminate against anyone who signs up for the Hunter test. Netero nodded slightly, whether it is a murderer or a gangster from the gang world. I understand. Molek has no objection to this. Anyway, with the mind of that talker, he will only think about how to take revenge on him next year. If he really comes for revenge at that time, then Molek really doesn't mind sending him to another world to meet the criminals he once arrested and sent to the guillotine. By the way, tell him what it means to fail in revenge and become a vassal. Of course, in view of your inappropriate behavior in the hunter test this time. Netero stroked his beard lightly, with a smile on his face. You are disqualified as a candidate for this year's hunter test. You seem to be happy to see me eliminated, President. No way, hoo. You are laughing so happily, please stop laughing before you speak. Anyway, you will come again next year, right? Netero laughed. This year's hunter test, just treat it as accumulating experience. Isn't this my word? Molek smacked his lips, picked up the teacup in front of him, and drank the strong tea in it. Then see you next year. In the boundless wilderness, Molek stood here, watching the Hunter Association's airship set sail. His journey of this hunter test also ended here. Advertisement. So, where are you going next? A charming voice sounded behind Molek. Molek turned around and looked at the equally charming figure. You don't seem to be disqualified, right? Isn't it because I saw you were left behind and worried that you would be lonely? You don't have to say it so misleadingly. I'm not interested in you. Molek declined the pervert. You don't have to say that. Hisoka smiled, and the poker cards in his hand kept spinning. I suddenly feel that the hunter test without you is meaningless. So, I also plan to wait until next year and do it again with you. How do you know I will definitely come next year? Then will you come next year? Come. Hehe, me too. He turned around and waved at Molek. Then, we'll see you next year. If we're lucky, maybe we won't have to wait until next year. After leaving behind such a meaningful sentence, Hisoka gradually disappeared. Don't we have to wait until next year? Molek glanced casually in the direction he left. I hope so. BBA. He stretched slightly. I have to do my own thing. It's rare for me to come out, it's a little too early to go back now. He took out the combination set of universal capsule with his backhand, picked out a capsule from it and threw it to the ground. Puff. The purple smoke exploded and dissipated, revealing the aircraft inside. This is a very classic flying hovercraft in Dragon Ball that has no contact with the ground and floats in the air. It is really convenient to use it in this wilderness. At least, you don't have to walk away from here. Let's go to Sky Arena to earn some pocket money. Although Lightness Rub pays wages every month, it is better to have more spare money than nothing. Swoosh. The fast-moving hovercraft sped through the deserted wilderness. The 286th Hunter Test officially ended 2 days later. This year's pass rate is 0. Although there have been cases where candidates were wiped out in previous years, that was the candidate's own fault. This year's situation is a bit special. A candidate beat up the examiner. The candidates who were eliminated in the previous rounds heard such an amazing news. Are you kidding me? The people who heard the news looked incredible. There are still such brave candidates this year. Yes. Amurai, the youngest of the 3 Amurai brothers, nodded in agreement. Tell me more. In the tavern, someone greeted very considerately, Boss, give me 2 glasses of fine wine, I'll treat you to this meal. So, under the hospitality, Amurai had no intention of keeping it secret and told the whole story of this incident. In Molek and after Hisoka and the other 2 left, Mr. Dumianran, the spokesperson of the Hunter Association, informed all the candidates on the airship about the situation and the results of the incident. Including but not limited to, deprivation of the examiner qualification for this round of tests, 6-month imprisonment, confiscation of hunter license, deprivation of the test qualification of the candidate involved, and a series of other results. As for the 33rd candidate Hisoka, he was stripped of the subsequent qualification for this year's test because he left privately. The 4th round of tests will proceed normally and will be replaced by new examiners. After hearing these announcements, all the candidates breathed a sigh of relief and became excited. It is great for a perverted murderer like Hisoka and a super dangerous person like Molek to leave. Moreover, both of them are extremely powerful, and they have to continue to occupy their qualified places if they stay. It's just right that they left. The remaining candidates all felt that their chances of passing had increased a lot. Just as they were rubbing their hands and preparing to pass this test well. I am your examiner for the 4th round of tests. A tall and majestic figure stood in front of them. My name is Porter Bai, please give me your guidance. When Porter Bai, who felt deeply ashamed and felt that he had to do something to make up for his mistake this time, came here to be the examiner of the 4th round of tests. The result of this test was actually no suspense. 63 reactions from all sides. Marvel Hunter Serum. Sweeping the Sky Arena. With Porter Bai's strictness, he didn't need to think about the result of this round of tests. In addition, he felt it was necessary to re-establish the prestige of the Hunter Association for these candidates. So he subconsciously raised the standard and took a heavy hand. The result was There was no qualified candidate this year. Advertisement. Originally, some candidates who were able to pass the test were very angry because Molek and Hisoka were missing. So he began to publicize and spread the incident that happened in the hunter test among the candidates. The port of the European continent, on the Poseidon docked here. You really chose to come back for another year, ah? The drunk red-nosed captain who got the news sucked hard on the pipe in his mouth. Didn't you say you were just here to gain experience, but you beat up the examiner? The drunk red-nosed captain thought that Molek deliberately failed to complete the test and was eliminated, or he voluntarily gave up. But he had never expected that the other party would leave in such a way. This is really... It's too unexpected. The drunk red-nose sighed, but I think you are totally capable of doing such a thing. Thinking back to the exchanges with Molek, he couldn't help laughing again. You are like Chen, a man who can stir up a storm wherever he goes. I hope that when I see you again next year, you can bring different surprises to people. The heartbeat question and answer town of the giant redwood tree in Port Dory went to. Really? Was he stripped of his status as a candidate for assaulting the examiner? After learning about this, the quick question quick answer grandmother lay in a rocking chair with a peaceful smile. He doesn't look like the kind of kid who would mess around. Maybe there's something hidden. But, wouldn't we be able to meet him again next year? I'm actually looking forward to the new round of hunter testing you. Under the huge redwood tree, inside the cabin. Sure enough, Molek still didn't pass. The fox family was chewing on carrots. When they heard the news, the fox father bit off the entire carrot. Dad, with Molek's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass the test, right? The fox son had a hint of doubt. It's not a question of whether he can do it, but whether he wants to do it. But with his style of doing things, it's not like he would do something like beating up the examiner. Who knows what he's thinking? The fox father pounded the carrot and pondered, I can't even figure out the man's mind and thoughts. Maybe he did this for his own purpose and reason. In any case, the news of Molek beating up the examiner spread quickly among the examinees and the examiners. And even to the entire professional hunter communication circle. In the office of the vice president of the Hunter Association. Molek, the captain of the guard of the Mafia family. Pariston took the information of this year's test and smiled as he looked at Molek's information twice more. As the captain of the guard of the Mafia family, choosing to take the hunter license exam? It's really a good idea. He casually threw this document into the pile of information next to him. I don't know if he will come again next year. If he beats up the examiner again next time, what kind of impact will it have on the president? It's really exciting. Dark words whispered in this bright office. The outside world has not yet reached Molek. At this time, he has once again come to the Sky Arena where he has been before. But this time, he is a contestant. After filling out the registration form at the registration office, Molek waited for his number to be called in the waiting room. At the same time, he took stock of the gains from this hunter test. The white blind box is not considered much, and the blue medium, Tonpa and Hisoka each provide one. President Netero and the last part of beating the examiner each provide a red blind box. And the red blind box provided by the beating examiner, Molek also opened it on the way here. Get the high-level blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Hunter Serum. Source World Marvel 10 Amazing Spider-Man. Advertisement. Because that hunter looks like a wild hunter, are the things that come out also related to hunter? Molek looked at the items in the storage space and quickly passed by the Hunter Serum. This Hunter Serum is the power that Hunter Craven in the Spider-Man world obtains. His real name is Sergei Kravenov. He is a descendant of polar bear nobles. He started hunting to regain the honor of the nobles. He is a crazy hunter who is keen on hunting games. Unlike other hunters who use guns or bows and arrows, Craven usually designs traps and baits before fighting to weaken the strength of the prey and then subdue it. The passion and talent for hunting attracted Craven to Africa, where he met a witch who used voodoo. And from her, he obtained a mysterious potion that can prolong life and beast-like strength, namely Hunter Serum. He began to feel bored with ordinary hunting and used the new potion to enhance his abilities. And as one of the founding members of the Sinister Six, he started hunting Spider-Man with other villains and has been obsessed with hunting Spider-Man for a long time. Craven once tried to prove that he was the greatest hunter in the world by defeating Spider-Man. Craven failed in many battles between the two sides. But once he defeated Spider-Man, he thought he had reached the peak of his life and committed suicide. The reason for making such a choice is also related to his beastly personality affected by the Hunter Serum. Indeed, this Hunter Serum can bring powerful strength to people. At the peak state of taking Hunter Serum, Craven has the strength to lift about 2 tons of weight. He also has super speed and can accelerate to 60 miles in a short distance, which is about 97 kilometers per hour. Moreover, this Hunter Serum will greatly slow down the aging process of people. Craven was over 70 years old when he died, but his appearance was like a young man. Although the increase in age will affect him, his agility, reaction ability, physical strength and endurance will also be enhanced. With so many benefits, this hunter serum has only two defects. The first is that while having so much power, it will bring the influence of beast personality. Secondly, this hunter serum needs to be taken continuously to keep the state at its peak. If it is interrupted in the middle, although it will still give people strong physical strength and the agility of top athletes, but there will be no superhuman ability. Molek estimated that this hunter serum can be opened from the red blind box, most of which has the effect of greatly slowing down the aging process of people. Nothing that can be related to life and lifespan is a simple item. And if you don't consider the side effects of the beast personality, you can also regard it as a life-saving potion to increase buff and improve various physical skills at a critical moment. It's just like the potion that improves the state in the game. Not to mention that this hunter serum is also of high research value if it is used for research and analysis. If it is really in the hands of some excellent scientists, maybe it can really analyze the composition of its super ability, and even mix it for mass production. This is the hunter world. There are all kinds of magical and incredible Nen worlds. Molek believes that there are definitely people who can do this. When I meet the right person, I can give him this hunter serum and the materials of Universal Capsule to see if he can develop it. Molek thought so, and suddenly his name sounded from the loudspeaker. He gathered his thoughts, followed the instructions of the loudspeaker, and walked to the center of his own ring. Hehe, another tender little guy. Across from Molek stood a guy with black skin and white martial arts clothes, who looked neither fish nor fowl. Grinning with yellow rotten teeth, he said with a smile, "I will love you well." The game begins. Bang! Molek didn't even look at the other side, and shook his hand expressionlessly. It's a pity that you can only use weapons after reaching the 200th floor. Amid the exclamations of the surrounding audience, he whispered with some disdain, "Otherwise, you don't even need to take action. This way, if you meet such a disgusting guy again, you can just use the Ruyi stick to sweep him away directly. However, once you reach the 200th floor, there will be no bonus, but what is so-called reputation? Honor? Can it make you stronger? Can it be used as a meal?" Contestant Molek, go to the 50th floor. The referee on the scene was the first to come to his senses. After all, he had witnessed many large-scale fighting matches. After checking the opponent's inability to get up, he immediately announced Molek's promotion. Similarly, NK also received 152 rings of exhibition fees. Whether you win or lose on the first floor, you can get a bonus of 152 rings, which is about the price of a can of juice. However, if you lose the next game, there will be no bonus. If you win on the 50th floor he is heading to, you can get about 50,000 yuan. The subsequent floors will receive corresponding bonuses according to the level. There will be about 1 million bonuses on the 100th floor, and more than 10 million bonuses on the 250th floor and above. If you win the 190th floor, you can get a bonus of about 200 million rings. However, the competition after the 200th floor is only for honor, and there is no prize money. Advertisement. So if it is just for the prize money, you can stop and go home after winning the 190th floor. There are also many scumbags who like to play crooked ways among the contestants above the 200th floor. Molek tossed the coin in his hand, they should have some savings, right? Thinking of this, some strange ideas emerged in his mind. And just when Molek went to the 50th floor, in a dark corner of the audience, a man with waist-length hair, a green coat and black trousers compared the information and photos in his hand. His skin was extremely white, and in this dim corner, it could not cover his skin. But the strange thing was that the people around him did not notice his existence at all. He is the person Hisoka wants to entrust. After determining the target, he nodded and put the information in his arms. It's just a search for information, not an assassination. It seems Hisoka has found a suitable target again. After this thought briefly emerged, it quickly disappeared. He only needs to obtain enough information according to the commission. Everything else has nothing to do with him. This is the good professional ethics that their family has always upheld. He quietly disappeared into the crowd and began his work. Molek climbed to the 50th floor and continued to show his bravery. None of the enemies in front of him could stand up to him. After the referee announced the start of the fight, the opponents basically fell down. When he met some dirty-mouthed guys and those who behaved in a rather vulgar and mean manner, Molek didn't mind letting them experience the feeling of having their teeth knocked out. In this way, starting from the 50th floor, the 100th floor, the 130th floor, the 150th floor, all the way to the 190th floor. His progress was so fast that he almost sprinted to the top floor that ordinary fighters could reach. 200 million ringgits are easily deposited. At the counter specializing in collecting bounties, he took the bank card account from the working lady. Molek's own assets also easily broke through 9 figures. If he was just an ordinary person, it would be enough to live a good life. But this is not enough. Molek flicked the passbook and put it away with his backhand. The real money-making business is above the 200th floor. As Molek climbed to the upper floors at a very fast speed, and every battle was as clean and neat as a crushing victory. Inevitably, he also attracted the attention of many fighting fans and high-level players on the roof. Another powerful newcomer. In a room above the 200th floor, 3 guys dressed in strange clothes gathered here. He made a lot of noise, and he looks very strong. Hehe, Hua Shidolang made a bigger noise than him back then, but what happened? He was beaten up by Hisoka and disappeared. He looks very young, and he must feel that he has made great progress in his practice, so he came to this Wikong arena to challenge the 10th Invincible. Hehe, this is indeed the best place to make a name for himself, and he is quite capable to fight all the way to the 200th floor. It's just. This is a completely different world from the floors below. He's coming to register soon, do you want to go and see? It's also good to go and see the qualifications of the newcomers. 3 ghosts who seemed to come from the underworld were whispering to each other, and occasionally bursts of creepy laughter. In the elevator leading to the 200th floor. Starting from this level, the application battle system will be adopted, and each person will have a 90-day battle preparation period. The elevator lady programmatically explains the rules here to every contestant who reaches more than 200 floors. You can choose to participate in the competition on any day during this period. After each battle, you can get a recalculated 90-day battle preparation period. But if you do not participate in the battle within the stipulated 90 days, you will be disqualified. On this floor, you only need to win 10 games to pass, but if you have lost 4 games before winning 10 games, you will be disqualified. If you can win this floor, you can challenge the floor owner to monopolize this floor and become the new floor owner, enjoying reputation and living a worry-free life. Molek listened to the information, which was not different from what he knew, and he looked at the elevator lady while pretending to listen. The people working in the Sky Arena are not ordinary people. The elevator lady can easily beat Killua and Gon, and the lady in charge of registration cannot be affected by Hisoka's malicious thoughts. Not to mention how strong they are, but at least they must have practiced the 4 basic elements of opening aura nodes and thoughts. AJ. Welcome to take this elevator again next time. With the polite smile of the elevator lady, Molek walked out of the elevator and crossed the long corridor. Soon he found the registration office and filled in his information. He signed and asked, if I want to fight tomorrow, can it be arranged? According to the rules, as long as you register, you can choose a date to fight at any time within 90 days. 64 easy to win. Shock the audience. Big money making business. Subscribe. The registration lady introduced, tomorrow is also possible, but the premise is that there must be a player who chooses the same date as you to fight tomorrow, so that the 2 of you can be arranged to fight. I understand. Molek put down the pen in his hand, and then looked at the dark corridor next to him, so did you all hear it? If anyone wants to fight me, you can arrange a match tomorrow. In the dim corridor, 3 ghostly figures emerged. Are you so confident? The hedgehog-headed man with a yellow headscarf sitting in an electric wheelchair on the left chuckled. Looks like he's also a guy who knows how to use chi, right? The masked man on the right, with grey hair, a white mask, a long robe, and an empty left hand, smiled and said. Advertisement. After all, he's a newcomer. He feels invincible with a little power. This kind of vigorous, high-spirited, and confident mental state. It really makes people want to destroy him, hehe. The man in the middle, wearing a red cloak and looking like a gyroscope, knocked the cane in his hand hard. Leave tomorrow's battle to me. I want to let this newcomer who doesn't know the height of the world feel the horror of the world above these 200 floors. The 200 floors above the Sky Arena belong to the world of Nen. There are often fighters who have fought to the 200th floor but don't know what Nen is and rush in. Then they are greeted by the attack initiation from the Nen. Those who can't withstand initiation will naturally die here. Those who were lucky enough to barely survive were those who were attacked by Nen in the initiation and opened the aura nodes. However, these people suffered various kinds of damage to their bodies during the initiation process and became disabled. In addition, they had no systematic knowledge and methods of learning Nen, so they could only practice themselves to death and wander at the entrance of the 200th floor. By deceiving and bullying newcomers, they can get the qualification to continue to stay in the 200th floor. The 3 people of Gido who are good at playing spinning tops are typical of them. Molek is not interested in their strength and behavior. But after staying in the Sky Arena for such a long time, he is familiar with this place, not to say that he knows everything about it. It just so happens that Molek also has something to do and needs to find them. Some ideas about making a lot of money. Sky Arena, 225th floor. Well, today's match is an eye-catching one. The huge arena was filled with people, and many fighting fans filled the seats. Molek reached the 200th floor with overwhelming momentum. The young lady with double ponytails and dressed in commentary clothes was full of energy and passionately introduced the situation on the scene. His opponent in this match is Gido, who has maintained a single win so far. One side is a dazzling newcomer who reached the 200th floor in his first participation. The other side is an old-fashioned strongman who has been working on the 200th floor for many years and has defeated many newcomers every year. Who of the two will win in the end? Let's wait and see. On the arena, Molek and Giddo have already stood firm amid the cheers of the audience. Start. After the referee waved his arm, he officially announced the start of the fight. Little brat, you're lucky to meet me in the first game. Giddo's voice was full of confidence. He raised his palm, and a gyroscope wrapped in telekinesis spun at high speed, tapping his fingertips. I don't have much strength, so I won't let you die. The cane in his hand took the gyroscope, and in an instant, an identical gyroscope appeared on the cane. It appeared. The commentator shouted, Giddo's dancing gyroscope. Being able to manipulate 10 gyroscopes to attack the enemy at will is Giddo's unique skill. Many players have fallen under this move of his. As soon as the words fell, Giddo instantly sent a spinning top flying to the harm's way. Watch out, my unique skill, the battle waltz. 10 spinning tops infused with telekinesis spun at high speed on the ring. In the blink of an eye, Molek was surrounded in the center. Hehe, after I inject telekinesis into the spinning tops, they can continue to spin for several hours and will continue to attack you. The movements of the spinning tops are complex and changeable, even I can't predict them. You are now completely trapped in the encirclement. He pushed the crutch in his hand down, as if he had already won. Giddo's gyro has been deployed, and will launch attacks one after another. The commentator was very emotional, so facing the gyro coming from all directions, Molek seems to be in a big crisis. How can he avoid the attacks of these gyro? Ding ding ding. One after another, gyro collided fiercely in the air and on the ring. Avoid? Why should I avoid? Molek just took a look at the scene, and then reached out to grab it. Ka! A high-speed gyro that was ejected by the collision was accurately grasped in his hand. What? Giddo, who was about to watch the opponent being knocked down, was suddenly startled. Caught it. The commentator outside the venue fully demonstrated her good qualities of supporting the main character. Giddo's dancing top was caught so easily by Kylie Ike. You know, these tops have caused countless newcomers a lot of trouble in previous battles, and even veteran players with more than 200 levels have a big headache. Advertisement. And now, Molek easily holds the top in his hand. Could it be that he has seen through Giddo's battle waltz moves? Crack. Amid the exclamations of the audience, Molek exerted force in his hand and easily crushed the top. My gyro. Giddo's face changed drastically under the red cloak, and then he heard the comments from the other side. He poured telekinesis into the gyro, increased the power of the gyro, and maintained the rotation speed of the gyro, but he couldn't control the direction of the gyro's collision at all. Molek caught another flying gyro and crushed it again. This use of telekinesis is really very rough. Ta! He looked at the 8 remaining gyros at his feet, and then looked at Giddo who was stiff on the opposite side, and said with a smile. The telekinesis poured into the gyro doesn't seem to be very strong. Giddo. Oh no, I met a master. Under the big red cloak, he broke out in cold sweat. I originally thought that the other party was a rookie who could be easily controlled. Who would have thought that the other party was a beast in human skin? This understanding of mind, and the power to crush the spinning top filled with mind power easily. Obviously, he is not a strong man of the same level as these small fry. At least, he is at the same level as the author of the post. Is this time a brick wall? Giddo, sweating profusely, realized that the situation was not good and knew that he had met a tough guy. You. He opened his mouth and wanted to admit defeat directly to save his little lamp. Then he saw Molek on the opposite side took out a red stick. Then. Swoosh. The stick swung, just a sweep. Crack. All the gyroscopes he placed on the ring were blown up. Giddo's gyroscopes were all blown up. The commentator couldn't hide her excitement and shouted. It's hard to imagine that Molek's stick could break this battle waltz so easily. This is the first time Giddo has faced such a dilemma, so what should he do next? What else can I do? All the weapons I control have been blown up, what do you think I should do? As far as we know, Giddo has another ultimate move that combines offense and defense, Tornado Gyroscope. Will he take this ultimate blow and start a Jedi counterattack? Gee. Thank you so much for reminding me that I still have this move. But the opponent easily exploded his own spinning top. If he really used that trick, the next one to be exploded is me. Giddo's throat rolled, and he no longer had any desire to fight. Tornado spinning top? The name is quite good. Molek held the Ruyi stick in his hand and tapped it in his palm. Then, use it to show me. He smiled with interest, it's just right for me to experiment and see what the difference is between pulling a small spinning top and a big spinning top. Will the feel be a little different? After saying that, he really looked Giddo up and down, as if looking for a suitable position to start. Giddo. In the end, Molek still failed to pull a big spinning top. Guido was very decisive and chose to admit defeat directly. For this reason, he also saved the last bit of face and life. However, the fight on the ring was over, but below the ring. What are you doing? In the exit channel, Guido was startled by Molek, who suddenly blocked his way. Not only him, but also Realvelt and Seidasso, the three good friends next to him, stepped forward. Looking at the seemingly harmless man in front of him with full of nervousness and fear. Don't be so nervous. Molek smiled and waved his hand. I'm not here to fight with you, I want to talk to you about something, and by the way, see if we can do some business and cooperation. Advertisement. Talk? Business. Seidasso immediately refused, we have nothing to talk to you about. Realvelt followed up, that's right, we don't have any business at all. Don't be so absolute, Zero. Molek said without hesitation, you have to believe in yourself, even a dung beetle has its own value of existence. You are the same. The disabled trio hunting newcomers. Are you sure you are here to discuss cooperation with us, and not to deliberately belittle us? If I really had any bad thoughts about you, you would have fallen when we first met. Molek said the cruel truth, even if I come here and talk to you, it's already a great favor to you. The corners of his mouth slowly raised an arc, and his tone gradually returned to normal. I said, this is a notice, not Shangjiang. Of course, if someone is unwilling to cooperate. Molek slightly turned sideways, revealing the collector on his waist, then I don't mind taking some other ways and means. Guido, Realvelt and Seidasso. Well, this is already a direct and naked threat. But this way, the haze in the hearts of the trio has not dissipated a little. Well, at least it proves that the three of them are still useful, and the other party is not deliberately seeking revenge afterwards. They are safe for the time being. What do you want to ask? Seidasso changed the way of addressing very sincerely. Let's find a secluded place to talk. Molek looked around, after all, what we want to talk about is also something shameful. The trio. In the end, the trio had to invite Molek to the luxurious room where they were. What do you need us to do? Realvelt, sitting in a wheelchair, asked carefully, we will do our best to help you complete it within our capabilities. Well, the subtext means that if it is beyond our ability and tolerance, then we will find it difficult to continue. Don't worry, with the ability level of you guys, I won't let you do anything complicated. Molek comforted them to relax. It seems to be true, but why does it sound so uncomfortable? I just want to know how to bet in the Sky Arena. Molek asked his real purpose. The Sky Arena is a fighting competition against the upper level, and there will definitely be winners and losers. Then naturally, there will be bets and gambling. The ticket money for watching the game is just a small profit channel for the Sky Arena. Among the many ways to make money, betting is one that cannot be ignored. The Sky Arena can always make a lot of money by being the banker. According to normal reason, in order to prevent match fixing, players are not allowed to place bets in the Sky Arena. Seidasso understood what the dangerous man in front of him wanted to do in an instant, and immediately reminded him. Even if the player himself does not show up, it is not impossible to entrust other agents to place bets on his own loss or win. Once found out, they will face the highest penalty in the Sky Arena. The highest penalty. Molek didn't care, what can he do? Well, once it is verified that there is a match fixing, first, all betting income from the match fixing will be confiscated, and second, they will be expelled from the Sky Arena and will never be allowed to fight here again. Guido introduced honestly, once there is any resistance or disobedience, the Sky Arena will immediately dispatch the machine cleaning team and the recruited strongmen to chase and intercept the rebels. Realvelt added, in this process, life and death are not a concern. Molek waited for a while and found that the three had nothing to add, so he couldn't help asking. The so-called machine cleaning team, after Jed and others from the Shadow organization broke in, the Shura in the team took control of the machinery and equipment of the entire building, including this cleaning team. Then, Yi just gave Gon and the others caused some trouble. Including those recruited strong men. If the Sky Arena is really that powerful, it wouldn't be so easily beaten by Jade and the others that they couldn't fight back. At least considering the power of this arena, Molek should be fearless. DB. Seidasso and the other two looked at each other, and it seemed that they had made the seriousness of the problem very clear. But this one didn't seem to care at all. If the others didn't. Molek looked up and down at the three people, how much money do you have? 65 Maki. Nice to meet you. We are both from Meteor City, you know more than I thought. We. Realvelt and the other two were suddenly nervous, and they also knew what Molek was going to do next. All our income is used to maintain the battle here. Seidasso said hurriedly, and Realvelt and Guido beside him nodded repeatedly. At present, the assets left on us may not be as much as the 200 floors you fought up. Advertisement. Seeing Molek raised his eyebrows, Li Duo immediately suggested. In this Sky Arena, there is an official loan business specially opened for the casino. If you don't have enough money, you can go there to borrow. But if you are a player, if you want to participate in the betting after borrowing, will you be exposed soon? Molek asked. So, in addition to the official, we also have private personal loan business. Guido said embarrassedly, but the requirements may be a little special. Special. After the introduction of Sadasso and the other two, Molek came to a remote alley near the Sky Arena. If you are a contestant, you can borrow from private parties, and it is easy to borrow a large amount. Molek walked in this dark and humid environment. In addition to the high interest rate, you also need to explain in detail the time of your participation and the amount you want to get. The result you want to get. Molek stood at the door of the room that looked shabby but was actually very clean. It seems that this lender also wants to have fun with the bet. Ding ding ding. Molek knocked on the door lightly. Squeak. Soon, the door opened, revealing a petite and cold figure. Sewing, or borrowing. The purple hair looked even more beautiful in the moonlight, and she was wearing a neat white training suit, plus a black and purple belt wrapped around her waist, which meant that she was not as weak as an ordinary girl. Borrowing. Molek looked at the familiar face in front of him and smiled and said, I was introduced by an acquaintance, and I know all the rules. That's good. Maki nodded calmly, it saves me from talking anymore. She opened the door, come in. Excuse me. Molek walked in, thinking that he could see a girl's room, but found that it was just a simple and shabby cubicle. There was only a table, a counter, and an old computer that was about to be retired. And a blind box emitting blue light. What's your name? Maki came to the computer very familiarly and opened the official website of Sky Arena. Molek. Molek said, and then quietly put away the blue blind box. This is the blind box from Maki Kayamakanai, the third member of Phantom Troupe. As a rare beauty in the hunter world, she has a beautiful face, a cold demeanor, a strong character and excellent abilities. Coupled with her extraordinary personality, she has attracted a large number of fans. It can be said that she is the most popular female character, no one else. She has a delicate appearance, but a strong character that is inconsistent with her appearance, and her intuition is very accurate. At the same time, she also has the same shortcomings as number 18 in Dragon Ball and Nami in One Piece. She is very keen on money. So apart from the gathering activities of the Phantom Troupe, her movements are basically in this Sky Arena. Using her non-conjurer's mind suture, she transforms the mind energy into mind thread to suture the injured flesh. She can perfectly connect blood vessels, bones, muscles and nerves quickly, and can move immediately after the connection. Maki uses this skill to do the sewing business in the Sky Arena. And the business seems to be quite good. Of course, in addition to sewing, she also used the money she earned to start loan sharking. How much do you want to borrow? After checking that this player does exist and can match the personal information in the photo, Maki nodded gently. How much can I lend now? Molek asked back. This is the first transaction, I don't know you well, and I can lend you a maximum of 100 million ringgits. Maki replied calmly. When we don't know each other and it's the first time to cooperate, you directly offer 100 million ringgits. Molek thought for a while, can it be more? Since we are both from Meteor Street. Meteor Street. Hearing this word, Maki raised her head for the first time and looked at Yuan Kaiwan straight in the eye. Are you also from Meteor Street? Her brow slowly frowned, but I don't feel anything like a Meteor Street person in you. Meteor Street is a magical place. Molek said with a smile, it's not strange what kind of people are born there, isn't it? That makes sense. Advertisement. Maki agreed with Molek's statement, but his eyes were unmoved. But I don't think I ever said that I was born in Meteor Street. Squeak. The shabby wooden door that seemed fragile was now slammed shut. The thin threads invisible to the naked eye began to wrap around the entire compartment, densely covering every blind spot. When Molek said we all came from Meteor Street, with Maki's alertness, he immediately chose to close the entire space. So, the conversation just now was just to delay time and fully arrange your home court, right? The eyes were covered with air, and after taking in the mind threads all over the field, Molek spread his hands slightly. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. I have the final say on whether to move or not. The thin and long threads, which are enough to easily strangle the enemy, are wrapped around Maki's fingertips. Her eyes were as cold as ever. Now, you can answer my questions properly. Can I understand this as an interrogation? Molek looked at the thread of thought jumping on Maki's fingertips with admiration. Has anyone told you that you have artistic talent and can weave the most beautiful works of art even without doing suturing and killing? I only know that someone mentioned to me that my silk thread is the most suitable for binding and strangling the enemy. The breath on her body became colder and colder. The reason why I haven't taken action yet is just to get more information about Molek through conversation. And distract his attention, I will find the most appropriate time and angle to attack. Facing an opponent who doesn't understand the situation, in his own home court, Maki has plenty of patience. Has anyone mentioned it? Feetnan? I remember he seems to like interrogation the most. Molek thought for a while, or is it that guy Hisoka? He always looks at things from a very strange perspective. After he said this, the atmosphere in the compartment suddenly became more solemn. The undisguised killing intent rushed towards Maki. It seems that you know more than I thought. Maki said expressionlessly. Really? Molek smiled faintly. When I faced Hisoka, he said the same thing as you. Maki's body was already ready, whether it was the mind thread in her hand, or the condensed chi crystal and mind calendar she secretly raised. She was always ready to find the right opportunity to defeat the enemy with one move. However, at present, the man in front of her, with her eyesight, could not see any flaws. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no blind spot. Such a situation rarely exists in the past combat career, or even almost does not exist. And this means that the man in front of him is definitely not that simple. In fact, I don't have any bad intentions, you should be able to feel this. After such a stalemate, Molek raised one hand. If I really had any other ideas, after coming in, I would not directly mention Meteor Street and borrow money according to the normal process. This way, I would not cause any alarm. Of course, if you really don't trust me. The smile on Molek's face also gradually became elusive at this moment. Then I can only use the most simple and purest truth in the world to prove the authenticity of my words. Boom. The tyrannical telekinesis instantly burst out from Molek's body, and the surging aura almost burst the telekinesis line around him. The telekinesis palm knife wrapped around the raised palm seemed to be able to tear the entire space apart. Such telekinesis. Maki's pupils shrank slightly. The calm face that had been calm all the time finally showed a moving look. Such telekinesis and such magnanimity were the only ones she had ever seen in her life. Is this okay? The next second, the powerful magnanimity slowly subsided, as if the raging sea had turned into calm waves again. Molek smiled and looked at Maki in front of him. The latter remained silent. Through the previous actions, the other party's meaning was already quite clear. I am very strong, at least it is no problem to kill you easily. If I really want to harm you, there is no need to be so troublesome, just come up and kill you directly. The meaning is simple and crude, but Maki got it. And to be honest, using such a seemingly disrespectful method is actually very intuitive and clear. At least, Maki's murderous intent gradually shrank back. Well, mainly because she also understood that it was useless to release such murderous intent in front of Molek. So, can we have a good chat? Molek asked with his hands folded on his chest. What are you talking about? Maki's vigilance did not decrease at all. Of course, we are talking about whether we can borrow extra money. Molek said as a matter of course, do you still want me to ask you about your phantom troop? Not to mention that I am not interested in you, even if I really want to ask you, will you tell me? Maki was silent, and then slowly came to the computer. Advertisement. What else do you know? She tapped the keyboard with one hand, and her eyes were always fixed on Molek. I know almost everything I should know. Molek's fingers moved on his arm, your phantom troop members, code names, rules, everyone's style of doing things, etc. Before I left Meteor Street, I went to the door of your new member, Shizuku's house to check in. Do you even know the name of our new member? Even I only know that there is such a person, but I haven't met him yet. Maki frowned secretly. How do you know us so well? She no longer restrained herself and asked directly, you know us so well, is there any purpose? As a Meteor Street person, it is impossible not to have heard of Phantom Troop. Molek selectively answered vaguely. As for the purpose, it may be that I think there will be a chance to deal with each other in the future, so I want to learn about it in advance. Feel. Well, it's a kind of man's intuition. Hearing the word intuition from others, Maki's expression changed slightly. She has always relied on her own accurate intuition to help herself and the team solve many problems. Now another guy mentioned intuition, or what kind of man's intuition? Maki suddenly felt that the more she asked questions, the more questions she asked herself. At the moment, she wisely chose to stop in time and kept silent. After operating the computer for a while, she got up and walked into the room behind the cubicle. Her actions were not concealed at all. Just as Molek showed, if the other party really came with bad intentions, her room would have been demolished long ago. This is 200 million ringgits. Maki came back with 2 large grey packages and put them on the table with a bang. According to the rules, you have to tell me the results of the game you bet on. Maki said calmly. She lends money not just to earn the interest. She wants to lend money specifically to the players and get the results of their bets on her. Interest, but 717 doesn't have a higher odds for this kind of betting. The day after tomorrow's game, bet on me to win. Molek waved his hand, and 2 large grey packages disappeared on the table. I'll give you another game, the day after tomorrow's game, bet on me to lose. Looking at the empty table, Maki raised her eyebrows. She was sure that she had been maintaining the state of concentration, but she did not see the other party's action of putting away the package clearly. Moreover, there was no slight fluctuation of telekinesis. Is it his own nin? No, it doesn't look like. Maki's face was calm, but his heart was searching, and at the same time, his eyes glanced at the screen on the computer without leaving a trace. When I leave the Sky Arena, I will return all the principal and interest. Molek clapped his hands, looked at Maki again, and smiled. Do you want to add a contact number? In addition to these 2 games, there will be other results of the subsequent games, and I will send them to you in advance. It's really a reason that people can't refuse. Maki gave Molek one of his phone numbers. That's it. Store the number, and Molek, who was in a good mood, made 10 jokes. I thought that according to your style, you wouldn't let me take these 2 bags of yogurt so easily. According to the previous rules, it is true. Maki unexpectedly did not refute, and said calmly. If you want to bet on yourself and borrow from me, then the borrowed money will not be in your hands, and I will bet on your behalf at that time. In this way, I can also ensure that you can really practice the results of the game you said, instead of deceiving me. Molek. So you really think so, and you still do it? He looked at Maki with a strange look. The money you borrowed will not be returned to you, but you will be the one to bet. In this way, the person who borrows the money is in debt, and the money won from the bet is not in his hands at the first time. Sure enough, he is an expert in making money. This is the first time he has seen such a bully clause. Then why did you give me the money so quickly this time? Because I can't beat you. Maki said truthfully, so in order not to cause myself unnecessary trouble, I chose the simplest way to pay in person. And in the future, I also hope not to meet you, and try not to meet you. She raised her phone. When the time comes, I will send you the bank account information, and you can directly transfer the money there, and you don't have to come here again. If you come, you won't see me again. Hearing this, Molek raised a more important question for Maki. Then aren't you afraid that I will take the money and run away, and you will never find me again? 66 Maki, who has the final say? Taigu. Crosstail. Illumi. Maki looked at Molek calmly. Even if you take the money and run away now, I can't do anything about it. Well, she had a very clear and thorough understanding of the current situation. With Molek's strength, if he really took the money and ran away, she would not have any way to deal with him. Of course, if such a situation really happened, she would definitely get back at him if she had the chance later. Advertisement. And. She didn't think Molek was someone who could do such a thing as taking the money and running away. This was also her intuition. That's true. Molek agreed with Maki's opinion, but I wouldn't do such a despicable thing. This should also be the opinion given by your very accurate intuition, right? 1959. Her brow slowly frowned. Since the beginning of the conversation, the initiative of the conversation must have been firmly held in the hands of the other party. This feeling made her particularly uncomfortable. Do gang members in the underworld also think that despicable things are despicable? She really couldn't help but want to get back at the city. There are differences between the mafia and the mafia. Some mafia families even hire professional hunters as bodyguards. Molek responded casually, for those professional hunters, bodyguards are just a job, and they don't care what kind of person their employer is. So when the Hunter Association tests hunters, they don't distinguish between criminals and good people. That's why even Shulnark can get a hunter license. Molek glanced at the computer with a big head, so Shulnark should have used the hunter license to look up my information on the Hunter Association's official website and send it to you. Maki fell silent again. The rhythm and right to speak of the conversation tilted again. Maki discovered that every time he wanted to find a new breakthrough point, the intelligence and information that the other party, the man in front of him, learned always exceeded his expectations. So, Maki wisely chose not to speak anymore. Well, let's do this first, and we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Seeing a feeling of repulsion emanating from her, Molek waved his hand at her and said. Although I know you want to never meet me again, but... Molek pointed to his eyes and smiled, I always feel that we will meet again in the future. This is also my intuition. Another intuition. Maki was silent, watching Molek open the door and walk away. She adjusted her guarded posture slightly, and her fingers moved lightly. Although she was reluctant to admit it, her intuition also had the feeling of meeting again. Molek. Maki lowered her head and looked at the message sent by Shulnark on the computer. The captain of the guard of the underworld family Nisla family, a candidate for the hunter test this year, was disqualified from the test because he beat up the examiner during the test. This is a dangerous guy. This is the tip that Shulnark attached at the end of the message. Well, he doesn't need to be told. Just by looking at this introduction, everyone knows that this man is dangerous. Normal guys don't beat up the examiner during the hunter test. Although, according to Shulnark, there are many fake hunters in the Hunter Association. Among them, there is a hunter called Assisted Hunter. The work contracted by the Hunter Association from the government or enterprises is mostly entrusted to the hunters of the association. For hunters who accept commissions under such circumstances, regardless of whether the work is successful or not, the association will guarantee them a certain amount of compensation based on the risk and difficulty. Therefore, some hunters only choose this kind of work, so they are teased as special association mediation, referred to as cooperative hunters. However, the Hunter Association can have such a great reputation, and there are naturally many powerful guys in it. And in this annual hunter test, which the Hunter Association attaches great importance to, Molek beat up the examiner and caused such a big commotion. It is said that even the secretary of the Hunter Association, President Netero, personally stepped in to solve this matter. But in the end, the result he got was just deprivation of the test qualification, which did not prevent him from coming back next year. He can still get away with it, and come to this sky arena to make money. Maki carefully sorted out the information about Molek. No matter from which aspect, this man is not simple. Among them, he said that he was born in Meteor Street. The only information Shulnark searched was the head of the Nisla family, Light Nisla, went to Meteor Street and recruited Molek. It can't be said that he is from Meteor Street. And Maki did not feel the unique temperament of Meteor Street people in the other party. But her intuition told her that Molek did not lie. Advertisement. It's very contradictory. Will we meet again in the future? Maki pondered for a moment, and then took a closer look at the point marked in the message sent by Shulnark. This year's hunter test, Hisoka also participated. Hisoka also participated in this year's test as a candidate, and it seems that he was evaluated as a murderous devil because he killed more than 20 candidates in a row. In other words, this Molek and Hisoka, did they meet in this hunter test? So is it possible that their information was leaked by Hisoka? She has always been wary of Hisoka, who is obsessed with fighting Crollo. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and she also remembered those possibilities in her heart. After a short silence, Maki immediately began to pack up. As she said herself, she will not stay in this place any longer. Of course, but before leaving, the bets should still be placed. Well, otherwise, it would be a lie to say that I didn't feel bad for the 2 bags of hundreds of millions of ringgits taken away by Molek. So, soon, this dilapidated wooden house became empty again. It returned to the empty silence, as if no one had been here. The next 2 days, the Sky Arena was particularly lively. A new player cleared the level with an overwhelming momentum and reached more than 200 floors. And after arriving, he immediately fought against the veteran player here, Giddo, who is good at using spinning tops. It was even more unexpected that he easily cracked all of Giddo's moves, forcing him to admit defeat in person without any choice. Then, when fighting against Realvelt 2 days later, he also overturned Realvelt's car with an extremely relaxed attitude. Another victory. And tomorrow, he will continue to fight against the 3-person group of Shadasu. The Seidaso trio has been in the Sky Arena for so many years and has a certain reputation. The 3 of them are basically tied together, making people think that the strength of these 3 people is almost the same. So, after Molek easily defeated the other 2 of the trio, before the 3rd game began. In major casinos, his odds of winning are extremely low, and the odds of killing Seidaso are very high. No one thinks Molek will lose, including the dealers of major casinos. However, they overlooked one thing. Molek will not lose, but it does not mean that he will come to the live competition. When the Sky Arena was packed with spectators. When the commentator was sweating and trying to find a topic. When Seidaso was trembling alone on the empty stage. When every bet on Molek's win gradually turned pale and ugly, and even cursed. When the referee stared at the pocket watch in his hand in the players' corridor, even if the time was exceeded, as long as Molek came, he would still pretend not to see the time point and let the game continue normally. Click. The time for the start of the game has exceeded. According to the rules of the Sky Arena, contestants who failed to come to the scene will be regarded as giving up and will be judged as losing. In other words, the winner of this match is Seidaso. No one, including Seidaso, can accept such a result. The former trembled and hid in time, fearing that those gamblers and dealers who lost their money would come to him. In the past, such things as taking anger out on the players because of losing too much have happened before. Similarly, there are contestants who failed to arrive on time and were judged as losers. There was even a guy who did this recently. The man's name is Hisoka. And it's not just now, this free-spirited man will also be the same in the future. Before the official match with Gon, he had lost 3 games. All of them were because he failed to arrive on time and was judged as losers. No one expected that Molek would be the second Hisoka. According to his usual performance, he doesn't look like a man who can do such a thing. Those who are going to watch this game have such doubts in their hearts. And the first person to realize that something is wrong is the person in charge of the official casino of the Sky Arena. Before this battle began, someone placed a considerable share on the bet that Molek lost. Even if it is a very secretive dispersed bet, it seems nothing wrong on the surface. But losing so much money can be said to be a serious injury to the casino. Even if you really bet big to win, they will say that you are a premeditated match fixing. So, the Sky Arena sent professional personnel to investigate this matter. After some special Nen people used their Nen to push the cause in effect. The Sky Arena officials immediately locked in that the instigator of this incident was the protagonist of the game, Molek. So, they set up a dragnet at the place where the casino won the prize to try to catch the person who came to collect the prize. Advertisement. However, it seemed that all their actions were seen through, or that they had an insider. Every time they arranged and arrested, they failed. What made them even more unacceptable was that not only did they not catch the person, but even the money was all taken away. I just took the money I won. On the roof of a tall building somewhere, Molek looked at the brightly lit fourth tallest building in the world in the distance. He took another look at the pile of banknotes in the storage space, and still felt particularly comfortable. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and losing everything is worse than a pig. The strands of silk thread detected around returned to the dark red gloves on Molek's hands. I can be regarded as a warning to you in advance. He could easily know that the Sky Arena had set up a net for him, and got the bonus in many layers of siege, but it was inseparable from the thing in his hand. It was also the item opened from the blue blind box he got from Maki. Get the medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Imperial Weapon 1000 Changes Cross Tail. Source World, /Red Eyes. As experts in using line abilities, besides Maki, the most famous ones are those few. Dongquixote Doflamingo from One Piece, Shumu from Nura, Rise of the Yokai no Mago, Jolan Kyujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Gaku from Demon Slayer, and Lubbock from Akame no Hitachi. The Imperial Tool, the Gate of Crossing that Lubbock possessed, was opened by Molek from this blind box. The Imperial Tool can be regarded as a weapon with superpowers. The ability of the Gate of Crossing is the silk thread. The silk thread is made of the hair of a super dangerous dragon that is said to live in the clouds of the East Daxia Sea. Not only is it strong, but it is also extremely sharp. The strongest one is called the World of Cutting Thread, which is much tougher than other silk threads. It can be opened as a trap or a barrier to detect the enemy, and it also has the ability to restrain and cut. The silk thread can also be woven into weapons and armor for attack and defense. It can also entangle its own blood vessels and stop its pulse to pretend to be dead. It can be said that this imperial weapon using silk thread is as versatile as its nickname. Molek relied on the silk thread of Crosstail to detect many traps that were chasing him. After cleverly avoiding them with the silk thread, he put the bonuses into the storage space and evacuated safely. No wonder Maki chose to use silk thread as Nen. It's really good in terms of auxiliary ability. In addition to sewing and fighting enemies, it can also be used for detection. I remember that she seems to be able to use the thread ends for tracking. Lubbock has developed it well, but you can also consider developing it in the direction of Doflamingo and Yuanj. At least, you can try the Flying Sky Road, the Shadow Rider line that creates clones, and the Parasitic line that controls others. In short, the harvest this time is already a great harvest. Molek murmured, it's time to go back. But before that, Molek put away the thread and looked calmly at a building far behind him. It seems I have to get rid of a trouble first. At this time, in the direction Molek was looking at. Have you been discovered? The distance was so far that it was almost impossible for the naked eye to measure it. The man with waist-length hair tilted his head, or is he going to show me his cards? When I was searching for his information and spying on him before, he should have discovered it in time. He has ignored me all this time, maybe because he thinks it's unnecessary, or is he confident? He thinks that even if I get his information, it's useless, right? So he's showing me his cards now. Should it be that the game of hide and seek is over, or does he want to talk to me? The iconic lifeless eyes blinked. It just so happens that I also have something to talk to him about. Whoosh! The next second, as if the screen was switched, his figure disappeared out of thin air. 10 people stood there. When entering the Sky Arena, Molek noticed that someone was watching him. And that person's concealment, investigation, and spying skills are definitely world-class. Considering that he started to be watched after finishing the hunter test and parting with Hisoka. And in this world, there are very few people who can do this and have this technology. Once the two are combined, the result can be easily obtained. After seeing the person appear in front of him, Molek was more certain of Joe. Irmi Zaldik. Seeing another familiar face appear in front of him, Molek looked calm. Did you accept the assassination mission and want to take my head? No, I don't have any intention of killing. 67 Do you know Nanaga? Ilmi's shock and murderous intent, I am not from this world either. Ilmi's expression was even calmer than Molek's, or rather, he had no emotional fluctuations at all. Even if his parents died in front of him, he might not even blink. He was like an emotionless assassination machine. Maybe there was basically no one or thing in this world that could move him. Except, his own younger brother, who he cared about. Advertisement. Do you believe me if I say I was just passing by? He gave an extremely perfunctory reason. You don't have to force yourself to find a reason if you don't know how to find one. Molek caught the meaning of his words. No intention to kill does not mean no malice. Even if you were just passing by, it's impossible that you were just passing by behind me all these days. Can I understand that you were following me? Ilmi thought for a moment. Well, this explanation is not wrong. So, it was that guy Zisu who asked you to collect information about me, right? Although it was a question, Molek used a positive tone. I won't disclose the employer's information. You're admitting it in disguise by saying that, right? Really? Maybe. The look of complete indifference seemed to show that he didn't consider what kind of troubles his actions would bring to Hisoka. Aren't you going against the principles of your assassin family? That's based on the fact that you really don't know the facts. We won't disclose any employer's information. Ilmi still looked the same, but it's obvious that when you mentioned Hisoka, you were sure in your heart that it was him who did it. If I deny it, there are only two results, you don't believe it or you believe it. If you don't believe it, then obviously you have already attributed this snooping to Hisoka, and no matter what I say, it won't shake your mind. If you believe what I said, assuming that my employer is not Hisoka, then after excluding Hisoka, you may continue to screen, and it is very likely that the real employer will be screened out. FFLX. Ilmi said slowly, whoever you think it is, that's who it is. Well, I have to say that, just from the perspective of verbal skills, the IQ and logical thinking and organizational ability of the Zaldik family are quite good. Molek couldn't help but want to applaud him. Whether it's Hisoka or not, no matter whether it's him or not, what I want to tell you now is. Molek's tone became serious, I plan to go back. And, after that, I don't want to be disturbed anymore. I understand. 857 Ilmi nodded in understanding. In the Sky Arena, I also collected some information about you, which can be used for investigation. At this point, he took out a small card from his jacket pocket with only a string of numbers on it. This is my phone number. If you need assassination, feel free to contact me. Finally, as a new customer benefit, I will give you a small reminder. Ilmi made a kind reminder. For this incident, the Sky Arena will not let it go. Although he is a killer, he does not feel uncomfortable with this kind of thing happening to him. After all, you took so many billions of rings from them. Whether it is to recover the money or to take it out on you, they will definitely take action. Molek did not care, then let them come. I know you are not afraid of the power of the Sky Arena itself, but there is one thing I have to tell you. Ilmi raised his white fingers. Our family has always had a good cooperative relationship with the Sky Arena. He paused and emphasized again, it is very good. Molek raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The Zaldik family and the Sky Arena? Have a good cooperative relationship? Although it sounds a bit unexpected, if you think about it carefully. The Sky Arena and the Zaldik family are both located in the Republic of Bartochia, and the two are neighbors. When Killua was young, he was thrown into the Sky Arena by Silva Zaldik. As a result, it took 2 years to fight to the 200th floor before he walked out. Let Killua, who is so young, come to the Sky Arena to train. Jindu prepared very good training conditions and arrangements for his son Gon. There is no reason why the Zaldik family, which has been passed down for so many years, would not do this when training their offspring. And there are so many fighters coming to the Sky Arena every year. There are all kinds of people among them. In these years, there must be strong people who are higher than the level of the host, who come to smash the place or make trouble. Once there is a guy that the Sky Arena cannot solve, of course they will seek help from the Zaldik family. I guess this time should be no exception. Ilmi's fingers shook lightly. After they can't find your trace in the Sky Arena, they should place the order to our house. My dad and my grandpa have always been in charge of the business of the Sky Arena. Advertisement. I'm not sure what your strength is, but I think you should have no problem dealing with my dad. And now the people at the helm of the Sky Arena are all stubborn. If my dad can't solve it, they won't give up, but will increase the stakes and let my grandpa go with them. FFFFLX. Ilmi said lightly, you have to be careful. The scene was a little quiet for a while. Is that so? Thanks for reminding me. Molek looked at Ilmi who hadn't left yet, and was silent for a moment, then asked cooperatively. Why did you tell me this? Wouldn't it make me defensive, which would be detrimental to your father and grandfather's commissioned work? They are them, I am me. Ilmi said as a matter of course, my father taught me that everything should be based on the event that is beneficial to the commission as the first premise, and everything else can be put aside. And I also said that this is a benefit for new customers. They have their customers, and I have mine. Oh, yes, there are 10 more points. Ilmi seemed to remember something important now, and suddenly realized. If the customer who commissioned us dies, then our commissioned order will be automatically terminated. The scene fell into silence again. Swoosh! A gust of cold wind blew by. So. Molek couldn't help but sigh, as long as I entrust you to kill the helmsman of the Sky Arena, then your father and grandfather won't come to hunt me down, right? Theoretically, that's the case. Almost in the next second, Ilmi gave an answer. Even if my father and grandfather learned of the death of their employer while they were on the way to work, they would stop immediately. You just said that the cooperation between your two families is very good. Molek couldn't help but complain, as a result, you still induced me to entrust you to assassinate them. Well, Ilmi's words just now all meant the same thing. Come in and trust me. What new customer benefits, what kind of well-intentioned reminders, all come to take orders for yourself. Cooperation is cooperation, entrustment is entrustment, the two cannot be confused. Ilmi corrected, and we told them earlier when developing customer relationships. You can entrust us to kill others, and others can also entrust us to kill you. As long as the price is right, we will accept all orders. Ilmi finally emphasized, and I said, my father is my father, I am me, our business and customers are different. Well, to put it simply, it's a double-edged sword, eating the plaintiff and the defendant. You really are dedicated to the commission and business. Molek was speechless, and the target was chosen very accurately. He just got a big sum from the Sky Arena, and he also made enemies with the Sky Arena. It can be said that Ilmi grasped the timing very well. Should we say that he is worthy of the quality of a top killer? Can I ask curiously, if it is a commission to assassinate Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, will you accept it? Yes. Ilmi's tone was flat, without any waves, but we need to talk about the cost of the commission. After all, he is the strongest martial artist in the world. His strength and status are here. Even if my grandfather came forward, he could not complete the commission. So we need Mahazaldik and Jaeger-Zaldik to take action, right? Hey! Hearing these two sensitive names, Ilmi's tone changed for the first time. Daf J, he raised his head and looked directly at Molek, do you know them? I have heard of them a little. Molek smoothed the corner of his clothes that was blown by the cold wind. Mahazaldik, your great-grandfather, the strongest person in the entire Zaldik family. It is said that Netero is the only one who has fought with him and is still alive. It's just that he's a bit old now, and I'm not sure if he still has the strength he had back then. As for Jaeger. Molek paused, I remember that he went to explore an unknown continent with Netero and Linny Oldberg. I don't know if he's still in your family now. I seem to have heard that after he came back from that unknown continent, he seemed to have brought back some life form that didn't belong to this world. Molek's mouth slowly rose, it seems to be called something. Nanaga, right? Boom. Boundless murderous intent surged from Ilmi's body, and his waist-length hair behind him was disheveled, flying uncontrollably. Originally, I thought I had collected enough information about you. Ilmi murmured, but now it seems that my understanding of you is just the tip of the iceberg. The originally lifeless and empty eyes became darker, I suddenly understand why. Hisoka would have such a strange commission for me. Advertisement. A nail wrapped with strong mental power suddenly appeared in his hand, and Ilmi had already taken a fighting stance. Or, it was a killing posture. Can you tell me how you know all this? The mental nail in his hand was cold and sharp, and Ilmi's words did not contain any emotion. I remember that our family's cleaning work has always been done very well. Faced with the monstrous murderous intent, Molek was unmoved. I didn't learn about this from your family. He just chuckled, in return for the reminders and explanations you gave me, I will also tell you. I'm not from this world either. Take this sentence back to your father and grandfather, they will understand what this means. He looked at Ilmi, who was ready to go at any time, I suggest that you better not do anything else out of the ordinary. First of all, you may not be my opponent. Secondly, think about what the result will be after being asked by Nanagia. You'd better go back and discuss it with your father and grandfather before making a decision. This also includes whether to assassinate me. In the end, Ilmi left without taking any action. As the eldest son, he knew all too well the impact of the disturbance caused by Nanaka in their family. Many people in their family died because of Nanaka's forcibility. And each of them was almost twisted into a knot, with a very miserable death. Until now, Nanaka is still locked up behind the 5 safe deposit boxes hidden in the Zaldik mansion. Each safe deposit box can only be opened after entering a 10-digit password. Except for Killua, no one in their family regarded him as a real member of their family. Even if the one who coexists with Nanaka is their younger brother Aluka Zaldik. Even his father, Silva Zaldik, commented on Nanaka. That guy is not a human being at all, and cannot be viewed with the eyes of a family member. That guy is from another world, darkness. Facing Molek, who claimed that he was not from this world either, Ilmi did not dare to be careless. As a killer, his vigilance prevented him from acting rashly. Instead, he quietly left and retreated under Molek's gaze. Regardless of whether he really came from another world, it was a big deal for Molek to know about Nonaga's situation. He needed to go back and have a good discussion with his family. And this was exactly what Molek wanted. In this way, their family will not bother me again. Molek stretched his body slightly, and his main goal was achieved. As Ilmi said, when the Sky Arena could not do anything to itself by its own strength, it would definitely choose to entrust the Zaldik family. In this case, Molek would have to face Silva and Zeno. Although Molek was not afraid even if it was a one-on-two situation, it was always a troublesome thing to be targeted by these two guys. Especially the old fox Zeno Zaldik. As the top killer of the killer family, if he knew a little about Molek's situation, he would never choose to go head-to-head with Molek. It will definitely hide in the dark and give him a fatal blow at the most appropriate time. In this case, Molek felt bored when he thought that there was such an old fox secretly watching him for flaws. It would be better to just end it all and use the matter of Nicaragua as an excuse to make the people of the Zaldik family feel wary. Anyway, he did not lie, he did come from another world. It is just different from the dark continent imagined by Zeno and others. The Zaldik family will never do anything extra before they can figure out the situation. Their family can be a killer family and still stand in the world without being wiped out. Naturally, they will have a set of survival concepts belonging to their family. They will not easily provoke anyone or anything that will bring disaster to the family. In this way, Molek's side is temporarily safe and undisturbed. As for the future, it will take 2 years before the Kajin Empire announces the Dark Continent and organizes people to explore there. By then, Molek had already caught up with the main force and headed for that continent. It can be said that there was basically no threat from the Zaldik family. On the contrary, the proposal made by Ilmi at the beginning, assassinating the helmsman of the Sky Arena, which seemed to be a one-time solution. This was indeed a good proposal, but the price was also high. The Zaldik family would need 1 billion genies for one move. And a person like the helmsman of the Sky Arena, who has a high status, is difficult to assassinate, has a bad influence, and has a cooperative relationship with the Zaldik family. At least it would cost 2 or 3 times more. 20 to 30 billion genies. 68 Maki, a woman who wants money all her life. Returning to the status quo with everyone, the selection of yin beasts. Even if Molek made a lot of money from this bet, it would be like going back to the days before liberation if he paid this much. So why did he take such a big risk and win so much money? Instead of entrusting Ilmi, it would be better to do it himself and kill the helmsman directly. Molek was suddenly startled when he thought of this. This seemed to be an unthinkable path. But it seemed to be a more feasible path. Advertisement. His hand subconsciously rubbed the collector on his waist. His eyes flickered. In the end, Molek chose to take the risk. Having won so much money from the casino stall, he turned around and killed the person. Although he is now a gangster, it is indeed a bit too inhuman to do this. If it were the guys from Phantom Troop, they might do it directly without any psychological pressure. But for Molek, forget it. After making such a big profit, Molek sent the principal and part of the interest directly to the bank card number sent by Maki. If it were handled in the normal way by ordinary people, the other party would have fallen into the sea without any response. But for Maki, the interest amount is wrong. Almost immediately after Molek transferred the money, Maki sent a message. Well, after all, she is a woman who wants money all her life. After transferring the rest of the money, the other party did not have any news. Molek did not care and got on the airship back to the Nisra family. Sky Arena also reacted immediately after searching in vain. They first announced to the public that player Molek had engaged in match fixing and was permanently blacklisted by Sky Arena. And in view of the bad influence he caused, Sky Arena reserves the right to pursue his responsibility. That being said, except for some ordinary people, no one else took this statement seriously. No matter how many statements you make, they are just statements unless you can bring out punishments and authority that will convince people. Many people are waiting to see the good show of the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena also knows this, and immediately contacted their partners who have always been on good terms. However, when they wanted to entrust the Zaldik family, I'm sorry, the goal this time is not simple. If you want to entrust it, you need a very high reward. The butler Wu Tong on the phone was very polite and gave an astronomical figure that the Sky Arena could not accept at all. This figure is not just a pain in the a, and it even made the helmsman of the Sky Arena suspect that the Zaldik family wanted to seek their industry. In view of our previous good cooperative relationship, I would like to remind you of this friendly reminder. In order to maintain customer relations, Wu Tong kindly reminded, that man is not simple. It is best not to do anything else that provokes him. Otherwise, it may bring quite serious consequences. No matter how high the price the Zaldik family asks for, there is one thing that their professional ability level is definitely worth the money. I have never heard of them asking for a sky-high price before, and their ability to identify targets is also unmatched by very few people. Even they said that there would be quite serious consequences, and for a while, the Sky Arena also considered it carefully. At this time, in the luxurious residence of Kukolo Mountain in the Dentala area, more than 2,500 meters above sea level. Having said that, the Sky Arena should not act rashly. Silva Zaldik, who is tall and strong, with fluffy silver hair like a lion king curled on his shoulders and a majestic face, said in a deep voice. Who knows, the thing that this world lacks most is fools. Zeno Zaldik, who was sitting on the sofa with one leg raised, put down the teacup in his hand. If they really want to die, it is their freedom. We just need to put aside our relationship as much as possible. Silva Zaldik nodded, his eyes still sharp, but Dad, is the news brought back by Ilmi true? What if it's true, what if it's false? Zeno Zaldik stroked the 1 kill a day in front of him, he knows that Nanaga's existence is an indisputable fact. What he revealed has ensured that he is extremely risky. In this case, it's not that we don't accept his orders, but... The 2 long white whiskers at the corners of his mouth shook, and the old fox showed a shrewd smile. We have to offer enough value for us to bear this risk. Even if my career as a killer ends with me being twisted into a knot, I hope to get a price that matches this ending. The Sky Arena cannot afford the price that caused the tragic death of the previous head of the Zaldik family. Naturally, there is no business to discuss this time. Not to mention whether the Sky Arena will choose to restrain itself. On the other hand, Lake has safely returned to the area of the Nisra family. There was no ambush or attack along the way, and it was very safe. Captain. When Molek stepped into the Nisra family, he found that he was not a human. It was a well-trained dog. Skavara, who got the news through the dog, hurried over, and when he saw Molek, he immediately nodded and bowed to greet him. Advertisement. The security work is good. After taking a glance at the surroundings, Molek knew that he was attentive. Didn't you tell me to take care of the young lady before I left? Skavara immediately responded with a low laugh. You must complete your instructions seriously even if you risk your life. It's rare that you still remember my words. Molek could see that he was not telling the truth, but was indeed guarding this place seriously. His professional ethics can be trusted, but... Your strength seems to be still the same. Just by looking at him, Molek knew that Skavara's telekinesis and tolerance were still the same. Skavara choked and didn't answer. After Molek left, he would not practice too much without anyone to supervise him. Either he was accompanying his dog, or he was thinking about his girlfriend, Arissa. How are the others? Molek knew his temper very well, and didn't say anything more about his behavior. Everything is fine. Skavara was relieved to see that Molek did not intend to pursue his practice. Zakimona Dochino and Uwalianfo have been following the lady to ensure her safety. Hawashi Dolang is still the same. Skavara paused and wisely avoided talking about Hawashi Dolang's hard practice, so as to avoid being found by Molek again. The boss is back and is in the house. Skavara lowered his voice and reminded, he seems to have something to talk to you, the captain. He also specifically told me to notify you as soon as you come and let you go to him. Light Nisra is looking for me? Molek recalled carefully, and it seems that there are no other major events in this year's timeline. Except that Zoisai, the future owner of the Sky Arena, began to learn to read, there was nothing else. So after excluding the plot that affects the main line, it should be just a matter within the family or in the underworld. When Molek walked into the mansion, under the leadership of the old butler Cha Araba, he met Light Nisra. The phonograph played classical music, and he shook the blood-red wine glass in his hand, and he closed his eyes to enjoy this moment. Molek knew that he was not looking for any bad news. You're here, take a seat. Light Nisra opened his eyes, and when he saw Molek, the corners of his mouth raised a curve. He smiled and warmly invited Molek to sit down. The old butler also brought a goblet. It seems that we have never had a drink together like this. Light Nisra smiled, picked up the noble red wine next to him, and poured it for Molek. No. Molek nodded slightly, but boss, you can say what you want to say directly, don't do this to me again. Ha ha ha, I've been socializing with gangsters outside for too long. I'm almost used to it. Light Nisra smiled and knocked his head, well, I won't say anything more to my own people. He closed the distance again, and then started to talk about the main topic. Have you heard of Yin Beast? I have heard of it. Molek knew a little about this famous cannon fodder. Yin Beast is the most proud combat unit under the command of the 10 old men of the underworld. There are 10 members in total, and each has his own unique nin. They are considered to be masters in the underworld, and they are almost at the same level in the outside world. They are almost at the level of the owner of the Sky Arena. When they first appeared, they looked quite fierce. Then Yuvajin killed nearly half of them alone. The rest were easily controlled by Phaeton. It can be said that they played the role of perfectly setting off the phantom troop. It's like this. For some reason, there is currently a vacancy in the Yin Beast unit, and the vacant one happens to be the share of the 10 old men of the Leeds family to which we belong. The 10 Yin Beasts under the command of the 10 old men naturally mean that each old man has his own Yin Beast. FFLX. Right. Nisla pondered for a moment. The higher UPS are looking for powerful masters from us to compete for this position of Yin Beast. Boss, what do you mean? Molek looked at him with a subtle look. Are you trying to get me to compete for this position? Yes, but not entirely. Right. Nisla took a sip from the red wine glass in front of him. Advertisement. You are my most trusted captain of the guards. If you really become a Yin Beast, who will protect me and Nian? He smiled and said, we are in the faction of the Leeds family, so what I hope is that you can help me go there, go through the motions, and find out which underworld family the master who became the Yin Beast came from. At present, I have gained a lot of presence on the top with Nian's ability, and naturally there are many people who are jealous and slandering. If the people recommended by these guys become one of the Yin Beasts. Lightnessra's eyes were gloomy. Even if we can't stop it, it would be great to know the news in advance and prepare. The number of Yin Beasts is 10, and it won't increase. But it doesn't mean that they won't decrease. Every time it's time to dispatch Yin Beasts, it means that we are facing difficult and thorny guys that are difficult to deal with. When fighting with such a character, even Yin Beasts may be defeated. In the original book, when Yuvajin was beaten up, seeing Earthworm die, other Porcupine, Sick Dog and others did not have any emotional fluctuations, and it was obvious that they were used to it. For this group of guys who are neither human nor ghost, Molek has no interest in becoming one of them. Not to mention that they all appear to be killed and are used as foils to highlight the highlights of Phantom Troop. But there is one thing that Molek cares about. According to some people's speculation, among the members of Yin Beast, there are creatures that are not human. It was mentioned in Dark Continent that there is a subhuman race. First, they look very strange, like animals. Second, they have peculiar physiological characteristics and have animal abilities. These statements are very consistent with Yin Beast. In addition, when Earthworm first appeared, he experienced the melody of Dark Sonata initiation and said, there is such an incredible melody, is this the heartbeat of a human? Even she has such a view, so this group of Yin Beast may really be related to orcs. As a gangster boss all over the world, 10 old men cannot be unrelated to the upper V5. Even the active gangs on the Edgen continent where the Kajin Empire is located are all from the eliminated Kajin royal family. They have an inseparable connection with the Kajin Empire. The biological father of Kialehuigwaro, the third prince of the Kajin Empire who is currently quite competitive, is Laomu, a gangster of the Ziowawu family. So it is not difficult to understand that V5 is related to the 10 old men of the underworld. Moreover, the place where the 10 old men often gather and hold the underground auction once a year is Yukiksan City. It belongs to one of the V5, the city of the Saherta United States. V5, the Saherta United States, the Guganyo Kingdom, the Mingbo Republic, the Okima Federation, and the Burgrose United Nations. These 5 countries have also challenged the Dark Continent on a national scale in the past, but in the end they all returned empty-handed. So it is not difficult to understand that they brought back some subhuman half-orcs. I know. Molek, who was quite interested in this aspect, planned to take on this task, time, place, how to get there. I was right about you, Molek. The heaviness on Lightnessra's face was swept away immediately. The location is in Yukiksan City, near the Gerudo Desert. You don't need to take risks, as long as you can stop our enemies. He smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If possible, it would be best to kill those people there. Weakening the enemy's power is the most beneficial way for one side to develop. I'll try my best. Molek didn't say it firmly. Of course, you have helped me so much, I won't treat you unfairly. Lightnessra took out 2 cards from his pocket. Over the years, Nian has been so naughty, and you have worked hard to protect him. A bank card was handed to Molek, and the other was a card of a certain family. Obviously, that was the enemy that Lightnessra mentioned. Molek accepted it with pleasure, and it was what he deserved. Work also requires activity funds. Lightnessra gave Molek a few more instructions, and then he and Molek picked up the wood. Celebrate your success in the next action. Everything will go well. Ding! The 2 people's wine glasses collided with each other, and the blood-like liquid inside swayed gently. The smiles on their faces were reflected. Molek came back not long before he set out on a new journey. He also checked the situation of the family guards. Huashido Lang worked as hard as ever, and was also seriously developing his own abilities and tricks. Molek gave him a little pointer to ensure that he was on the right path and didn't need to worry about him anymore. 69 The Goo and the Inside Story Seeking Death? Firepower overwhelms. First encounter with the Yin Beast. Huashidolang's personal talent is very reassuring. Nian still has the same temper, after Lightnessla gained many benefits through her prophetic poems. For some of her requests, he tried to meet them as much as possible. However, Lightnessla could not accompany her in time due to work reasons, which made her lose her temper every time. This time was no exception. Advertisement. After focusing on the selection of Yin Beast this time, Lightnessla once again rejected Nian's idea of going out for a trip. In the absence of Molek, the captain of the guard, he would not let Nian go out casually. The last time Molek told him that there were people outside who could plunder and steal abilities, which really raised his vigilance to the highest level. Only when Molek was by his side could he be completely at ease. So, after Molek left, Nian could only stay at home honestly. For this reason, the sad and bitter Nian made a big fuss again, and after being exhausted, she fainted again. Well, it's just a daily occurrence. Yulkixin City, a prosperous city. A river at the edge of the city is almost the dividing point. On one side is the bright lights, the drunkenness and extravagance, and on the other side is the lifeless darkness and numbness. Starting from September 1st every year, a grand auction will be held. This auction will last for a total of 10 days. Here, all kinds of rare treasures will appear. There are underground auctions held by gangs, which specialize in auctioning shameful or incomprehensible items. There is also the world's largest auction held by the government, the Nenpai's auction. This auction will have at least 50,000 participants, and it is the most authoritative auction in Yulkixin. Its admission ticket and auction item catalog will cost 12 million jennies. It can be said that it is the interweaving of light and shadow, the grandest formal auction, and the grandest dark auction, all of which gathered at the same time in the same 10 cities. It must be said that a city has such a complex duality, which also has its charm. It's a pity that I was practicing last year, and my boss was busy with his career, so I couldn't come here to see it. Last September, Lightnessra was using the relationship with the Leeds family and relying on Nian's prophetic poem to continuously gain power and money. It can be said that he is in a period of rapid development, and he can't delay any day. And the underground auction in Yulkixin City is a veritable den of money. As long as you come and don't spend a lot of money, and take out the price that makes the 10 old men satisfied and leave, then your underworld career will be over. Lightnessra, who has not accumulated much wealth and knows how to develop steadily, avoided the auction last year. Even in his opinion, he doesn't want to participate this year. Instead, he plans to use the wealth accumulated in the past few years to prepare for a blockbuster at the auction next year. Molek also came here to explore the way in advance. When Molek got off the airship at the airport here, he took a deep breath at the first time. Well, there is no sweet information at all. The prototype city of Yulkixin City is well known. After getting off the airship, Molek took a local taxi and went directly to the Nagurd desert. However, because there were many gangsters blocking the road, the driver dropped him off at the entrance of the desert road. Another one coming to die. The gangster who was responsible for blocking the road let Molek go and laughed disdainfully after learning his intention. To die. Molek looked at him. What are you asking? Hurry up and get in. The gangster looked impatient. I don't want to talk too much nonsense with the dead people coming down. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark muzzle of a gun was pressed on his head. I advise you to think it over before you speak. Molek held the collector in his hand and pressed it against his trembling forehead. Do you know what you are doing? Feeling the muzzle of the gun on his head, the gangster's face was covered with cold sweat. You are provoking the 10 old men and the yin beasts. He roared in a low voice, but he didn't even dare to raise his voice. At this time, the other minions who were blocking the road nearby finally reacted. Seeing this, they were shocked and quickly took out the guns on their waists and pointed them at Molek. Of course I know, didn't you just say that I was here to die? Molek smiled, so, a dying man, am very curious about the situation inside. You'd better explain it to me now, otherwise I may just give up and take one away now. Gangster minions, are the newcomers coming here so desperate now? He wanted to curse, but the muzzle of the gun on his forehead brought him back to reality. Gilu. At that moment, he swallowed his saliva and honestly told all the situations inside. It turns out that the selection of Yin Beast this time is said to be from the candidates recommended by each family. But in fact, 10 old men already have their own reserve talents. Those so-called masters who came to participate in the selection were all here to serve as food for the 10 old men Yin Beast reserve candidates. Every so-called master who came to participate in the selection, all went in vertically and came out horizontally. Advertisement. The underworld minions made the final summary in a sloppy manner. Isn't this just to make goo? Molek always felt that this method was particularly familiar. With so many lives, the most powerful goo worm was piled up. Molek thought of another point, aren't you afraid that the people below will have opinions if you do this? That's 10 old men, who dares to have any opinions? The sloppy minions were timid, even if those masters were killed, it can be said that they were not as good as others. What's more, the only ones who came here were the small family forces below who didn't know the inside story and fantasized about rising to the top in one step. The well-known mafia families like the Leeds family and the Delta family have not made any moves. Does the Leeds family also know the inside story? But they did not tell Lightnessra the details. That is to say, weaken the strength of the families below. Molek understood instantly, letting the families below send their masters here to die is equivalent to weakening their strength in disguise, which is beneficial to the control of the upper families such as the Leeds family over the lower families. But Lightnessra should have established a good relationship with the Leeds family. There is no reason why he could not get this kind of news. Molek carefully recalled the communication with Lightnessra. Judging from his tone of voice, facial expressions, and other aspects, Molek ruled out the possibility that Lightnessra knew about it in advance but deliberately let himself die. And no matter from which aspect, he had no reason to do so. So that means, did the Leeds family deliberately not tell Lightnessra? Interesting. Molek has almost guessed a little truth about the matter. It seems that Lightnessra's momentum of rising with the help of Nian is too fast, and the Leeds family can't help but want to restrict him. No matter how good the relationship is, if they are threatened, they should be suppressed. It's easy to think about the cause and effect. Molek patted the minion's cheek with the gun body of the collector. The last question, have the people sent by the Adrev family arrived? The Adrev family is the enemy family given by Lightnessra now. Now Molek has reason to suspect that this Adrev family is likely to be a means for the Leeds family to check Lightnessra. There are too many families coming, and I can't tell who is whose. The cowardly minion said with an ugly face. Isn't your duty here to block the road and check the identity by the way? DB. Seeing his speechless look, Molek knew that these guys were slacking off again. Indeed, when he was about to go in, no one came to ask for his information. Good answer. Molek fulfilled his promise and put the collector away from him. Puff. The coward immediately rolled and crawled back. Kill him for me. While retreating, the ferocious look climbed onto his face again, and he said hysterically. Bang. 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 Bullets were spit out one after another, and the other minions around who had already drawn their guns emptied their magazines directly. The fierce bullets flew to the ground, raising a burst of dust. But firepower from guns that can't cause damage is just like a toy. In the dust, as the voice sounded, a shot came back at a faster and more violent speed. Puff. A gorgeous blood flower bloomed on the chest of the minion who fired the first shot. Then, bang. Bang. One shot after another, as if the god of death was waving his sickle and collecting the lives of everyone present. Puff plop. Each blooming blood flower represented the fall of a minion. Until there was no living person standing on the entire field. Advertisement. 1 person, 25 gold coins, the harvest is not bad. The dust dissipated, and Molek put away the collector. The characteristic brought by death and tax, the reward of 25 gold coins for killing 1 person, was also piled up into a small mountain of gold coins in his storage space. Gold is a very convenient trading and circulation commodity as long as it is in a civilized city. I didn't even kill you, and you were about to call for someone to shoot me directly. Molek glanced at the answering henchman who was lying on the ground, shivering, pale-faced, and with legs that could no longer move and obey his commands. An unknown liquid had long flowed out between his legs. When he saw Molek's eyes sweeping over, he immediately trembled with fear. Then, gah! His eyes rolled back, a large amount of white saliva kept coming out of his mouth, and there was no breath on his body, 0. He was scared to death. Molek directly crossed the mess on the ground and headed towards the Gerudo desert in front. Only a gust of dust blew over, covering the group of people lying on the ground with a thick layer of sand. The further Molek walked, the more familiar this area seemed to him. When he walked to the place where the crowd gathered and saw the high Gobi cliff, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the place where Yuvajin killed people in the future? In Phantom a group of troop killed everyone at the auction house, and after leaving in a hot air balloon, they landed here. Then there was the first appearance of Sick Dog, Porcupine, and Earthworm from the Yin Beast members. And it also highlighted Yuvajin's image as a peak enhancer. There are quite a few people here. Molek glanced around casually, and saw that quite a few guys wearing black suits like him had come here. Tall, fat, short, thin, handsome, ugly, and weird, all kinds of people were there. Ah! With a scream, a ravaged and tattered figure was thrown down from the cliff. Next! A cold voice followed, almost without any delay. Before the broken body hit the ground, someone had already rushed up without hesitation. It seems that I have found the right place. Molek looked around, everyone had an expression of no strangers allowed, thought for a while, and took a deep breath. Is there anyone from the Adrev family here? The sudden shouting made the originally solemn atmosphere here suddenly disappear. The so-called masters who were adjusting their states there were all startled by this shout. Which BD who doesn't know how to live or die is howling like a dog there? A sturdy man started to curse directly, if he is really in heat, I will send him to the pig. Click. The man's eyes came into close contact with his buttocks. If his mouth is too dirty, my hands may also be dirty. Molek, who broke the man's head casually, looked around again. So, is there anyone from the Adra family here? These masters from various underworld families who had not yet cursed out any unpleasant words immediately swallowed back what was on their lips. They stared at Molek with extremely fearful eyes. They didn't see the speed and attack just now clearly, and they didn't have any defense. But when Molek reiterated that he wanted to find someone from the Adra family, a group of people also subconsciously looked at the Gobi Desert. Hey! Molek was startled, and then immediately reacted, is that the guy who just went up? The whole audience was silent, and no one answered. It seems so. Molek clapped his hands, this means I arrived at the right time. After that, he ignored the thoughts of the guys present and flew directly towards the Gobi Desert. This scene made the other underworld masters' eyelids twitch. They just looked at Molek's actions until his figure disappeared above, and then they began to discuss a little. Who was that guy just now? What a great skill. I don't know, but he can easily kill the people of the Boilo family. I think he must be very strong. He just asked about the Adra family. Is he related to the Adra family? How can someone who is related not know each other? I think it is more likely that they are enemies. Forget it. If they are hostile, why would they rush up to find someone? I don't think it's likely either. You know, the rules of the selection are that only one person can go up at a time. If he just rushes up like this. Isn't that just right? If we violate the rules and are killed by the people above, we will have one less competitive force. That's true. No one reminded Molek of the rules of the selection in their eyes this time. They all watched Molek go up, and then waited for his head to be thrown down with mockery. There were only a few people in the more empty Gobi Desert. Is it here? Molek, who came up, looked at the people from the Adra family who had just come up to the Gobi Desert and had fallen on the ground in a pool of blood. It seems that I don't need to do it. In addition to Molek, there were 3 people present. The guy lying in a pool of blood on the ground, the thin man with a frizzy hair standing next to him, and the man with a middle parted hair wearing small black round sunglasses on the other side. Have you come up already? The man with the middle parted hair next to him said without emotion, I haven't called anyone yet. Forget it, you came just in time, I just haven't had enough fun with this guy yet. The skinny guy kicked the man from the Adla family to the side. The motionless figure had no breath. 70 explosive hammer of the beast. You can call me Spider, are you a member of the Phantom Troop? Don't go too far, sick dog. The man with the middle parted hair reminded, if you kill too many people at once, it's easy to scare away the people below. I know, delicious prey should be enjoyed slowly. Sick dog showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Under the strengthening of telekinesis, his entire jaw suddenly became a structure like a canine creature. His saliva sizzled, his teeth gleamed coldly, and the powerful bite force he was given seemed to be able to bite everything in front of him. Sick dog, is there Owl? Molek recognized the 2 people in front of him at a glance. Advertisement. They were all members of the 10 yin beasts who would appear in the future. Among them, Owl was the boss of the yin beasts. So he is here to preside over this selection? It seems that the one who will be promoted this time is Sick Dog. Molek saw 2 people he knew again, and he was sure that this time the selection from below was basically fruitless. Yes, the core troops of the 10 old men must be the people under the control of the 10 old men. How could they be handed over to the guys who were promoted and selected from below and did not understand the situation? Although they only appeared in half an episode and were just a foil for Phantom Troop, they still have blind boxes, right? Molek looked at the blind boxes emitting white light beside the 2 people and put them away casually. Although it was just an ordinary blind box of the lowest level, it was better than nothing. Not to mention that later, during the famous scene against Uvigen, there would be better blind lights. While Molek put away the blind box, the sick dog in front of him had already moved. Whoosh! The body bent down, bent forward and kicked the front legs hard on the ground, as if a vicious dog pounced on its food, and quickly attacked Molek. Go to hell! The fangs were open, and the hunting method was like a mad dog, so that the sick dog only had Molek's neck in his eyes. He wanted to tear the opponent's throat and then pour the neurotoxin into it. The last toy died too quickly, this time he wanted to play with it properly. However, just when everything was going smoothly and he was about to approach the opponent and follow his script. 30 anvils. It seemed that something pulled and rang, causing the attack of Sick Dog to stop abruptly. Sick Dog tried to twist his body hard, but found that Fuwu did not struggle at all. It was as if he was firmly restrained by something. Is this silk thread? On the contrary, Xiao next to him saw it clearly. In his field of vision, Sick Dog was tied up by the silk thread released from the opponent's hand. Damn, how can a line of this level be so easily pulled? The Sick Dog was furious and wanted to break free, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't pull it. He even tried to bite it with his teeth, but couldn't bite it. Is it the emitter? The sick dog gritted his teeth in hatred. I got caught by accident. Emitter's ability users have always been the most hated type by some straightforward non-users. In some cases, their trouble level is even higher than that of the trait system. Because once the conditions for the operation are met by the other party, it will be almost unsolvable. Just like what the sick dog understands now. You have met the conditions for tying me up, so you can restrain all my actions. The sick dog was very unwilling, and there was a ferocious look. Let go if you have the ability, and give me a one-on-one battle. What disgusting tricks are you playing? Molek ignored him and looked him up and down with the eyes of observing an experimental subject. After feeling this kind of gaze, the sick dog felt even more insulted. Just when he wanted to rage and curse again. Can you handle it, Yan? The owl who was also observing carefully beside him finally couldn't help but ask. It seems that you are very uncomfortable. The owl pushed his glasses, but still couldn't cover the white pupils that were as big as the owl. Nonsense. If he hadn't seen that he hadn't officially joined the Yin Beast organization, the sick dog would have spit 2 mouthfuls of poisonous saliva on his face. Do you need help? The white pupils of the owl were covered with a ball of air, and under the effect of condensation, he could better perceive various situations in time. The telekinesis injected into the other party's silk thread seems to be really strong. The expression was still that of a bird's eyes, but the tone was gradually becoming serious. Of course. Hurry up and interrupt the conditions of his operation. The sick dog was still howling, but Xiao carefully identified it. It can't be directly determined that the other party is an emitter. He began to mutter, apart from the most unknown special system, this may also be a thread materialized by manipulator, or a thread transformed by conjurer from air. It is also possible that it is another transmuter or enhancer, and he simply infused his thoughts into the thin thread to strengthen the binding strength of the thin thread. Advertisement. Don't joke. Hearing this, the sick dog couldn't help it anymore. According to what you said, the guy in front of me is actually simply infusing his thoughts into the thread, and then generating a force that even I, an enhancer, can't break free. Well, it's really unlikely. Xiao himself also had some doubts. Of course I just said there is such a possibility, and for weapons like the thread, maybe he is emitter. Stop standing there, come with me and kill him first. Got it. Xiao responded casually, and then stretched out his arms. Swish. A huge red wrap appeared in his hand. Although I don't know who you are yet. The incredible bag that materialized from his ability fluttered in the wind in his hand, and Xiao stared at Molek with wide eyes. But after I control you, I'll interrogate you thoroughly. Xiaoznan is manipulators, incredible bag. The bag he materialized was injected with the special telekinesis that can shrink objects. It can store things and has the ability to store space. It was with this ability that he moved all the auction items in the vault before the underground auction in Yokiksen City was attacked by Phantom Troop. It can also wrap the enemy in it, shrink, capture, and easily win, and then restore it to its original state. Once the conditions are met and the person is wrapped up, even the most powerful masters will be trapped and unable to escape. The moment he took out the bag, he was ready to capture Molek alive. However, when he was about to take a step forward to take action. Don't make a noise, I'm thinking. After Molek's pondering words fell, Xiao felt that he could not move forward. I am also bound. The huge white eyes shrank for the first time. When? I have been using condensation all the time, it is impossible for me not to notice when the silk thread comes. Xiao tried to struggle, and was puzzled. Indeed, if there are traces of telekinesis, then condensation will definitely detect it at the first time. But what if the object itself is not attached with telekinesis? The fine thread material of the Imperial Weapon Thousand Changes crosstail in Molek's hand has extraordinary toughness and strength without any need for telekinesis. The telekinesis wrapped around the silk thread that imprisoned the sick dog at the beginning also played a confusing role. Therefore, Xiao was caught off guard and was also caught. He had always used Nen to bind and trap others, and now it was finally his turn to be subdued. Who are you? Xiao began to try to change his strategy. Which family are you from? I am from the Ziowawu family. Molek casually made up a gangster family and name in the Kajin Empire. You can call me Spider. Spider. Is that why you play with silk thread? Xiao paused. If it is Spider, there is an organization called Phantom Troop outside, codenamed Spider. Are you a member of Phantom Troop? Molek was too lazy to answer him, and had already walked to the sick dog's body. He began to study closely whether the dog-like features on its body were subhuman characteristics. At the same time, he saw the sick dog open its mouth, wondering if it was going to curse or spit at him. Molek knocked the sick dog unconscious with a decisive punch. Then he took out Ikkya's picking crawler from the blind box he got from Aiznabi during the second round of Hunter test, and started cutting on some of the fangs of the sick dog. In Xiao's eyes, Molek's silence represented silent acquiescence. Even if he is not a member of the Phantom Troop, he is definitely related to that group of people. Watching Molek do whatever he wants to the sick dog, especially using that strange tool. Such a weird method can only be thought of by these murder experts. After having the first subjective impression in his mind, Xiao also began to keep silent. He began to silently plan to remember all of Molek's movements, behaviors, and features, and then analyze them carefully afterwards. However, just as he was trying to open his huge white pupils. Bang! Advertisement. A heavy punch hit him on the forehead, causing him to fall limply. How can a person be so unconscious? Molek rubbed his fist and was a little unhappy. I just knocked him out, but I didn't knock you out, right? For Xiao's inconsiderate behavior, Lake gave him a bad fist. This was completely different from the cooperative look he showed after being caught by Phantom Troop. Of course, it could also be that Pheton's interrogation played a very good role in it. You should be thankful that you are the most human-like one among the yin beasts. Molek didn't even look at Xiao, but just installed all the characteristic items on the spleen disease dog. Otherwise, you will end up like this sick dog. Molek, who suspected that the yin beasts were related to the subhumans, took some of his hair and teeth from the sick dog, and drew a few tubes of blood. As for the owl, it looks like an ordinary human being, and it has nothing to do with the subhuman race. The only pity is that the earthworm, who was described by the melody as having the most incredible heartbeat, was not able to come to the scene. Otherwise, maybe something could be found from him. After taking what he wanted and confirming that the person who was hostile to the Edra family was tortured to death by the sick dog. This trip can be regarded as a perfect completion of the purpose. But studying these things is not my strong point. The characteristic items of the sick dog were obtained, but how to understand the inner principles of them would require the help of professionals. As for the Dark Continent, it seems that there is only one person who has the most say, the most professional, and the least hidden dangers. Molek thought about it, found a quiet place, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. Beep beep beep, click. Wow, it's rare that you would think of calling an old man like me. Netaro's hearty laughter came immediately after the call was connected. But this also shows that the matter you came to see me for must not be a trivial matter. Tell me, you didn't even call me after causing a scene in the Sky Arena and being publicly investigated by them. What other troubles have you encountered now? As an official guest of the Sky Arena, Netaro will attend every Olympic fighting competition. Naturally, he knows more about what happened in the Sky Arena. I want to find an expert who can study human body changes. Molek directly explained the purpose of the call. Study the human body? Expert. This answer made Netaro a little unexpected, but he quickly reacted. I remember that 013 of your Nisra family likes to collect human organs, right? Why, do you also have this hobby? I'm not that perverted. Molek ignored the old man's deliberate ridicule. I got some teeth, hair, and blood of strange humans, and I want to analyze them to see what kind of ingredients are contained in them. Just analyze the ingredients? Then can't you just find a laboratory in any big city? With the wealth you got from the Sky Arena, this should be a small problem for you, right? He is now talking about the Sky Arena every 3 sentences. These things are a bit special, and the substances contained in them may not be convenient to show to the public. Molek said it directly, and he also knew that old man Netaro must understand that the things he asked him to analyze must be unusual. He said that on purpose. Material that is not convenient to show to the public. The teasing tone on the other end of the phone gradually calmed down. I remember that you have a professional hunter under you. Even if it is an item with thoughts, it can be tested and analyzed through a special research institute in the hunter circle. There are many hunters who like pharmacology and biology, and they basically have their own research institutes. Like Dog Chider and Snake Guy Lu of the 12 earthly branches. One is a doctor for 3-star difficult and complicated hunters, and the other is a coroner and pharmacist for poison hunters. They all have their own research institutes and contract various cosmetic analysis businesses. But Molek didn't choose these research institutes at all, but called directly to his own phone. That means these substances. Well, it may be related to the Dark Continent. Molek simply stopped keeping the secret and immediately told Netaro about the existence of the Yin Beast and his own conjectures. He is old and wise, and has lived to such an old age, and has personally ventured into the Dark Continent once. On the matter of subhuman races, except for V5, no one should have more say than him. And when he listened carefully to Molek's story. Sure enough. On the other end of the phone, Netaro also smiled with a little emotion. You still found these guys? From what you said. Molek became interested. Old man, have you known about this for a long time? Ah, this is not a secret to some people. At that moment, Netaro also explained the relevant content to Molek clearly. Just as Molek had imagined before, there is a certain connection between 10 old men and V5. In other words, V5 directly regards 10 old men as gloves to wipe dirty things. Then as gloves, they will definitely give them some benefits. 2 chapters will be sent today, and I will adjust my status. Maybe the transition in the middle is not well controlled, but when I officially enter the mainline hunter test, I have already prepared everything. It should be no problem. 71 The first conversation with Jin. Is it Jin Freaks, the irresponsible father? V5 explored the Dark Continent, and although they all failed, they also brought back some things. Although there were disasters, there was also hope, as well as the subhumans they captured. V5 has never given up their desire for the Dark Continent, and they have set their sights on the subhumans. In their view, the subhumans who can live on the Dark Continent have the ability to adapt to that environment. Therefore, V5 has been conducting genetic research on the subhumans, attempting to use the genes of the subhumans to create a group of human gene warriors that can adapt to the Dark Continent. Advertisement. At present, they have barely achieved some results, and with results, they naturally have to conduct experiments. Nothing can be better than a living human being who is in to serve as a test subject. Netero spoke calmly about the cruel reality. Is that so? Molek also understood. V5 has never given up exploring the Dark Continent, and has also set its sights on genetic warriors related to the subhumans. Just like in the Chimera Ants chapter, Pariston used his power to transport 5,000 ant eggs that had not yet hatched. These ant eggs, which may represent subhuman warriors, may play an important role in exploring the Dark Continent. V5 extracted genes from the subhumans and developed them into fur effects, giving them to the 10 old men as a reward. The 10 old men then used them on the yin beasts as a power enhancement. And it just so happened that the yin beasts also became living test subjects, so many of them became neither human nor ghost. For example, owls and porcupines should have good abilities, or they did not have time to be experimented, so they retained more human physiological characteristics. But then again, we have known each other for less than 2 years, and you have already started researching the Dark Continent. Netero changed his tone and became cheerful again. Ah, who wouldn't want to go there and take a look? Molek smiled and responded, thank you for clearing my doubts, old man. In return, I will tell you a piece of news that you may not know. He asked, do you remember why I went to find you when we first met? Ah, I still have some impression that you said you were sent by Bai Yangde. Yes, the news I want to tell you is that Bai Yangde is in the Kajin Empire in the Aegean continent, and he has a deal with the king of the Kajin Empire, Huitwaro. Molek finally added, moreover, he has also planted an undercover agent in your hunter association. Wow wow wow, this is really shocking news. Netero smiled without taking it seriously. He has always looked at his son Bai Yangde's troubles as if he were a child playing. Whether it is cooperating with other countries or planting an undercover agent in the hunter association, it is not something that deserves too much attention for him. On the contrary, it is Molek's side. You have provided me with this information, so I will give you a feedback. I will ask Doza to send you a number later. If you want to analyze and test it, just contact this guy. After that, Netero also hung up the phone directly. Soon, a message came. The phone number provided by Netero. Molek looked at the number information on the phone and remembered it firmly. Those who can be recommended by Netero are definitely not ordinary people. After all, there was a note under the message. That guy's phone is specially made. You can call him by just clicking on the dial button. You can't get through by just pressing the number normally. Molek pressed the dial button directly. Beep beep beep, click. Hello? Who is this? The voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. I haven't seen this phone number before. Did anyone give you my phone number? The tone was a little lazy and unremarkable. Hello, my name is Molek, I was introduced by President Netero. Molek was the first to introduce himself, can you tell me your name? Netero? The president's family. He actually introduced someone to me. The voice on the other end of the phone said something surprising, but the tone was very calm. My name is Jin Freaks. At the same time, in front of the Hunter Association's headquarters building. Is it really okay, President? In the office, Mr. Beanface Man, who had sent the message, was still a little hesitant. You gave Mr. Jin's phone number to Mr. Molek. Wow wow wow, isn't this just right? Netero smiled happily, don't you think that with their temperaments and personalities, if they get together, they will definitely get along well? I don't know what he thought of, he stroked his beard 3 times faster. And it will definitely be interesting, right? Mr. Beanface Man underscore 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 underscore. This last sentence is the key point, right? Advertisement. You just want to see the actions that the two of them will start to make after they meet, right? With Mr. Molek's personality, if he really gets together with Mr. Jin. Mr. Beanface Man shuddered suddenly. Not to mention the many disturbances and influences that Mr. Jin had caused in the world before. Just recently Mr. Molek stirred up the situation in the Sky Arena, which was enough to give headaches to the other side and shock the world. If these two people were to get together and say, hey, I have an idea. I wonder if this world can withstand the tossing of the two of them. Mr. Damian was lamenting that the future of the world was not optimistic, and in the Gerudo Desert. After learning that the person on the other end of the phone was Jin Freaks, Molek was also a little surprised. Jin Freaks? Is it the Jin Freaks who is a 2-star ruins hunter, whose achievements are enough to become a 3-star hunter, but he didn't apply because he was too troublesome? Well, you should be talking about me. It's Jin Freaks who participated in the restoration of the Rurika ruins, and then studied the breeding method of two-headed wolves, developed the game Greed Island, and has outstanding achievements in many fields. Freaks. Aha, that's me. Is it the Jin Freaks who has made outstanding achievements in exploring ancient ruins in the world, has power and wealth equivalent to the president of a country, is known as one of the world's 5 great men with his strong strength and achievements, and is also the 12 earthly branches pig? That's me. Is it the irresponsible father Jin Freaks who was born on Whale Island, became a professional hunter at the age of 12, and sent his child gone back to Whale Island at the age of 22 and left him alone? I said it was me. Wait. The person on the other end of the phone suddenly reacted halfway through. It seems that he just heard something beyond his expectations. Molek repeated again, it was the unreliable father, Jin Freaks, who gave his son Gon to his cousin Mito to raise, and then specially arranged for his apprentice Kate to go to Whale Island to tell Gon about Hunter and guide him on the Hunter path. Freaks. The other end of the line fell into complete silence. Then after a while. No, you got the wrong person. He resolutely denied it. Just now you said your name is Kim Freaks. You heard it wrong. I was afraid that I heard it wrong, and I confirmed it so many times afterwards. Hello? Beep. There was a dead tone from the other end of the line, and it was obvious that the call was hung up. Molek just held the phone and watched calmly. After staring at it for 5 minutes. Beep beep beep. The phone in his hand suddenly rang. Click, hello. After the call was connected, a sweet and beautiful middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. Excuse me, is this Mr. Molek, the captain of the guards of the Lightnessla family, from Meteor Street, who escaped from the Sky Arena incident? No, this is Silver Freaks. Molek replied expressionlessly, also, this voice makes me feel sick. Click. He was also pressed to death like the other party. Sure enough, as introduced, this guy, Gold Freaks, has a very awkward personality and is a bit shy. And sometimes, he makes people feel particularly a hole. Molek put away his phone, knowing that Jin might not call him again in the short term due to his awkward personality. He also wanted to give Jin time to understand him and calm down, so that communication would be much smoother. And after learning about the relationship between subhumans and yin beasts, Juke was much less interested in them. No matter how powerful the genes of subhumans are, compared with Marvel's Hunter Serum, Molek felt that the latter was better. It just so happens that I rarely come out for a trip, and I haven't really visited these 6 continents. The Ulubian continent is also a relatively prosperous continent. In this world, there is a civilization and customs that are completely different from the previous life, and there are also all kinds of strange foods and cuisines. In the past 2 years, I was either practicing or looking for blind boxes. It is rare to have such a little time, so of course I have to travel at public expense. If you want to do it, do it. Molek flashed and left the cliff goba directly. Only the sick dog and the owl were left lying on the ground unconscious. He did not take the lives of these 2 guys. First, the selection of Yin Beast involves the subhuman gene experiment provided by V5. Killing them rashly may attract attention from there, and there will be investigations from the 10 old men. Nasra family Molek is staying well now, and he didn't think about harming the boss. Second, both of them are in the future, watching their participation in the plot. And the plot means that there will be a refresh of blind boxes in the future. It can be used as a usable resource and come back next year. As for the white blind boxes that appeared beside the 2 people, they were also Molek opened it. Advertisement. One is Doc brand sunglasses obtained from the owl, and the other is canine braces obtained from the sick dog. Well, they are all ordinary items. After Molek left. Why haven't you called anyone up yet? The masters of many underworld families below waited for a long time, but didn't hear any movement. According to the previous practice, one person would be called every 5 minutes on average. But now. Do you want to go up and take a look? Someone made such a suggestion, and then a group of people looked at him like a fool. Who knows if there are any changes up there? If you go up rashly, you think your life is too long, right? So, the group of guys below could only wait there with their eyes wide open. Until the moon was bright and the sky was completely dark, and it was time to light torches. Everyone couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to go up and take a look. However, at this time, all of you go to hell. From the Gobi Desert, it seemed as if a werewolf suddenly pounced down, and under the full moon, it started to kill wantonly. Under those angry faces, the scene was extremely bloody for a while. That damn spider, phantom troop, right? I will never be so easily fooled next time we meet. The sick dog harvested the lives of the gangsters at the scene, and his eyes were full of brutality and madness. Next time we meet, I will bite your neck with my own mouth. Puff. Soon, with blood splashing, there was no living master of the gangster family who could stand at the scene. This group of guys who were here to die finally fell into the hands, mouth of the sick dog. And when he went crazy. In a small dense forest thousands of miles away. The bearded man with short black hedgehog hair, a white vest, a belt around his waist, and harem pants scratched his head in distress. Is the other party also a troublesome guy? On Jin's mobile phone, relevant information about Lak appeared. Including but not limited to his origin from Meteor Street, accepting the recruitment of Light Nisra and becoming his guard captain. And the most important, the two major events of beating the examiner in the hunter test and the turmoil in the sky arena that swept the casino. There is very little information and data about this man, as if it came out of thin air. Even Jin, using his own means and channels, the initial original information was only to know that he was from Meteor Street. But in Jin's eyes, these are not worth noting. What beat the examiner, break into the sky arena, etc., are not a big deal in his eyes. When he was young, he did something more idiotic than this. The only thing that concerned him was the place where Molek boarded the ship when he participated in the hunter test this year. Whale Island, Poseidon. Isn't this the route he chose to participate in the hunter test that year? So many years have passed, is Poseidon still running? And Whale Island is his hometown, and besides him, his son Gon is also on the island. In addition, Molek talked about Gon, Kate and other things on the phone just now. If Jin Freaks said that all this was a coincidence, then he must be really crazy. He had reason to suspect that the other party must know some inside information. What went wrong? He sat directly on the head of the huge wild boar under him. The pig with two huge spiked fangs trembled. Kate couldn't have thought of it, and Ixian Bei didn't know my arrangement. Jin folded his hands across his chest and crossed his legs in black leather boots. And I feel that he knows more about me than this. Is it about some strange ability? And he got my number, which was given to him by President Netero. If there is something he can't figure out, Jin Freaks will not hesitate to solve it in the simplest way. He took out his phone, and I saw Netero's number and dialed it immediately. Beep beep beep. After a period of silence. Mr. Jin. The call was connected, but the voice on the other end was not President Netero's. The president is currently playing dodge. Oh no, he is working. He said that if anyone comes to find him, they can leave the problem to me first, and I will report to him later. Mr. Demianran said honestly. I know. After leaving these 4 words, he hung up the phone. 72 message deleted. The Zaldik family is a friendly and respectful family. Paid vacation and travel at public expense. Just gave his phone number to Molek, and then went to play dodgeball? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't want to intervene in their affairs anymore, or just watch their fun and excitement? But anyway. He grabbed the white towel wrapped around his head. He can be introduced to me by President Netero, so there should be no problem with this person. Then he recalled the exchange with Molek just now, and his eyes paused. It's just that the words are a bit harsh. Advertisement. He reacted. It was fine at the beginning, but it became more and more like a joke. As for the last silver freaks and the pure foolishness. Jin said nonchalantly that these were child's play. His friends and partners who made Greed Island, almost every day, scolded him at least 2 or 3 times. And the scolding was definitely several times more nasty than this kind of foolishness. Jin pulled up his dark grey scarf and coughed twice while pinching his throat. I think this sound is okay. He looked puzzled. I learned it from Elena, it's quite similar, right? Shu. Far away in the small room at the entrance of Greed Island. Elena, who acted as a commentator and explained the rules of the game to the newcomers, rarely wiped her nose. Why do I feel that Gaijin is saying something bad about me behind my back again? In the following time, Jin really did not give timely. Molek called. On the one hand, he felt embarrassed that his arrangement of his son's career had been known to others. On the other hand, he was also thinking of finding some embarrassing things about Molek to see if he could get back on track. Molek, who was traveling in the outside continent, naturally didn't care. He also called Light Nisra. Light Nisra was in a very good mood on the other end. The masters sent by the Adra family died, and many masters from other families also died. Even through the phone, Molek could hear the other party's comfortable mood. There are other invisible competing hostile forces, as well as the underworld families above us, and they all suffered such a loss. Of course, in order to prevent unnecessary trouble, I must also announce to the public that the people we sent out also died. Right. Nisla laughed with a little apology, so I asked Shachimona Docino to use his hunter license to delete all your information. But Shachimona told me that it seems that someone is still looking for your information on the internet, so all your information was deleted directly, and all traces of the past were gone. The other party must be a very powerful hacker. Do you have such a friend to help you? Friend? Help? Molek did not know such a computer expert friend. But among the people he knew, there was such a friend, and he almost guessed who it was and why. Kim Freaks has an old acquaintance named Ixiangbei, who is a very powerful hacker-hunter, a network hacker. He is also quite well known in the Hunter Association, and he once became a candidate when the Hunter president was elected. In Molek's impression, he was a strange guy with black round ears, upside-down eyes, and a fang mask. There were 2 letters PE on the mask head. He didn't speak, but used the paper in his hand to display words one by one. During the election of the president, he publicly stated, "For me, your reality is not reality. You can do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me." This is a hacker-hunter who truly lives in the online world. Most of the deletions of Molek's information on the internet were also done by him. And there is no need to ask, he must have been asked to help delete it. The reason is also very simple. Kim definitely doesn't want others to trace my information to Whale Island. Disrupting his arrangement for Gon is a small matter, but if he is exposed for arranging his son like this, it will lead to ridicule and mockery from his companions, which will be the most embarrassing and awkward thing for him to accept. But it's good this way. Without the information, it will be more difficult for people to detect my information. This is not a bad thing for Molek. Lightnisra also thought so. Advertisement. I heard that there were some problems in the selection of Yin Beast this time, which led to the death of so many people. It seems that the 10 old men have begun to trace some traces. As one of the few survivors of that selection, it is okay to clear the data, so that there will be less scrutiny. Lightnisra wisely did not ask more about the details of this selection. He only knew that his goal had been achieved. And Molek also escaped unscathed, and the information was cleared, leaving no tail. This is enough. However, the investigation of the 10 old men is at a critical juncture. In order to avoid accidents during this period, so Lightnisra said somewhat tactfully, it is better for you not to come back in the short term. Wait until this period of limelight is over, and then you can come back. Dade. Molek. He just wanted to travel, but Lightnisra arranged it so well. What a great boss. Of course, I know this is a helpless situation, because the Nisra family is at a very important juncture. Seeing that Molek didn't speak, Lightnisra thought he had some thoughts in his mind, and immediately said. At this juncture, there is no room for error, I have to be careful, so I can only wrong you, Molek. Of course, I will reimburse you for your expenses outside. Lightnisra promised, as long as it is within my tolerance. Tisk, it's really a vacation and reimbursement. What's the difference between this and paid vacation and public travel? I know. Molek also cooperated very well. During this period of time, I will use a new identity to travel outside. When you need me, boss, I will go back. Thank you for your hard work, Molek. Rightnisra was very pleased with Molek's understanding and consideration. It's nothing. Hua Shidalang will be in charge of the family's security work. As long as the lady doesn't let strangers outside approach her, there will be basically no problem. It saves her from not being able to go out and play later, and she has to blame me for it. After handing over some of the guard work to Rightnisra, Molek no longer has any pressure. I can really relax and take a break. On a busy street in Yokiksan City, Molek put his mobile phone in his arms. He glanced at the flashing traffic light area next to him, rubbed his wrist, and walked in. He wanted to feel what kind of prosperity this was. Time always passes by inadvertently. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed leisurely. The world will not stagnate because of the influence of one more or one less person. There was also thunder and light rain at the Sky Arena. After learning that no more information about Molek could be found, no further action was taken against Molek. In the Zaldik family, Ilmi used the mind spike to comb through everyone's information. Even the second oldest, Miji, who was a super otaku in their family, was dragged out of the room and carefully checked. In Ilmi's words, what if that idiot Miji accidentally leaked it online? This caused the second oldest, Miji, to be strongly dissatisfied and protest. Why don't you say that it might be the information that was obtained by someone when Killua was on a mission outside? Miji said very clearly, you know, Killua has the best relationship with Aluka. I have already planted the mind spike in Killua's head. Ilmi was blatantly biased, as long as he has any brain invasion, I will know it as soon as possible. But I remember there is also the ability to know the memory content of the other party's mind by touching the other party's body. Why don't you say that Killua might have encountered this? It's very simple. I also sealed his memory of Aluka and Nanaka. He won't remember it. What can you give Killua is sealed, maybe someone else can also bypass your seal and directly detect it. Woo. After the mind nail sealed Miji's mouth, he could no longer make any comments. Well, the Zaldik family is so friendly and respectful. There was no movement from the underworld family. After the 10 old men investigated their own forces to no avail, they gradually returned to normal. On the contrary, the yin beast seemed to be still not quiet, as if they were looking for some phantom troop guy. In short, the hunter world is still peaceful where it should be peaceful, and turbulent where it should be turbulent. Advertisement. It's like every place has its own way of survival, without affecting or interfering with each other. For example, the annual Green Leaf Fishing Festival was held on the shore of Lake Mochilia. This month is when the green leaf crabs are the fattest. The green leaf crabs on the shore of Lake Mochilia are particularly famous, just like the Yangcheng Lake hairy crabs on the blue planet. Many food hunters rushed here for the most plump crab meat and crab roe. In order to promote and expand its influence, the town of Mochilia specially established this fishing festival, just to let those food hunters use their own skills to fish out the fattest green leaf crabs. Then after their promotion, this year's green leaf crab orders will allow residents to have a harvest season. Food hunters got the delicious food they wanted, and people outside tasted the plumpness of green leaf crabs. The popularity of Mochilia town spread, and the residents had a good income. It can be said that it was a win-win situation for all parties. This year's Green Leaf Crab Fishing Festival was no exception. It was held very successfully and attracted many merchants to buy. Not to mention that there were many food hunters and gourmets who loved food. Especially the latter were more pure, they just wanted such a delicious taste. Therefore, you can even see food hunters panting and coming late on the last night of the fishing festival. Huff. The heavy breathing sounded as if there was a blower in the chest cavity instead of lungs. Are you still a little late? The food hunter, who was extremely large, wearing a green shirt and a big belly, came and saw the closed fishing grounds, and couldn't help but wail. I would have known not to eat so much, otherwise I wouldn't have overslept. But the greatest respect for food is to eat it all, not to mention that it's my favorite roasted whole pig. The huge food hunter looked around, the fishing ground is closed, but there are still green leaf crabs here that haven't been taken away. Every year, I remember that there are still many food hunters and gourmets who are not in a hurry to leave and stay here to taste carefully. He did it as he thought, and immediately dragged his huge body and ran towards the nearby town of Mochilia. Every time he took a step, the ground shook loudly. People could hear the movement here from a considerable distance. It's Boera. The gourmets and food hunters who had not left the town looked over and their faces changed immediately. I was wondering why I didn't see him. Did he come too late? That guy is an absolute glutton. I haven't forgotten that last year he ate a mountain of green leaf crabs by himself. That's right. I came a little late, so the remaining green leaf crabs were all smaller. The fat ones were all eaten by this guy. Go, don't let him see them, otherwise we won't be able to keep the leaf crabs in our hands. When a group of food hunters saw the huge Boera coming, they shouted and packed their green leaf crabs. Before Boera arrived, they all ran away. So, when Boera arrived in the town, exhausted. No more. He asked several hotels and restaurants one by one, and the answers he got made him feel desperate. Yes, sir, we have sold out the green leaf crab. The lady at the front desk said apologetically. Refrigerated ones are also fine, and there are vacuum-packed ones. I am not picky. Boera is still making the last effort. For example, the green leaf crab that has just been refrigerated can still retain some freshness. It tastes better than the ones that are circulated in the market. The refrigerated and vacuum-packed ones were also bought by customers who had dined in our store before. The front desk lady said helplessly, so we have nothing now. Boera. So those gourmet hunters didn't even leave him any frozen food, right? It's just like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving no food at all. I'm so hungry. Boera dragged his tired and hungry body out of the restaurant. Leaning against the wall next to him, he sat down with his legs spread open. I really want to eat green leaf crabs. He raised his head and looked at the night that was falling, and the bright moon that was slowly rising into the sky. In his eyes at this moment, the yellow full moon was like the shell of the cooked green leaf crab. The shell of the green leaf crab can also be made into high-quality tempura after being fried, and then dipped in the seasoning sauce made from oro rosemary. Boera stared at the moon in the sky, his mouth wide open, drooling. If the crab meat is fried and made into crab rice, put it into your mouth in big mouthfuls, slurp. Boera imagined the delicious taste, and didn't dare to think how satisfied he would be if he ate it like this. In fact, he had already imagined that the table full of green leaf crabs was placed in front of him, and the aroma of crab seafood was transmitted into his nostrils. He felt that he had already smelled this aroma. Wait, aroma. Boera's nose suddenly twitched twice, and the aroma was transmitted into his nostrils. No mistake, this smell is indeed the aroma of green leaf crabs. Swish. The huge body jumped up directly from the spot, and there were leaf crabs in this small town. Boera's mouth was watering, his nose was twitching, and he immediately ran along the scent. At this moment, under the temptation of delicious food, he successfully burst out with a flexible speed that was completely opposite to his huge body. And with such a fragrance, this is definitely a very plump green leaf crab. 73 Blind box that captures the heart of food. Tour guide, chef, and foil. Dark Sonata. Thinking of this, Boera could not help but speed up his pace again. Following the scent, he walked out of the town and headed for the nearby jungle. The deeper he went, the stronger he felt the scent. Until, in front of Boera, a strange hut in the shape of a dome had appeared in his eyes. Advertisement. Logically speaking, the appearance of such a strange building in the dense forest must be a cause for concern. But Boera, whose mind was full of crabs at this time, would not care so much. Hello, is anyone there? He came directly to the strange hut with a dome hat and shouted. Just as he was thinking about knocking on the door, he suddenly realized that his height and body shape seemed to be catching up with this house. Squeak. Fortunately, before he tried to lift the roof, the door was already opened. It's rare that there are guests in such a place. A man in a neat black suit walked out of the house. After taking a look at Boera, a smile appeared on his face. Besides, you don't seem to be a food hunter. Boera didn't move, as if he didn't hear anything, staring at the crab leg in the other's hand. It seems that you are here for the green leaf crab, right? The man in the black suit seemed to know Boera's character, and waved the crab leg in his hand without surprise. It just so happens that I still have some inventory here, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Before the other party finished speaking, Boera was full of joy and thanked him impatiently. You're welcome. At that moment, the man in the black suit took out a full box of green leaf crabs from the room. And they were all the fattest, fullest, and largest varieties. Boera's eyes were straight at that time. Leave these green leaf crabs to me. Boera rolled up his sleeves and said, my cooking skills are pretty good. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. At this time, Boera remembered that he had not yet revealed his identity, and he quickly said. My name is Hare. He patted his big belly and said proudly, I am a one-star food hunter. The big belly cooperated with him very well, making bursts of roaring sounds. Molek, currently I am on a journey. Molek also smiled and pushed the green leaf crab in front of him to Boera. Since you are a food hunter, then I am lucky to have a good meal today. Just leave it to me. Boera patted his big belly confidently. Molek, do you have any other ingredients and seasonings here? He asked for things very familiarly. If there are more seasonings, then I can cook these green crabs better. Maybe not before, but now. Molek glanced at the blind box with white light next to Boera and opened it directly. Get a normal blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get Igo seasoning set. Source world, prisoner of food. As for ingredients, I may not have extra here, but as for seasonings. Molek waved his hand, and a set filled with various seasonings appeared on the field. That's everything. It's really normal for a blind box opened from a food hunter to come from the world of food. So many seasonings. Boera's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned over and carefully counted the items with his huge fingers. Is the variety so complete? And some of the condiments I haven't even heard of. Great. There are so many. Boera was like a child who got his favorite toy, full of joy. With these seasonings, I can make the best tasting green crab. He grinned happily, and did it as soon as he said it. Immediately, he rolled up his sleeves and started working there. Well, don't talk about cooking utensils or not, for a one-star food hunter, everything around can become his cooking stage. Not to mention that Boera also has his own special cooking tools. Crackling and busy, whether it is making fire, cutting or dissecting, it is so huge, but it looks so smooth. To sum it up, there are two words, yay. No wonder he is a one-star food hunter. Molek can feel Boera's smooth movements just by watching from the side. Every profession has its own specialty, and the cooking skills displayed are much better than the so-called gourmets and some gourmet hunters he saw in the town before. This is the first delicacy he tasted after coming to this hunter world and being brought back to the family by Lightnessla. After hearing the name of the green leaf crab, Molek rushed here as soon as possible. And took the fattest batch. Just when he was about to taste it here. Advertisement. I didn't expect to run into Zayahara here, which was an unexpected encounter. Okay. After a long time of busy work, Boera successfully placed a green leaf crab feast on the table that Molek brought out. Crab cakes, cheese-baked crab, curry crab, crab roe sashimi. Boera introduced it in detail, and the saliva at the corners of his mouth had already burst like a dam. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of these green leaf crabs was still standing here and didn't start him, he would have been unable to hold back. It looks very good. Molek made a gesture. Then what are we waiting for? I'm welcome. With a low roar, Boera, who couldn't hold back, pounced on him. Molek was not to be outdone, and tasted all the delicacies on the table at a speed not inferior to Boera. Indeed, the taste was more than one level better than what he made himself. So, when it comes to food, no one has a better say than the food hunter. Putting a crab cake into his mouth, Molek nodded in agreement. The green leaf crab feast was quite satisfying, and all the stalks Molek took out were wiped out by the two of them. Under Boera's superb skills, Molek also tasted the various flavors of the hunter world. But it also made him sure of one thing. Boera, can you make crabs with the flavor of typhoon shelter? Typhoon shelter? What is that? A new seasoning. Sure enough, in this hunter world, there is no concept of Hyuxia cuisine yet. It's a cooking method. Molek wiped his mouth after eating and drinking. If there is a chance, I can tell you about it. New cuisine. Boera, who was patting his stomach and savoring the taste, immediately attracted attention again. I've never heard of this cuisine. Is it from your hometown? In addition to food and ingredients, only new dishes can make food hunters pay more attention. Well, there are countless cuisines and food in my hometown. Molek has sufficient confidence and absolute right to speak on this point. Boera, who was full, secreted thick salivary amylase in his mouth again. Molek, you said you were traveling, right? Yes, what's wrong? That, he. Boera touched the back of his head with one hand and laughed. It's hard to deal with some difficult ingredients that are difficult to cook by yourself, right? What do you mean? Molek looked at the huge figure of Gao Shan and laughed. I mean. Boera, who was a little embarrassed at first, saw Molek's smile and felt his heart shrunk. You may still lack a good cook to help you prepare food. From what you said, it seems to be true. Molek rubbed his chin and thought about it seriously. Then, under the eyes of Zyahara who just showed joy. Okay, it's decided. Molek clapped his hands. I will go to the Hunter Association to recruit a good food hunter later. Under Boera's dazed expression, UNKK also listed his requirements. It is best to find a beautiful food hunter with fair skin, long legs, good figure and good looks. In this way, in addition to being able to taste delicious food, it is also very pleasing to the eyes. Boera. So people like me are not considered directly, right? Considering that my appearance is really not good, but I really want to learn about new cuisines, Boera hurriedly said. There are very few women in Food Hunter. Even if there are, most of them are fat in order to eat more food. He emphasized the word obesity. Is that so? Molek looked at him with a half smile. Isn't there anyone who is a little bit more normal? Well, there is. Thinking of a female food hunter who has been gaining momentum in the association recently, and who has also won the title of one-star food hunter like him. Boera's eyes were a little evasive, but when he thought about her personality, he made up his mind to go for it. But she is very difficult to deal with, and she has a very bad temper and is very willful. Well, I'm telling the truth. But why do I still feel a little uneasy? Okay. Seeing Boera like this, Molek didn't plan to tease him anymore. It just so happens that Boera and I meet here, it can be regarded as fate for the two of us. And your cooking skills are really beyond reproach. Molek smiled and invited him, would you like to come with me for a simple trip? Of course, that's no problem. Boera patted his belly happily and assured, don't worry, Molek, any ingredients you encounter, just leave it to me with confidence. So far, NK's short trip has been extended. Please give me 0 flowers. Advertisement. If you want to know more about the travel content in a short time, it would be best to have a tour guide to help introduce it. And if this director is also a very good chef, and has a 1-star certification in the Hunter Association, with many permissions. More importantly, as long as he is given some cooking methods, he can handle all of this. Is there any better choice than this cost-effective choice? What's more, with Boera. When others look at it, what comes into view is Boera's huge and fat body, and this silly look. And look at Molek again, wearing a smart black suit. Isn't there a sense of contrast? People, besides relying on clothes, still need to have a foil when they go out. So, Boera, a tour guide, chef, and foil, officially started to work. Unfortunately, my house is a bit small, and you can't get in. Molek weighed his universal capsule house and Zyahara's body size. It's okay, I can live outside. Boera is not picky at all in this regard, I usually sleep in the wild when I catch food outside. As he said, he just opened his legs and lay on the ground, leaning against the big tree next to him. Molek. Look, what is a good employee? This is a good employee. If it were really in that blessed society where the living conditions are 996, someone like Boera who is not picky about living conditions and just wants a bite to eat would definitely be the boss's favorite. And, it seems that he really just wants a bite to eat. Good night then. After saying hello, Molek also returned to his house. 0. Good night. Boera also yawned directly on the spot. Under the moonlight, inside and outside the house, everyone slept very peacefully. And far away on the other side of the ocean, in the quiet little village on Whale Island, the only Mito bar on the island was also officially closed. The family of 3 in the house also slept very comfortably. It seems that everything is the same as before. On the roof, Kim Freaks sat cross-legged with a dog-tail grass in his mouth. What's the problem? He leaned back and lay on the roof in a big letter shape, a little confused. Ding dong. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. A new text message came. A large-scale unknown infectious disease broke out in the town of Bullerl, suspected to be related to the Dark Sonata. Guy Lu and Chi Duo have gone there one after another. Please make corresponding arrangements for the earthly branches. A message from Mr. Domian Ren to the 12 earthly branches. Dark Sonata. Jin glanced at the name and then put his phone away. But the next second, he stopped plugging his phone in. I remember that the town of Bullerl is quite close to Makilia. He should be nearby, right? Jin scratched his head, then let's go and meet him. No matter how much paper information there is, it is far less real than the feeling of meeting him in person. Coincidentally, Jin also wanted to find a suitable opportunity, and this one came to him. Molek and Boera also started their journey. Early the next morning, in Boera's surprised eyes, Molek turned the universal capsule house into a small capsule and put it away. Sure enough, Mr. Molek is not an ordinary person. Boera watched all this silently, and did not ask. Everyone has his own secrets. Perhaps this is one of his abilities, and rashly exploring his bottom line is also a taboo in getting along with others. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, looking for suitable delicacies and experiencing different customs and practices. Boera told Molek everything he knew, saw and heard, and captured the ingredients he encountered on the road. Molek occasionally brought out some cooking methods that Boera had never seen before. For example, the typhoon shelter stir-fry method mentioned earlier, as well as some boiled fish, pot-fried pork, etc., in Boera's opinion, very novel dishes. At least, he had never seen these cuisines, and the taste was also very unique. This made Boera feel very satisfied, and he was also looking forward to the next trip. I recommend our next destination is the town of Below Lyre. On the way, Boera strongly suggested, the Below Lyre pigs raised on their ranch have a very good flavor. It tastes even better when used to make roasted whole pigs, right? After walking along the way, Zokai naturally understood Xia Hasheng's preferences. Roasted whole pigs, Boera's favorite food. He. Boera touched the back of his head, smiled foolishly and did not refute. Then let's go and have a look. Molek said, it's just right, I'll let you try other pork dishes. 74 Meeting with Jin. Is there any problem I can't solve? I really can't solve it. Let me tell you what red braised pork, twice cooked pork, crispy pork elbow, red braised lion's head. Listening to Molek's series of dishes, Boera's saliva flowed out again. It was another delicacy he had never heard of. Following Molek, there were always big surprises. This also made Zaya Harem more eager to go to the town of Below Lyre. Advertisement. But when they came to the entrance of the road in the town of Below Lyre, blocked. Seeing the hunter staff busy blocking the road, Zaya Hashan hurriedly ran up to ask. An infectious disease broke out inside. After Boera showed his one-star hunter identity, the blocking staff became easy to talk to. Although the infectiousness is not high, the disease is very severe and can cause great damage to the internal organs of the human body. He briefly explained the situation. When he heard that there was an infectious disease inside, no matter how greedy he was, Boera had no choice but to give up. But at this moment, are you Mr. Boera and Mr. Molek? The staff seemed to have reacted, and looked at Boera and Molek twice more, asking for confirmation. It's us, what's the matter? Zayahara was still immersed in the low pressure of not being able to eat delicious pig dishes. If it's you two, then please follow me, someone wants to see you. The staff invited politely. There was a silence at the scene. Boera ignored him, and Molek just looked at him quietly. The atmosphere was still a little awkward. Tay. The staff was a little embarrassed to see that the two did not respond. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But at this time, I want to see you. Behind him, I don't know when, a hedgehog head figure appeared. 000 Hey, hello. The man was wearing a dusty clothes, one hand was in his pocket, and the other hand was greeting Molek and the others. My name is Jin Freaks. The face that was almost the same as Gon's, but more mature, had a sloppy beard and bright eyes. The bright brown eyes just met Molek's eyes. Molek. Molek chuckled in response. This was the first time the two of them had met officially in this world. At the same time, Molek glanced at the blue blind box that Jin brought with him. Sure enough, he was the protagonist's father after all, and the blind box he showed up in was different from the ordinary extras. In a small camp next to Bularil. Want an apple? In the tent, after the two sat down, this was Jin Freaks' first opening statement. No. Oh. The scene fell into silence again. Bulara was taken to lunch by the staff, and there were only 2 people left in the tent. Jin thought about it and tried to open the topic. You are indeed a little different from what I imagined. You are almost what I thought. Molek said leisurely, looking at Gon's face and his head shape. You can imagine what his father is like. I'm not talking about his appearance. Jin was immediately shocked. Also, the thing between us is us, and Gon is gone. I see. Molek expressed his understanding, then I won't mention him next time. Jin, actually, it's okay to mention it. He hesitated for a moment, then simply said. I know you got my phone number from the president, there must be something that needs my help. So let's make a deal, you tell me how you know about Gon and how much you know. I'll help you solve your problem, how about that? Not so good. Molek shook his head. Jin raised his eyebrows, waiting for Molek's answer. Advertisement. From their first meeting, Molek shouldn't be the kind of person who pushes the issue. I think you may not be able to solve my problem. Molek said truthfully, so I think our deal may not be established. Number. Jin. Provocation method. His brows relaxed, and he said calmly. Such childish tricks are useless to me. Then a spark seemed to flash in his eyes. Tell me, what kind of problem makes you feel that even I can't solve it? Molek. Useless? Obviously I feel that it is quite suitable for you. This is it. Molek took out a universal capsule and threw it to the ground. Plop. The purple smoke dissipated, revealing a suspended small flying car. One is the space reduction technology of this universal capsule, and the other is the suspended driving technology of this flying car. He looked at Jin Freaks, who sat up a little straighter. I think with the current technology, it is impossible to solve the principles of these 2 technologies. What do you think? Jin did not respond, but looked at the suspended flying car with his eyes gradually concentrating, and his expression became serious. At the same time, he was muttering something silently, as if he was analyzing and studying. But if someone who knows lip reading and can understand multiple languages can distinguish it carefully, he will almost find it. Jin used several ancient written languages to make up a sentence. I am not good at engineering. For people who like historical relics, biological research, and fantasy games, this kind of scientific research direction is indeed the least good type. Jin is not an all-round person after all. There are also industries that he is passionate about and not very interested in. For example, this kind of technical research and development. Ahem, this technology looks difficult. Jin pretended to cough twice, it's actually not simple at all. I think for such a complex level, we need to find some professional people to help. And it just so happens that I also know some good guys in this area, and it's no problem to hand it over to them. After all these years of adventure, Jin has made many friends, and there are still many professionals specializing in this field. But that's just your friend, I don't trust him. Molek replied with a light sentence. Can't you solve the code yourself? He doesn't have the habit of sharing the technology with others for nothing. Ah, there is really no way. No means no, Jin admitted very frankly, this is not my main direction. The main thing he does now, besides his son Gon, is to focus on the Dark Continent. Learning a variety of ancient written languages, exploring the diversity of organisms, excavating various ancient ruins to obtain information and intelligence. All these behaviors are to prepare for setting foot on the Dark Continent in the future. As for scientific research and technology, to be honest, in front of the strange Nen, these are really nothing. For example, the mobile phone that Jin himself uses is made through special thoughts. So when facing Molek's question, it seems that there is no solution. Then I will introduce them to you later. Jin scratched his unshaven cheek and took another look at the suspended flying car there. Molek, who can take out such a thing, is also worthy of his attention. At least, he did not feel the fluctuation of Nen at the moment when this so-called universal capsule was released. Without thoughts, you can shrink a thing and load it in a capsule. Such a space technology means. Jin had already started thinking in his heart. And this also made Molek quietly raise his attention in his heart. At the same time, he almost understood why President Netero gave him his phone number. This man really played a vital role in his future journey. The exploration and rest on the Dark Continent. Just when Jin was thinking. How did you know I was coming here? Molek asked his doubts. From your appearance, you must be waiting for me here, right? Well, it's not difficult to track down a person. Jin nodded, it's even easier when 2 people act together. As long as you know that Bull, who is traveling with you, is a food hunter, you can know that his favorite food is roasted whole pig. And Bularal, which is closer to Machilia where you started, is rich in good pigs, everything is clear. After saying that, he did not forget to add a sentence in a stubborn and arrogant way, of course, I didn't come here mainly for your business. Molek did not expose him, but also found something wrong. I saw that the town is now closed. Well, something did happen. Jin looked at Molek and asked tentatively, do you know the Dark Sonata? Yes, I know a little bit. Molek vaguely understood what happened in this town. Is this place affected by the Dark Sonata? The Dark Sonata is said to be a solo piece composed by the devil. Advertisement. It is a score composed of 4 instruments, piano, violin, flute, and harp, which can be played separately. When humans play or listen to it, they will inevitably suffer unimaginable terrible disasters. In short, it is a legendary score. The music hunter melody became what it is now after listening to the flute part of the Dark Sonata. And the flute player died after the performance. Well, according to current speculation, a small part of the sonata notes gave birth to an infectious disease that began to spread in this small town. The source is still being investigated. Although the whole town has been affected, there are still many survivors. Jin said calmly, this should be a kind of luck for them. Not dying under the sonata is already very lucky, 0. But they are also unfortunate. They suffered an unexpected disaster or an infectious disease, and they were also suffering from pain and torture. Do you want to take a look? Jin suddenly invited Molek. Me? Well, I suddenly feel that you should have a solution. He stroked his chin and said with an extremely certain tone. There must be. In the medical camp near the town of Bularal. Are the blood test results out? The test sample is in test tube No 0512. What is the feedback on the condition of the patient in bed 72? In the main diagnosis room, Xiaogo Chider Yorkshire wore a pair of glasses and directed the development of various medical work in an orderly manner. Although the source is still being investigated, under the leadership of her, a 3-star difficult and complicated disease hunter, the situation has been stabilized. And with the help of Snake Guy Lu, the overall condition has been controlled. As long as the clinical treatment and recovery methods or special medicines are prepared, the disaster will be basically eliminated. But I hope that an effective treatment method can be found in time. Chider Yorkshire knew that it was not just the disease that was racing against him. There was also the high-level V5 behind the Hunter Association. For example, this experiment involving Dark Sonata and V5 himself did not know what to do. In order to calm everything down to the greatest extent, they would choose to erase everything related as quickly as possible. Chider had seen too many such things. Dr. Chider, it's not good. At this time, a doctor came running in a panic. The condition of the patient in bed 72 suddenly worsened. What trend? Chider's face was solemn and he asked calmly. Just like the previous case, the internal organs have been greatly damaged, and the organ failure is extremely serious. It has already. The doctor who came did not say anything further, and Chider naturally understood. I'll be there right away. Dr. Galo was already there, but what? Seeing the doctor still hesitant, Chider said angrily, not explaining the patient's condition clearly is a big taboo. It's not the patient's business. Seeing Chider angry, the doctor hurriedly said, it's Mr. Jin. He also brought someone he had never seen before. Jin. Hearing this name, Chider, who was rushing over there, suddenly stopped thinking. What is he doing here? And he brought a strange face with him? Isn't he here to help with the treatment? While rushing on the road, Chider subconsciously had such a thought in her mind, and then immediately ruled it out. How could this be possible? She herself thought it was absurd, that guy usually doesn't come to meetings, and he doesn't care about anything in the association. Would he care about a patient's condition? Jin is a more relaxed boss in the Hunter Association than Netero. He doesn't care about anything and doesn't ask. His share of the duties and powers of the 12 earthly branches had long been handled by others. Rather than trusting someone like Jin to help treat the patient, Kijaor would rather believe that this guy would turn over a new leaf, get married, have children, and be a good father. And when she rushed all the way to the sick camp where the patient was, as expected, a dispute had already occurred inside. What are you doing? What caught Kijaor's eyes was Galu, the SI snake, leading the way, his arms transformed into the form of a venomous snake, blocking the man's way. As for in front of him, it was Jin Freaks, who was still sloppy and recognizable at a glance. I said, we are just here to check the patient's condition. Jin folded his hands across his chest, with a righteous look on his face. I rushed here after receiving the message from the Dumian people. I am also fulfilling my duties as one of the 12 earthly branches. Received the news? Rush. Performed the duty. If these words were said by any other earthly branch, even if it was said by Kongze. Gai Lu's expression was quite unfriendly, but your words, which of these words have anything to do with you? Her pair of snake pupils stared at Jin, and others were a little terrified. I said, I'm here to help. Jin repeated seriously. Help? You? I personally suggest that you don't mix your subjective opinion of me with personal emotions that conflict with me, thereby affecting the treatment of patients. Guy Lu. What do you mean, is she the doctor, or is Jin the doctor? Okay, I want to see how you come to help. Guy Lu was almost laughing with anger, she directly made way, affecting the treatment of patients, hey. She also thought that this was in the ward, and Guy Lu didn't want to have any more quarrels with Jin. But the so-called help and treatment of patients. She doesn't believe it at all. 75 special treatment, shocking everyone. The key lies in this man. Just now, I couldn't help myself when I saw that BD Jin. Next, as long as he behaved badly to the patient. Hiss. The wrist on Galo's arm that kept spitting out snake tongues was ready to go at any time. Don't doubt the aggressiveness of a poison hunter. She will let Jin know what cruelty is. Advertisement. What happened? Kidor quickly scanned the whole place, then walked to a doctor who was trembling beside him and asked. Just now, Mr. Jin brought a stranger in and said he wanted to see the patient, but Dr. Galo didn't allow it, so this is it. The doctor who was asked was petite, wearing a medical cap and mask, and mentally summed up what happened just now into one sentence. B. Kidor looked at the man standing next to Jin. Tall and tall, wearing a straight black suit, this is what she saw from the back. If she didn't see the front, she wouldn't recognize him. Chider couldn't help asking, did you hear the stranger's name, Sambika? No. Dr. Sambika shook his head repeatedly, fearing that he had done something wrong. What's the patient's condition? Very dangerous. Chider also fell silent. Sambika, an excellent doctor who made their hunter association very famous, said that the situation was very dangerous. That was equivalent to basically sentencing the patient to death. And Jin and the stranger he brought said they wanted to help. How is it? Standing in front of bed number 72, Jin looked at the patient on the bed and asked Molek beside him. What do you think? Molek looked at the patient on the bed. He was only a teenager of 14 or 15 years old. At this age, he should have been in school and had his best years. But now, the pathogen has invaded various organs of the body, and the organs are rapidly failing, basically. Jin shook his head. In this case, even if an enhancer with outstanding healing ability came, it would be difficult to pull him back from the brink of death. Is it just the internal organs? Molek asked. Well, this infectious disease is very strange, it only targets the organs in the human body. Jin took another look, his bones, nerves and so on are all intact. X 4.30. Molek nodded gently. If it is an internal organ, it's just right, he has some ideas in his mind that need to be tested. And the current patient's condition just meets his requirements. He can verify whether his speculation is correct. The little boy lying on the bed seemed to be like a last ray of light at this moment, and spoke in a hoarse voice. In his tone, there was a full attachment to life and fear. Takia hasn't eaten yet, I want to go back alive, go back. The little boy spoke intermittently, and these words almost exhausted all his strength. He has a sister. At this time, Dr. Sambika behind him suddenly whispered, their parents died a few years ago, and he and his sister are the only ones living. Where is his sister? Molek asked without turning his head. In the nursing room next door, the current condition. Sambika glanced at the little boy on the bed, hesitated for a moment, very stable. Takia. The little boy on the bed was still mumbling this name, and finally, he seemed to sense something. Can I see Takia? He opened his eyes as wide as possible and asked Molek. Of course. Molek nodded gently, but do you want to meet her properly, or meet her like this? Can I still be saved? The little boy's tone was no longer so urgent, as if he had already accepted his fate. I said you have it, and you have it. Molek looked at him calmly, but the premise is that you are not afraid of pain. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Looking into Molek's eyes, he seemed to see the seriousness of Molek's expression. His tone became a little excited again, I'm not afraid of anything. That's good, what's your name? Morode. Advertisement. What a coincidence, it has the same character as my name. Molek turned his head and looked at Jin next to him, don't let anyone disturb me when I make a move next. Leave it to me. Jin folded his arms and took on this task. Then Morode. Molek turned his eyes to the bed and gave the last warning. Next, I will give you some unconventional treatments. This treatment process will be painful. But as long as you endure it, you will recover. Are you ready? Morode on the boat nodded with difficulty, and even at this moment, he had added a lot of strength. Very good. Swish. A glass of water appeared out of thin air in Molek's hand, and then his other hand seemed to crush something and sprinkled a handful of powder into the water. This scene also made Galu and Kijo, who were present, look suspicious for a moment. Then, let's start. After that, Molek said no more and put his hand on Morod's abdomen on the bed. First, the kidneys. Amid the calm words, a violent burst of thoughts suddenly broke out from the palm of Molek's hand. Bang! A muffled sound was clearly audible in the room. What are you doing? In the eyes of Kijaor and Galo, who suddenly changed color, Morod on the bed bulged his eyes, and blood mixed with internal organs spurted out immediately. Are you killing him? Galo could no longer bear it, and the snake whip in his hand lashed out directly. However, ding! As if blocked by an invisible wall, the venomous snake whip stagnated in midair and could no longer move forward. Galo's face was extremely ugly, and he said coldly to Jin, who was blocking him, "Do you know what he is doing?" "I know." Jin Freaks was calmer than anyone else now. "He is breaking the kid's kidney." "BBR." he said, "don't let anyone disturb him." "UBD." Galo's eyes were blazing with fire, and he wished he could tear Jin into pieces. Kidor behind him was also full of telekinesis and looked gloomy. But as calm as she was, she did not take any action immediately. Instead, she stared at Molek, who was doing it, to see his next move. Just when Jin and Galo were arguing, when Morod spurted out blood fragments, Molek quickly passed the water in his hand into his mouth, and controlled it with telekinesis, swallowing it down his throat. And then in the next second, his breath seems to have stabilized. Sambaka, who had been silent at the side, whispered this sentence again. "Steady." Galo looked over at the first time and found that Morod's breath, which had been rapidly weakening, was gradually stabilizing. It seemed that his condition was much better than before. How could this happen? Galo's snake pupils widened again. This was a phenomenon that could not be explained by normal medical theory, so. Is it Nen? Her eyes subconsciously looked at Molek standing in front of the bed. But just now, she clearly only sensed the aggressive thought of destroying the kidneys, and there was no thought of healing and recovery. Even if it was Nen, she did not find any trace of this. Is it the glass of water? Chider, who saw everything, keenly noticed the strange but important part of Molek's action just now. After destroying Morod's kidneys, he fed Morod a sip of water, and then the other party's breath stabilized. Destroy and then rebuild. This word suddenly appeared in Kijaor's mind. Sambaka next to him pinched the corner of his clothes in a tangle. She really wanted to check the patient and see his current physical condition. But the extreme social phobia, coupled with such a heavy atmosphere, still made her retreat silently into the corner, not daring to say a word. "How do you feel?" Molek asked Morod, who was panting, at the bedside. "EXM." Morod grinned, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. "Much better." "That's fine." Molek moved his hand on him upwards. "Next is the spleen." As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of telekinesis surged. There was no time for people to react, and there was a muffled sound. Puff. Morod's eyes bulged, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. Molek followed the same method and fed him another mouthful of water. "No, no problem." Morod forced himself to show a difficult smile. At least, he can laugh now. Gailu's venomous snake arm had long since been put down and returned to normal, and Jin also stood aside in silence. Together with Chider, Sambaka, and others who didn't say a word, they quietly watched Molek's special treatment. Next is the liver. Bang. Then the stomach. Bang. Elag. Every time Molek moved, Morod suffered the pain of his internal organs being shattered, and the pain was almost unspeakable. The whole bed had long been soaked with blood, stained with scarlet. Advertisement. But Morod didn't cry out in pain, and even after drinking water every time, he would force himself to grin. To show that he didn't have any problems now. Galo and Chider, who were watching this scene, were completely speechless. It's not that they haven't seen more cruel interrogations or punishments than this, but compared to what Morod is suffering now, especially since he was a 14-year-old patient, there was always reluctance in his heart. But no one jumped out to stop him. Molek's actions. They could all clearly see that Molek's breath on the bed was getting better and better. Every time his internal organs were broken and he drank water, his condition would recover. Until the last. Heart. Bang. Molek's face was calm. While crushing Morod's heart, he used his telekinesis to hold his last breath. Then he quickly fed Morod water mixed with senzu bean powder. In an instant, the originally pale face became ruddy again. That's it. Molek looked at Morod, who was pale but looked much better on the bed. "How do you feel?" 1R17. Morod smiled with difficulty. Thank you, thank you." He expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. "That's good." Molek smiled for the first time, and have a good rest. He gently took his hand away from Morod's body and asked Kim, who was silent beside him. "How is he now?" "The new organs are all very healthy." Kim Freaks carefully scanned Morod's body on the bed, and nodded slightly after confirming that there was no strange pathogen on his body. According to normal medical theory, he has recovered. Galo and Kidor behind him couldn't help raising their eyebrows after hearing this, hiding the fluctuations in their hearts. Sambuca couldn't help but want to tell Chen that to judge the recovery, multiple tests were needed to confirm that they were correct before the results could be given. She wanted to go forward and do a physical examination on the patient. But looking at Morod, who was sweating profusely and closed his eyes peacefully with a happy and grateful smile on his face after listening to Jin's words, she couldn't say it. The other party had suffered so much pain, and now he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep, and she couldn't bear to disturb him again. It's good that he has recovered. Molek glanced at the empty water cup in his hand and put it away again. The principle of treatment is very simple. After the internal organs are crushed, Morod is fed with water containing magic beans. Therefore, new healthy internal organs are repaired and shaped in an instant. He still has a lot of inventory, so there is no need to worry at all. It just happened to verify his guess. Senzu beans may not be able to cure diseases, but they can still repair such destructive damage. Just like in Dragon Ball, many Z fighters were either pierced through the body by Kigong cannons or pierced through the chest by the enemy's Ripper, leaving a big hole. After eating the senzu beans, they all got better, and the holes on their bodies were completely repaired. The effect on Marat is the same, which is a matter of breaking down before building up. As Molek imagined, the treatment effect is also very good. Sure enough, I knew you had a way. Kim Freaks touched his unshaven beard and pulled it from time to time. First crush the infected pathogenic organs, and then feed the magical water that allows people to recondense the organs. In this way, you can get brand new, revitalized and intact new organs. Kim nodded seriously with a look of being taught. If it cannot be solved at the biological and medical level, you can also choose physical therapy. He got a new idea. Although his focus is not on medical treatment, and he prefers to use Nen to solve the problem. For example, a disease of this degree can be easily cured by taking it to his greed island and using Archangel's breath. But this does not mean that he does not have some medical means. Just like when Gon was forced to grow his own thoughts and fell into that state, he was not panicked at all and was busy with his own affairs. Obviously he had his own ideas and subsequent preparations. But if you use physical therapy, you still need the magical potion that can quickly condense and restore the broken internal organs. At least I don't even have this potion. And when you smash the internal organs, control your thoughts and don't hurt other places. And after doing the damage, you can use thoughts to keep the other person's vitality in time, so that he won't die immediately, and thus have a chance to recover. Just now, Jin was on the side and watched the whole process of treatment in detail. He saw it clearly and knew where the focus of this treatment was. Molek and his healing water were both indispensable. So this treatment method cannot be promoted on a large scale. Chider, who also saw it clearly in the back, also thought about it from a medical perspective. But the final conclusion was that this method could not be copied or promoted. The key point lies in this man and his healing water. Perhaps with his water, it can also promote the treatment work. Chider focused his attention on Molek again. 76 Doctor's Blind Box. Favorite. Scalpel as a gift. Kijaor turned his gaze to Jin and asked. Jin, don't you want to introduce yourself? Hey. Hearing Kijaor's question, Jin turned around after pulling off a beard. Hey, you're here too, Kijaor, long time no see. Advertisement. He raised his hand perfunctorily and greeted him. You must have sensed my arrival a long time ago. Kidor had a blank expression and pushed his glasses hard. Sure enough, this BDS personality is so unpleasant. My name is Jin Freaks, and I'm currently a ruins hunter. Who asked you about yourself? Galo couldn't help but interrupt Jin's self-introduction. UBD, everyone in the Hunter Association knows you. We want to ask about the person next to you. Him. Jin looked at Molek who was wiping his hands unconsciously. If it's him, I think you should all know him. Well, his name is Molek. He just participated in this year's Hunter test as a candidate, but was eliminated. As if he had finally found his place somewhere, Jin slightly straightened his chest. Compared to the old predecessor who passed the test in one try, he is still a lot worse. Young people should practice well after all. Kidor and Galo ignored Jin's sense of superiority and thought about this famous minister. Molek. Hunter test, eliminated. When they first heard the name Molek, they had not reacted. However, as soon as the keywords Hunter test and eliminated candidates were involved, they immediately had an impression. Is it the candidate who beat up the examiner in the Hunter test? Galo blurted out, and then immediately narrowed his snake pupils and looked at Molek carefully. No wonder he can do such a thing. Beating up the examiner during the test is not something that normal humans can do. Just like now, using this strange physical method to cure diseases and save lives. This bold idea and the courage to put it into practice, and the process and effect are very successful. He is not an ordinary person. Chider looked at Molek carefully and turned around. Exit. She glanced at Jin Freaks who was scratching his hair next to her. The guy who can walk with Jin is not a normal guy. Hello. While Chider and Galo looked at her carefully, Molek also greeted them politely. Galo. Chider Yorkshire. The two earthly branches also introduced themselves. Molek knew them, of course, Snake and Dog in the 12 earthly branches, and they were also excellent hunters. Well, it was mainly because of the white blind box next to the two people, which exuded a good luster. Sambika Norton. At this time, a weak voice sounded behind everyone. BB. Sambika stood up with her hands so nervous that she didn't know where to put them. Under the gaze of everyone, especially Molek's eyes, her tone became more panicked. But thinking of the next treatment and rescue work, she could only make up her mind and said. Can I know what kind of water you fed patient number 72 when you rescued him? Chider and Galo looked at her. They also knew that the healing water was important, but because it involved Molek's personal private methods, they were wise not to ask more. Sambika's rash question seemed a bit impolite and disrespectful. Logically, they should have stopped him. But they were also very curious about the healing water. Advertisement. It's a magical water that can cure patients. Molek responded, and Chider and Galo immediately pricked up their ears. Then there was a silence at the scene. That's it. Galo's face was full of question marks. Well, can you tell me more specifically? Sambika, who also didn't wait for an answer, continued to muster up courage and asked in a low voice. Sorry, I can't. Molek refused. Even if this is an excellent doctor, a virus hunter, he would not leak the matter about the senzu beans casually. Sambika Norton was also voted as a candidate when the Hunter Association president was selected. He is an expert in the medical field and was later invited to provide medical support for the trip to the Dark Continent. It's not surprising that he appeared here. Oh. Song. Sambika, who was rejected, shrank back weakly again. Kador sighed in her heart when she saw this. She didn't think she could know. Things like this can already be used as strategic items at critical moments. If it were her, she would never take out such things easily at ordinary times. But it does provide a new way of thinking, which can open up the direction of surgery. Kidder kept these points in mind and showed the ability to deal with things as a branch. This is not a place to talk, let's go out first. She directly called everyone to leave here and go to the reception tent. Sambika didn't leave, she stayed to check and take care of the patient's condition. And for a social phobia like her, it is not suitable for a place where many people gather. Why did Mr. Molek come here? After sitting down at the new table and chair, Joe Duo asked her question. I was traveling with a food hunter. I heard that the pigs raised here are good. I planned to come here to taste the taste, and then I happened to encounter such a thing. There's nothing to hide, Molek said truthfully. U70. Galo glanced at Jin Freaks who was taking out the apple, and didn't believe it at all. Then Jin, what's your reason? Kador didn't say anything and looked at Jin again. Hey, call him Mr. Molek, you just call me Jin when you come to me. Jin protested with dissatisfaction. Kijaor just looked at him quietly, and Gai Lu directly made a disdainful tone. I said I came here because I received a message from Mr. Demianren. What are you looking at? This time, even Kijaor showed a wasting time look, which made Jin feel that he was not respected. I have something to find him, and I happen to follow him here, okay. Jin crossed his arms and looked to the other side. He could see that these people just wanted to hear the answers they wanted to hear. Sure enough, after Jin finished speaking, the others stopped paying attention to him. So what other plans does Mr. Molek have next? Kijaor sat up straight and said seriously, if possible, I would like to ask Mr. Molek to stay here as our medical reference. Sorry, I'm not a professional doctor. Molek refused directly. He knew nothing about medical treatment. Before, it was just the effect of the magic beans. Is that so? This was not unexpected by Kijaor. She had just made a tentative invitation. It would be great if Molek could stay. It would be no loss if he could not stay. Immediately, after exchanging a few polite words with Molek again, she let Molek do what he wanted. Then she left with Galo to continue analyzing the pathology. They did not have any extra time to delay. What are you going to do next? After there were only 2 people left in the tent, Jin looked at Molek. Continue to travel, and then go back when you think it's time. Molek said indifferently. I almost forgot that you are also the captain of the guard of the Nisra family. Jin pondered for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and pressed a few buttons. Okay, you don't have to go back so early. Jin said in a very relaxed tone. I have promoted some business for the Nisra family. Your boss will basically be out for the whole year and will not care about your affairs. Molek looked at Jin in surprise, and then reacted. I almost forgot that your power and wealth are equivalent to the president of a country. He was more curious about Jin's approach. Can you still arrange things in the underworld? It can't be said to be an arrangement. Jin rubbed his temple with one hand. It should be said that it is to pry a small link, and then deflect the direction of the progress of a certain thing, so as to go in the direction I want to see. So I just pushed your boss. He is determined to develop and expand the family business. Just like dominoes, if you push down the front one, the one behind will fall down with it, right? Molek understood. I really thank you. You are so painstaking and don't want me to go back. People say that when you are very still, you will want to move. Jin waved his hand, so when you travel outside, you don't have to think about other things. You don't want to come with me, do you? Molek narrowed his eyes slightly. I have no interest in your travels. Jin rejected it directly. I have done all the travels I should have done when I was young. I understand. Molek nodded in understanding. During the travel, I will not go to Whale Island to disturb your arrangements in arrangements. I don't have any arrangements in arrangements. Jin stiffened his neck and refused to admit it. Then he paused and looked seriously into Mokuaki's eyes. You have to keep your word. Tisk, he is really an awkward guy. Jin did not stay here for too long, and continued to do his own things in a hurry. Before he left, Yuan Cake also tentatively mentioned to him about the yin beast. Ah, I've studied that group of yin beasts a long time ago. When leaving, Jin looked nonchalant. Those guys who look like animals are very much like biological chimeras. I studied them before to prevent people from using biological weapons. Advertisement. Otherwise, why do you think the yin beasts are short of people and selections? He had killed and even captured 1 or 2 strange yin beasts a long time ago and analyzed them. So, the things about sick dogs in Molek's hands are basically useless. After all, in terms of the results of the analysis, Jin has more things in his hands than Molek. Of course, it can't be said that these things are completely useless. It just so happens that Nian likes to collect human organs, and the parts of the yin beasts are enough as gifts for her after being away for so long. So are we leaving? Hiccup. After filling his stomach, Boera patted his big belly and followed Molek. Although he didn't eat the roasted whole pig he liked in the town of Bularal, he also tasted a lot of local specialties. Of course, he is not the kind of person who only eats and does not work. Zaya made full use of his identity as a food hunter and made a lot of healing dishes for some weak patients. And he also left some very valuable diet menus for the medical team here. Well, let's continue to the next destination. The new journey continues. The customs and habits of the hunter world are really different every 10 towns. What do you recommend next? I remember that in the southeastern coastal area of the Ulubian continent, there is a specialty called thunder drill pterosaur. The meat on their forehead is a treasure in the world. It is said to be the most wonderful meaty taste in the world, and it is also the goal of my original plan. Then you lead the way, continue to the new destination, set off. A tourist, a tour guide, and a chef, 2 people of 3 professions set out on the journey again. They left, right. After analyzing the medical condition, Sambika was still a little disappointed after hearing the news. I want to learn more about his treatment methods. It seems that there is no chance. Sambika handled the work at hand without saying a word, until... What is this? She looked at the box that Kijaor handed to her and asked curiously. This is what Molek left before he left, saying that it was something for you. For me. Sambika instinctively didn't want it, but when Kijaor stuffed it into her hand, she subconsciously took it without knowing how to refuse. Open it and have a look. Under Chider's urging, Sambika could only reluctantly abandon those entanglements and open the small box. And at the moment of opening, a bright white light flashed in front of the 2 people. This is a scalpel. A pure white, delicate and small scalpel was quietly placed there. Is it still ceramic? Just one glance, Sambika couldn't move his eyes away. She carefully stretched out her hands and gently held the scalpel. It seems that there is a layer of special substance on it. As a doctor, her keenness allowed her to discover the calcification on the scalpel at the first time. This is the calcification secreted from Black Jack's body. This knife is also an item obtained from the blind box opened by Molek. Get a normal blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get Black Jack's scalpel. Source World, Strange Dr. Black Jack. Black Jack, whose real name is Kuru, is the protagonist of the anime Strange Dr. Black Jack. During his internship, he became an unlicensed secret surgeon because he was dissatisfied with the ecology of the medical community. He wore a black bulletproof coat wherever he went, and there was a ceramic scalpel hidden inside. This was to avoid situations where metal tools could not be used. The scalpel in his hand was left in Black Jack's body by his master, Dr. Hanma, when he rescued the young Black Jack Ming and Shi Shimwei who were seriously injured and dying. A few years later, he performed another operation to remove it, and Black Jack himself was not hurt at all. The reason is that blackjack's body secretes a substance similar to calcification that covers the scalpel to prevent the scalpel from damaging the organs. When blackjack's mentor took out the scalpel covered with calcification, he could not help but marvel at the magical mystery of the human body. And solemnly handed the scalpel to blackjack, and this knife became blackjack's standard equipment when he practiced medicine later. However, in the special edition, for some reasons, blackjack threw the scalpel and the calcification covering the scalpel into the sea. Now it was Molek who opened the box and found the scalpel he didn't need. As a favor, Tokador gave it to Sambaka, who looked more pleasing to the eye. Well, it was a blind box opened next to the doctor of the 12 earthly branches, and the things inside were related to doctors. As for the blind box of Guy Lu, the things that came out were a bit strange. 77 Stick Warrior. Biscuit. Blue blind box. The old woman is fishing, take the bait. Although it is also related to treatment, but get a normal blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get paralysis potion. Source World, The Restorers Restarted Life. The Restorers Restarted Life. You may not have heard of this anime, but if it is renamed, it is very famous. Alias, Stick. Advertisement. As for why it is called this name, just search it yourself, and you may be blocked if you say more. I can only say that strange people can always bring strange blind boxes. Guy Lu from Poison Hunter prescribed such a paralysis potion. The scalpel that Mr. Molek gave me. Sambaka wiped it carefully and took care of it, I will definitely keep it well. It's really a very good knife. Indeed, even Chider on the side couldn't help but take a second look. The significance of a good scalpel to a doctor is self-evident. As an excellent doctor, she can naturally see the quality of this knife. Even she is a little envious that Sambaka can get such a good knife. I'll thank Mr. Molek again when we meet next time. The back of the man in the black suit who left last appeared in Sambaka's mind. Especially when standing there with the sloppy appearance of Kim Freaks, it is easy to form a sharp contrast, which is impressive. Sambaka murmured, next time we meet, if Mr. Molek has a disease, I will use this scalpel he gave me to operate on him. R. The envy expression was quickly replaced by silence. I think he wouldn't want to have any disease on his body. Chider lowered his glasses to cover the strange look in his eyes, and complained in his heart. This is not a thank you, but a curse. Not to mention what strange ideas came out of Sambaka's little head, Lenali's trip went smoothly. Along the way, he enjoyed the natural beauty and scenery and tasted the delicious food made by Zayahara cuisine. Especially during the period, Molek also taught him some special dishes from his hometown. Like earth pot chicken, iron pot stew, 9 turns large intestine, dry stir-fried beef noodles, etc., mainly focusing on a nostalgia for home. Not to mention, under Zayahara's cooking, my cake really tasted the taste of his hometown. It can be regarded as a little compensation for the lonely mood. However, if there is a compensation, it should be said that every time you go to a new city or town, you will meet many passionate and free-spirited girls. These are the most able to soothe Molek's lonely mood in the dead of night. As for Boera, no girl would like that huge body. And she doesn't care, she just thinks about eating it all the way. The forward meat of the thunder drill pterosaur is the best soup for noodles. What Molek heard most along the way was Boera's thoughts about the thunder drill pterosaur. I once had the honor of tasting it. The soup made from the meat was so delicious that the noodles were filled with essence, and then slurped it up. Slurp. He sipped his saliva vigorously, but there was still a lot of saliva flowing on the ground like a waterfall. That's why you call Boera, don't drool, right? After we catch the thunder drill pterosaur, I'll tell you how to make several other types of noodles. Molek dodged the saliva that fell from above and said casually. Like knife-cut noodles, stewed noodles, oil-splashed noodles, wonton noodles. Swish. The saliva behind him instantly flowed like a river. Molek decisively kept silent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to walk the rest of the way, but would have to row a boat instead. After all the traveling, the two finally arrived at the nearest city to the coast where the thunder drill pterosaurs lived, Gularayo. This is a classic European-style city that resembles the Blue Star in the previous life, with iron towers and riverbanks. I just don't know if there are Olympic Games here, and I'm not good at raising the white flag to surrender. Walking on the avenue of the city, Molek felt more and more familiar, that's it. Aren't there too many people? He looked at the bustling crowd on the street, they are also holding the Olympic Games here, and the surrounding thieves are also gathering here. What meeting? Boera, who was still dreaming about delicious food, didn't hear clearly. Molek looked at the street restaurant next to him, where 2 guys dressed in hunting clothes ate 2 bites of food and left. Are all the people here food hunters? A real food hunter will not leave any food in front of him. That is the greatest disrespect to the food. Not all of them. Boera introduced honestly, there is only 1 piece of forward meat of thunder drill pterosaur, and the quantity is rare. The price has always been high in the market, and some hunters have set their sights on this price. Advertisement. Is that all? Molek thought that just for a piece of meat, there wouldn't be so many people competing for it. There are more valuable things. Some of them are because of the name of Thunder Drill Pterosaur. Name. Well, Thunder Drill Pterosaur, on the one hand, this pterosaur often appears in the thunderclouds during thunderstorms. On the other hand, it's because of his Boera introduced, his Adam's apple is very rare, made of a crystal clear and dazzling diamond. It is said that the beauty of that diamond is no less than the 7 beauties in the world. The Adam's apple of a creature is made of diamond, which sounds incredible. But in this hunter world, there are many rare fantasy beasts and magic beasts, so it is understandable. In this way, Molek also understood why so many guys came. I'm afraid they all set their sights on the Adam's apple diamond of Thunder Drill Pterosaur. And it shouldn't just be those hunters who want to make money. Molek glanced at Bull and observed the figures on the street. There are also some fantasy beast hunters, gem hunters, and other professional hunters who come here specifically for this. Suddenly, Molek's sight was fixed, and a dazzling blue luster came into his eyes. Blue, using a level blind box. He couldn't help but pay more attention. Even Hisoka and Jin, who were met under normal circumstances, are only blue, so this person. When Molek followed the blind box and found the main character who appeared because of it, a look of realization appeared on his face. It turned out to be her, then it's not surprising. Under Molek's gaze, the protagonist of Blind Meaning jumped on the street. Behind them were 2 Samats with red and green hair, quietly following behind, with an obvious look of ulterior motives. Where are we going to eat, Molek? Don't rush to eat, I want to watch a good show first. Good show. Dell. Molek stared ahead, watching the blind box protagonist walk into a dark and secluded alley. The 2 red and green killers behind him immediately followed in. A good show of an old woman fishing and those who are willing to take the bait. In the dark, deserted, and silent alley. Even the light was hard to shine in, and it seemed very dim. Ah, so it's impossible to pass here. The very cute little Mingli, who was wearing golden double ponytails and a red princess puffy skirt, playfully blinked her sky blue eyes. He, this is a blocked road, and it's forbidden to go ahead. At the entrance of the alley behind him, a strange, evil laughter sounded. The red-haired and green-haired Shamat blocked the retreat side by side and walked in casually. Oh, little sister, are you alone? The red-haired man with earrings, lip studs, nose studs, and chin studs said, his eyes full of the blonde little loli in front of him. The extremely white and cute face, the petite figure like a little girl, the big watery eyes. Will she cry for a long time after getting punched? The red-haired girl couldn't help it, and licked the corner of her mouth with the tongue that was also full of tongue studs. The green-haired girl next to her stared at the other's rainbow-colored princess shoes, and began to grasp them uncontrollably. It seemed that he was imagining the scene of holding the petite and cute jade feet in his palm and playing with them at will. He couldn't help but laugh there. The blonde little girl stuck in the alley. Oh no, this time I met a pervert, Doc. It's not like she hasn't encountered guys who plotted against her in the past. After all, she is just like her current appearance, so cute, so beautiful, and so attractive to others. But those guys were just simply coveting her body, not like the 2 perverts in front of her, who seemed to have other dirty ways of playing. Such eyes and actions made her feel ugly and disgusted. It's really disgusting. On the surface, she continued to pretend to be pitiful, but in fact, she turned on waves of disgust in her heart. But the huge lethality brought by the pity also made the red and green hairs look at the north. You, what do you want? As if she realized that she was in a dangerous situation, the blonde little loli immediately used her crisp voice and the perfect tone of a girl to ask a delicate and fearful question. However, her questioning tone did not make people feel deterrent, but instead increased the interest of the 2 red and green hairs on the opposite side. We won't do anything to you, little sister. The red hair kept licking the corners of his mouth, almost licking his face clean. That's right, we will just play a simple game with you. The perverted smile on the green-haired man's face could no longer be concealed. It's a very fun game. Advertisement. I guarantee that you will feel unstoppable after playing it. The blonde little loli. Her threshold of disgust has begun to rise. She feels that if she doesn't take action, the 2 human-like things in front of her may continue to say those inhuman words. Really, I meet this kind of people every time I go to a place. The blonde little loli sighed, so, this is the punishment for me being too beautiful and too possible. Sure enough, this is what is called God's envy of beauty. The world will not allow things that are too beautiful and perfect to exist. When these words came out, Molek at the entrance of the alley almost couldn't hold it. He is a professionally trained person. Under normal circumstances, he will not laugh at any words. Unless he can't help it. Hearing a 57-year-old, now only 55-year-old grandmother Xiao Biluo say such words. 2. Sure enough, in addition to men being teenagers until death, women are also girls until death. The blonde little loli in front of him is the original master of Killua and Gon. She is also the best teacher to teach Nen that most of the travelers who traveled to the hunter world are looking for. Biscuit Kruger, nicknamed Old Driver. 2-star gem hunter, looks like a cute loli, but is actually a 55-year-old muscular woman. Usually relying on his non-magical beautician, Miss Cookie, appears in a cute loli appearance, and occasionally changes back to her real appearance during a fight. She likes gems, handsome men, and some restricted magazines very much. She is an old man with a lot of insights in this area, and thus has earned the title of an old driver. Needless to say, her own strength is an absolute master of heart source flow, and she is one of the best among professional hunters. After the news of the Thunder Diamond Pterosaur began to spread, she, who likes gems, naturally came here. Or relying on her beautiful and cute appearance, she attracted some unnecessary troubles. But maybe this is a happy trouble for her? Maybe she herself also enjoys the feeling of being treated as a girl and being chased and blocked by iron. Seeing her look of pity again. Obviously it is. But after all, she is already a big age, and Molek can't bear to see an old lady being treated like this, so. Just when Biscuit was about to take action when the two red and green hairs came forward. Bang bang! 2 gunshots suddenly rang out in this deserted alley. The steps of the two people, red and green, suddenly stopped. They looked at each other in astonishment, and then tried to turn around and look back. But they had no strength left, and their lives were also slipping away quickly. Finally. Plop! The two fell in a pool of blood one after another. It was also after the two fell that the figure standing at the entrance of the alley behind them appeared. The dark alley is the final destination of the scum in society. Molek put away the collector casually, looking at the little Lolita in front of him, whose face was still pitiful, and also showed a touch of shock and ignorance. Are you okay? Molek took 2 steps forward, put away the blue blind and asked. I'm fine. Biscuit's face showed a touch of fear and terror at the right time, as well as a trace of hesitation and confusion about the current situation. And when Molek approached her, he pretended to take 2 steps back subconsciously. The old driver was timid on the surface, but he was cheering in his heart. Oh! Is this the legendary hero saving the beauty? I'm so lucky to meet him. The black suit he wears is also very nice, it's my type. Molek. He only saw the surface and gave a thumbs up to the other party's acting skills in his heart. This woman is really a natural actor. She plays this little Lolita like a little girl of this age. No wonder in the previous life, Molek heard that someone had drawn her book, cough cough. It's good that you're okay. After putting away the blue blind box, UNKK's purpose was also realized. Don't come to this kind of place alone in the future. Since the other party was disguised as a child, Molek also said in the tone of teaching a child. This world is not so peaceful. There are many bad people. After saying that, he turned around and left the other party with a back view. Wait a minute. Biscuit was stunned. No, you're leaving now. I'm such a big beautiful and lovely little princess girl right here, you just left me here and left. I was just threatened by these 2 perverts, and I was the most helpless, scared, and sad moment. You don't even come to comfort me. If you don't come to comfort me and take care of me, how can I take advantage of you? 78 You have a child. Deeply affectionate Molek. A true man's story. Molek, now only 17 years old, looks as young and handsome as ever, and is 1% as handsome as the readers. No wonder Biscuit wanted to take advantage of him, and had such a big reaction after Molek was about to leave. Are you not indifferent to a naive and lovely girl like me? Are you still a man? Seeing that Molek really turned his back and was about to leave, she immediately shouted. Advertisement. Anything else? Molek looked back at her, then thought about it and pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Did you sneak out alone and have no money to eat? Molek casually took out a gold coin that exploded when he killed the 2 red and green hairs just now. Giving you too much money will make you easy to be targeted again. Take this gold coin to the bank to exchange for some money, which is enough to fill your stomach. Ting. He flicked the gold coin casually and flicked it onto the clean brick next to him. Siji. By God, no money to eat, fill your stomach. Is eating the only option in your eyes? Biscuit almost couldn't hold back and puffed up her cheeks. If it wasn't for my brother, wouldn't you look at me again? Is it so beautiful and cute? But. Biscuit complained in her heart, but still glanced at the gold coin that bounced over. Well, with her eyesight, she could naturally see that it was pure gold. Take it to the bank, and you can exchange it for a lot of rings. You can get a pure gold coin just by casually handing it out. Anyway, you are a pretty good person. I'm scared alone. Biscuit blinked her big cute eyes and said pitifully. So, hurry to a safe place. Molek was unmoved, or go to the guards here for help. Remember not to run out alone in the future. It's very dangerous. Biscuit. Can't you help me? Didn't I give you a gold coin? I mean company. I'm scared alone. Biscuit resisted the urge to vomit blood and whispered. Companion. Molek vaguely realized that the old woman in front of him seemed to have some bad intentions towards him. She might be greedy for his body. I said, there are many bad guys outside, and it's easy to get into trouble when you meet them. Molek pointed to the two dead red and green hairs on the ground and smiled. I'm not a good person either. After that, he no longer paid attention to the old driver's pleading and retaining eyes, and walked out of the alley directly. TTA. Very good, you have successfully attracted my attention. Biscuit, who was angry, puffed up her cheeks instantly. It seems that he is a man with a story. I am always curious about stories. She crossed her arms, and at this moment, her face showed an expression that was completely opposite to the previous weak and powerless expression. As if she had a pearl of wisdom in her hand, she had experienced decades of ups and downs and vicissitudes, which was completely opposite to her appearance at the moment. Besides, good guy? Bad guy? I only know that you are not an ordinary person. In her sky blue eyes, there had long been a gathering of refined aura, always paying attention to everything just now. With the eyesight of this old master who has studied telekinesis for decades, he could naturally see the extraordinariness of Molek. You are not old, but you have such a deep telekinesis practice. This can't be achieved just by being serious and hardworking. The talent is definitely one of the best in the world. Biscuit, wearing white gloves, held his cheek with one hand and rapped his chest with the other, his eyes full of interest. Even among the many people I have seen, she is a rare existence. Compared to Wing, she is much stronger. Such a high-quality rough stone, I really want to see how he polished it. She picked up the gold coins on the ground and walked out of the dark alley very quickly with small steps. It was quiet here again, leaving only the red and green double-haired corpse lying on the ground, blood flowing quietly. Molek, is there anything special about that little girl? Xiaohua asked in confusion while walking on the street. When Molek took action just now, he was also helping to watch at the entrance of the alley. Although he was thinking about eating, it didn't mean that he was a fool. On the contrary, at some times, Bulletin HA was much more reliable. That's why, when selecting examiners in the future, they will specifically choose to partner with Menchi. Ah, there are some. Molek stretched, but that's not important. Is that so? Boer resisted the urge to look back and see the little girl following behind. Since Molek said it's not important, there's no need to pay attention. The two found a famous local noodle shop and sat down. Well, since the forward meat of the thunder drill pterosaur is a good ingredient for the noodle soup base, then naturally, the signboard of this ancient city of Lorio is the noodle shop. The emperor is not short of hungry soldiers, so before the official action, he naturally fills his stomach first. Biscuit behind him did not hide his actions at all. Advertisement. Her image to the outside world is that of a weak little girl who is powerless. If she really uses absolute or hidden to hide her breath, it would be abnormal. But when she followed into the noodle shop a few minutes later. Boss, another 10 bowls of noodles. He saw the big bowl next to Boera was piled up like a hill. Even so, he kept slurping noodles into his mouth and yelled to the boss to continue serving. Biscuit. No wonder you gave me the gold coin just to fill my stomach. It turns out that you can't stop eating with a gold coin. According to your way of eating, you really need to carry gold coins with you. It just so happens that you also come here to fill your stomach. Molek, who had finished his meal, pretended to accidentally discover Biscuit who followed him in and greeted her. Biscuit, yes, I heard that the noodles in this restaurant are very good, I'll try it. Biscuit didn't have any psychological burden when she lied. And she glanced at Boera who was eating deliciously, and Yi suddenly had a little appetite. Boss, order one for her too, and put it on my bill. Molek smiled and said, it's fate to meet again, I'll treat her this time. Really? Thank you so much. Biscuit showed a surprised expression, and then smiled innocently, jumping towards Molek. She sat next to him without treating herself as an outsider. Biscuit. She put her hands on her cheeks and began to introduce herself, Biscuit Kruger. Molek. The two of them knew each other. What do you do, Molek? Biscuit blinked her big watery eyes and began to ask questions. I see you are wearing a suit, are you a white-collar worker in the company? As she spoke, she seemed to remember something and gently tapped her head. You see, I forgot that before asking others about something, I should first talk about myself. Biscuit Kruger smiled tenderly, I am a beautician. Well, Hernan is magic beautician, which is the ability to possess a variety of professional beauty techniques. It is a dreamlike nun for women. It makes sense to say that she is a beautician. No wonder you are so beautiful and take care of yourself so well. Molek smiled and praised Biscuit. Under Biscuit's face that was pretending to be shy and embarrassed, his eyes gradually deepened. I am a member of the underworld. A member of the gang. Biscuit cooperated and said in surprise, and then quickly covered his mouth with an apologetic look. That's not what I meant. Nothing, I said I'm not a good person. Molek picked up the teacup on the table. This is what most people think of the gangs, they do all kinds of evil, burning, killing and looting, and Lu Hill also thinks so. Lu Hill. Biscuit pretended to be very concerned and asked a question. Tay. Seeing Biscuit naturally integrate acting into life, Molek also started the stage of acting explosion. It was when I was hiding from the rain on a heavy rainy day, under a roof, I met and got to know Lu Hill who was hiding from the rain together. His eyes showed a look of nostalgia. She said she actually liked rainy days very much. I remember the smile on her face when she said that very clearly. Likewise, she said she also had something she hated. What was it? Biscuit asked subconsciously. Whether it was true or false, she was gradually attracted by the story. She said she hated gangsters the most. Molek showed a wry smile on his face at the right time. When we first met, I was still wearing the same clothes. She later asked me what I did for a living. I said I was a bank employee. Well, salesmen, bank employees, etc. all wear suits. This is consistent with Biscuit's understanding of some professions. Boera next to him was slurping the 10 bowls of noodles that had just been served, while looking at Molek with some curiosity. He didn't remember that Molek had worked in a bank before. But with his mouth filled with noodles, he wisely didn't say anything more. Advertisement. But in fact, I'm already a capable member of a certain mafia family. I couldn't bear to tell her the truth. I was afraid she would leave me, so I chose to hide it, and then I fell in love with her. Scumbag. Biscuit immediately classified this behavior accordingly. In her opinion, all acts of deceiving girls, especially those of deceiving love, are all scumbags. Zero ask for flowers. Well, of course, she herself is also a scumbag, and she admits this. But although he is a scumbag, I really want to continue listening. Later, we got together and established our family. During the day, I pretended to go to work at the bank normally, to take care of the family's work and business, and came back at night to accompany Lu Hill. We lived happily, and soon after we got married, we had a child named Gimlet. He has a child. Since meeting Molek, Biscuit did not hide her expression for the first time, and showed a real look of astonishment. Ahem. Even Boera, who was eating noodles next to him, choked twice. He had been traveling with Molek for so long and this was the first time he had heard of this. Well, Gimlet is very cute, you can't imagine how lovable he is when he smiles. Molek said, with a happy smile on his face. Biscuit looked at Molek's age and then fell silent. As an expert in hiding his body shape and age, she could tell at a glance that Molek's real age was the same as his appearance. He was not an old monster pretending to be young, but just this age. If everything Molek said was true. I can only say that young people nowadays really know how to play. But later, I suddenly left with my family to fight everywhere. The smile on Molek's face suddenly disappeared, and a sad atmosphere began to spread around him. When I came back, I found that Gimlet, As soon as the choked voice opened, Lek was in a very injured state, he was infected with a virus and died of a high fever. Lu Hill was heartbroken. She called the bank many times and finally realized that I was not a bank employee who deceived her. She ran out crying. I tried to stop her, but she slapped me in the face because she was so sad. Molek's hand gently stroked a certain place on his cheek. I still can't forget that slap. I wanted to explain it to her later, but I didn't expect. He was completely surrounded by low pressure. It was raining heavily that day, and Lu Hill ran out like this. There was a landslide, and she was hit on the head by falling rocks, and became a vegetable without any consciousness. I couldn't express any expression or speak. I could only watch her lying in the hospital, unable to do anything. He performed the sadness of a loving man to the extreme. It's really a very touching story. Biscuit couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then his innocent face instantly switched to a blank expression. But you made those up, right? How can you say it's made up? Molek also changed his mood in a second, and all his sadness and sorrow disappeared. He answered solemnly. This happened to a real man, Señor. From One Piece, the personal experience of a real man under the Quixote family harming Señor. So you're still lying? Biscuit crossed his arms. How dare you lie to a cute, weak girl like me? First, you followed me by yourself. Molek raised 3 fingers. Second, I never said that this was a real experience that happened to me. I just used the name Hill to tell the story from the first-person perspective. Facing the old driver who was ready to show off, he smiled and said, even if it was a lie, I didn't lie to a weak girl. You really saw it. Biscuit had a calm face, not the slightest bit of surprise, otherwise, you wouldn't have told me such a far-fetched story. Do you think I'm so ruthless? Molek spread his hands. Can't I tell you my past from the bottom of my heart when facing a cute and innocent little girl? I don't think that a guy who can shoot 2 lives casually will let his guard down and tell a stranger everything about his past. Biscuit raised her head and hummed, this is a cute and innocent little girl. She obviously liked Molek's address to her. Sure enough, conjurer people are so suspicious. Molek smiled and shook his head, how did you know I was making up a story? First, you can't have a child at your age. Biscuit also followed Molek and stretched out 3 fingers. Second, I don't believe that there are such affectionate people in the gang. Even if there is a 0.01% possibility, I don't think it will happen to you. Third. Biscuit paused, and then said with unusual force, I am an expert in lying, and I am still very confident in judging whether the other party is lying. It's really convincing, and there is no reason to refute it. Molek gave her a thumbs up. 79 I am a Kame Senryu. You owe me a favor. You still have other improper thoughts about me. Since you've seen through the lies, what do you want to say now that you've broken through this layer of disguise? I just think your lying skills are too low. Biscuit raised a finger and shook it, if you don't stop it, you might not only say son, but also grandson. Or. Her eyes, which are good at deceiving and seeing through people's hearts, gradually narrowed. Advertisement. You've also seen through my identity a long time ago, and you're deliberately weaving these clumsy lies to perfunctory me. Well, you're right. Molek nodded frankly and admitted, I think we are not the same kind of people, so I said it so clumsily. I want you to hear my perfunctory and alienated, so that you know you shouldn't stay here any longer, and you have to leave. I thought you could understand what I meant, but you mercilessly showed it. Molek spread his hands and sighed innocently, it makes the current scene a bit awkward. Not at all. A red crossroad appeared on Biscuit's forehead, so you mean to say that I don't know what's good for me, right? I don't. That's what you mean. Biscuit rubbed her fists, you are either a neurotic concrete type, or you are definitely a trait type that always thinks things are particularly complicated and troublesome, or both. She mercilessly retorted him with Molek's words just now. Then. How did you see me? The old driver's narrowed eyes gradually became dangerous. Biscuit Kruger, a 2-star gem hunter, a top master of heart source flow, usually likes to show people the cute appearance of a blonde loli, wearing a red puffy Princess 18. Molek pointed out her features, and then looked her up and down, so can your features be more obvious? I see. It seems that I have been using the same image and the same dress for too long, and people have noticed it. Biscuit nodded in understanding, and then. What decent guy would specifically remember this kind of thing? She looked at Molek with a subtle look of perversion, staring at him, and then pretended to be affront. Do you have any idea about me, so you remember it so clearly? The look of strict defense made Molek laugh, I just know that there is such a person as you, and then you introduced yourself, so I remembered it. Besides. Molek looked at her current appearance, I have no interest in minors, and I can't have any. I like those who are more mature. He commented seriously, of course, don't be too mature. If the age gap is too big, I feel pressured. Who are you talking about? The red cross on Biscuit's forehead instantly became bigger and bolder. She is not stupid, and she can completely hear Molek's words that tease her. Young people nowadays are really rude. Before she finished the 3 words rude, her head had already attacked. If it was Killua and Gon who were looking for death before, they would have been beaten and had a bump on their heads. But for Molek now. Bang! After a dull sound, Biscuit's fist was directly wrapped by Molek's palm and fell into his hand. You still say you're not a pervert? With amazing energy, Biscuit's whole body showed strong telekinesis, and his blue eyes were always in a state of condensation, staring at Molek. If you are so angry, it's easy to hurt your liver. Molek's hand was not to be outdone, and he also wrapped it with stronger telekinesis, with a smile on his face. Take good care of your body, senior. When the word senior came out, Biscuit's eyebrows suddenly raised. Just when she was about to increase the output of telekinesis. Do you want help, Molek? Boera next to him had already finished 10 bowls of noodles, and was watching this scene, ready to go at any time. No, this is just a little joke between the senior and me. Molek refused directly, it's not convenient to use it here. The corners of his mouth slowly drew an arc, if Ms. Biscuit wants to test me again, the dark alley just now is a good place. Hehe, perverts all look for the same place. Biscuit glared back, and then the telekinesis that surged in his body quickly subsided. Molek also tacitly restrained his temper at the same time. Advertisement. You are really good. The July sky, the woman's face, just finished glaring, Biscuit's eyes became hot again. It is an almost flawless rough stone, with such a good foundation, such excellent conditions, and such outstanding talent. As she spoke, her tone became bitter, it is also polished so well, and carved so brilliantly. Ah, why can't I discover your rough stone earlier? Biscuit was crazy there, scaring the boss who delivered the noodles. Is this child a little hungry? Before leaving, the noodle boss was kind enough to care about him, but was persuaded by Boera to leave. Some people, once missed, are gone. Molek kindly comforted her, think about it from another perspective, it should be a good thing that I can be polished so perfectly. Biscuit slurped the noodles and kept silent. If such a good raw stone is carved into a pitted and broken state, wouldn't it be more heartbreaking? That's different. Putting the empty bowl on the table, Biscuit wiped her mouth. From the collision just now, I can feel that you are not studying the martial arts of the heart source Flonin. Which faction can teach you to this extent? Since heart source flow was created by Netero, it has always been the world's #1 martial arts. Biscuit, who has traveled all over the world for so many years, has also seen a lot of martial arts in the world and met many powerful martial artists. But she can proudly say that among all the people she has met, no one's teaching skills are as good as hers. Even if there are, their own schools cannot catch up with the comprehensiveness of the heart source flow. So, being able to teach Molek to be polished to such a crystal clear state is almost a dead end. She thought of many martial artists and schools in her mind, but none of them matched her name. I want to say that I practiced martial arts on my own, do you believe me, okay? Seeing Biscuit's expression of I've read a lot, don't lie to me, Molek also pointed out directly. The martial arts school I practice is called Turtle Master Style, and the person who developed this style is called Turtle Master, and he is nicknamed Mutant Master Gong. Master Mutant. Biscuit chewed on the name. She had no impression of it at all. But it could also be a mysterious pure martial artist who lived in seclusion in the mountains and was detached from the world. Just like President Netero who developed the heart source style, he spent his life pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. At the age of 46, he felt that his flesh and body had reached their limits, and felt indescribable grace for his martial arts achievements so far. He began to practice 10,000 straight punches a day in the mountains with gratitude. When he was over 50 years old, he only needed 1 hour to throw 10,000 punches, and got more time to pray. Until his punch speed exceeded the sound, he went down the mountain and started to challenge the gym. Just one punch convinced the gym leader, who was deeply moved and offered his sign with both hands. A generation of monsters was born. I think the Master Mutant who developed the Turtle Immortal style is also such a pure martial artist, right? He is not greedy for power and wealth, and is not interested in women. He only has martial arts in his heart. Because of this, he taught such a good apprentice, but he should have some reputation. Martial arts is not a problem that can be solved behind closed doors. Even a strong person like Netero has to go down the mountain to challenge the gym after he has achieved success in training and experience more martial arts. But now there is no news. Is there an accident? Well, he is no longer in this world. Seeing her frowning and thinking, Molek also said truthfully. Teacher Wu Tian is indeed not in this world. Sorry. After a moment of silence, Biscuit apologized sincerely. It's okay. Molek didn't mind at all. The scene was quiet for a while. It seems that I have disturbed him hastily this time. After a series of verbal and practical attempts, he finally only found out the other party's style and name. After getting nothing else, Biscuit didn't plan to continue to entangle with the two. She also discovered that this man named Molek, in addition to his impeccable qualifications and current growth and polishing, was extremely difficult and troublesome in other aspects. When encountering such a guy, Biscuit decisively and wisely chose to withdraw in time and did not want to be involved with them anymore. But before that you should also come for the Thunder Diamond Pterosaur, right? She glanced at the huge boera and the many empty bowls beside it. A gourmet hunter pursuing forward meat. Biscuit was more certain in his heart, it just so happens that my target is the Adam's apple in its throat, and our targets do not conflict. That's not necessarily true. Molek interrupted, I want the forward meat, but the Adam's apple diamond. He showed a determined smile, I'm also curious. Like Lebeo in Justice, my foot, Molek folded his hands and said confidently, what if I want them all? Young man, your appetite is a little too big, isn't it? Biscuit's little face returned to calmness again. It is because of the good appetite that I can eat like this now, 0. Molek's smile did not change. Is that so? The two golden ponytails on Biscuit's head swayed gently, then we will rely on our own abilities. Her sky-blue eyes ignited a fighting spirit. Facing the same prey, let me see how powerful your Turtle Immortal style martial arts are. Let's see who can be better. She was slightly inspired by this unknown martial arts that she had never seen before. Biscuit was confident. Apart from anything else, she, as a veteran hunter, had the most say in hunting. Advertisement. However, just when she was full of confidence and was about to show her skills. You don't have to be so excited, I just said if. Molek poured a basin of cold water on her. I said I was just curious about the diamond that grew into an Adam's apple, and I didn't say I had to get it. Biscuit's fighting spirit had just begun to burn, but it was extinguished. What did you say? I said we can cooperate. I want the forehead meat, and you take the diamond. How about it? Biscuit was silent, with black lines hanging down from his forehead. Looking at the smile on Molek's face, she suddenly had an unstoppable urge to hit him in the face. You are obsessed, ah. At this time, Molek's calm voice without a smile came into her ears again. Biscuit woke up instantly. It seems that I am really a little old. She shook her head with some self-mockery. Circle was swayed by a little guy. She also reacted that what Molek said just now was not necessarily true. In this world, especially in the relationship between men, the way people communicate with each other is to always be highly vigilant of each other. Including what the other party says, cannot be taken seriously casually. She made this mistake. I am too lax, or a little too conceited. She felt that she had trained her body to the peak, and the world could go anywhere. Relying on these foundations, she became a little lazy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been eliminated from the dodgeball game with Razor on Greed Island because her clothes had a hole in them. She herself closed her eyes at that time and said, too careless. If she were younger, she should have been on high alert. Not to mention being hit in the clothes, this kind of situation that might be triggered by some weird nun would never happen. She even has to carefully analyze what others say word by word to see if it is true or false. And what kind of results each situation corresponds to. It may be tiring to do this, but it can make her live longer. The hunters and partners who were in the same batch as her back then are rarely seen now. So, the trap of language is sometimes quite scary. Molek's fingers tapped the table lightly. Well, you don't need to teach me this. The blonde loli instantly gathered her thoughts 0.0, and after remembering everything that happened today, she began to be arrogant again. You should know that I am your senior. Yes, senior, then our cooperation. I am not sure what you said is true, nor can I be sure it is false, so how about cooperation? Biscuit showed a playful smile, we'll talk about it when we meet prey. Okay. Molek didn't care, but I reminded you, maybe I can help you at a critical moment in the future. Shouldn't you owe me a favor? What do you want to do? Biscuit was alert again, you really have other improper ideas about me? No. Molek denied decisively. He patted Boera, who had been silent beside him, are you full? Yet. Boera was startled at first, then hesitated and nodded. He could say that he had just sat for a while and was a little hungry again. But when he thought about hunting the Thunder Drill pterosaur next, he could bear it. That's perfect, we've finished eating too. Molek smiled at Biscuit who looked defensive and snapped his fingers, then I'll trouble you to pay for today's meal. After that, he ran out without caring whether Biscuit was willing or not. Boera hurriedly followed, and his huge body rumbled so loudly that the street could hardly bear it. 1. Biscuit listened to the movement outside, and a smile appeared on his alert face. Really, you don't want to have anything to do with me? 80 Kamehameha. Shocked the whole audience. Thunder Drill Winged Dragon is in hand, everything is done. What is the so-called owing favors, what is the so-called paying the bills? To put it bluntly, isn't it that all relationships are settled with this meal? Does it also include everything that happened in the alley just now? Biscuit took out the gold coin that Molek gave her and placed it on the table. But it's also good this way. She tiptoed and jumped out. Advertisement. If you get involved with a troublesome guy and can't get rid of him, it will be a headache. But I have always been the one who abandoned others, but no one has ever abandoned me. The two of you in front, stop right there. Biscuit trotted all the way to catch the backs of my Caik and Xia Ha Sheng. Thunder Drill pterosaur is a very dangerous monster. Named after thunder, it appears in thunderstorm clouds and is extremely difficult to capture. Because the Thunder Drill pterosaur lives in thunderstorm clouds, its muscles become very hard after the initiation of lightning. On the way to the coast, Boera explained it in detail to Molek. The sky had darkened at this time, and dark clouds gathered, as if covered by a thick black curtain. The rumbling sound of thunder and lightning was deafening, almost piercing everyone's eardrums. But due to the special structure of the Thunder Drill pterosaur's body, the lightning energy of the initiation will be concentrated in two parts of the body after traveling throughout the body. Biscuit followed beside him to prevent the surrounding puddles from splashing on his tutu. It's the forehead meat and Adam's apple, right? Molek confirmed, in other words, except for these two places, there is nothing else valuable on the Thunder Drill pterosaur, right? That can't be said. Boera thought for a while, some of its meat and skeleton, as well as a pair of wings, are willing to be purchased and analyzed by many collectors and biologists. Biscuit added, but the market in this area is basically saturated. Then I know. Molek nodded, and had a definite idea in his mind about how to capture this Thunder Drill pterosaur. Snap! Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire sky with a white expanse. It was like countless 30 white whips waving in the air at the same time. The cliffs on the coast were already raining and windy, and there were already many hunters carrying various capture equipment and tools on the surrounding beaches waiting in formation. They were all concentrating, waiting for the prey in the sky to appear. Cry! A sharp cry suddenly penetrated the clouds and reached everyone's ears. It's coming! Many hunters were alert and stared at the clouds without blinking. Condensation covered their eyes early, trying to find the direction where the thunder drill pterosaur appeared. There are even hunter was very alert and released circle to feel the movement of the thunder drill pterosaur. Circle allows the chi to expand outward with itself as the center of the circle, and can detect intruders within the range of chi. Should we prepare to? Seeing this, Bull was also ready to release his circle, but was stopped by Molek. No need to bother. He looked up and looked at the thick black thunderstorm 6 layers. Even if the naked eye can't see the hidden thunder drill pterosaur, the unique perception of chi by turtle immortal style lets him know clearly where the prey is. As long as he captures its movements, it will not escape Molek's palm. Aren't you always curious about what our turtle immortal style martial arts is like? Molek suddenly turned his head and smiled at Bai Tongji beside him. Then now, I'll let you see it. After saying that, he slowly started to move. Boera and Biscuit were also alerted immediately after hearing this. While retreating to make enough space for the maneuver, they carefully observed Molek's movements. Then they saw Molek's one foot move backwards, and his hands were placed in a strange posture at his waist. In the calm voice, the amazing energy began to flow through Molek's body, and even his muscles swelled up. Such energy! Not only Boera, but also Biscuit were shocked. It can burst out such amazing energy, is it his nin? Her eyes did not dare to relax at all, and she watched Molek's movements closely, fearing that she would miss a key point. Advertisement. Endless blue light flashed on Molek's body, and then all turned into a point and gathered in Molek's calyx-shaped hands placed on his waist. Instantly, a blue ball of light suddenly condensed in Molek's hands, emitting a dazzling white light. Gong! As the last word was shouted, Molek instantly released the energy condensed in his hands violently towards the sky. A huge blue-white energy light wave rushed straight into the sky, like a meteor that cut through the sky, piercing through the clouds. Boom! The thick thunderstorm was all dispersed at this moment, and the obscured sky was almost split in two by this blue-white light wave. It seemed that even the world in front of him was torn apart. At this moment, everything was eclipsed by the impact of this huge light wave. Even the many hunters who had gathered below and were ready to hunt and fight were all staring at this scene with dull eyes. On the cliff, looking at this shocking scene, Boera was stunned and dumbfounded. After such a long time together, this was the first time he saw Molek show such a powerful side. Biscuit's eyes were already wide open, and seeing this Kameha with her own eyes, the shock in her heart could not be described in words. Transmuter's trick. Only with his mouth, relying on so many years of experience and training, he murmured his judgment. Well, this kind of Qigong wave move is indeed very similar to Transmuter's trick in Nen. But based on Biscuit's ups and downs over the past few decades. She started learning Nen at the age of 17, and it has been more than 30 years so far. She has never seen anyone who can practice Transmuter's power to this extent. Is this? Came Senryu. At this moment, she also had an indelible impression of such a school. Hey! Molek exhaled slightly, and the surging energy on his body dissipated instantly, and returned to normal in an instant. Done. He looked at the people who had not yet recovered and said with a smile. Boera repeated it again with a confused look on his face. Then, he suddenly realized that something was falling from the sky, and subconsciously raised his hand. Snap! Then he grabbed something firmly in his hand. What is this? A huge bird head was held in Boera's hand. The long beak, the uneven head, especially the part on the top of the head, the protruding red forehead flesh was particularly obvious. Is it a thunder drill pterosaur? Buledin Hasi blurted out. He would never forget the red forehead meat ingredients. Did it leave the whole head? Biscuit stared at the head in front of her and the protruding neck. And the Adam's apple, is it also preserved? And the rest of the body? Biscuit looked at the part below the neck, as if it was completely destroyed by some powerful impact. Was it penetrated by the air bullet just now? Such destructive power and control. Biscuit's eyelids jumped. She had no doubt that if the so-called Kameha air bullet just now was hit at her, she would definitely not be able to take it from the front. As for dodging, Biscuit always felt that this move was controllable. Even if he could dodge it, Molek could continue to control the gas bomb and change direction to continue attacking him. But in this way, the purpose of our trip has been achieved. Molek also looked at the head of this thunder drill pterosaur with interest. Except for the red forehead meat on the head, the rest is no different from the appearance of ordinary pterosaurs. I can't see any consumption at all. Is there still a lot of spare energy? Biscuit silently observed Molek's state, as if he was not affected by the huge shock wave just now. In theory, as an releasing such an amazing amount of gas to produce such a powerful gas bomb, the consumption of the body is definitely not small. But this man. Biscuit once again confirmed the strength and terror of this guy. Advertisement. What was that just now? The many hunters who came to their senses near the beach below were also in an uproar. I don't know, I just saw such a huge beam and gas bomb. Are you sure it's a gas bomb? The light wave is as thick as a pillar, you tell me it's a gas bomb. Otherwise, tell me what it is. No, I don't believe it, how could someone make such a powerful gas bomb? Stop arguing. What I'm more concerned about is, what is that gas bomb for? It seems to be shot into the clouds, could it be that? Look for it quickly, is there any trace of the thunder drill pterosaur? After a while of arguing, they finally remembered the main purpose of coming here. They immediately used various means to start exploring the traces of the thunder drill pterosaur. But no matter how they acted, they were shocked to find that the thunder drill pterosaur disappeared. Damn, it must be the gas bomb just now. Some people were furious, and some people were very capable of action. They immediately went to the cliff where the gas bomb was shot and touched it carefully and vigilantly. They acted very cautiously, fearing that the person who fired the gas bomb would think they were up to no good and shoot them in the head again. Although they were indeed up to no good. But when they carefully touched the cliff, they found that there was no one here at all, and the people who had stayed here had already left. After searching for a while without any results, the hunters gathered here carefully checked for traces of the thunder drill pterosaur. In the end, after all of them had no harvest, they could only leave here in hatred. The hunting operation that was originally prepared to be a big one ended here with a whimper. They had been so full of preparations, but they didn't have time to use them. They were so frustrated that they got nothing and gained nothing. At the same time, Molek and his 3 companions, who had already achieved their goal, also quietly evacuated with their spoils. In a secluded valley near the ancient city of Lorio. Because the forehead meat of the thunder diamond pterosaur will emit a very special and strong fragrance after being boiled into soup, so if we boil it in the city, the remaining 10th time will be discovered. Boera introduced the rare ingredients to the 2 people while cooking them seriously. However, the 2 guys next to him were not listening to him at all. It really deserves to have a charm that is said to be no less than the 7 beauties of the world. Biscuit held a crystal clear ocean blue diamond in both hands, his eyes sparkling, nothing else but the gem. This color is simply amazing. This cold and precipitated blue can be called the ice crystal blue that has reached the pinnacle of the world. It is exactly the same color as those precious gems called dream gems. The real color looks like it is about to flow at first glance. As long as it is slightly heat treated, it will be the best sapphire in the world. Ah, it really makes people excited. This true gem hunter, who really couldn't walk when he saw the gem, and blushed, appreciating it from all angles. 730 If this Adam's apple gem hadn't just been picked out of the throat of the thunder drill pterosaur and just cleaned, Biscuit would have dared to rub this Adam's apple gem against his face. As for Molek, he was checking the things he had opened from Biscuit's blue blind box. He almost forgot that there was such a blind box waiting for him to open. Get the medium blind box, do you want to open it? Open successfully, get, Shikigami control. Source World, Toho Yuyumu Yakumo Yukari. Yakumo Yukari? It's really her. Seeing this name, Molek showed a look that was not unexpected. Well, as a classic blonde beauty, and also a representative of old women who hide their age and are very secretive about their age. This sage from Gensokyo, known as a hard worker and frequent visitor in the anime chat group, just happened to be with Biscuit has very similar points of fit, especially in terms of focusing on age. Yakumo Yukari, from the Toho Project series, is one of the sages of Gensokyo. She is a monster that quietly lives at the edge of Gensokyo. Her personality is incomprehensible, but everyone agrees that she is definitely not a good thing. Yakumo Yukari has 3 main abilities, one of which is to manipulate the realm, which is to create or destroy in theory. It can not only create new things in theory, but also negate old things in theory. Skills like this may not be opened even in the highest level purple treasure chest. And her second ability, which can instantly move anywhere through the cracks in space, and can even move only part of the body. This power not only allows her to travel between physical spaces, but also allows her to move at will in paintings, dreams, and even stories. It is also a powerful ability that belongs to superbugs, and it is impossible to appear in this blue blind box. Then, it is her third ability, Shikigami control. Yakumo Yukari rarely does things herself, but uses monsters as Shikigami and orders them to do all the chores. In this hunter world, there are obviously no monsters like those in Gensokyo. And the skills opened in the blue blind box are not that strong. After a brief analysis and understanding, Molek almost understood it. For the so-called Shikigami control, you can forget about monsters, but you can control 10 puppets or puppets. It's like the ability of the 4th member of the former Phantom Troupe, the Shadow. If you encounter something inconvenient to show up in the future, or something you can't get away from, you can let those puppets do it. This can be regarded as making up for the shortcomings of your own means. And things like puppets and puppets are most suitable for exploring ruins or dangerous places. The two counted their gains, and Chef Boera successfully boiled this piece of forward meat. 81. Return to Meteor Street. Jin's blind box. The power of Saint Seiya? Here it is, thunder drill pterosaur forward meat stewed noodles and flat noodles. On the table where Molek's universal capsule was taken out, Boera brought the cooked noodles to the table. These are 2 new soup noodles made using the method Molek told me. As Boera said this, his mouth was drooling. Is it the strange cuisine from your hometown again? Advertisement. Biscuit's attention finally shifted from the gemstone. From the food, martial arts, and civilization, it can be seen that your hometown should be an ancient country with a brilliant civilization. Biscuit took a look at the universal capsule in Molek's hand and commented. Why is it an ancient country? Because she has been to and seen the 5 most powerful countries in the world, v5. Whether it is cuisine or martial arts, they are incompatible with what CAIK showed. Only the residents of the ancient country who were submerged in the long river of time and left behind have such a heritage. Maybe. Anyway, I can't find any trace of my country in this world. Molek didn't care. As a time traveler, his real hometown is the original one. I'm starting. With Boera's joyful shout, the 3 of them sat down and tasted this contemporary delicacy together. Well, I have to say that Boera's taste is still somewhat trustworthy. Although even the charred roasted whole pig tastes good, it is much better than Menchie's peculiar raw food horn-scaled rice made from the horns of the horned bear. That is really using the freshly cut horned bear powder, sprinkled directly on the white rice. This is really the most primitive taste of nature, just like the green lion spirit that appeared when the plate was opened at the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympics. The meat flavor is extremely mellow, and it is indeed the best solution to match it with noodles. This kind of soup also makes people feel refreshing when drinking, and it can really warm people's internal organs. The aroma on the tip of the tongue is even more melodious and incomparable. The forward meat of the thunder drill pterosaur melted in the mouth, leaving a strong fragrance and an extremely mellow taste, as if the strong vitality was still in the soup. Burp. Just a bowl of soup noodles, the nutrition contained in it has already made a big eater like bowl burp. In some ways, it has a similar effect to senzu beans. Where are you going next? The few people who had eaten and drunk enough began to talk about the eternal topic again. If it's on the way, I don't mind accompanying you for a while. Putting away the gems, Biscuit looked generous. Don't worry about this. Molek directly declined her kindness. In fact, I have almost finished shopping outside during this period of time. I have also seen almost everything. Even some blind boxes have been obtained by myself at Whale Island. Zaldikan Kukolo Mountain is not a good place for the time being. If you go to Greed Island, you will be directly eliminated by Razor if you go ashore from the outside world. If you play games, you will need to buy a game console for tens of billions of Genie. It is better to wait for the rich man Bartra to recruit players. There are no ants in the NGL autonomous country, which is just a small country with no sense of existence. Molek can go there alone and pass the level directly. So, it seems that this trip is about to end. But before that, I have another place to go. He looked at Boera. Thank you for your cooking skills along the way, Boera, but as my hometown says, all good things must come to an end. So is it time to say goodbye? Zayahara had expected that everyone in this world has their own things to do. He knew that this day would come, so he didn't seem too sad, just a little disappointed and regretful. It's a pity that he couldn't be with Molek again and learn more about the dishes in his hometown. He gained a lot during the days of traveling with Molek. If he really wanted to thank him, he should thank Molek. Where are you going? Seeing that Molek said goodbye to Boera, Biscuit was really curious. To where I came from. Molek looked into the distance, as if he had crossed the space and light and shadow, and came back to the land that had originally crossed and descended into this world. Meteor Street, which was regarded as a garbage and waste landfill. Meteor Street, an abandoned place. Anything discarded in this world will be accepted by the residents here. Molek came to this world and landed here because of this characteristic. When he walked out of here, he still remembered that he was just a small scum within an of 5. And now, when Molek returned here alone again. Player, Molek. Age, 17. Nun, Infinite Surprise Blind Box. Section, Trait/Manipulator. Skills, Basic 4 elements, Entanglement, Absolute, Refining, and Release, Kame Immortal Martial Arts, Shikigami Control, Sharp Hook Rolling Fist, Kido Mitsumasa Fertility. Items, Collector, Rui Stick, Universal Capsule Set, Imperial Tool, 1000 Changes Crosstail, Paralysis Potion. Strength Assessment, 100 plus. Advertisement. When he left Meteor Street, his game panel was still empty. Except for the basic 4 elements of one Nun, he basically had nothing. Now, after more than a year away, he has returned and is already filled with many fancy skills and items. Me. Molek decisively skipped the skill Mitsumasa Kido's fertility without even looking at it. This skill was opened from the blue blind box when he first met Jin freaks in the town of Bularil. Molek has always been shy to talk about this ability. If it weren't for another inventory after returning here, Molek would not pay attention to this ability. He is still young and has a good time waiting for him to take risks. He will not be bound by such a skill. And he almost knows why such a skill was opened from Jin freaks' blind box. Get the medium blind box. Do you want to open it? Open successfully. Get Mitsumasa Kido's fertility. Source World. Doing. Mitsumasa Kido, the adopted grandfather of Athena Kido Sayori, the president and founder of the largest Gurudo consortium in Asia. At that time, the Gemini Gold Saint Saga rebelled, secretly murdered Pope Chen, and attempted to kill Athena, who was born once every 200 years. Sagittarius Iolo saw through Saga's trick and rescued Athena. He entrusted Athena and the Sagittarius gold cloth to the founder of the Gurudo group, the richest man in Asia, who was traveling in Europe. Mitsumasa Kido adopted Athena and named her Kido Sayori. After that, he decided to train the boys to become saints to protect Athena, and sent them to various training places to practice. And those so-called teenagers all came from his 100 sons. Yes, his 100 illegitimate children. Being able to give birth to more than 100 children, such fertility can be called extraordinary. And it just so happens that Mitsumasa Kido is the richest man in Asia and the founder of the Gurudo group. Jin freaks also has the power and wealth of a president of a country. Mitsumasa Kido is also an adventurer. When he was exploring the Himalayas with Tatsumai, he met the babies Shalian and Iolos in the cave. And it just so happens that Jin freaks is also an excellent hunter, and a 2-star ruins hunter. Mitsumasa Kido trained his children to become Saint Seiya, and Jin freaks also trained his son Gon. The difference between the two may be that the purpose of training children is different. One is to protect Athena, and the other is simply to let Gon walk on the path he once walked. And as far as children are concerned, Mitsumasa Kido gave birth to them himself. Jin freaks just took Gon, who was still a baby, back to Whale Island. Who knows if there is a mother? On the Greed Island, there is still a strange item called pregnancy stone. Carry this 3-kilogram stone with you for a month. After 1 week, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, she will definitely get pregnant. It is also considerately divided into male and female stones. It depends on which gender you like. It is precisely because Mitsumasa Kido and Jin freaks have similarities in common that the biggest difference is in children. So this blind box is specially open to have such an ability. It always feels a little unserious. Shaking his head, Molek walked to the entrance of Meteor Street and looked at the familiar environment in the distance. After throwing away some distracting thoughts, he was alone again and stepped into this former territory. At the same time, at another entrance of Meteor Street. It's been a long time since you came back, right? A few figures slowly emerged in the dust. Last time you came back, did you invite Shizuko to join the group? That was you, Franklin? I can't even remember the last time I came back. After all, this is where we have painful memories. Oh, I don't want more of these memories. 3 figures, 1 big, 1 medium, and 1 small, flashed in the dust. Advertisement. By the way, where is Finks? Haven't you always been with him, Phaeton? A heavy and steady voice sounded first. I heard that there was a relic nearby, which seemed to be about the tomb of a famous pharaoh in history. After hearing this, Finks ran over without even saying hello. You know, I'm not interested in relics at all. A muffled voice came from under the cloak of the low figure, with the lapel covering his mouth. He and Finks usually act and think in the same way, but he never gets interested in this one thing. Pharaoh? No wonder Finks abandoned you and ran over. I remember he seemed to like those weird clothes the most. I prefer to take things from the living than from the dead. Is that why you snatched the flowers from others? The cold voice next to him interrupted. While the guy was saying I love you, he was still texting other girls on his phone. I just stole his flowers, not his phone. You might as well have snatched his phone, so that he wouldn't have to have his throat cut by you. What's the point of having a throat when you say such harsh words? By the way, Maki, in the past, when contacting Meteor Street, the president would come forward or I would come. Why did you suddenly want to come along? Didn't Phaeton suddenly want to come along too? I just happened to be nearby and I haven't been here for a long time, so I thought of coming to see you. You just happened to be abandoned by Finks and have nowhere to go, so you followed me here. Franklin, if you can't speak, I can help you solve it. By the way, Maki, you haven't said you yet. Me, I just. The pink and purple hair tip slightly raised her head, and her eyes as calm as water looked into the distance. Suddenly I miss Sarasa. In the Meteor Street full of garbage, there are a bunch of broken houses, which are particularly conspicuous in the garbage. The people of Meteor Street live on garbage and live with garbage. Molek stood at the highest point of a garbage dump, looking down at the scene in front of him. A group of ragged children seemed to have found some great treasure in a garbage dump, and they were playing there. At this time, a tall and burly child appeared next to him. This seems to be his territory, and he was shouting something loudly to other children. Just like Euvigen, Kurika, Franklin, and Shulnark back then. Recalling the comic scenes in his mind, Molek couldn't help but find it interesting. When they were young, Franklin and Shulnark, led by Krollo, often went to Euvigen's territory to collect money. From time to time, they would find some videotape treasures from the garbage dump here. Even if some of the videotapes were in a language they couldn't understand, they carefully protected and collected them. They were still looking forward to the content in the videotapes, cartoons, and action movies that they could find interesting even if they didn't understand them. But they got more videotapes of foreign language lectures. Well, serious ones. Every time at this time, Shulnark, who was missing teeth and had curly hair, happily said, "This feeling of not being able to understand and having to guess the plot is the most interesting. It would be even better if we couldn't be discovered by Euvigen." And it just so happens that every time he finished this sentence, it was as if a switch was triggered. Euvigen, who had dark skin and curly hair, would, "What's the money?" bring the young Maki, who was squatting next to him like a wild child with a stick, to threaten and intimidate Krollo. And them. "I will make you live a life worse than death, and then kill you once again." Below, the tall child crossed his arms and roared a threat similar to that of Euvigen at that time. Then he was met with Shulnark's ruthless ridicule, and then he was taught a lesson. Only Franklin, who was equally huge, fought with Euvigen fist to flesh, so that Krollo and the knocked-down Shulnark quickly evacuated. Euvigen, that guy, was really merciless at that time. Walking towards the Elder Hall in the center of Meteor Street, Franklin looked at the garbage dump in the distance, and seemed to be reminded of the past, and his cheeks were a little painful. "I have reason to suspect that my ears are so big because of the Euvigen was beaten away." As gloomy as Frankenstein, he still had the leisure to tell a joke. Although it was not funny at all. At that time, Finks and Phaeton came to pick them up, right? Maki turned his eyes to Phaeton, who was shorter than him, with a calm expression. The clothes they wore were obviously tattered, but they still drove a motorcycle to pick people up. "But I remember that even the motorcycle was a piece of scrap metal that was about to be scrapped, which is consistent with the appearance of the two of you. I have to correct something here. We are not here to pick up the enemy," Phaeton said in a low voice. "We just happened to pass by and happened to see that the leader seemed to be holding something valuable in his hand. So we just happened to be robbers, right?" Franklin said, with a smile on his scarred and terrifying face. "I still remember that Finks said that you are all very kind, but his face was extremely ferocious. And you, Phaeton, had an afro at the time and a baseball bat behind your neck, as if you would beat anyone who didn't obey you." Phaeton heard this and clenched the umbrella sword under his cloak sleeves. "I don't like to use a stick now.